Under the bright illumination, Wu Shang gradually opened his eyes. He found himself sprawled on a patch of grass, the sound of flowing water resonating in his ears. Wasn't I just asleep from intoxication? Where am I? Wu Shang slowly propped himself up on his hands and lifted his head. The environment around him felt exceedingly unfamiliar, but before he could comprehend the situation, his gaze fixed on a sight that rendered him utterly astonished, his eyes wide and his face flushed, breathing rapidly. He could not bear to blink, fearful of missing any enchanting moment. Before him stood a woman clad in a pure white fairy dress, her curves exquisite, revealing two long, snowy legs. At that moment, she had her back to him, gently shedding her garments. As each piece of clothing fell away, the sight of her fair and graceful form captivated Wu Shang's attention entirely. Could it be? This girl, is she truly contemplating an open air? What should I do? As a promising young man of the 21st century, how could I engage in such voyeuristic behavior despite his thoughts urging him to avert his gaze? He found himself straining to keep his eyes wide open, transfixed. As he watched the woman move her long legs, swaying her hips as she approached the water, Wu Shang hastily crawled forward, his head emerging from the grass, and called out, "Hey miss, please don't. You're still young. There's so much life ahead of you. Don't lose hope." The woman's body jolted, as if petrified in an instant, staring blankly, and then as she suddenly let out a piercing scream, hastily throwing on her outer garment. In a flash, she darted away, not looking back, soaring into the sky on her sword. Could she truly fly? Could she be a fairy? I have inadvertently spied upon a fairy. Wu Shang's emotions surged wildly. Simultaneously, a sharp pain pierced through his head. Fragments of scattered memories flickered in his mind. Have I truly crossed over? Is this a scene from a novel or a drama unfolding in my life? With this realization, Wu Shang began to meticulously sift through the fragmented memories. After a while, he finally pieced together those disjointed recollections. Wu Shang had indeed traversed into a fantastical realm known as the Great Wilderness. Much like the panicked girl who had just fled on her sword, those with spiritual roots could join sects, cultivate techniques, and gain the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth. Moreover, his previous identity was remarkable, being the fiancé of the eldest princess of the Dali Empire, the foremost power in the southern wilderness. Wu Shang himself was an ordinary individual, yet he possessed a prodigious talent coveted by cultivators, a fire-type celestial spiritual root. By a stroke of fate, he was discovered by the emperor of the Dali Empire and bestowed upon the princess. Treated as a child husband, he was granted various cultivation resources and, within a mere 8 years of practice, ascended to the Golden Core realm. He had anticipated a meteoric rise, entering the ranks of the elite, but little did he know, this was merely the onset of a nightmare. Upon recently attaining the Golden Core realm, the enchanting princess summoned him to her chambers, resulting in 3 days and nights of passionate entanglement. He was subsequently left bereft of spiritual power, reduced to a mere husk, his spiritual roots brutally extracted. Under the princess's clandestine orders, he was discreetly expelled from the palace, whereupon he was silenced. This beautiful princess is truly ruthless. Having obtained everything she desired, she still cannot bring herself to spare the original soul. After sifting through the memories of the original inhabitant, Wu Shang wore an expression of fury, tinged with regret, as he lamented, "What a pity it is that I did not traverse through time sooner. Otherwise, I could have reveled in the exquisite form of that captivating princess and experienced the sensation of soaring among the clouds." The princess from the original memories was indeed a paragon of beauty. Not only was she strikingly alluring, but her figure was also a flawless masterpiece, especially that pair of peach-shaped derriers, which lingered in the original's mind even after his downfall. "Lecher, how dare you spy on me? I shall end your life." Suddenly, a maiden's indignant cry pierced the air. It was the same woman clad in white who had departed earlier, now returning with fury ablaze in her eyes, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, emanating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent as she soared towards Wu Shang on her silvery blade. "Fairy, allow me to explain." "No, Fairy, please listen to my defense. This was an accident. I swear it was unintentional. And, Fairy, you appear even more radiant from the front. I truly saw nothing. Absolutely nothing." As Wu Shang shouted, He hastily fled. The white-clad maiden, incensed by his words, trembled with rage, her aura intensifying. "Ah, you infuriate me. You lecher. I will surely take your life." With that, she accelerated her flight, the sound of slicing air echoing around her. What to do? If this continues, he would surely perish. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. Wu Sheng halted, drawing forth a golden talisman from his waist, brandishing it before the furious maiden. Turning to face her, he shouted, "Halt! I am the royal consort of the great Li dynasty. Do you dare pursue me, risking the annihilation of your entire clan?" At that moment, a series of mechanical prompts resonated within his mind. Beep! Detecting that the host is currently facing a life-or-death crisis, the Divine Task Selection System has been activated. Beep! System analysis indicates that the host has had his spiritual roots extracted and is devoid of cultivation, now confronted with a life-threatening peril. A novice gift package has been awarded and stored in the system space. As these notifications echoed in his mind, a colorful screen materialized before him, displaying his personal information. Host, Wu Sheng Realm. Mortal spiritual roots extracted. Cultivation lost experience points. 0 100 shop credits. 0. Cultivation techniques. None occupation. None status. Royal consort of the great Li dynasty in the southern wilderness. It seems I am destined to soar. Ha ha! Wu Sheng exclaimed, his heart brimming with exhilaration. With the divine task system at my disposal, I am certain that I shall gradually grow stronger in this unfamiliar fantasy realm, ultimately attaining the path to immortality. Bold lecher, you are on the brink of death yet still possess the audacity to laugh? Suddenly, a sharp cry startled Wu Sheng, causing him to shudder violently. The enchanting woman stood before him, merely 10 meters away, brandishing her sword towards him, her innocent eyes filled with confusion. Wu Sheng's gaze flickered as he pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "I am the royal prince consort of the great Li dynasty. How could I possibly stoop to spying on an ordinary woman such as yourself? Do not be so self-absorbed. Do not think for a moment that I fear you. I am a master of the Golden Core realm, capable of extinguishing you with a mere gesture. I advise you to refrain from further folly and depart at once." Beep. Crisis detected. Host peril has yet to be resolved. Would you like to open the novice gift pack? My mind, how could I have forgotten about the novice gift pack? A spark of realization illuminated Wu Sheng's eyes as he quickly murmured in his heart, "Open the novice gift pack." Instantly, the colorful screen before him transformed, revealing a white gift box. Before long, the gift box opened, releasing several items. Beep! Congratulations, host Wu Sheng has obtained 10 Qi Refinement Ascension Pills, each capable of enhancing one's Qi Refinement stage by 1 level. Beep! Congratulations, host Wu Sheng has received 2 primary teleportation talismans. Note: upon use, they allow instant transportation to any location within 1,000 meters. Beep! Congratulations, host Wu Sheng has acquired the primary technique Chaotic Qi Refinement Method. Note: this basic technique can only be cultivated to the first layer of the foundation. Establishment stage subsequent techniques may be exchanged for treasures in the marketplace or obtained by completing system tasks. Beep! Detecting that host Wu Sheng's spiritual root has been excavated, rendering him unfit for this technique, the system graciously grants the host an innate chaotic spiritual root. Simultaneously, Wu Sheng felt a wave of warmth emanating from his dantian, spreading throughout his entire being. He experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort. As the celestial energies of the universe began to surge into his body, nourishing every cell within him, he felt a tremendous transformation occurring. He could sense a newfound affinity for the elemental energies around him. Previously, he had only felt a connection to fire attribute energies. Now, with the system's assistance, he possessed an innate chaotic spiritual root, granting him a sense of mastery over all 5 elemental energies. The system is remarkably powerful, bestowing upon me a chaotic spiritual root directly. It seems that I am destined to soar to great heights henceforth. The Great Li dynasty, royal princess, how dare you treat me in such a manner? Not only did you torment me for 3 days and nights, excavate my spiritual root, and cripple my cultivation, but you also attempted to eliminate me entirely. When I, Wu Sheng, return as a victor, I shall ensure you are thoroughly subjugated, forcing you to kneel and sing of your defeat. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a strange smile crept upon his lips. Bold lecher, how dare you impersonate the prince consort of the great Li dynasty? He is a genius of the golden core stage. How could you, a mere wastrel, possibly compare? The woman exclaimed, her face a mixture of confusion and anger. Wu Shang was taken aback, his scalp prickling with unease. Alas, just moments ago, I was lost in thoughts of a blissful future, and I completely overlooked this troublesome matter. All right. The Qi Elevation Pills. He suddenly recalled that the beginner's gift package contained 10 Qi Elevation Pills. Without a moment's hesitation, he urgently called out with his mind, System, cultivate the chaotic Qi refinement technique. Utilize all Qi Elevation Pills. Instantaneously, a series of mechanical system prompts resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Wu Shang, for successfully cultivating the chaotic Qi refinement technique. Ding! Host Wu Shang has successfully used 10 Qi Elevation Pills. Congratulations to the host, Wu Shang, for an enhancement in cultivation. Your current cultivation realm is Qi Refinement Stage 10 Perfection. In the blink of an eye, Wu Shang transformed from an ordinary individual devoid of any cultivation into a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Qi Refinement Stage, poised to advance to the Foundation Establishment Stage. Endowed with an innate chaotic spiritual root, he was adept in the exclusive technique, Chaotic Qi Refinement Technique. This innate chaotic spiritual root enabled him to simultaneously harness the 5 elemental spiritual energies, while most ordinary practitioners could only proficiently wield one. Now, his strength exceeded that of an average practitioner by 5-fold or more. Haha! It appears that I am destined to tread a path of invincibility, suppressing countless prodigies and overcoming all injustices. Wu Shang's heart brimmed with exhilaration. Suddenly, the woman brandished her sword, her spiritual energy surging forth, striking with lightning speed. Hey, what are you doing? Don't think that just because you are beautiful, I will refrain from striking back. You dare to attack without a word. You lack martial ethics. Startled by the sudden approach of the flying sword, Wu Shang cursed furiously. At the same time, he swiftly channeled his spiritual energy, evading her strike while delivering a powerful palm to the side of the sword. Clang! As his palm met the blade, a resonating sound echoed, and the sword was sent flying from the woman's hand, embedding itself 10 meters away in the ground. How could this happen? The woman was taken aback. To catch a blade with bare hands and move so strangely, was he not an ordinary person? No, he was at the pinnacle of the Qi Refinement Stage. But could someone at the pinnacle of the Qi Refinement Stage so effortlessly withstand my attack? Within the sect, only those mid-stage Foundation Establishment disciples could counter my sword strike with such ease. I told you, it's a misunderstanding. I am the prince consort of the dynasty. I have gazed upon even the most stunning princesses. How could I possibly spy on you? And yet, you dare to launch a sneak attack. Since I didn't catch a clear glimpse earlier, allow me to see how you differ from Princess. As his words fell, he activated his technique, his figure flickering before suddenly appearing before the woman. In an instant, a robust torrent of water, attribute, spiritual energy surged from his palm, forming a binding ring. The woman had no time to react before being ensnared, rendered immobile. You bold lecher! What do you intend to do? The woman's expression darkened as she felt her fire attribute spiritual energy suppressed, rendering her unable to escape the binding. Ha! Even at this moment, you dare to label me a lecher. Soon, you shall discover what a true lecher truly is. As his words faded, Wu Shang wore a beaming smile, gently reaching out to caress the woman's cheek. Chapter 2. The young lady with a strong backing. It is wise to depart, bold scoundrel. Do not act this way. Cease at once. If you dare to bully me, my elders will not let you go unpunished. The woman shouted, her voice tinged with fear. She could hardly fathom that under the bright daylight, so close to the gates of her own Linghua sect, she would be subjected to such humiliation. Ha ha ha, shout all you want. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. Now, allow me to relish the sight of your exquisite figure. Hee hee. Wu Shang grinned wickedly, his hand hovering perilously close to her cheek, almost ready to make contact. Please, do not do this. Release me, and I shall overlook your previous transgressions. The woman trembled in fear, tears glistening in her eyes. Wu Xing's hands suddenly froze mid-air, a look of confusion crossing his face. Had she truly begun to cry? He had merely intended to frighten her, yet she took it to heart? How tedious. Since you have recognized your fault, I shall show you mercy and refrain from tormenting you, at least for now. Wu Xing replied, a hint of regret in his tone. Alas, if only she hadn't cried. He could have indulged himself in the view. Suddenly, the sound of rushing air pierced through the distance, accompanied by 3 figures that swiftly approached. Ignorant wretch! Halt immediately! 2 authoritative voices rang out in succession, causing Wu Xing's mind to buzz, his ears slightly trembling. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the powerful beings, making his entire body quiver, nearly bringing him to his knees. As Wu Xing regained his composure, he found himself confronted by 3 formidable figures, each radiating an extraordinary aura. Among them stood a regal woman in palace attire, her expression fierce, her cold gaze fixed upon Wu Xing. In that moment, he felt as fragile as a delicate child, caught in the sights of a ferocious beast, his scalp prickling, cold sweat dripping down his back, and his heart racing uncontrollably. It was over. These 3 must be extraordinarily powerful cultivators, far beyond his capabilities. Engaging them would surely result in his swift demise. You insignificant pest. Daring to wreak havoc within the confines of my linguist sect. You are utterly foolish. Today, I shall rid the world of your vile presence. The regal woman cried out, her voice resonating with authority as she waved her hand, summoning a fiery, ethereal hand that swiftly reached towards him. What is the meaning of this? As a senior cultivator, you dare to strike at a mere junior? Is there no shame left? Wu Xing exclaimed, hastily employing his skills, channeling the earth element to retreat swiftly. Just as the ethereal hand was about to grasp him, he barely evaded its grasp. His heart raced with terror, drenched in cold sweat. Had he reacted any slower, he might have met his end. The 3 figures in palace attire exchanged glances, their expressions slightly unnerved. Upon witnessing Wu Xing's unexpected evasion of her attack, the expressions of the 3 individuals shifted markedly. How could this be? This youth's cultivation is merely at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. Yet he managed to elude Elder Yunyun's energy-laden grasp? His speed is astonishing, exclaimed the 2 elderly men beside the elegantly attired woman. Humph. He is merely harnessing earth attribute energy to enhance his agility. The people of the Dekuan dynasty primarily cultivate earth attribute techniques. This youth must undoubtedly be a spy from the Dekuan dynasty. Watch as I eliminate him, the elegantly dressed woman remarked, her eyes narrowing coldly. Master, wait a moment. I vaguely heard him claim to be the prince consort of the Dali dynasty, and he possesses a golden token, the young woman in white interjected urgently. A hint of concern etched upon her features. Disciple, you must be mistaken. The prince consort of the Dali dynasty is a rare prodigy. Having reached the golden core stage at the tender age of 18, he is surely consolidating his cultivation within the palace, unlike this qi refinement brat. Lingo, your innocence has led you astray. Remember this, when venturing outside, remain vigilant, and do not take the words of outsiders lightly. The elegantly dressed woman spoke gently to the girl. Humph, how dare he deceive me? The young woman's expression darkened as she glared at Wu Xing. The elegantly attired woman cast a sidelong glance at Wu Xing, recalling his earlier words. A silvery, shimmering ring suddenly materialized in her graceful hand. Wu Xing's countenance changed dramatically. What is that artifact? It shines like the legendary Vajra carving I once beheld. Could it be? No, it couldn't be. Linger, use this binding ring I possess. It will assist you in subduing the enemy, the elegantly dressed woman declared, handing the ring to the white-clad girl, Hualinger. Hualinger's expression shifted slightly. This is one of Master S' most treasured spiritual artifacts. Once unleashed, unless one possesses a cultivation above the golden core stage, they will be rendered immobile by the binding ring. Why does Master not intervene personally? With her prowess, dealing with that lecher would be effortless. Soon, she grasped her master's deeper intentions. Master cannot openly intervene, thus allowing her disciple to defeat Wu Xing, even if victory comes via a spiritual artifact. It would not tarnish her dignity. Understanding this, Hualingo's confidence surged. She turned to face Wu Xing and declared imperiously, Lecher, surrender at once. And perhaps I shall spare your life. Wu Xing's expression turned peculiar at her words. Do you take me for a fool? Do you expect me to believe your deceit? History has shown that victors write the narrative. Those who surrender seldom find a favorable outcome. Is it not foolish to place one's life in the hands of others? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he taunted, Do not think that I am intimidated by your pitiful ring. I am the prince consort of the Dali dynasty. Should you dare to harm me, The Dali dynasty will not let this transgression go unpunished. Pitiful ring. Hualinger's eyes blazed with fury at his words. The elegantly dressed woman and the two elderly men wore expressions of indignation. The immobilization ring. A supreme spiritual instrument crafted by the esteemed leader of the Linghua sect, has now been disparagingly labeled as a broken ring by an inconspicuous junior. Since you have chosen to court death, I shall accompany you on your journey. Hualinger exclaimed furiously as the ring swiftly soared towards Wu Sheng, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Alas, this little vixen is backed by a formidable elder from the Linghua sect. As the saying goes, the best strategy is to retreat. Wu Sheng internally lamented, hastily channeling his energy and, leveraging his mastery over Earth attributes' spiritual power, made a rapid escape. Lingo, command the flying sword to intercept his route of escape. A voice, belonging to a regal woman clad in palace attire, suddenly resonated. Upon hearing this, Hualingo promptly urged the flying sword, directing it towards Wu Sheng's fleeing path. Enraged, Wu Sheng bellowed, "Old heck, I am battling your disciple. And yet you dare to interject? What a shameless act. You lecher, daring to insult my master, perish." Hualinger retorted, her fury intensifying, causing the flying sword to accelerate. The palace-clad woman, equally incensed, flushed with rage, her chest heaving dramatically, as if on the verge of bursting forth. This spectacle left the two elders beside her in a state of astonishment, causing them to unconsciously swallow hard. As if realizing something, the regal woman turned to the two elders. "Elder 1, Elder 2, are you feeling unwell?" "And no, nothing at all," both stammered, hastily closing their eyes in an attempt to feign ignorance. The palace-clad woman then resumed her focus on the battlefield between her disciple and Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng understood that if he prolonged this confrontation, he might meet his demise here. He swiftly retrieved a basic teleportation talisman from his system space, his expression finally relaxing. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he shouted, "Hualinger, Linghua sect, wait for me. I, Wu Sheng, shall surely return. At that time, I will make you kneel and sing my praises." As his words echoed, just as the immobilization ring and the flying sword were a mere millimeter away from him, the teleportation talisman erupted with a brilliant white light, and in an instant, Wu Sheng vanished from his location. The immobilization ring and the flying sword trembled in the air, aimlessly searching for a target, leaving Hualinger and the palace-clad woman in a state of utter astonishment. What just happened? He actually vanished? Could it be that he possesses a teleportation talisman? But those are said to be lost to time. No. This individual undoubtedly possesses a mysterious inheritance and is certainly in possession of significant treasures. We must send someone to capture him. We cannot allow others to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit chamber, a figure materialized out of thin air. It was Wu Sheng. How marvelous. I have teleported such a vast distance in an instant. This is exhilarating. Having temporarily escaped danger, Wu Sheng relaxed and began to survey his surroundings. Discovering that he was in a storeroom filled with an array of precious materials and treasures, suddenly, a notification sound echoed in his mind. And a familiar screen materialized before him. Ding. The system has detected that the host is located in the treasure vault of the Linghua sect. A mission has been issued accordingly. The host may only select one task to complete, with a time limit of 2 hours. Failure to accomplish the task shall result in the host's cultivation regressing by 1 minor realm. Option 1. Be a righteous gentleman, abstaining from taking any treasures from the Spiritfire sect's vault. Reward: 1 good person card. Note: the system has verified the host as a novice virtuous individual, hereby certifying it. Option 1. Leave the Linghua sect discreetly to avoid further conflict. Reward: 100 spirit stones, can be used for cultivation resources. Option 2. Plunder the Linghua sect's treasury to avenge previous pursuits. Reward: 100 shopping vouchers, redeemable for desired items in the system store. Chapter 3. Indulging in the Linghua sect's treasury elixirs. Only to overindulge, I choose the second option. Wu Sheng exclaimed cheerfully. Is there even a choice to be made? Only a fool would not choose the second option. Selecting the second grants you 100 system credits to purchase supplies from the in-game store. What possible use could a nice guy card serve? Wu Sheng immediately felt elated at the prospect of emptying the Linghua sect's treasury, knowing he had only 2 hours to complete his mission. As he gazed upon the numerous large chests within the treasure vault, a sudden realization dawned upon him. But I don't possess a storage ring, he pondered. How shall I possibly empty this treasury? Ding. The system possesses a dimensional storage space capable of assisting the host in preserving supplies, albeit retaining 1/10 of the stored provisions as commission. System, your avarice is rather unconscionable. Very well, let it be dark then. For the sake of the reward, I shall allow it this small advantage. Thus, Wu Xing began to incessantly collect various celestial treasures and earthly gems, swiftly accumulating them within the confines of the system's space. Before long, the once resplendent array of these precious materials dwindled to a barren emptiness, leaving behind only a few vials of elixirs. Even if the system were to take a mere 10%, I would still amass a fortune. The elixir can enhance my cultivation. Why not simply consume it? As it was being integrated into the system's space, it could not afford to be wasted. Uncertain of the efficacy of these elixirs, I decided to consume one as a test. Thus, I opened a vial of Puan Dan, extracted a single pill, and placed it in my mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and my Dantian merely experienced a slight warmth before showing no further reaction. Is this potion truly lacking in potency? I am sampling a pill, and before long, he has consumed an entire bottle of nourishing elixir. Upon finishing the elixir, he merely feels a gentle warmth in his Dantian, which is quite pleasant. Consequently, he proceeds to ingest the refining body pill and the fasting pill. In less than a quarter of an hour, he has nearly finished dozens of bottles of these medicinal pills. Creak. The warehouse door abruptly swung open, revealing a young man standing in the doorway. Wu Sheng froze in astonishment as their eyes locked in mutual surprise. Both stood transfixed, momentarily stunned into inaction. A guttural sound escaped someone's throat. Wu Sheng was momentarily startled, choking slightly as he laboriously swallowed the last few medicinal pills. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission of emptying the Spirit Fire Sex treasure vault. A reward of 100 vouchers has been issued. The young man at the door suddenly snapped back to reality and bellowed furiously. Who are you? How dare you trespass into our Spirit Flame Sex treasury? Suddenly, the youth caught sight of the empty vault and immediately unsheathed his sword. Spiritual energy surged through his entire being as he channeled it into the blade, launching an attack towards Wu Xing. The youth before him was, astonishingly, also a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, far surpassing the previous fiery linger. Why is it that the practitioners of the Immortal Realm resort to drawing their swords at the slightest provocation? Wu Xing, observing the fierce demeanor of the youth, dared not to be negligent and prepared to channel his spiritual energy in response. Suddenly, a torrent of violent spiritual power surged from his Dantian, rapidly coursing through his body's meridians, causing excruciating pain and flushing his face red. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen and rolling in agony. Alas! Have I perhaps consumed too many elixirs? Great Sage and Qin Xiang consumed countless celestial pills without issue, yet I only took a few ordinary ones, and now, could it be that the previous elixirs were not fully refined by me, and now, under the influence of this spiritual energy, they have erupted? Impudent scoundrel! Do not think that feigning illness will grant you my mercy. Lu Jundo observed Wu Xing with utmost caution, his own spiritual energy concealed and dormant. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the dozens of empty jade bottles scattered on the ground, his expression shifting dramatically. You actually consumed that many elixirs? Wu Xing, overwhelmed by the spiritual energy, found himself unable to move, writhing in agony as his complexion turned crimson. Despite exerting every effort to operate the chaotic refining chi technique, he could not possibly assimilate such an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. Lu Jundo was rendered speechless in shock. How could one individual consume so many elixirs? Even a single ordinary Peiyuan pill requires a chi refinement disciple 3 days to refine and absorb. Moreover, he had ingested numerous body-tempering pills and several bottles meant solely for Foundation establishment cultivators. He was surely doomed. Ding. Detected damage to host meridians. Risk of explosive demise imminent. Would you like to activate the automatic healing function? Note: activating the automatic healing function costs the host 10 points per hour. The mechanical prompt of the system resonated suddenly, and Wu Sheng promptly replied, Activate. Ding. Automatic healing function has been activated. His meridians were repaired, but soon fell victim to the rampaging spiritual energy once more. System. How do I resolve this wretched spiritual turbulence? Ding. The host's technique level is too low to rapidly absorb such immense spiritual energy. You may purchase the intermediate edition of the chaotic refining chi technique to assimilate the energy. Wu Xing, not daring to hesitate, quickly checked the technique marketplace. However, his expression shifted dramatically. The price for the intermediate edition of the chaotic refining chi technique was 200 points and was currently unavailable for purchase. The reason being he must cultivate the beginner edition to perfection, which meant he needed to break through to the first level of foundation establishment. Damn system. Since you won't allow me to purchase and cultivate the intermediate edition, why even inform me? Wu Xing felt as though he had been mocked, cursing inwardly. Lu Junde looked at Wu Xing with an indifferent expression, fully aware that the latter was beyond saving. Wu Xing sensed the spiritual energy accumulating within him, and the system's automatic healing function was utterly inadequate to mend the damage. Though you have consumed an abundance of elixirs, your demise is inevitable. Yet, your cries of suffering are so pitiful, I shall accompany you on your final journey. In the next life, do not become a thief again. Lu Jiandao suddenly channeled his spiritual energy and thrust his sword towards Wu Sheng. Upon hearing this, Wu Sheng's expression shifted dramatically, and he halted, declaring that taking advantage of others' misfortune was unbecoming of a true hero. Once I have recovered, I shall engage you in a battle of 300 rounds. Before he could finish speaking, Wu Sheng vanished from his location, leaving no trace behind. Lu Jiandao widened his eyes, struggling to accept this reality. How could a living person simply disappear? Even in a catastrophic explosion, there should be remnants of the body. Wu Xing understood that remaining in the storeroom would guarantee his demise, and thus, before losing control, he utilized a teleportation talisman to escape. What should I do now? Activating the automatic healing function will cost me 10 points per hour, and the situation is becoming increasingly perilous. If this continues, my death is inevitable. Wu Xing found himself teleported to a secluded forest, fortunate that there were no wild beasts nearby. Otherwise, in his current state, he might have been torn apart by them. Wu Sheng began to examine his personal attributes panel. Host, Wu Sheng Realm. Great perfection of Qi refinement experience points. 1,000 store points. 90 cultivation method. Chaotic Qi refinement technique beginner level spiritual root. Innate chaotic spiritual root profession. None status. On the verge of exploding in 3 minutes. Wu Sheng hastily called out to the system. System, please find a way to save me. I have only 3 minutes left. Ding. Host, do not panic. The system is currently searching. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system has identified the sole solution. Wu Sheng's face lit up with hope, but it quickly darkened as he saw a cultivation method pop up in the system's window. Savage Body Refinement Technique Beginner Level. Price, 60 points. You treacherous system. How can you charge so much for a mere beginner's technique? Wu Sheng grumbled through gritted teeth. You drive a hard bargain. Fine, I will purchase it. Ding. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. It has been added to your inventory. Wu Sheng promptly opened the technique in his inventory, and soon it transformed into a stream of light that entered his mind. He quickly grasped the cultivation techniques of this method. It was a purely physical refinement technique, requiring the continuous infusion of spiritual energy to temper every muscle and sinew in his body. The pain endured while practicing this technique was akin to the tortures of dismemberment. With no other options, he decided to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. If he did not cultivate this method, he would face certain death. He deactivated the system's automatic healing function and began practicing the Savage Body Refinement technique. Crack. As the technique commenced, the bones within his body began to clash and shatter. Hiss. A searing pain surged through him, and he could not help but draw a sharp breath, clenching his teeth tightly as cold sweat poured from his forehead. Soon, a torrent of spiritual energy began to frantically flow into the fractured bones, initiating a process of refinement and healing, while the energy within his veins diminished in magnitude. Crack. The sound of bones snapping echoed continuously, with the spiritual energy following closely behind to mend them. Wu Sheng could no longer suppress the anguished cries that escaped his lips. Yet he dared not cease the operation of his cultivation technique. After an hour, every bone in his body had undergone refinement, and a substantial portion of the vast spiritual energy in his dantian had been consumed. Subsequently, the refinement of his meridians commenced. With the meridians ruptured and spiritual energy restoring them, Wu Sheng's cries of agony resonated repeatedly. Next came the refinement of flesh and blood. After enduring a full day and night of excruciating cultivation, Wu Sheng finally expended the immense spiritual power within him. At this moment, he felt as if he had emerged from a blood-soaked abyss, his eyes bloodshot. I have finally survived. Just as he relaxed, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. When he awoke from his stupor, he discovered he was no longer in his previous location, but rather lying on a clay bed. This was a modest earthen house, with faint light seeping through the ceiling, which would surely leak if it rained. Turning his head, he observed only an old, darkened wooden table and a small wooden stool in the room. Where am I? Fortunately, I persevered and did not succumb to a catastrophic demise. The recollection of the torment he had endured during his cultivation still sent shivers down Wu Sheng's spine. System. Activate the personal information panel. Soon, a familiar screen materialized before him. Host. Wu Sheng Realm. Peak of Qi Refinement Experience. 01000 Store Credits. 30 Cultivation Techniques. Chaotic Qi Refinement Technique Beginner Level. Primitive Body Refinement Technique Beginner Level. Minor Accomplishment. Spiritual Root. Innate Chaotic Spiritual Root Occupation. None Status. Prince Consort of the Great Li Dynasty in the Southern Wilderness. Notice. The host's current mental state is suboptimal, and only 50% of his strength can be exerted. To my astonishment, I have actually cultivated the primitive body refinement technique to a minor accomplishment. Not bad. With 50% of my strength, I should possess a degree of self-defense. He attempted to rise and inquire about his surroundings, eager to discover where he was and who had brought him here. However, he soon realized that his entire body was bound with strips of cloth, rendering him immobile. Just as he contemplated channeling his spiritual energy to break free from his restraints, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching, prompting Wu Sheng to quickly close his eyes. Creak. The dilapidated wooden door was pushed open with a jarring sound. A girl clad in coarse linen entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal porridge that exuded a strong herbal aroma. Big brother, you have been asleep for 3 days. Why haven't you woken up yet? When we first found you, you were drenched in blood. Everyone said you must have been attacked by a wild beast and wouldn't survive. Unexpectedly, after a few days of recovery, you seem to be doing quite well. The young girl murmured softly to herself while cautiously feeding him medicinal porridge. It was this little maiden who had saved me. After taking a few bites, he found it too bitter. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a faint sorrow on the girl's face. Oh, big brother, you're awake. How wonderful. Her eyes brightened with joy as she spoke. Little girl, who are you? Where is this place? Wu Sheng, perceiving the girl's innocent demeanor, inquired about his current situation, preparing for any eventuality. Hello, big brother. My name is Duga Shui, but everyone in the village calls me Xiao Xue. This is Taoyuan village, which falls under the protection of the Linghua sect. There is no danger here. You can rest and recover in peace. Xiao Xue gazed at Wu Sheng with her pure, unblemished eyes, her little mouth chattering happily. Duga Shui? How curious that she shares the same name as my girlfriend from my past life on Blue Star. Wu Sheng scrutinized Xiao Xue's features, noting her round, cherubic face and her clear, innocent gaze, which rendered her exceedingly adorable. In contrast, his girlfriend had a long, oval face, and they bore little resemblance. Yet, both possessed a certain purity in their eyes, unmistakably identifying them as kind-hearted young girls. I understand now, Xiao Xue. My name is Wu Sheng, and thank you for saving me. He smiled in response. Suddenly, Wu Sheng unconsciously licked his dry, cracked lips. Xiao Xue caught sight of this and quickly turned to pour a bowl of water to bring to him. Unfortunately, she stumbled over a small pit in the ground, spilling the water everywhere. In the ensuing chaos, she fell forward, landing atop Wu Sheng. He could clearly see her eyelashes and felt the warmth of her breath upon his face. Their eyes locked, and Xiao Xue's face flushed a deep crimson, as she pushed herself up with all her might. To her dismay, her arms suddenly weakened, causing her to descend once more, their lips meeting unexpectedly. Wu Sheng was taken aback, feeling the soft sensation of her lips against his breath quickening slightly. Xiao Xue's eyes widened, her cheeks burning even brighter. She attempted to rise but felt utterly powerless. Observing this, Wu Sheng quickly channeled a thread of spiritual energy into her. Xiao Xue felt a warmth envelop her, allowing her to stand, albeit with her back turned to him, her body trembling slightly, her ears still flushed. Wu Sheng noticed her discomfort and smiled subtly. He hadn't anticipated that Xiao Xue would be so timid and bashful. Xiao Xue, I didn't mean it. I truly didn't react in time. You are truly beautiful. Like a fairy descended from the heavens. He intended to jest and tease her. Young master, what are you saying? How can you? Although Xiao Xue felt a flicker of sweetness in her heart, the embarrassment overwhelmed her, prompting her to lower her head and flee outside. Wu Sheng watched her retreating figure, secretly chuckling to himself. This little girl is simply adorable. After Xiao Xue dashed out, she did not stray far. Was the older brother merely jesting? I am but an ordinary person from a small mountain village. How could he possibly find me beautiful? A fairy, you say? What is a fairy truly like? I inadvertently kissed the older brother? And shockingly, I did not resist. Rather, there was a hint of sweetness in my heart. Could it be that I harbor feelings for him? No, that cannot be. The older brother is evidently not an ordinary man. He might even be a celestial being. I must not entertain such notions. Xiao Shue's thoughts were in disarray. Wu Xing observed the bandages wrapped around him, feeling a slight discomfort. He then descended from the bed and began to channel his spiritual energy. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the bandages binding his wounds were shattered, falling to the floor. Creak. The door suddenly swung open, startling Wu Xing, who turned to see Xiao Shui returning, her eyes wide with astonishment. Her face transformed from pale white to a deep crimson. Her ears flushed with embarrassment. Ah! Xiao Shui let out a sharp scream, hastily shutting the door and turning away, covering her eyes with her hands. Too timid to look back, Wu Sheng had already torn off all the bandages, leaving only a thick green herbal ointment on his skin. Older brother, your injuries are not fully healed. Why have you removed all the bandages? Xiao Shui inquired, her face still flushed but laced with concern. Wu Sheng quickly climbed onto the small earthen bed, covering himself with a blanket, feeling somewhat awkward as he addressed Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui, in truth, my wounds are nearly healed. I can already walk. You need not worry about me. By the way, could you fetch me a piece of clothing? Chapter 5. The oncoming beast. Older brother, please wait a moment. I shall fetch you some clothing right away. Do not wonder about. Upon hearing Wu Xing's words, Xiao Shui felt relieved and responded. Soon, the sound of her footsteps gradually faded away. Lying on the bed, Wu Sheng began to contemplate his future path. His current mental state was not optimal, and he decided to recuperate in this small mountain village for a few days before embarking on an adventure in this fantastical world. Observing the remnants of the green herbal paste on his body, which emitted an unpleasant odor, he couldn't help but frown. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Xiao Shui had yet to return. What could have happened to her? Had she encountered some trouble? Wu Sheng grew anxious and rose from the bed, peering through the crack of the door to assess the situation outside. Outside the earthen house, the uneven dirt road was deserted, and not a soul was in sight. The houses were constructed from mud bricks with thatched roofs. Beneath the eaves, some green moss thrived, alongside a few water jars placed on a central platform. This environment bore a striking resemblance to his rural hometown on Blue Star. The familiar earthen houses, the fresh air, and the absence of pollution brought a sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Before long, Wu Xing beheld a group of robust men, wielding shovels, hoes, and other agricultural tools, advancing with an aggressive demeanor from the distance. As they ran, they shouted, "The men of Tiyuan village, let us swiftly deal with that scoundrel. That beast has dared to bully our villagers, and we shall not stand for it. What has transpired? Have I become a beast? Could it be that Xiao Shui has informed them of my misconduct towards her? Xiao Shui is so innocent and kind. She would never do such a thing." Soon, this fierce group arrived at Xiao Shui's doorstep. Wu Xing felt compelled to explain himself, for he indeed felt a tinge of guilt towards her. After all, she was his savior. A mere beating from the villagers would not result in his demise, so he had no intention of fleeing and patiently awaited their arrival. However, these fervent villagers swiftly ran past Xiao Shui's home, heading towards the village entrance. Wu Xing's eyes widened in surprise as he muttered to himself, "Have I misjudged the situation? Are they not here for me? Could it be that Xiao Shui is in trouble? No, I must go to her aid." He hastily wrapped himself in a quilt, opened the door, and pursued the crowd. Upon seeing the frail Wu Xing trailing behind, several burly men widened their eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Young man, what brings you here? We called for the healthy adults of the village. You are still unwell. Return to your recovery." Soon, 2 or 3 strong men flanked him, escorting him back to his room. "Brother, what on earth has happened to warrant such a commotion? And where is Xiao Shui?" Wu Xing inquired, perplexed. "You are still unaware?" The burly men paused in surprise. A ferocious beast has inexplicably appeared at the village entrance, intent on causing harm. Everyone is gathered there to assist. We were summoned to help. So you should focus on your recovery. We shall depart now. Once we slay that beast, there will be meat for everyone this evening. With that, the 2 strong men swiftly dashed towards the village entrance. The creature they referred to as a beast is a wild animal? I observed them closely just now. They are ordinary villagers. Can they truly contend with a wild beast? Ding. A ferocious beast has been detected attacking Tiyuan village. A mission has been issued. Mission 1. Remain an idle observer, with no concern for others' lives. Mission completion reward. Strength recovery from 50 to 60%. Mission 2. Proceed to the village entrance and slay the ferocious beast, Lion Tiger. Mission completion reward. Injury recovery, 120 credits, and 1,500 experience points. Mission time limit, 1 incense stick. Mission failure penalty. Strength reduced to 40%. I choose the latter. Wu Xing immediately recognized that the system clearly desired him to opt for Mission 2. He quickly retrieved a red outer garment from his wardrobe, donned it, and hastened towards the village entrance. Though uncertain of the nature of this beast, the system's issuance of a mission indicated that it was no trivial matter. One must hasten, lest Xiao Xue be in peril. Wuxing moved with the swiftness of the wind, stirring a cloud of dust in his wake. Clad in a striking red garment, he appeared particularly dashing. In a flash, he surpassed the burly man, soaring over their heads. The onlookers merely glimpsed a red silhouette darting past, vanishing swiftly, leaving only a fleeting impression behind. Who was that? Dressed in red? It resembled the young man Xiao Xue had rescued. Such astonishing speed and remarkable agility. Before long, Wuxing arrived at the village entrance. In the distance, a throng had gathered, rallying support for a dozen robust men, their faces etched with concern. Upon closer inspection of the scene, Wuxing immediately discerned that the formidable beast could not be subdued without consequence. The size disparity was insurmountable. They were simply not of the same caliber. The creature bore sparse tufts of mane upon its head and neck, its body adorned with stripes akin to that of a tiger. Its limbs were as thick as a man's waist, exuding a palpable explosive power. This beast resembled a lion-tiger hybrid from a previous life, yet was even grander and more formidable. At that moment, the adult men of the village, armed with farming tools, stood resolute at the village entrance, confronting the wild beast. With a fearsome roar, the lion-tiger beast unleashed a sound that reverberated in the villagers' ears. Its gaping maw revealed razor-sharp teeth. "Leave this little tiger to me. You all step back," Wuxing proclaimed loudly, stepping forward. Instantly, the crowd's attention centered on him. Soon, someone approached to pull him back. "Young man, what chaos are you trying to create? With your slender arms and legs, you wouldn't even be enough to serve as a snack for that giant. Stay back and cheer for our village warriors." Thus, Wuxing was compelled to step back. He observed the village's strong men, each with arms as thick as his thighs, their muscular physiques a testament to years of rigorous training, radiating explosive strength. Consequently, Wuxing chose to refrain from further insistence, opting to observe the unfolding situation. Should the villagers find themselves in danger, he would intervene. Before long, a rapid cadence of footsteps echoed from afar. The lion-tiger beast, having sensed the commotion, decided to strike first. With a fearsome roar, it surged toward the villagers. The dozen strong men, undeterred by the beast's advance, swiftly adjusted their formation, preparing to defend with all their might. A collision ensued. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed. Dust and debris erupted at the village entrance as several villagers were hurled backward, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their lips. After vanquishing the dozen formidable men, the beast, a lion-tiger hybrid, suddenly lunged towards the petite figure of Xiao Xue standing in front. The onlookers, their eyes widened in horror, were rendered powerless to assist. Even the village's strongest men had been sent flying. What could the remaining elderly, women, and children possibly do? Xiao Xue, stunned by the abrupt turn of events, found herself frozen in place, unsure of how to flee. As the lion-tiger hybrid soared through the air, its massive claws aimed for her head, a collective cry emerged, urging her to escape. Yet, it seemed too late. Just as despair consumed the crowd, a flash of red streaked like lightning, positioning itself before Xiao Xue. Chapter 6. Wuxing. Xiao Xue's betrothed? Realizing the fierce wind generated by the beast's charge, Xiao Xue succumbed to a sense of fatalism, closing her eyes in anticipation of impending doom. A thunderous collision echoed, sending dust swirling into the air. It was over. Both the young man and Xiao Xue were doomed. How could such a powerful creature appear? Wuxing, with a swift motion, embraced Xiao and was propelled backward through the dust, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. The massive lion-tiger hybrid staggered back a few steps. The villagers, witnessing the pair being hurled through the air, wore expressions of sorrow, believing they had met their demise at the hands of the beast. As the two finally landed, the crowd rushed forward. "Xiao Xue, young brother, your fate is so tragic. We shall avenge you." Xiao Xue abruptly opened her eyes, gazing at Wuxing, who had wrapped his arms around her waist, her expression shifting, eyes glistening with unshed tears. He had risked his life to save her. Did he not fear the beast's wrath? Turning to the villagers, she reassured them, "I am unharmed. Do not worry. It was my elder brother who saved me." Wuxing quickly interjected, "Everyone, step back. This creature is ferocious." The villagers regarded the two with a mix of curiosity and disbelief, astonished that this injured, slender young man could survive the beast's onslaught and rescue Xiao Xue. Heeding his warning, they cautiously retreated, not daring to interfere with Wuxing. Soon, the lion-tiger hybrid fixed its blood-red gaze upon Wuxing. Moments ago, he had thwarted its attack with a single punch. Otherwise, it would have rampaged unchecked. Wuxing maintained a vigilant stance, his eyes locked on the imposing creature. In the heat of the moment, he had not employed his spiritual power and had merely wounded the beast, suffering a hidden disadvantage. With a furious roar, the lion-tiger hybrid charged once more. "Young man, do you require our assistance?" asked the robust villagers. "I can handle this alone," Wuxing replied nonchalantly. "Be cautious," they warned. The villagers, concerned, focused their gaze intently on the unfolding scene, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Observing this, Wuxing summoned his inner strength and swiftly charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the head of the lion-tiger beast. Boom! The beast was sent flying, crashing to the ground and skidding several meters, stirring up a cloud of dust. The villagers, witnessing this spectacle, widened their eyes in disbelief. How could he be so formidable? With a single blow, he had struck down a creature weighing approximately 1,000 kilograms. Was this young man endowed with innate strength? Xiao Xue gazed at Wuxing with admiration, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Having refrained from using his full power the first time, he now unleashed all his might. Although he had sent the lion-tiger beast flying, his fist tingled slightly from the impact. Clearly, this beast was no ordinary foe, but he believed he could vanquish it. As the lion-tiger beast rose once more, its eyes glowed a deeper shade of crimson, blood dripping from its jaws. Everyone step back. I shall slay this beast that dares to wreak havoc in Taoyuan village. Wuxing declared loudly, channeling his energy as he advanced once more. He leapt onto the lion-tiger beast, delivering a flurry of punches to its head. Boom! Boom! Before long, the beast collapsed, emitting a pained roar. With his full strength unleashed, Wuxing dispatched the creature in less than half a stick of incense's time. The villagers stood in awe, struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. Such a formidable beast had, in the past, required the combined efforts of dozens of strong men from the village, often resulting in casualties. Yet today, it had been defeated by this seemingly frail youth, who resembled a scholar. Ding! Congratulations to the host Wuxing for successfully completing the task of slaying the lion-tiger beast within the designated time frame. The host has received the following rewards: injury recovery, 120 shopping points, and 1,500 experience points. Ding! The lion-tiger beast has dropped a vial of white tiger essence. Breathing a sigh of relief and smiling as the system's mechanical notifications reached his ears, Wuxing felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Suddenly, an inexplicable force surged through his body, dispelling his weariness and clearing his mind. Simultaneously, his cultivation technique began to operate autonomously, drawing spiritual energy from all directions into his being. A popping sound resonated within him. He felt his cultivation level smoothly break through to the first layer of the foundation establishment stage. Ding! Host Wuxing has been detected to have broken through to the foundation establishment stage. A special gift package has been awarded, which can be claimed upon achieving each major breakthrough. Would you like to check it immediately? Ding! Host Wuxing's cultivation has been confirmed to have reached the first layer of the foundation establishment stage in his initial cultivation technique. Chaotic Qi refining method has reached the realm of great perfection. The remaining 500 experience points have been deposited into the experience pool. If the host wishes to enhance their strength, they should promptly exchange for the intermediate technique, the Chaotic Primordial Infant Formula, which requires 500 mul points. How delightful, the system! In the future, could you possibly issue more simple tasks that allow for a leisurely upgrade? Wuxing thought to himself with glee. He was just about to open the breakthrough gift pack to see what treasures it contained when he suddenly realized he had ascended. No, he was being lifted into the air by the villagers. The villagers were overjoyed, erupting in jubilant cheers. They hurried to skin and butcher the fierce beast, hiding it away to prevent outsiders from seeing. An elderly man with a white beard began to speak. Upon hearing him, everyone promptly sprang into action. Bang! Suddenly, Wuxing fell to the ground, landing painfully on his backside. Couldn't you catch me and set me down before getting back to your tasks? Wuxing complained. The villagers, hearing this, felt embarrassed and hurried to apologize. He let it slide with a smile. Xiao Xue quickly approached and helped him up, gently inquiring, "Big brother, does it still hurt?" "I'm so sorry." The villagers' Haven Tea caught a large prey in ages. They were just too excited. "My backside hurts." "A little rub would alleviate it," Wu Sheng said with a mischievous grin. "Big brother, how can you say that?" Xiao Xue's face instantly flushed, and she lowered her head. "All right, Xiao Xue, I was just joking. I'm a superhero. I'm perfectly fine," Wu Sheng replied with a broad smile. At that moment, The old man approached and said, "I am Li Shan, the village chief, and on behalf of the entire village, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving assistance. If it weren't for you today, our Tiwan village might have been devoured by this beast. We shall host a grand feast in your honor tonight. You must grace us with your presence. Please, chief, this is the least I could do." "It was Xiao Shui who saved my life," Wu Sheng replied, and Xiao Shui's cheeks turned even redder. The chief's smile grew wider upon hearing this. Suddenly, Xiao Shui noticed the red attire Wu Sheng wore and paused in surprise. "Doesn't this resemble the wedding dress I embroidered before?" As a realization dawned upon her, her face turned crimson, and she intended to pull Wu Sheng away quickly. Suddenly, a woman pointed at Wu Sheng's red clothing and exclaimed, "Isn't this the wedding dress I prepared for Xiao Shui? Why are you wearing it?" Wu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Xiao Shui, upon hearing this, seemingly could not bear to hear Wu Sheng's answer and hurriedly fled the scene. Chapter 7. Cultivation of the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. Could it be that you are Xiao Shui's fiancé? The woman, as if uncovering a significant secret, appeared unusually excited. "No, that is not the case," Wu Sheng quickly clarified. "I understand. You have experienced such matters before," the woman said with a smile, soon engaging in gossip with the other women. Before long, the entire village was aware of the situation, and even if Wu Sheng wished to clarify, it was too late to do so. Thus, Wu Sheng offered no explanation and slowly made his way toward the village. Suddenly, he spotted a small pond not far away. He hurried over, stripped off his clothes, and leapt into the water. With a splash, he began to wash away the remnants of green herbs from his body while checking the system panel. Host, Wu Sheng Realm, Foundation Establishment. First layer experience points, 500-2000 mole points, 150 cultivation techniques, chaotic chi refinement method initial chapter, Great Perfection Realm. Primitive Body Refinement Method Initial Chapter, Minor Achievement Realm, Spiritual Root, Innate Chaotic Spiritual Root Occupation, None Status, Prince Consort of the Great Li Dynasty in the Southern Wilderness, with only 150 points. He lamented the delay in acquiring the intermediate chapter of Chaotic Nascent Soul Method, priced at a staggering 500 points, since he could not exchange for the cultivation technique. He thought he might as well redeem some martial skills to bolster his strength. Wu Sheng began to explore the various types of martial techniques in the system's mall, hoping to find ones that suited him. It soon dawned on him that he had not thoroughly examined the system mall before. Seeing it today left him astounded. The cultivation techniques were categorized by rank: divine, holy, celestial, earth, profound, and yellow. Yellow level techniques were priced under 50 mall points, while profound level techniques ranged from 50 to 100 points. Earth level techniques were priced between 100 and 200 points, and celestial techniques began at 200 points, with the most expensive celestial techniques costing up to 1,000 points. It was not that the intermediate chapter of Chaotic Nascent Soul Method was exorbitant. Rather, it was exceedingly affordable. The techniques he practiced, Chaotic Chi Refinement Method and Chaotic Nascent Soul Method, were legendary divine level techniques, priced at a mere 500 points, indicating that the system had provided him with a considerable advantage. The advanced chapter of Chaotic Harmonization Method was set at 2,000 points, while other divine and holy level techniques remained inaccessible to him due to insufficient permissions. The system appeared quite benevolent, granting him top-tier techniques right from the outset. With only 150 points at his disposal, he realized the necessity for prudent utilization. Although his current cultivation techniques were commendable, he lacked suitable offensive methods to manifest his strength. Switching the interface to the yellow level techniques page, Wu Sheng began to scrutinize the options available. Annihilation Cross-Blade Technique? Goodness! Such a formidable blade technique is merely classified as yellow level? Upon seeing this first yellow level martial skill, Wu Sheng was utterly astounded. He soon comprehended that his perspective had been rather limited. The Annihilation Cross-Blade Technique was among the pinnacle blade techniques of the martial arts world. Yet here he was in a realm filled with fantasy. Perhaps the unparalleled martial arts masters of past lives in those legendary realms could not rival even an ordinary chi refinement practitioner. Thus, he ceased his exploration of yellow-grade martial techniques and directly transitioned to examining the Xian-grade martial arts. The first technique he encountered was the Lion's Roar, priced modestly at 50 points. The introduction to this technique revealed that it was a sound wave technique capable of attacking practitioners whose spiritual cultivation was inferior to his own. The range of the attack was contingent upon one's own spiritual power. The greater the spiritual strength, the broader the attack's reach. This martial art seemed promising. particularly as it also served as a means of area of effect assault. Although he felt a twinge of temptation, he resolved to continue his selection process. The Evil Repelling Sword Classic? Surely it does not require self-castration. No, I shall not become a eunuch. He swiftly dismissed it and moved on. Fireball Technique. Rising Sun Swordplay? Eternal Spring Art? Fierce Tiger Fist? Alas, he had the nagging sensation that none met his lofty standards. Having traversed into a fantastical world, he was determined to select a technique that was both glamorous and immensely powerful. After perusing several Xian-grade techniques, despite their prices being comparable to the Lion's Roar, he remained unsatisfied. Continuing his exploration of the remaining Xian-grade techniques, he found nothing particularly enticing. They paled in comparison to the Lion's Roar. He then shifted his focus to the Earth-grade techniques. The first that caught his eye was the Great River Sword Intent. Astonished, he smacked his thigh, causing water to splash. The system even featured techniques from popular novels of his past life, each priced at 100 points. The system truly exhibited benevolence. A smile spread across his face, akin to a giddy child, unable to contain his excitement. Recalling the renowned martial techniques wielded by characters in those novels, he felt a surge of adrenaline. He could learn them too. Elated, he continued to peruse the subsequent techniques, growing increasingly exhilarated. To his astonishment, most of these Earth-grade techniques were esteemed arts from popular novels of his previous life, each with verifiable feats. Great River Sword Intent, a technique from the legendary Sword Saint. Classified as a low-grade earth technique. When mastered, it unleashes an unending torrent of sword intent, growing stronger with each battle, instilling despair in adversaries. Priced at 100 points. Wind Riding Carefree Journey, a top-tier movement technique realized by a formidable being through the refinement of the heart in the mortal realm. Classified as a mid-grade earth technique, first part, with subsequent parts being mid-grade and high-grade earth techniques. Priced at 120 points. 9 Transformations of the Golden Body. Cultivating this technique allows one to attain a celestial manifestation, achieving a crystal golden body, classified as a high-grade earth technique. The first transformation results in a 1-zhong golden body, doubling 1's strength. The second transformation achieves a 2-zhong golden body, tripling 1's strength. The third transformation results in a 4-zhong golden body, quadrupling 1's strength. The fourth transformation culminates in an 8-zhong golden body, amplifying 1's strength fourfold. The 9 Revolutions technique, when mastered, forges a golden body towering 10,000 zhong high, multiplying 1's strength ninefold. With a single punch, stars shatter. With a single kick, the void trembles. Price, 150 merit points. After spending the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Wu Xing had only managed to skim through the earth-grade techniques. His vision blurred slightly from the sheer volume, his heart pounding with excitement. Among so many martial arts, choosing the one most suited to improve difficult, because he desired every single one, yet lacked the means to acquire them all. In the end, it all boiled down to one undeniable truth: insufficient wealth. Finally, he steeled his resolve and purchased the earth-grade high-tier technique, 9 Revolutions Golden Body Art. Why not Great River Sword Intent? Because to unleash its full potential, one needed to wield a peerless immortal sword. Glancing at his remaining merit points, a mere 150, he realized that after spending 100 on Great River Sword Intent, only 50 would remain. The cheapest divine sword in the system's marketplace cost at least 100 points, far beyond his means. As for ordinary blades, they would crumble into scrap metal under the technique's pressure, unable to withstand its might. What he needed most now was to enhance his offensive power. Otherwise, battles like the one against the Lion Tiger Beast, where victory came only after an exhausting struggle, would repeat endlessly. The 9 Revolutions Golden Body Art, an earth-grade high-tier technique, allowed the cultivator to manifest the heavenly and earthly Dharma forms. Though priced at 150 merit points, mastering it would amplify his strength ninefold. Wu Xing understood perfectly how rare such a technique was. Many power-boosting arts were forbidden techniques with severe drawbacks, yet the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Art had none. It was practically a divine-grade technique. For a moment, he even suspected the system had made a mistake, misplacing a divine-grade technique among the earth-grade ones. But he wasn't foolish enough to question it. System, purchased the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Art. Ding. Host confirms purchase of 9 Revolutions Golden Body Art. Cost, 150 merit points. Confirmed. Wu Xing responded swiftly. Ding. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. 9 Revolutions Golden Body Art has been deposited into the backpack skill section. Please proceed to learn it. Wu Xing opened his backpack, selected the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Art manual, and began absorbing its knowledge. In a sea of consciousness, a golden mote of light suddenly burst, its radiance flowing through his entire body. A warm current surged within him as his flesh, bones, and even his blood took on a faint golden hue. The meridians and energy pathways of the 9 revolutions golden body art were now imprinted in his mind. Whenever he willed it, he could activate the technique instantly. Wuxing felt an exhilarating thrill as he accessed the interface of the Great River System. Observing the alterations in his personal information, host, Wuxing Realm, Foundation Establishment Stage. Level 1 Experience Points, 500, 2000 Mall Currency, 0 Martial Technique, Chaotic Chi Refinement Method Beginner Edition, Great Perfection Realm, Martial Skill, 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. First Transformation, Proficiency 0-100, Profession, None Status, Imperial Son-in-Law of the Great Li Dynasty in the Southern Wilderness. Wuxing was quite pleased with his personal information panel. Although he had exhausted his mall currency, his strength had doubled. Having selected his martial skill, he felt in high spirits and decided to open the breakthrough gift pack previously issued by the system. He wondered what treasures might lie within the breakthrough gift pack and felt a sense of anticipation. Chapter 8. Trouble knocks at the door. Wuxing opened the system backpack and discovered a golden breakthrough gift pack. The contents of the gift pack were unknown, yet he believed they should not be too disappointing. He manipulated the system panel and clicked on the gift pack. Ding! Do you confirm opening the breakthrough gift pack? The mechanical voice of the system echoed. Open it. Wuxing silently urged in his heart, filled with a sense of expectation. What delightful items might the system have placed inside the gift pack for him? Would it bestow upon him a celestial sword? Perhaps a divine elixir that would render him invincible? Alternatively, a peerless defensive treasure would suffice, ensuring he would never fear being killed again. Haha. In a swift moment, the gift pack was opened, and the system interface displayed several new items. The mechanical voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 junior teleportation talisman. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 frightening jade pendant. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new feature. The system recycling exchange function. Gazing at the items revealed, Wuxing felt a profound sense of disappointment. Not only was there no celestial sword, but not even a charming maid, let alone a divine elixir or a defensive treasure. Were these 3 items truly worthy of being called a gift pack? It was utterly ridiculous. However, he decided to investigate the newly acquired items for their potential utility. First, he examined the frightening jade pendant. Frightening jade pendant. By using this pendant, one can project a soul image exuding the formidable aura of a great perfection realm expert, without revealing any flaws. However, the soul projection possesses no actual strength. Usable times, 3. Note: once the uses are exhausted, the pendant will shatter into dust. By heaven, this is rather intriguing. Although it does not enhance my strength, it can serve as a means to instill fear. Should I encounter an insurmountable adversary, I might be able to deter them with sheer presence, potentially saving my own life in a critical moment. According to Wuxing's understanding, the cultivation realms in this fantastical world can be classified from the lowest to the highest as follows: Chi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Out-of-Body, Spirit Division, Body Fusion, Tribulation Transcendence, and Great Ascension. In total, there are 9 major realms, each divided into 9 minor realms. However, some prodigious disciples may break through to a 10th minor realm. In the Dali Dynasty of the Southern Wilderness, one who has reached the out-of-body realm is considered a formidable power. For instance, the Emperor of the Dali Dynasty is a being of the out-of-body realm, as is the leader of the Spirit Fire sect, whose strength is not to be underestimated. Thus, this alluring jade pendant can be deemed an exceptional artifact, destined to hold significant utility in the future. Regrettably, the pendant can only be utilized 3 times before it shatters into dust. Wuxing murmured to himself. Subsequently, he began to examine the next feature of the system, the recycling and exchange function. As for the teleportation talisman, he had previously employed it and was well aware of its purpose. System, could you please elaborate on that new function? Ding. The recycling and exchange function means that if the host possesses any unused precious materials or martial arts manuals, they can sell them to the system, which will generously offer a high price for the items. The host will receive corresponding credits, experience points, and enhancement stones. Experience points can be utilized to enhance the proficiency of the host's various martial arts. Enhancement stones can elevate the grade of the host weapons. There is a certain risk of failure involved. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Wuxing gleaned a general understanding of how to utilize the new feature. Essentially, if the host sells martial arts manuals to the system, it will provide experience points based on the value of the manuals. Experience points can enhance the proficiency of martial arts that the host has already mastered. Should he sell elixirs to the system, it would offer higher-grade elixirs based on their worth. The 9 transformations golden body technique that Wuxing practiced could also be improved using experience points. Many of the martial arts manuals and precious materials he had obtained from the Spirit Fire Sect's treasury were of little use to him, as they catered primarily to cultivators of the Foundation establishment and Qi refinement realms, lacking any particular value. With the introduction of the recycling and exchange function, Wuxing resolved to organize all the items in the treasury at his earliest convenience and sell everything unnecessary to the system. With his thoughts clarified, Wuxing hesitated no longer. Observing his smooth skin, he felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, becoming a cultivator had greatly improved his complexion, utilizing the water's surface. He noticed his face was robust and handsome. Truly, he resembled a dapper young man, which explained why he had been summoned to be a prince consort. Once he confirmed that all the medicinal residues had been washed away, he leaped onto the shore, channeling his spiritual energy. He evaporated the excess moisture from his body and summoned his red wedding attire back onto himself, presenting the appearance of a groom. Wuxing then set off towards the home of Xiao Xue, for he needed to change into a more ordinary outfit rather than remain clad in Xiao Xue's wedding garments. Along the way, the villagers greeted him with warm smiles, to which Wuxing responded in kind. Before long, he arrived at Xiao Xue's doorstep. With a creak, he pushed the door open. Discovering Xiao Xue tidying up her room, a large coarse linen garment laid out on the bed. "Big brother, you're back. Please put this on for now. Once I save enough money, I'll buy you a new outfit," Xiao Xue said shyly, lowering her head. "Thank you, Xiao Xue," Wuxing replied, just as he was about to change. He noticed Xiao Xue still standing there, frozen in place. "Xiao Xue, are you waiting to see me change?" Wuxing teased with a mischievous grin. No, that's not it," Xiao Xue quickly exclaimed, grabbing the blanket that Wuxing had previously used and rushing outside. Wuxing changed out of his wedding attire swiftly, and upon stepping into the yard, he saw Xiao Xue washing a quilt with her hands, which were turning red from the cold. His heart ached at the sight. "Xiao Xue, let me wash the quilt. You should go prepare the meal," Wuxing insisted, gently pulling her arm and channeling his energy to warm her chilled hands. Xiao Xue's expression shifted slightly. She seemed about to speak, but ultimately held her tongue. Suddenly, Wuxing heard a commotion at the village entrance. His expression darkened slightly. Could it be that a beast had come again? Ding! The system has detected trouble approaching Taoyuan village and hereby issues a mission. Limited to the time of an incense stick. Option 1. Ignore the matter. Let it be. Do not care about the villager's fate. Reward: 100 experience points, 10 tokens. Option 2. Head to the village entrance to resolve the trouble faced by Taoyuan village. Reward: 500 experience points, 100 tokens, and 100 experience value. Upon hearing the system notification, Wuxing's heart soared with excitement. A task has come. I choose option 2, he silently declared. "Xiao Xue, stay here and focus on cooking. I will check what is happening at the village entrance." With that, Wuxing dashed towards the entrance, stirring up a cloud of dust behind him. Watching him leave in such haste, Xiao Xue's expression changed. Ultimately, feeling uneasy, she decided to follow in the direction he had gone. Chapter 9. Resolving trouble with fists at the entrance of Taoyuan village. 2 factions were locked in a tense standoff, engaged in a heated argument. One side consisted of the burly men from Taoyuan village, while the other appeared to be outsiders. Leading the latter was a muscular man with a dark complexion, towering over 9 feet tall, wielding a large wolf-toothed club, and casting a disdainful gaze at the villagers. He threatened them. "You worthless people of Taoyuan village, leave at once, or my wolf-tooth club won't show mercy." The strong men of Taoyuan village were infuriated, shouting back, "Wei Hu, don't go too far. This beast was slain by our people, and you dare to steal it?" The imposing figure of Wei Hu, with his towering height, radiated an undeniable pressure. He sneered coldly. "You killed it? Who would believe that? I pursued this monstrous beast alongside the valiant warriors of our tiger hunting village for an entire day and night, yet we failed to vanquish the creature, allowing it to escape. Do you truly believe that the inept residents of Peach Blossom Village can subdue it? Such a notion is nothing but a foolish dream. Wei Hu, according to our customs, whoever slays the beast rightfully claims it. You are brazenly attempting to seize it. Ha ha, how utterly amusing." even if I am indeed seizing it. What can you feeble lot possibly do about it? Wei Hu mocked, swinging his wolf-toothed club with a flourish, the air slicing around him. As the son of the village chief of Tiger Hunting Village, Wei Hu possessed innate strength and had trained in martial arts for several years in town, rendering him immensely powerful. The villagers of Peach Blossom Village were utterly no match for him, their faces paling in fear. Ha ha ha, cowards. In this world, might makes right. Hand over that beast at once, or you'll soon experience the sting of my wolf-toothed club, he chuckled sinisterly, fondling his weapon. Though the villagers of Peach Blossom trembled in fear, none begged for mercy, they resolutely guarded the carcass of the beast. In just a few days, it would be time to present our tributes, and failing to provide sufficient offerings would surely invite the wrath of the celestial beings. We cannot afford to retreat, proclaimed the villagers of Peach Blossom. Failing to present our tributes would mean certain death. Today, we must fight with all our might. Perhaps we might find a sliver of hope. Dakue, go summon others for assistance. We will hold our ground for now. Soon. One villager dashed back towards the village to gather reinforcements. Wei Hu remained unperturbed, confident in his invincibility, believing that no number of challengers could alter his fate. If you insist on resisting, then let me introduce you to the taste of my wolf-toothed club, huh? With that, Wei Hu advanced swiftly, brandishing his club and bringing it down upon the crowd. The weapon he wielded appeared to weigh over 100 pounds, its sharp spikes causing the onlookers to feel a chill of dread. He quickly closed the distance to the villagers of Peach Blossom, who raised their farming tools in defense. Thud, crack, gush. The villagers were struck by an overwhelming force, sent flying backward, blood spilling from their mouths. The very tools they used to defend themselves were shattered. Though they attempted to rise and continue the fight, they found themselves utterly devoid of strength. With a single blow, Wei Hu had grievously injured dozens of villagers, rendering them incapable of retaliating. The villagers of Tiger Hunting erupted in cheers. Brother Hu is magnificent. Brother Hu, you are the eternal deity of our Tiger Hunting Village. Ha ha. These people from Peach Blossom Village are truly foolish. They refuse to heed the warning and choose punishment instead. As Wei Hu reveled in the praise from his fellow villagers, his vanity was thoroughly gratified. Who dares to unleash chaos upon Peach Blossom Village, truly unaware of their impending doom? A male voice suddenly pierced the air, causing the countenance of the Tiger Hunting villagers to change dramatically. Wei Hu's smile vanished instantly, his expression darkening as he turned to face the source of the voice. A youth clad in coarse linen garments, with sharp, defined features, was racing towards them. This individual was none other than Wu Shang. He had previously witnessed Wei Hu bullying the villagers of Tiyuan, and his anger surged. How could an outsider dare to oppress the locals? Such audacity! It was evident that he held Wu Shang in contempt. Are you insulting me, little brat? Wei Hu's gaze fixated on Wu Shang. Observing this, Wu Shang broke into a smile. I was just cursing the beast, and you are indeed a beast. Aha! How remarkable that in this day and age, there are still those who rush to embody such a role. Wei Hu's expression darkened, his grip on the wolf-tooth club tightening, the veins in his hand bulging, ready to unleash his fury. The villagers of Hunter Tiger Village stood in stunned silence. The villagers of Tiyuan erupted in laughter at Wu Shang's words. Wei Hu stepped forward, intending to eliminate Wu Shang directly, but was halted by one of his subordinates. Brother Hu, this kid looks scrawny and weak. Let me deal with him. A scar-faced man interjected. Very well, Xiao Dao, ensure you teach him a lesson. Make him understand whom he can provoke and whom he cannot, Wei Hu commanded, suppressing his rage. As you wish, his subordinate replied. Unbeknownst to them, the scar-faced man quickly positioned himself at the forefront, wielding a steel blade. Wu Shang contemplated dealing with the scar-faced man first. Big brother, wait. The villagers will soon arrive to assist us. At that moment, the voice of Xiao Shui rang out. Wu Shang turned to see her sprinting towards the battlefield. The men of Hunter Tiger Village were taken aback, their mouths agape. So beautiful. Who would have thought Taoyuan Village had such a lovely girl? Like a fairy descended from the heavens. They murmured among themselves. Upon seeing Xiao Shui, Wei Hu's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he signaled to the scar-faced man. The latter immediately grasped the implication and bellowed, Kid, offer the girl beside you to Brother Hu, and he will spare your life. Xiao Shui, upon hearing this, quickly hid behind Wu Shang, clutching the hem of his garment tightly. Xiao Shui, do not fear. I will protect you. Wu Shang reassured her with a gentle smile. I will make them regret their actions today. Xiao Shui gazed at Wu Shang's handsome face, her heart racing at his tender words. When she regained her composure, she realized Wu Shang had already lunged forward. The scar-faced man, seeing that Wu Shang remained silent and appeared close to Xiao Shui, seized the opportunity to strike. With a resounding thud, Wu Sheng unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the scar-faced man's steel blade. The man was sent flying, crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth as he convulsed twice before succumbing to death. Ding! Host has successfully eliminated the scar-faced man, rewarding the host with 300 experience points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Wu Sheng was engulfed by an unsettling sensation. Have I truly taken a life? In truth, Wu Sheng had merely intended to repel these individuals, never anticipating that a single punch would prove fatal. You dare to slay my subordinate? You seek death. Wei Hu's expression darkened ominously. No sooner had he spoken than he charged at Wu Sheng. Unperturbed by Wei Hu's advance, Wu Sheng summoned his spiritual energy, invoking the first turn of the 9 transformations golden body technique, causing a golden manifestation to overlap with his form. Humph! A mere display? Prepare to die? Wei Hu scoffed, mocking the golden radiance emanating from Wu Sheng's body. Wu Sheng, however, remained silent, channeling all his strength into a punch. He understood well that even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert full effort. In an instant, their attacks collided. Bang! Initially arrogant, Wei Hu was rendered speechless as their strikes met. Wu Sheng's fist shattered Wei Hu's spiked club and then struck his chest. Wei Hu was propelled backwards several meters, spitting blood, collapsing to the ground, and convulsing before succumbing to silence. The onlookers on the battlefield were astounded by the spectacle, paralyzed by fear, standing in hushed disbelief. Chapter 10. The Law of the Jungle. Ding. The system has detected that the host has slain Wei Hu. Reward: 700 experience points. Humph. I had presumed Wei Hu to be formidable. I am surprised he was so easily defeated. Yet, Wu Sheng conveniently overlooked the fact that he was a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, while Wei Hu was merely an ordinary man, a celestial being. This is a true immortal. Suddenly, a villager from Tiger Hunting Village, trembling with fear, shouted and collapsed to the ground, repeatedly bowing. Soon, the remaining villagers followed suit, kneeling and prostrating themselves. Immortal, please spare us. We were unaware of your presence and did not intend to offend. We beseech your forgiveness, grant us mercy. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: 500 experience points, 100 tokens, and 100 experience value have been credited. What is happening? Were they not just mocking me? Did they not wish to kill me? Wu Sheng watched in confusion as the scene unfolded before him. Suddenly, he heard similar sounds behind him. Turning, he saw the villagers of Peach Blossom Village also kneeling, trembling and pale, bowing in fear. Xiaoxue looked at Wu Sheng with a mix of terror and uncertainty. Wu Sheng felt a pang of distress. How could this be? Had everything not been fine moments ago? Why had they all suddenly knelt? The villagers of Tiger Hunting Village were the aggressors, so their pleas for mercy were expected. But why had the villagers of Peach Blossom Village also succumbed? Uncle, aunt, please rise. Why are you kneeling before me? Wu Sheng urgently implored, gathering his spiritual energy and speaking in a worried tone. The village chief, Li Shan, hastily spoke with utmost respect. Esteemed immortal, I was unaware of your identity. If I have shown any disrespect, I implore your forgiveness. The villagers of Taoyuan remained too intimidated to rise. Wu Sheng, feeling helpless, refrained from reprimanding them loudly, fearing it would only heighten their terror of him. He turned to the people of Hunter Village and coldly declared, "You have trespassed upon Taoyuan Village. You shall repair the damage done to our village entrance before you return home. However, convey this message to your village chief. Should you dare to infringe upon Taoyuan Village again, I will annihilate your village. Now, be gone." The members of Hunter Village, upon hearing this, felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, expressing their gratitude profusely as they hurriedly set about repairing the previously damaged structures. Wu Sheng soon realized that the villagers of Taoyuan were clearly unsettled by his presence. Therefore, he approached, taking Xiaoxue's hand and leading her into the village. At first, her hand trembled slightly, her gaze cast downward, unwilling to meet his eyes. Throughout their walk, Wu Sheng gently comforted her, repeatedly assuring her that he would not harm the villagers. Gradually, Xiaoxue's trembling hand began to steady, her fear diminishing. He then inquired about why the villagers felt compelled to kneel upon recognizing him as a so-called immortal. Before long, Zhuaxu elucidated the matter. It turned out that both Taoyuan and Hunter villages fell under the jurisdiction of the Linghua sect, a sect dedicated to cultivation. The Linghua sect oversaw the surrounding mortal villages and offered protection against the incursions of demonic beasts. However, this protection came at a price. The sect demanded tributes every month. Each village was required to provide a specified amount of food, which could be grain or animal pelts. Failure to deliver these tributes on time would result in punishment from the immortals. The nature of the punishment varied depending on the immortal involved. Some might merely scold verbally, while others could lash out physically at a few villagers. In the worst cases, an ill-tempered immortal might resort to killing a few individuals as a warning. Any disrespect shown to the immortals could lead to immediate death. Consequently, the villagers harbored a profound fear of these beings. Upon absorbing Xiaoxue's account, Wu Xing grasped the harsh realities of the cultivation world. It was a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak were at the mercy of the strong, stripped of any dignity. Though he found these so-called immortals detestable, he recognized that with his current strength, he could easily meet a grim fate if he encountered someone more powerful. Thus, he understood the urgency of enhancing his own strength. As he glanced at the still slightly shaken Xiaoxue, her innocent and endearing visage stirred a warmth within him. He reached out to gently tousle her hair, speaking softly, "Xiaoxue, do not fear. Your brother will protect you and will not allow anyone to harm you." Startled, Xiaoxue looked up at him, a flicker of something unusual shining in her eyes. "Thank you, big brother," she replied in a tender tone. "Xiaoxue, I'm not like those celestial beings. I would never harm the villagers. Please reassure them and ease their fears," Wu Xing patiently explained to Xiaoxue. I will," Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. Soon, they encountered some villagers along the path, who greeted them warmly. A comforting warmth blossomed in Wu Xing's heart. This was the genuine interaction between ordinary people. Upon learning that Wu Xing had dealt with Wei Hu and his men, the villagers praised him joyfully, filling him with quiet delight. Upon returning home, Xiaoxue excused herself and stepped out. Wu Xing reclined on the earthen Kong, inhaling the familiar scent of baked soil, which stirred memories of his homeland on Blue Star. Winters there were harsh, and every household relied on heated Kong beds for warmth. Lost in reverie, the wooden door creaked open. Xiaoxue's slender figure entered, carrying a coarse gray garment. "Big brother, here are fresh clothes for you to change into. As for what you're wearing now, you can just place it in the wardrobe," she murmured, her cheeks faintly flushed with bashfulness as she set the garment down. With that, she slipped out and gently closed the door behind her. "Just changing clothes. What is so unusual about that?" Wu Xing mused. Wu Xing was perplexed by the reason behind Xiaoxue's flushed cheeks. Suddenly, he glanced down at the crimson attire adorning his form and recollected the matron's earlier mention of wedding garments. In no time, Wu Xing had changed into the appropriate clothing. He recognized that, due to his status, there would inevitably be a chasm between himself and the villagers. However, he felt no remorse within his conscience. The martial god then recalled that he had yet to thoroughly examine the rewards he had previously received. He opened the system panel to scrutinize his personal information. Host, Wu Xing Realm. Foundation Establishment First Layer, Complete Realm. Experience Points, 20,000. 200 Mall Currency, 100 Experience Value, 100 Cultivation Techniques. Chaotic Chi Refinement Method Beginner Edition, Great Perfection Realm. Primal Body Refinement Method Beginner Edition, Minor Achievement Realm. Martial Skills, 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique, First Transformation, Proficiency 0. 2100 Spiritual Root, Innate Chaotic Spiritual Root Occupation, None Status, Son-in-Law of the Great Li Dynasty in the Southern Wilderness Continent Inventory, 1 vial of White Tiger Essence Blood. To his astonishment, the proficiency of the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique had inexplicably diminished to 0. 2. Is it possible that it is due to my prior use of it to assault Wei Hu? Wu Xing suddenly comprehended that this particular martial art could enhance proficiency through usage, albeit at a somewhat leisurely pace. Suddenly, he recalled the recycling and exchange feature that had been activated by the system earlier. Consequently, he began to examine the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as the martial arts manuals he had casually acquired from the treasury of the Linghua sect. The fundamental Qi refinement technique, he noted, recognizing it as the introductory practice of the Linghua sect, which held little value for him personally. Nevertheless, he decided to retain it, pondering that it might prove beneficial for Xiaoxue. Fireball Technique, Fire Control Technique, and Fire Serpent Dance were all elementary yellow-grade skills, which offered little utility to him. Soon, Wu Xing realized that the techniques he had acquired were merely rudimentary and of no utility to him. He decided to retain only the basic Qi refinement technique, planning to sell the others to the system in exchange for experience points. Ding. Successfully reclaimed Fireball Technique, gaining 10 experience points. Ding. Successfully reclaimed Fire Control Technique, gaining 14 experience points. Ding. Successfully reclaimed Fire Serpent Dance, gaining 16 experience points. Chapter 11. The treasures are mine. Dare to take them. After a brief period, Wu Sheng sold all the martial arts manuals he had stealthily obtained from the treasury to the system, acquiring a substantial amount of experience points in the process. He adeptly opened his personal information panel for review. Host, Wu Sheng Realm. Foundation Establishment First Layer, Perfection Realm. Experience points, 2,000 shop credits, 100 experience value, 500 techniques, Chaotic Chi Refinement Technique Beginner Edition, Perfection Realm. Primal Body Refinement Technique Beginner Edition, Minor Achievement Realm. Martial Skills, 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique, First Transformation, Proficiency 02100, Spiritual Root. Innate Chaotic Spiritual Root Occupation, None Status, Prince Consort of the Great Li Dynasty in the Southern Wilderness Inventory, 1 vial of White Tiger Essence Blood. Wu Sheng currently possessed 500 experience points and was uncertain how much utilizing them would enhance his martial skill proficiency. He decided to experiment by applying 10 experience points to the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. A familiar notification resonated in Wu Sheng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. For using 10 experience points, the proficiency of the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique has increased. Current proficiency 102100. Ding! Congratulations, host. 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique has advanced to the 2nd transformation. It turned out that 1 experience point increased proficiency by 1 point. Hence, it appeared that with 100 experience points, he could directly cultivate the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique to the Perfection Realm. Wu Sheng promptly expended 90 experience points to elevate the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. Ding! Host has used 90 experience points. The cultivation of the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique is successful, reaching the 9th transformation, proficiency reaching 100100. Boom. Wu Sheng felt the thunderous roar of flesh and blood throughout his body. His bones transformed into a resplendent golden hue, radiating brilliance. His blood turned golden, coursing through his meridians, exuding an air of profound mystery. A golden phantom appeared behind him, emanating overwhelming pressure. Incredible. Having reached the 9th transformation means that through the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique, my strength could augment 9-fold. Haha. People within 100 miles felt an overwhelming celestial might descend upon them, instinctively dropping to their knees. Even cultivators turned their gazes towards the soaring golden light, soaring in on their swords. Spare us, immortal. Spare us, immortal. Many ordinary people hastily knelt down, begging for mercy. Wu Sheng also sensed the commotion was excessive and quickly restrained his cultivation technique. Creak, the small wooden door swung open as Xiao Shui entered, trembling uncontrollably. With a thud, she dropped to her knees. Immortal, this humble girl implores you to withhold your wrath. If there is any fault, it is mine alone. I beg you to spare the villagers. Tears glistened on Xiao Shui's cheeks as her entire body quivered violently. Having stood nearby earlier, she had clearly perceived the overwhelming pressure emanating from Wu Sheng, leaving her utterly petrified. Witnessing her distress, Wu Sheng swiftly stepped forward, lifting her gently into his embrace. Softly, he reassured her, Xiao Shui, allow me to explain. I was merely refining my cultivation and had yet to master the restraint of my power. I frightened you for that. I apologize. Xiao Shui froze in astonishment. Never before had she been held so tenderly by a man, leaving her momentarily dazed. Upon hearing his apology, realization dawned she had misunderstood. Gradually, her fear subsided. Xiao Shui, Wu Sheng inquired gently, what brings you to me? Upon noticing that Xiao Shui had departed, Wu Sheng felt a surge of trepidation. He released his embrace and returned to his seat upon the bed, inquiring with a gentle tone, Dear elder brother, Xiao Shui wishes to convey that the villagers still regard you as a celestial being, deserving of their reverence. Xiao Shui lowered her head and softly spoke, I understand. In time, they will come to realize that I am different from those immortals. I am not a villain. Wu Sheng gazed at Xiao Shui earnestly, inexplicably perceiving her as reminiscent of a beloved from a past life on Blue Star. When Xiao Shui wept, a profound sorrow enveloped Wu Sheng, constricting his breath. Suddenly, a formidable pressure surged from the distance, causing Xiao Shui to tremble and nearly lose her footing. Wu Sheng swiftly stepped forward to steady her arm. Could it be that an immortal has come to collect offerings? Let's go out and meet them. Wu Sheng pulled Xiao Shui, intending to step outside. Big brother, please wait a moment and don't come out. I will go take a look. Today is not the day for tribute. Xiao Shui appeared to have recalled something, her expression subtly shifting before she hurriedly exited. Wu Sheng, equally perplexed, contemplated the repercussions of having offended the Linghua sect and deemed it prudent to refrain from venturing outside, lest he jeopardize the villagers of Tiyuan. He stood at the threshold, attentively observing the events unfolding beyond. Insects assemble swiftly or face dire consequences. Suddenly, a resonant masculine voice echoed from afar. Before the villagers of Taoyuan could recover from the previous oppressive aura, they hastily gathered at the village center. Over 100 inhabitants, young and old, assembled with remarkable swiftness. Gazing skyward, they beheld dozens of cultivators soaring through the heavens upon their flying swords. With utmost reverence, the entire population of Taoyuan village knelt in unison, their voices rising as one. We humbly welcome the immortals. The leader is an elderly man with a goat-like beard, undoubtedly possessing the cultivation of the golden elixir realm. He was quite satisfied, stroking his beard with his hand, and spoke. Can you point out where the source of the golden light originated? Should there be any informants? I shall reward them with an elixir that grants longevity and immunity from ailments. As his words fell, Xiao Shui's gaze shifted subtly. Could it be that they were searching for her elder brother? She must not speak, for it would put him in peril. The villagers of Taoyuan lowered their heads, utterly ignorant of the golden light's origin. As mere mortals, they had collapsed to the ground in reverence when the oppressive force manifested, too fearful to raise their heads. The village chief, leaning on his cane, lifted his gaze and respectfully addressed, Esteemed immortal, I am Li Shan, the chief of this village. We were all prostrating ourselves before your celestial presence when the sudden surge of immortal pressure emerged, rendering us unaware of the golden light's location. The old man with the goat beard's expression darkened immediately, his voice icy as he retorted, So, you insinuate that you wish to hoard the treasure for yourselves? How dare such insignificant creatures attempt to seize riches from us? Truly, it is a death wish. Esteemed immortal, this is unfounded. How could I, a mere insect, dare to deceive you? Li Shan's face was etched with fear, desperately pleading for mercy. Listening to the exchanges outside, Wu Sheng comprehended that his recent breakthrough had unleashed a golden manifestation, attracting these unwelcome guests. How dare these insignificant beings retort? They seek death. The old man with the goat beard pointed, and a sword energy shot forth with incredible speed. With a thud, a gaping wound appeared in Li Shan's chest. His body trembling, and his complexion instantly turned ashen. The villagers of Tiyuan erupted with fury, yearning to resist. Li Shan hastily implored, Esteemed immortal, spare my life. I truly know nothing. Since you insignificant ants are oblivious, then you all shall perish. The old man declared coldly. Simultaneously, he flipped his palm, summoning a colossal fiery hand from the heavens, descending upon the villagers of Taoyuan. The villagers, beset by the oppressive force, found themselves immobilized, helplessly watching the flaming hand bear down upon them. Stop. The treasure is in my possession. If you dare, come and claim it. A youthful voice rang out suddenly, causing the fiery giant hand to hesitate momentarily. Chapter 12. Overconfidence of Wang Tung under single-handed suppression. The cultivators in the sky turned their attention towards the source of the voice, while the old man with the goat beard's expression darkened, releasing an aura of murderous intent. A man with striking features stepped forth from the village. It was Wu Xing, unable to stand idly as innocent villagers faced slaughter. He was currently observing the colorful panel of the system, his mind shifting slightly. Beep. The system detects that Tiyuan village is on the verge of a massacre by cultivators. Thus, a task option is issued, with a time limit of 1 incense stick. Option 1. Their lives are of no concern to me. My own safety is paramount. Hide. Reward. 100 mall points, 2,000 experience points. Option 2. Handle the trouble I have caused myself. Stand up and protect the innocent villagers. Reward. 20 points. 500 experience. Wu Sheng gazed at the various rewards, suddenly comprehending that the system wanted him to make a choice. However, these trivial task rewards were inconsequential. He could not stand by and watch these innocent villagers perish. I choose the second option. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards have been distributed. Impudent child, merely a waste at the first layer of foundation establishment. A raspy voice came from an elderly woman beside the bearded elder, who was also a cultivator at the golden core stage, thus not lacking in strength. The cultivators in the sky regarded Wu Sheng with mocking expressions. The villagers of Taoyuan village wore faces of disbelief. They could not fathom why Wu Sheng would step forward for their sake. Never had an immortal shown concern for the lives of mere mortals, for in the eyes of most cultivators, mortals were but ants. Who would care about the lives of ants? Xiao Xue looked at Wu Sheng with worry. She too had not expected him to suddenly emerge. Her heart stirred with a hint of emotion. Wu Sheng returned her gaze with a confident smile. He then turned his attention to the dozens of cultivators in the sky, with the bearded elder and the gray-robed woman leading the group. What of a Foundation establishment cultivator? The treasures you seek are in my possession. Spare the villagers of Taoyuan, and I shall hand over the treasures to you. Wu Sheng spoke calmly. As long as they released the villagers, he was confident he could escape unscathed. Even if he could not win, he still possessed a low-level teleportation talisman. The bearded elder and the woman exchanged glances, seemingly inclined to let the villagers go. Upon witnessing this, Wu Sheng's face brightened. As long as the villagers were safe, he could unleash his full strength and engage them in battle, simultaneously testing his current abilities. Suddenly, a jade-faced young man behind the bearded elder spoke coldly, "Master, how dare this Foundation establishment negotiate with you? He clearly does not regard us with any respect." Wu Sheng's expression shifted at these words. That damned brat had disrupted his plans, leaving him to navigate the situation step by step. The bearded elder's expression also changed slightly as he chuckled. What do you propose we do? Master, I believe since this brat cares for these lowly commoners, we should compel him to surrender the treasures. Otherwise, we shall slay a few of these commoners to show him that ants have no right to negotiate with us. The jade-faced young man, Wang Ting, said with a smile, his gentle tone chilling to the bone. Indeed, Ting is quite astute. We shall proceed as you suggest. The bearded elder remarked with a smile, appearing quite pleased with Wang Ting's proposal. What a ruthless disposition. Who would have thought that this seemingly gentle man was, in fact, a despicable villain? Wu Sheng pondered, realizing he must devise an alternative plan. Child, surrender the treasures, or I, Wang Ting, shall take the lives of these commoners. Wang Ting taunted with a smile. As his words fell, he soared on his sword towards the villagers of Taoyuan. Do not. I will surrender the treasure. It is nestled within my embrace. Come, and I shall bestow it upon you, Wu Sheng hastily implored, simultaneously reaching into his bosom. Wang Ting's countenance brightened with delight as he soared towards Wu Sheng on his sword, a peculiar smile curling upon his lips. That treasure radiates with golden splendor and exudes an awe-inspiring pressure. Once I possess it, I shall undoubtedly overpower my master, the old man Yang Dali. At that moment, I can revel with my enchanting junior sister, he. Soon, Wang Ting joyously arrived before Wu Sheng, extending his palm. Wu Sheng abruptly channeled his cultivation technique, unleashing a torrent of rich water attribute spiritual energy, swiftly subduing Wang Ting, whose cultivation was merely at the first level of the Foundation establishment stage. In an instant, Wu Sheng advanced, seizing Wang Ting by the throat. Wang Ting's face turned ashen with terror, his breath coming in rapid gasps. Wu Sheng's innate chaotic spiritual root granted him a cultivation power that surpassed that of an ordinary heavenly spiritual root practitioner by more than fivefold, which easily allowed him to dominate Wang Ting, who was of the same cultivation level. Witnessing this drastic turn of events, the goat-bearded elder's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed. You little wretch, release my disciple Wang Ting, or I shall surely extract your soul and refine your essence, rendering you unable to live or die. Old dog. You certainly would not wish to witness your disciple's demise at my hands, would you? Release the villagers of Taoyuan village, and I shall spare your disciple's life. Surely, exchanging your disciple's life for that of some ordinary folk is a fair trade. Wu Sheng taunted mockingly. Wang Ting trembled, fear seeping into his voice. You worthless scoundrel. Release me at once. My master is a golden core true person. You are courting death. The assembled cultivators in the air were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Wu Sheng's audacity to hold a disciple hostage before a golden core practitioner, seemingly unafraid of the repercussions. They also failed to comprehend how Wu Sheng could so easily subdue Wang Ting, who was at the same Foundation establishment stage. You remain oblivious to your predicament. With those words, Wu Sheng abruptly unleashed water attribute spiritual power from his left hand, swiftly striking towards Wang Ting with a palm blade. Wang Ting let out a heart-wrenching scream, his complexion pale and cold sweat cascading from his forehead. His left arm was severed at the shoulder by Wu Sheng's attack, blood gushing violently from the wound. You little wretch, cease at once. I shall release the villagers of Taoyuan village. The goat-bearded elder, infuriated, inadvertently tore out his own beard, now glaring furiously at Wu Sheng as he retracted the fiery, giant palm above. The onlooking cultivators were astonished, unable to fathom Wu Sheng's audacity in so brazenly severing Wang Ting's arm. As the villagers of Taoyuan village found themselves freed from their bonds, they hastily gathered behind Wu Sheng, each kneeling in gratitude. Xiao Shui, however, gazed at Wu Sheng with a worried expression, her eyes glistening with tears of emotion. Refusing to kneel. Once the villagers had offered their thanks, Wu Sheng waved his hand, allowing them to rise, and he returned a confident smile to Xiao Shui. You insolent brat, release me. My master has already freed those lowly commoners. Today, as humiliation of losing an arm, I shall ensure that you repay it 100-fold. Wang Tung uttered these words with a fierce countenance. Is that so? With a mocking expression, Wu Sheng cast a glance at Wang Tung, whom he had subdued. Chapter 13. The heir of a great power, Wu Sheng? Wang Tung's gaze met Wu Sheng's, and an overwhelming fear gripped him, causing his body to tremble even more violently. No, please, spare me. I will no longer trouble you. I beg you, let me go. Wang Ting began to plead for mercy. It is too late. You might as well perish. Wu Sheng calmly murmured, Stop. The old man with a goatee shouted vehemently. Crack. Wu Sheng exerted a slight pressure with his right hand. And in an instant, Wang Ting's eyes dimmed, losing their sparkle. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing Wang Ting, a foundational-level disciple of the Zhengyang Gate. You are awarded 100 experience points. A treacherous individual such as yourself does not deserve to inhabit this world. Why is it that this time the act of murder yields such a meager amount of experience points? Could it be that Wang Ting is merely as weak as oneself? Possessing a comparable level of cultivation? Wu Sheng had no time to ponder further when he heard the furious shout of the old man with the goat beard. You little wretch. How dare you go back on your word? I shall end your life. The old man with the goatee felt his face flush once more, clearly unable to accept the untimely demise of his beloved disciple. Master, why should you personally intervene to deal with this arrogant scoundrel? Instead, why not allow your disciple to take action? A robust, scar-faced man approached the elderly gentleman with a goat-like beard, feigning a look of indignation. After a moment's contemplation, the bearded man acquiesced, speaking with a solemn tone. Wang Dedeo, as my foremost disciple, you must seek vengeance for your junior brother. However, exercise utmost caution and vigilance, lest you encounter unforeseen misfortune. As you command, master. The burly scar-faced man, Wang Shan, performed a respectful gesture before soaring forward on his sword. I am Wang Dedeo, the eldest disciple of Elder Yang Dali from the Zhengyang Gate, possessing a 9th-level foundation-building cultivation. May I inquire your esteemed identity? A powerful man exclaimed loudly. In the presence of the people, I, Wang Dedeo, do not slay the nameless. Wu Sheng was utterly bewildered. It had been so long. Yet they still failed to recognize him. Could it be that the Linghua sect had not sought him out after all? Wu Sheng pondered that since this Wang Dedeo had already proclaimed his name, he might as well join in the fun. He chuckled and said, I am called Baba, a solitary cultivator. Baba, what a peculiar name. Is there truly a surname of Ba? I am unfamiliar with this surname, Wang Dedeo said, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Wu Sheng suddenly burst into laughter, astonished that someone would eagerly volunteer to be his son. What are you laughing at? Wang Dedeo sensed something amiss and exclaimed with anger. Oh, my dear son, did you not just call for me? Wu Sheng was doubled over in pain from laughter. And even the other cultivators in the sky struggled to suppress their amusement. As for the villagers of Peach Blossom Village, they each stifled their laughter, hesitant to let it escape. Xiao Shui, however, wore a serene smile as she observed Wu Sheng's retreating figure. The old man with the goatee felt utterly embarrassed and quickly commanded, Wang Dedeo, eliminate him. Do not hesitate. He is toying with you. Can you not perceive that? Upon hearing this, Wang Dedeo was instantly consumed by fury and soared into the air, wielding his sword towards Wu Sheng. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Wu Sheng did not dare to act carelessly. He promptly activated the 9 Transformations Golden Body technique to enhance his strength, for he had no desire to succumb to a premature demise due to negligence. With each transformation, the first, the second, the third, and culminating in the 9th, a resplendent golden manifestation suddenly materialized behind him, unleashing an overwhelming aura that enveloped the surroundings. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment. Greed glimmered in the eyes of the gathered cultivators as they fixated intently on Wu Sheng. Had it not been for the 2 formidable Golden Core experts who remained silent, they would have rushed forth without hesitation. The elderly man with a goat-like beard, Yang Dali, shifted his expression slightly but chose to bide his time, observing the developments intently. The old woman, however, displayed a flicker of delight, her gaze wavering as she subtly distanced herself from Yang Dali. Clearly, the treasure lay within reach of this young man. If only they could eliminate him, the coveted riches would be theirs. Wang Dedeo, brimming with excitement, swiftly soared towards Wu Sheng on his sword. Wu Xing felt an unprecedented surge in his capabilities. The golden core cultivator before him now appeared far less formidable, easily vanquishable with a mere punch. Thus, Wu Sheng launched a powerful strike at the approaching Wang Dedeo. As the clash drew near, Wang Dedeo wielded his colossal sword, aiming a downward slash at Wu Sheng. Boom. Crack. Their attacks met with a thunderous impact, resulting in Wang Dedeo's sword shattering under the force of Wu Sheng's punch. The momentum continued unabated, crashing into Wang Dedeo's chest. Bang! Wang Dedeo's torso buckled inward violently, propelling him several meters away where he collapsed, convulsing and spewing blood, lifeless. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the 9th-tier disciple of the Zhengyang sect, Wang Dedeo. Reward: 900 experience points. The disciples of the Zhengyang sect swiftly received orders to encircle him, determined not to let him escape. He undoubtedly possessed invaluable treasures. Yang Dili suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm, his previous sorrow and anger vanishing. Indeed, the life of a disciple paled in comparison to the allure of treasure. Soon, the remaining 4 disciples of the Zhengyang sect descended on their swords, surrounding Wu Xing. The old woman, witnessing this, displayed a slight change in her expression and declared, "Disciples of Hongxia Mountain, heed my command. Surround him and seize the treasures." Yang Dili turned to the old woman, his expression shifting. "Old Granny Hong Yun, how dare you, a mere novice in the Golden Core realm, contend with me for treasure? Do you wish to court death? Yang Dili, if I lacked confidence, would I dare to challenge you for the treasure? Behold this." The old woman produced a rope glowing with red light. "The spirit-binding rope? That enchantress from Hongxia actually bestowed this treasure upon you?" Yang Dili's countenance transformed, clearly apprehensive. "Indeed, for Hongxia is my dear sister," the old woman revealed, brimming with pride. "Very well, then let us each rely on our own abilities." "Humph!" Yang Dili shouted in anger, positioning himself closer to the encircled area, now merely 10 meters from Wu Sheng. The old woman approached as well. Wu Xing maintained a serene expression as he regarded the 10 individuals encircling him. He had just witnessed the Crimson Rope treasure, and since Yang Dali, a formidable cultivator of the Golden Core realm, held it in such high regard, he knew he must exercise utmost caution. "Hand over the treasure, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you shall surely meet your demise." Yang Dali, undeterred, sought to compel Wu Sheng into surrendering the treasure. The villagers of Tiyuan looked upon Wu Xing with deep concern, yet they felt powerless to intervene. Xiao Xue clenched her dress tightly, her palms slick with perspiration as she fixated on Wu Sheng's silhouette. "Do you take me for a fool?" Wu Xing scoffed, his expression dripping with derision. "Then let us engage. Should I eliminate you, the treasure shall naturally belong to me. All of you, attack together." Yang Dali, evidently losing patience, unleashed his spiritual power in a collective assault against Wu Xing. 10 individuals simultaneously charged at Wu Xing, who dared not underestimate them and swiftly activated the 9 transformations golden body technique, summoning a golden protective avatar. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending shockwaves that forced the crowd to stagger backward. Wu Xing felt a trickle of golden blood escape his lips, his body trembling slightly. He hastily wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, fearful that others might mistake him for a monster, for the blood of an ordinary person is red, while golden blood would undoubtedly be seen as aberrant. Upon witnessing Wu Xing's injury, Xiao Xue cried out, "Big brother, are you all right? You must be safe." Hearing the tremor of her voice laced with worry, Wu Sheng smiled and replied, "I'm fine, Xiao Xue. Do not fret. I still wish to savor your cooking. Just wait a moment, and I shall resolve this predicament." How could it be? A mere first-level foundation establishment rogue cultivator withstands the combined might of 2 golden core cultivators and 8 foundation establishment experts without perishing? Could he possibly be more than an ordinary rogue cultivator? Is he a descendant of a great power? Oh no, if we've provoked a scion of a great force, we might face extermination. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically as they regarded Wu Xing, hesitating to continue their assault. Chapter 14. Xiao Xue. I miss you at an opportune moment. If these individuals continue their siege, I can only defend myself and will inevitably be slain. I have indeed been overconfident. Ah, but I have the system. In that instant, Wu Xing called upon the system. System, purchase the skill Wind Control and Carefree Journey. Ding. Wind Control and Carefree Journey, a supreme technique comprehended by a transcendent being, derived from the Kunping, representing a pinnacle of mobility, classified as an Earth-level intermediate, first part, with subsequent parts being intermediate Earth level and inferior Heaven level. Price, 120 points. Does the host wish to purchase? Confirm purchase. Ding. Skill successfully acquired, 120 points deducted. Simultaneously, the method of cultivation for wind control and carefree journey flooded Wu Sheng's mind. System, utilize 100 experience points to cultivate wind control and carefree journey. Ding. Congratulations, host. Wind control and carefree journey has reached the state of consummation. Wu Sheng's understanding of this technique attained a state of perfection within his mind. At present, he felt akin to the mythical Kuanping, possessing an unparalleled agility, with the vastness of the world at his disposal, allowing him to traverse anywhere. He believed he could soar through the skies unaided. Only those who had attained the Golden Core stage could glide through the air. Practitioners of the Foundation Establishment stage were limited to using spiritual artifacts, such as flying swords, to ascend. Astonishingly, he was able to achieve flight through this technique, a truly divine skill. Indeed, the system produced nothing but exquisite creations. After a brief stalemate, Yang Dali, filled with suspicion, inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, young sir? Whom do you serve, and from whence do you hail?" Wu Sheng was well aware of their underlying concerns, primarily fearing he belonged to a powerful faction and might retaliate against them. With an air of indifference, Wu Sheng replied, "I am but an itinerant cultivator. My name is hardly noteworthy." Upon hearing his words, the other cultivator's expression shifted to one of heightened glee. "In that case, you shall perish." Yang Dali was the first to strike, unable to conceal his delight. His entire being surged with spiritual energy as he thrust his sword towards Wu Sheng, the blade emitting a fierce sound of slicing through the air, seemingly more potent than his previous attack. Old Lady Hong sighed inwardly, lamenting that this old rogue had acted first. Facing the formidable strike, Wu Sheng gracefully evaded, akin to a fish gliding through water, before delivering a powerful punch to Yang Dali's back. Yang Dali was sent sprawling forward, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Soon, the others launched their assaults against Wu Sheng. Utilizing the carefree technique of Xian Yaoyu, his figure flickered rapidly, and in mere moments, all the Foundation Establishment cultivators had been vanquished. Beep. Congratulations, host, for slaying Foundation Establishment cultivator Zhang San. Reward, 800 experience points. Beep. The familiar mechanical prompts of the system echoed continuously. Only the severely injured Yang Dali and the Golden Core stage Old Lady Hongyan remained, struggling to rise. Yang Dali's face was ashen, blood staining his goat-like beard, as he fearfully stammered, "Who are you? How can an unnamed Foundation Establishment cultivator be so formidable?" "Ah. Since your demise is inevitable, I shall reveal myself. I am Wu Sheng, the prince consort of the great Li dynasty," Wu Sheng declared with a smile. "And no, that is impossible. The prince consort is a master of the Golden Core stage. You are merely at the Foundation Establishment stage." Yang Dali retorted in disbelief. Bang. Wu Sheng's figure flickered, and with a single punch, he obliterated Yang Dali's head. Truly tiresome. Beep. Congratulations, host, for transcending a major realm and slaying the Golden Core stage Elder Yang Dali of Zhengyang sect. Reward, 12,000 experience points, 1 Golden Core. Goodness. Such an abundance of experience points. I've struck gold. Wu Sheng glanced at the paralyzed Old Lady Hongyan. "Please, spare me. I shall offer you all my treasures." Old Lady Hongyan immediately knelt, presenting the binding spirit rope with both hands. "Ah, why is she not resisting? I had hoped to eliminate her for more experience points." Wu Sheng lamented inwardly. Seeing that Wu Sheng was hesitant, Granny Hongyan quickly removed her storage ring. After touching the attached divine consciousness, she spat out blood and handed it to Wu Sheng. Holding the storage ring and the binding spirit rope, Wu Sheng fell into deep contemplation. Observing this, Granny Hongyan immediately understood and vowed, "I, Granny Hongyan, once again swear by the heavenly oath, never to disclose anything regarding today's treasures. Should I violate this oath? May I be tormented by inner demons." Wu Sheng, looking at the obedient Granny Hongyan, could not help but stroke his chin and stick out his tongue, wondering if he truly appeared so fearsome. Turning to glance at Xiao Shui, he found her gazing at him with admiration, and he realized that Granny Hongyun had misjudged him. Turning back to Granny Hongyun, he inquired, "Am I truly so terrifying? Please rise." Upon noticing Wu Sheng's attention on the charming young woman behind him, Granny Hongyun's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed with a smile, "Young master, our sect leader of the Hoxia sect is my sister, renowned for her beauty. One of the most stunning women in the Dacian Empire. Enough, enough, no more of that. You may leave now." Wu Sheng looked at the wrinkled face of Granny Hongyun and could hardly imagine her sister as a great beauty. "Thank you, young master, for your mercy. I shall take my leave now." With a smile, Granny Hongyan swiftly turned and vanished into thin air. Wu Sheng watched her depart, still not intending to pursue her. After all, he was not a killer, and modern moral constraints lingered in his heart. Acknowledging one's mistakes and amending them is a noble virtue. Suddenly, Wu Sheng felt two soft forms press against him from behind, causing his heart to flutter and his face to flush. "You scared me, big brother." "I'm so relieved you're all right." Xiao Shui's sweet voice, tinged with a sob, reached his ears. Knowing that Xiao Shui was worried about him, he did not turn around but reassured her, "It's fine now. I've defeated all the bad guys. Look at how strong I am." The villagers of Tiyuan village also bowed respectfully to Wu Sheng before returning home. After a few moments, Xiao Shui ceased her sobbing, released Wu Sheng, and dashed back to the home of the kind woman she was staying with. Wu Sheng stood there, lost in thought as he watched her retreating figure. She truly resembled his past life as Dong Guxue. While everyone else concerned themselves with his success and wealth, only Dong Guxue cared about his happiness and well-being. "Xiao Shui, I miss you a little, but you can't come back." Wu Sheng glanced at the corpses on the ground and, with a wave of his hand, sent several fireballs toward them. Soon, all the bodies vanished without a trace. With another wave, he collected the storage bags and rings from the ground. Satisfied that he had left no loose ends, Wu Sheng turned and headed toward the small house where he resided. He wondered about the rewards he had garnered this time and hoped they would not disappoint him too greatly. Chapter 15. The Four Symbols Mystic Spirit Array. Upon returning to his room, Wu Sheng sat on the bed and began to examine his recent gains. First, he checked his personal information on the system panel. Host, Wu Sheng. Realm, Foundation Establishment Stage, First Layer, Great Perfection Realm. Experience points, 65002000. Excess experience is stored and will automatically enhance the host's cultivation upon upgrading the host's technique. Store currency, 100. Experience value, 300. Techniques, Chaotic Chi Refinement Technique Beginner Edition, Great Perfection Realm. Primitive Body Refinement Technique Beginner Edition, Minor Achievement Realm. Martial Skills, 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique, 9th Transformation Great Perfection Realm. Kuimping Soaring Leisurely, Great Perfection Realm. Spiritual Root, Innate Chaotic Spiritual Root. Profession, None. Status, Prince Consort of the Dalid Dynasty in the Southern Wilderness. Inventory, 1 vial of White Tiger Essence Blood. 1 Golden Dan. The host may sell it to the system for store currency or use it themselves. With a 50 chance to gain insights into the techniques and martial skills of powerful Golden Dan cultivators. The Golden Dan holds little value for me. My system's techniques suffice. I shall sell it to the system. Beep. The Golden Dan is being recycled by the system. Beep. Recycling successful. The host has acquired 500 store currency. Is a single Golden Dan truly worth such a fortune? The system has granted me such an abundance of currency? Then I can purchase the intermediate technique, Chaotic Yuan Infant Technique. Wu Sheng was elated and promptly opened the system store. System. Purchase the intermediate technique, Chaotic Yuan Infant Technique for me. Beep. Please hold on. The purchase is in process. Beep. Congratulations. The host has successfully purchased the intermediate technique, Chaotic Yuan Infant Technique, for 500 store currency. Commencing cultivation of the intermediate Chaotic Yuan Infant Technique. At that moment, a more profound technique instantly filled Wu Sheng's mind. However, through the system's impartation, he grasped this intricate technique with remarkable clarity, as if he were its very creator. Simultaneously, Wu Sheng's cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, advancing rapidly. Foundation Establishment Stage, 2nd Layer. Foundation Establishment Stage, 3rd Layer. Foundation Establishment Stage, 4th Layer. Golden Dan Stage, 1st Layer. Wu Sheng's cultivation abruptly reached the Golden Dan Stage, 1st Layer, the same level his predecessor had only recently attained. Wu Sheng felt a surge of joy within. In merely a few days, with the system's aid, he had achieved what his predecessor could only attain after 8 years of arduous training. He turned his focus inward to his Dantian and discovered a gray orb about the size of a jujube. Wasn't the Golden Dan supposed to be golden? Why was his Golden Dan gray? System, is there an issue with my Golden Dan? Wu Sheng inquired with a hint of concern. Beep. The host cultivates a divine-level technique. And the Golden Dan formed is not an ordinary one, but rather a chaotic Golden Dan, possessing power exceeding that of a regular Golden Dan by tenfold or more. Its gray hue is normal, so the host need not be alarmed. So it was my ignorance that clouded my judgment? Yet my hair remains unkempt, haha. Wu Sheng began to examine the storage ring and bag he had acquired earlier. After spending an hour, Wu Sheng finally completed the inventory of all the items in his storage space. Most of these items were of no use to him. While the useful ones were placed in his storage ring, adorning his finger, the rest would be kept for the time being, as he had other plans for them. Having just traversed into this realm, he had offended a little fairy from the Spirit Fire sect and even pilfered from their treasury. He was uncertain if they had issued a bounty for his capture. Contemplating this, Wuxing resolved to venture out and gather information to prevent bringing further calamity upon Taoyuan village. With a creak, the wooden door was forcefully pushed open, revealing Xiao Shui, who was panting heavily. "Elder brother, you must leave quickly. I heard from Haiwa that the town is plastered with wanted posters displaying your likeness. The villagers are aware of this and sent me to inform you to hasten your departure." She spoke rapidly, her expression fraught with urgency. Wuxing was deeply moved. He had not anticipated that they would not betray him for a reward, but instead aid in his escape. Yet, he pondered, if he fled, what would become of them? They would surely face wrath from those so-called cultivators. He had to shoulder the consequences of his own actions. With his current strength at the Golden Core stage, he believed he could hold his own against even the formidable lady from the Spirit Fire sect, even if he were to be outmatched. He could always utilize the teleportation talisman he had previously acquired to escape. "Xiao Shui, do not fear. My strength now is sufficient to confront them. I am more concerned about the safety of the villagers," he reassured her. "Elder brother, once you leave, they won't find you, so they likely won't harm us ordinary folk." Xiao Shui responded, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. "Perhaps," Wu Sheng replied nonchalantly, recalling the cultivators he had encountered before, like Yang Dali, who regarded commoners with disdain. He intended to protect the villagers, but he was limited in his capabilities. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He remembered the formations he had seen in the system's shop. Powerful formations could even allow one to surpass their opponents. The most renowned was undoubtedly the Zhujian Sword formation, attributed to the Celestial Treasure Sovereign. In the marketplace, formations were categorized from high to low: divine-level formations, saint-level formations, heavenly-level formations, earth-level formations, mysterious-level formations, and yellow-level formations. Anything below yellow level was considered subpar. Wuxing began by examining the divine-level formations, only to find he could see their names, with no additional information available. Zhujian Sword Formation, 10 Directions Annihilation Formation, 9 Nether Obliteration Formation. Wuxing was taken aback. Just the name sounded incredibly formidable. Aware of the urgency of his situation, he shifted his focus to the mysterious level formations. 5 Elements Protection Formation, capable of absorbing the 5 elemental spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to form a protective array. It can withstand attacks from early-stage nascent soul cultivators. Note: setting up the formation requires medium-grade spirit stones and formation flags. 4 Symbols Mystic Array, price: 60 points. This formation can awaken a wisp of primordial spirit from the 4 divine beasts: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, creating an immensely powerful protective barrier capable of withstanding assaults from nascent soul realm experts without faltering. Furthermore, those who enter the array shall find their cultivation suppressed by the mystic essence of the 4 symbols, only to be devoured by these ancient spirits, thereby enhancing the formation's potency. Note: activation of this array requires blood from descendants of the 4 divine beasts. Price: 80 points. In a short while, Wuxing finished studying the Xian level formation. At this moment, the only formation available to him was the 4 symbols Profound Spirit Formation, as the other formations each had their own specific restrictions. System: purchase the 4 symbols Profound Spirit Formation. Congratulations, esteemed host, on successfully purchasing with the expenditure of 80 tokens. The formation banners have been dispatched. Meanwhile, under the guidance of the system, Wuxing has adeptly mastered the art of formation. It merely requires positioning the formation flags at the cardinal points of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, followed by infusing the essence of the divine beast's offspring, and finally utilizing spiritual energy to activate the formation plate. Xiao Shui, hasten to summon the village elder to gather the villagers for the collection of the divine beast's essence. I have an important purpose. Wuxing promptly smiled at Xiao Shui and said, "Very well." As soon as the words left her lips, Xiao Shui swiftly dashed towards the home of the village elder. Chapter 16. Don't hesitate. I can take on 10. Ah, how could I forget? They are merely ordinary individuals. Do they even know what the 4 symbolic beasts are? With this in mind, Wuxing set off towards the village chief's residence. Upon arriving at the doorstep, he discovered Xiao Shui engaged in conversation with the village chief, who appeared perplexed and unable to comprehend her words. Meanwhile, Xiao Xue exhibited a hint of urgency. Ahem. Wu Sheng coughed once, and both individuals simultaneously turned their gaze toward him. We have encountered the esteemed immortal. The village chief, Li Shan, intended to kneel and pay his respects, but was gently lifted by Wu Sheng, who offered a soothing surge of spiritual energy. Grandfather of the village, there is no need for such formalities. I am but a junior, Wu Sheng said. I wish to set up a protective formation and require some beast blood. I kindly ask you to rally the villagers to gather snake blood, the blood of flying beasts, and the essence of tortoises. Li Shan, understanding the urgency, immediately set about organizing the villagers, striking the drum used for assembly. Soon, the villagers sprang into action. Suddenly, Wu Sheng sensed a formidable pressure emanating from afar. It dawned on him that someone had discovered his presence in Tiyuan village and was coming to apprehend him. Xiao Xue, remain in the village and do not wander about. I shall investigate, he declared, and with that, he employed his agility to head towards the source of the spiritual disturbance. Xiao Xue watched Wu Sheng's departing figure with a heart full of concern. After traversing merely 300 meters, he encountered a group of sword-wielding cultivators soaring through the air. Upon realizing that the strongest among them was merely at the Golden Core stage, and none had reached the nascent soul realm, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then accessed his personal information panel to review his details. Host, Wu Sheng Realm. First stage of Golden Core, initial entry, experience points, 20,000 store currency, 20 experience value, 300 cultivation technique, chaotic yuan infant art, entry level. Primitive body refinement technique intermediate volume, minor accomplishment level, martial arts, 9 transformations golden body technique, great perfection level. Kuanping soaring leisurely, great perfection level, spiritual root, innate chaotic spiritual root occupation, none status. Prince consort of the Great Li dynasty in the southern wilderness inventory. A vial of white tiger essence blood. These individuals are nothing less than experience packages sent my way. If I could eliminate them all, my strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. With my current cultivation and techniques, I am confident I can contend with these cultivators. However, I am concerned they may harm the villagers of Tiyuan village. Thus, I have resolved to hold them at bay until my formation is successfully arranged. Then I shall truly enjoy their company, haha. With this thought in mind, Wu Sheng activated his movement technique and approached the gathering of cultivators. The group, soaring through the skies on their swords, exhibited expressions of joy, each exuding an air of confidence that was palpable. Leading the charge were several formidable Golden Core experts, significantly more powerful than the previous Yang Dali. Clearly, they were not to be compared with early-stage Golden Core practitioners. Among them was an elder adorned in a robe embroidered with a sun, unmistakably from the same sect as Yang Dali, the Zhengyang sect. The Zhengyang sect is an affiliate of the Spirit Fire sect, not far from Tiyuan village, and they had hastened to the scene upon hearing the news. Other sects had also come, drawn by the bounty issued by the Spirit Fire sect. After all, the Spirit Fire sect is the foremost sect in the Great Li dynasty, and the rewards for the bounty are exceptionally generous. Capturing Wu Sheng would yield a volume of advanced-level cultivation technique. It is well known that such techniques can lead to the Golden Core realm, and many sects regard their advanced techniques as treasured heirlooms. Everyone deemed the Spirit Fire sect mad for offering an advanced-level cultivation technique for the capture of a minor cultivator at the great perfection stage of Qi refinement. Consequently, those arriving were primarily at the foundation establishment stage, with Golden Core practitioners as the main force, all eager to obtain the advanced technique and unwilling to concede to one another. Wu Sheng employed the soaring leisurely technique, instantly appearing before the assembly of cultivators, startling them momentarily as they anticipated yet another formidable competitor. However, recognition dawned quickly as they discerned his identity. It was he, the very target of the Spirit Fire sect's bounty. How could he possibly fly on a sword? Had he broken through to the foundation establishment stage? But what of that? He was still someone we could easily subdue. Ha! Who would have thought that this lad, wanted for a bounty, would come directly to us? Truly, divine providence is on our side. Before Wu Sheng could be captured, excitement surged among the crowd. After all, no one expected a person to ascend to the Golden Core realm in merely a few days. Silence. This is unbearable. As Wu Sheng listened to their mocking laughter, he erupted in anger. The leader of the Golden Core realm practitioners momentarily froze, as did the foundation establishment disciples behind him. Could it be that this lad was so frightened he had lost his sanity? Surely, he was merely spouting nonsense. Laughter echoing as they thought of his impending doom. Wuxing found it increasingly intolerable. He channeled his spiritual energy, utilizing only his foundation establishment cultivation, and shouted, "Will you all hush? Can't you hear? It's deafening. You brat, seeking death." A red-haired elder, fuming with rage, prepared to strike, his violent spiritual energy surging. However, another elder with a white beard quickly grasped his arm. "Red-haired old fiend, hold your horses," he is trying to provoke you. At these words, the red-haired elder restrained his impulse to attack. The other several Golden Core elders nearby exchanged glances, their expression shifting slightly, each reluctant to become the first to act. They could hardly comprehend how a mere foundation establishment youth could face several Golden Core veterans without a trace of fear. Suddenly, one elder's countenance changed dramatically, exclaiming, "How is this possible? He has actually reached the first level of the Golden Core realm? What?" Instantly, the expressions of the other Golden Core elders shifted, and they began to probe Wuxing with their spiritual senses. Observing their changing expressions, Wuxing remained calm, not concealing his own energy as he felt their scrutiny. How could this be? We initially thought he was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, but it appears he has broken through to the Golden Core realm. How has he cultivated so swiftly? Could it be that he was always a Golden Core practitioner, feigning a perfected Qi refinement stage? No wonder Elder Yang Dali from our sect has gone missing. Could it be that this lad has slain him? What if his cultivation exceeds merely the first level of the Golden Core? Is he trying to provoke us into a battle before slaughtering us? We should summon more powerful allies and retreat for now, awaiting their arrival to strike together. Thus, the group retreated, taking to their swords to silently distance themselves by 1,000 meters. Wuxing watched them withdraw, a look of astonishment crossing his features. They are retreating just like that? What is happening? He did not pursue them, instead calling out loudly, "Hey, you old Golden Core fellows, don't be cowards. I can take on 10 of you." Hearing this, the many Golden Core elders' expressions shifted, secretly rejoicing that they had not acted impulsively. Chapter 17. Revived again, seeing that group of cultivators not advancing. Wusheng felt a surge of joy and decided to head towards Taoyuan village to arrange the formation flags. Before departing, he shouted loudly to the cowards across the way, "Too afraid to approach, I must commend there are some wise ones among you. My master is secretly concealed. He is a nascent soul practitioner. If you dare to approach, you will surely be annihilated by him." "Who is your master?" "My master is renowned throughout the southern wilderness continent." "Who is it?" "My master's name is far too illustrious for you insignificant ants to know. Having said that, I am weary and shall return home to rest." With these words, Wusheng gracefully departed, employing his agile movements. In the distance, the elder of the Golden Core stared in bewilderment at Wusheng's uncanny agility, instantly engulfed in trepidation. Could it be that the lad truly possesses a formidable master? Impossible. His master is, at best, an ordinary practitioner at the nascent soul stage, merely attempting to intimidate us. Once our reinforcements arrive, we shall surely eliminate him and his master. An elderly man with white hair and beard confidently proclaimed, "Elder Wang is indeed astute." Could he be the strategist of the Heavenly Fire sect? Truly, Elder Wang is remarkable. Had it not been for him, we would have surely fallen for this boy's trickery. Once we capture this lad, the credit will rightfully belong to Elder Wang. The crowd enthusiastically lauded. Elder Wang's face beamed with delight, clearly relishing the flattery. Wuxing, with a flicker of movement, swiftly arranged the array flags. Upon returning to the village, he discovered that the villagers had gathered the beast's blood, which he promptly poured over the array flags. Wuxing then produced a drop of the white tiger's essence blood, previously awarded by the system. Activating the white tiger array flag. All 4 array flags were now activated. He merely needed to channel his spiritual energy to activate the control disc. Wuxing moved gracefully into the village, commanding with his spiritual energy, "Villagers of Taoyuan, remain within the village no matter what transpires. I shall set up an array to safeguard your safety." Having spoken, he channeled his spiritual energy and activated the control disc. Soon, spiritual energy surged towards Taoyuan village, and a massive gray light curtain began to rise from 100 meters beyond the village. It resembled an inverted bowl, encompassing the village within its protective embrace. In no time, the gray curtain transformed into a translucent barrier. Wusheng approached Xiaoxue, gently assuring her, "This is a protective array that will shield everyone in the village. Please, do not venture outside. I will deal with the villains beyond and return shortly." "Yes, big brother, Xiaoxue will wait for your safe return," she called out, her gaze fixed intently on Wusheng as he departed. The violent fluctuations from the activation of the array caught the attention of distant cultivators. Damn it. That wretched boy is merely posturing. We have been deceived. He is secretly arranging an array. Kill him. Kill him. The crowd erupted in fury, no longer willing to await reinforcements. A throng of cultivators took to the skies, surging towards Taoyuan village. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, a mere 100 meters away. The crowd halted in fright. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Wu Sheng. Seeing their alarm, Wu Sheng could not help but smile, mocking, "What a bunch of cowards! You seek death," roared the red-haired elder, enraged, as he lunged at Wu Sheng with a powerful punch. Observing the unfolding scene, Wu Sheng executed the carefreeness of his movement, appearing behind the red-haired elder and delivering a swift kick to his rear. Bang! The red-haired man was sent flying by Wu Sheng for over 10 meters, returning with his hand awkwardly touching his backside. It was evident that Wu Sheng's kick had inflicted significant pain. Wu Sheng stifled a laugh. "You seek your own demise. I shall end you." The red-haired man fumed, charging at Wu Sheng once more. Wu Sheng suddenly smiled, employing his agile technique to appear before the man in an instant, delivering another kick. Bang! Ah! The red-haired man was hurled backward, crashing to the ground with a piercing scream, clutching his bleeding groin, trembling all over. The onlookers, witnessing the old man's plight, instinctively covered themselves, fearing a similar ambush. "Ha! I'm off to bed. If you dare, come at me." With those words, Wu Sheng gracefully executed his technique and departed. The red-haired elder consumed a pill and soared back into the air, enraged. "You little beast, I will surely kill you. Chase him. We must not let him escape. His speed may be great, but his strength is not formidable," Elder Wang declared, pursuing Wu Sheng alongside the red-haired elder. Many followed suit, while some timid souls remained behind, observing. Wu Sheng had no intention of fleeing. He had merely been toying with them, intending to lure them into the formation for an easier annihilation of his foes. Soon, Wu Sheng entered the formation. The red-haired elder attempted to breach it, but was met with a painful jolt, blood streaming from his forehead. "Damn this formation, how dare it obstruct me?" With that exclamation, he became frenzied, channeling his 4th-tier golden core cultivation to assault the array. A powerful crimson sword chi slashed towards the formation. The spectators expected the thin veil to shatter under the strike, but to their astonishment, the sword chi struck the barrier without causing a single ripple. The red-haired elder, incredulous, continued his relentless onslaught. He loathed Wu Sheng, who had reduced him to a mere shell of his former self. He had to kill him. The other Golden Core elders observed the formation with grave expressions. Wu Sheng, witnessing this, understood that the system was indeed reliable. The villagers of Tiyuan were also reassured, never anticipating that such a flimsy barrier could withstand the attacks of such a powerful adversary. "Cease. Your brute force will not breach the formation," Elder Wang interjected. The red-haired elder paused, fixing a murderous glare on Wu Sheng, as if his gaze alone could slay him hundreds of times over. Wu Sheng regarded this assembly of foes, each intent on his demise. Truly, it was a world governed by the law of the jungle. "I shall ask one last time. Whoever departs from this place shall not face my wrath. Those who remain are my enemies, and I will not hesitate to kill." Wu Sheng spoke with a calm demeanor. "Ha! You amuse me. Just a coward hiding in his shell, daring to threaten us. Come out if you possess the courage. Youngster, come out and face your doom swiftly, or we shall unleash our assault together. Once the formation is broken, we will annihilate you and every soul in this village. Indeed, emerge and surrender, and we shall spare the villagers. Otherwise, death awaits you all." The assembly of cultivators jeered. Listening to their taunts, Wu Sheng felt an intensifying fury within. Ding! A Golden Core cultivator has been detected as a threat. A mission is hereby issued. Option 1. Remain hidden within the formation, ignoring the insults from the outside cultivators. Reward: a momentary reprieve from indignation. Option 2. Eliminate the invading foes. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. Should one offend me, they shall surely perish. Reward: 200 points, 10,000 experience. Gazing at the system interface, Wu Sheng's heart leaped with joy. Life had returned to him once more. Chapter 18. Come to a one-on-one life and death duel. System: I choose option 2. He declared resolutely. Truly, they were a pack of scoundrels, unscrupulously pursuing their interests. If that is the case, let me guide you to your demise. Wu Sheng fixed his sharp gaze upon the crowd of cultivators. Huh, did I hear correctly? He alone thinks he can slay us? Surely, he must be mad. Come forth and attempt to kill us. We are trembling in fear. Observing the arrogant and mocking expressions of the outside cultivators, Wuxing formed a hand seal and shouted, "For symbols of the mysterious spirit, kill." Suddenly, a gray light curtain began to tremble violently, becoming slightly thinner than before. 4 colorful beams of light, azure, white, crimson, and black, shot skyward, exuding a formidable might. The cultivators were taken aback, instinctively retreating a few steps. The eastern azure dragon, western white tiger, southern vermilion bird, and northern black tortoise, 4 spectral beasts of the mysterious spirit, suddenly surged forth from the beams, encircling the invading cultivators from all directions. As the Golden Core elders wore solemn expressions, gazing intently at the 4 spectral images in the sky, a sudden, somewhat effeminate laugh echoed through the air, drawing everyone's attention to a Golden Core cultivator within the crowd. The source of the mocking laughter was none other than the red-haired elder whom Wuxing had previously incapacitated. At that moment, he looked at Wuxing with a grin, as if he had uncovered a hidden secret. Wuxing regarded the old man with confusion. Could it be that this elder has lost his mind due to his injuries? "What is so amusing, red-haired elder?" inquired the white-bearded elder, perplexed. "Have you been deceived by this boy? He is merely posturing." Those 4 nearly transparent, beastly apparitions may appear frightening, but in reality, they wield little power. The red-haired elder's voice dripped with confidence. "Are you certain of that?" "I find these 4 spectral beasts to be rather extraordinary," the white-bearded elder replied, his confidence wavering. "Elder Wang, you are simply being overly cautious. He is merely a junior in the first stage of the Golden Core realm, attempting to intimidate us with tricks and drag out time. Perhaps he is concocting some other nefarious scheme. I have discerned the illusory form of this scruffy bird," the red-haired elder confidently proclaimed, "for reasons unknown." A profound unease gnawed at his heart as he perceived the 4 colossal beastly apparitions as formidable. The others present reacted in various ways. Some nodded discreetly, while others fell into contemplative silence. Clearly, some concurred with his sentiments, while others recognized the need for caution. Listening to their discourse, Wuxing found himself perplexed. Could it be that the cultivators of this fantastical realm were unfamiliar with the 4 symbol divine beasts? Scruffy bird? He dared to refer to the vermilion bird as a scruffy bird? He was doomed, indeed. After his declaration, the red-haired elder channeled his spiritual energy and launched a punch towards the illusory form of the vermilion bird at the village's entrance. Unbeknownst to him, as he uttered the term scruffy bird, a flicker of anger flashed in the eyes of the vermilion bird's apparition, its oppressive aura intensifying. The elder hovered in midair, still a good 10 meters away from the vermilion bird's manifestation. Observing that the bird did not move, a gleam of triumph appeared in his eyes, and he chuckled, "Behold, this is merely a scruffy bird, rendered immobile by my prowess as a Golden Core cultivator." Laughter erupted from the crowd, but quickly turned to ire as they cast their gazes at Wuxing, cursing, "You insolent brat, all you do is bluster. If we break the formation, we shall end you." Suddenly, a chilling scream erupted from the red-haired elder. The crowd turned to find him struck in the abdomen by a tiny red flame, which ignited his very being. Despite his frantic attempts to extinguish the fire by rolling on the ground, his efforts proved futile. A member of the crowd hastily cast a water spell in an attempt to douse the flames, yet the fire showed no signs of abating. Within mere moments, a gaping hole, the size of an adult's fist, had been seared through his abdomen. The tiny flame retreated back into the apparition of the vermilion bird. The red-haired elder lay on the ground, convulsing a few times before his life force extinguished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Golden Core 4th layer cultivator. The red-haired elder. Reward: 20,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Wuxing, for breaking through to the 2nd layer of the Golden Core realm. A breakthrough indeed. Observing the numerous cultivators before him, Wuxing could not help but lick his lips. This was the experience package that facilitated my ascension. How could this be? What sort of fire is this? Such a diminutive flame managed to incinerate a Golden Core cultivator? The assembled cultivators gazed at the vermilion bird's apparition in terror, refraining from further utterances or movements. Suddenly, the white-bearded elder gasped in realization. His eyes filled with dread as he trembled while retrieving a defensive artifact to shield himself. "Elder Wang, what manner of fire is this?" inquired another Golden Core elder beside him. It is the divine fire of the vermilion bird," Elder Wang stammered. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned pale with fear. The vermilion bird, is it not already extinct? I never anticipated that this young man could summon the mystical beast Xianling through the formation. It appears that most of us here today are doomed to remain trapped. If I am not mistaken, the other 3 phantoms are respectively the azure dragon, the white tiger, and the black tortoise. Upon hearing this, despair enveloped the crowd. Only Wu Sheng was aware that the phantom of the mystical beast had weakened considerably after its previous assault. Outside the formation, the phantom lacked a source of power and could not sustain its combat. With the purpose of establishing dominance achieved, the cultivators dared not flee any longer. Wu Xing resolved to step beyond the formation and personally eliminate them. Big brother, please don't go out. I fear for your safety. Xia Shui suddenly grasped Wu Xing's arm. Her voice laced with concern. She had refrained from interrupting until now, but upon seeing his intent to venture out, she felt compelled to intervene. It's all right. Big brother is formidable. They cannot harm me. If it becomes dire, I can always retreat back into the formation. You and the villagers should remain within the formation. Only then will I feel at ease to vanquish our foes. Wu Xing responded gently, affectionately ruffling Xia Shui's hair. Turning, he strode toward the outside of the formation, inadvertently wiping his nose with his hand. How delightful. I wonder what shampoo this young lady uses. Could it be that this fantastical world possesses such luxuries? Yet, I recall none. Wu Xing did not dwell on it for long and swiftly traversed the gray luminescent barrier, emerging from the formation. You cowardly lot. Did you not come to slay me? With such timidness and feeble prowess, how do you dare seek a bounty on my head? What a far-fetched notion. Wu Sheng approached the crowd, his gaze condescending, exuding an air of disdain. You insolent brat. Were it not for the formation granting you the mystical beast Xianling, we would have vanquished you long ago. A cultivator among them, unwilling to relent, spat vehemently. Do you dare to underestimate me? Come. Let us engage in a one-on-one life and death duel without the formation. Wu Sheng proclaimed boldly. Agreed. No use of the formation. A middle-aged man in the early stages of the Golden Core realm reiterated. Come. I shall not utilize the formation. Wu Xing replied impatiently, as if provoked. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, was filled with delight. He gathered his spiritual energy and charged swiftly towards Wu Sheng. Observing this scene, a subtle smile graced Wu Sheng's lips. In no time, the middle-aged man was upon Wu Sheng, thrusting a sword toward his heart. Did he strike true? Was that young man thus vanquished? Was he so weak? Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed. The man's chest caved in, and his body was flung backward. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend how he had seemingly pierced Wu Xing's heart yet found himself felled by a single blow. What astonishing speed! Such a ruthless young man, striking with lethal intent. Yet, they did not perceive themselves as cruel. After all, were they not here to take lives? The middle-aged man had also initiated a lethal strike just moments ago. Congratulations, host, for slaying the Golden Core Realm cultivator Zhang San. Reward obtained, 10,000 experience points and a 2-striped Golden Core. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wu Xing felt a surge of satisfaction. Who else dares to challenge me? Next. With a contemptuous gaze, Wu Sheng surveyed the surrounding cultivators, his arrogance palpable. He had already realized that these so-called Golden Core experts were disappointingly weak. After all, he possessed the innate primordial chaos spirit root bestowed by the system, granting him strength far beyond his peers. The cultivators exchanged uneasy glances. The stronger ones hesitated, fearing Wu Sheng might unleash the Force Symbol's profound spirit phantom. The weaker ones trembled, knowing they stood no chance against his overwhelming might. Silence descended upon the battlefield. Wu Xing threw back his head and laughed. What a bunch of cowards. If none of you dare to face me alone, then I'll take you all on at once. With that, his figure blurred as he activated his movement technique, darting through the crowd like a ghostly specter. Boom. Crash. Bodies fell one after another as Wu Xing weaved through the chaos, his ears filled with the system's relentless chime of rewards. An elder with a long white beard bellowed. Everyone, gather together. Do not let him pick you off one by one. But panic had already taken hold. The cultivators scrambled in disarray, each fearing they would be the next to meet a gruesome end. Few heeded the elder's command. A handful of late-stage Golden Core veterans clustered together, hastily erecting a defensive formation. Yet Wu Sheng paid them no mind, focusing instead on slaughtering the weaker Foundation establishment and early to mid Golden Core cultivators. In less than the time it took an incense stick to burn, the battlefield was cleared, save for the few late-stage Golden Core survivors. The ground ran red with blood, littered with mutilated corpses, a scene straight from the depths of hell. Wu Xing felt a twinge of nausea. This time I may have gone too far. Such is the cruelty of this world of cultivation. Kill or be killed. May your next lives lead you not here, but to the peaceful blue planet, where mortals live in comfort and safety. His gaze then shifted to the remaining late-stage Golden Core elders. Fellow Taoist, the white-bearded elder, addressed by others as Elder Wang, forced a smile. There seems to have been a misunderstanding. This old man mistook you for someone else. I shall take my leave now. He subtly signaled to the others. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the group. Wuxing burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Snapped one of the elders beside Elder Wang. Do you take me for a fool? Wuxing's voice was icy, his expression indifferent. Today, none of you will leave alive. Young man, Elder Wang snarled. Veins bulging on his forehead. Do you truly believe we are as weak as those you slaughtered earlier? Push us too far, and you will perish with us. Despite his bluster, terror gnawed at his heart. The prowess of Wuxing is indeed formidable, had he unleashed the celestial spirit of the four symbols. The adversaries would have undoubtedly met their demise today. Contemplating a strategic retreat, he was unexpectedly met with Wuxing's firm refusal. Left with no choice, he resorted to intimidation. Wuxing meticulously observed the remaining four individuals, all of whom possessed formidable cultivation levels at the 7th and 8th stages of the Golden Core realm. A force to be reckoned with. Feel free to test your strength, Wuxing declared, remaining undaunted as he initiated the 9th turn of the 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique. Although he had previously vanquished dozens of cultivators, propelling his strength to the 3rd stage of the Golden Core realm, he now faced seasoned opponents in the late stages of their cultivation. Thus, caution was paramount to avoid any missteps. A golden avatar, towering Tinzhang, materialized behind him. An exact replica of his form. The formidable pressure exuded by Wuxing caused the expressions of the 4 late-stage Golden Core experts to shift dramatically. Do not hold back. Unleash your full power. Attack. Come at me. Wuxing exclaimed with exhilaration, channeling his spiritual energy as a colossal spiritual hand surged towards the 4 adversaries. Simultaneously, the golden avatar mirrored this action, its immense hand descending upon them. Initially, the 4 had intended to assault Wuxing. But upon witnessing the gigantic hand descending from above and feeling the overwhelming pressure, they hastily redirected their efforts to counter it. With a resounding crash, the ground yielded a massive imprint, over 2 meters deep. The lifeless bodies of the 4 Golden Core adversaries lay ensconced within the crater, devoid of life. Together, they had been vanquished by Wuxing with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the 8th stage Golden Core cultivator, Wang Xiaoshu, earning 30,000 experience points and 1 8-pattern Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards of 200 currency points and 10,000 experience points have been issued. As the system's notifications echoed in his mind, Wuxing felt a surge of joy. Indeed, in this fantastical realm, strength could only be attained through the act of slaying. Engaging in skirmishes with ordinary righteous cultivators yielded their cultivation resources, while conflicts with demonic cultivators sometimes allowed for the direct plundering of their powers. As for him, obliterating formidable foes facilitated his ascension through the system, an exhilarating experience. It seemed that in no time, he would no longer have to fear retaliation from the Lingua sect, utilizing his spiritual sense to ensure no foe had escaped. He turned his attention to the gratifying task of concluding the matter at hand. In short order, the corpses of the cultivators were rendered unrecognizable. Many adorned with robes and enchanted boots, Wuxing showed no restraint in stripping them of their garments, leaving only their undergarments. Satisfied with the storage bags and rings in his possession, he conjured a fireball spell, swiftly incinerating the remnants of the scene. Yet, the enormous palm imprint and the charred, blackened ground bore testament to the fierce battle that had unfolded there. Wuxing executed his incantation, and the 4 divine beasts swiftly returned to the formation. Just as he intended to turn back towards Tiyuan village, he was suddenly enveloped by 2 soft sensations on his back, causing his heart to flutter. Chapter 20, Wealth Acquired. Direct purchase, big brother. I'm so relieved you're safe. The warmth of the girl behind him and her concerned words made Wuxing's heart race uncontrollably, his body stiffening with uncertainty. After a moment, Xiaoxue finally released her embrace, stepping back slightly. Wuxing turned to face her, his emotions a tangle of complexity. In his previous life on Blue Star, he had been a young man in his 20s. Yet here he found himself harboring feelings for a youthful maiden of merely 16 or 17. What a transgression. Big brother, just now. Xiaoxue trailed off, lowering her gaze, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Observing her bashful demeanor, Wuxing was reminded of his girlfriend from his past life. A wave of nostalgia washing over him. It was a poignant realization. He could never return to that life, to those times. Snapping back to the present, he noticed Xiaoxue gazing intently into his eyes, which deepened his sense of melancholy. It's all right, Xiaoxue. Let us return to the village. I have dealt with those who threatened us. See how formidable I am, he declared with a bright smile. Yes, Xia Xue responded, her joy evident as she revealed two adorable dimples, bouncing ahead with thoughts of the village. Watching her, Wu Xing felt a lift in his spirits. Big brother, hurry up, Xiao Xue called back, noticing he had not moved. Coming. Wu Xing quickened his pace toward her. Upon entering the formation, he discovered the villagers, led by the village chief, all kneeling in unison, exclaiming, Thank you for your protection, immortal. Wu Xing was taken aback, quickly channeling his spiritual energy to help them rise, and spoke aloud. Dear uncles and aunts, please refrain from bowing to me in the future. Otherwise, I shall be displeased. You are my lifesavers as well. The villagers were momentarily stunned, then bowed in agreement. Witnessing this, Wu Xing understood that their mindset would not change overnight. Thus, he chose to remain silent and retreated to his previous room. Xia Xue watched his departing figure, her smile gradually fading, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Wu Xing sat cross-legged on the bed, opening the system panel to review his personal information. Host, Wu Xing, Realm, 5th level of Golden Core, Initial Stage, Experience Points, 010,0000, Store Credits, 220, Knowledge Points, 300, Techniques, Chaotic Yuan Infant Technique, Entry Level. Primitive Body Refinement Technique, Beginner Level, Martial Skills, 9 Transformations of the Golden Body, Perfection Level, Kuimping's Leisurely Flight, Perfection Level, Spiritual Root, Innate Chaotic Spiritual Root, Profession, None. Status, Prince Consort of the Great Li Dynasty in the Southern Wilderness. This battle unexpectedly propelled him from the threshold of the Golden Core realm to the 5th level of the Golden Core. Wu Xing noted that the experience required for advancement had surged from 20,000 to 100,000, markedly increasing the difficulty. However, he realized that by vanquishing formidable cultivators, he could amass experience points at a pace hundreds of times faster than mere meditation and alchemical practices. Gazing at his 200 store credits, he anticipated the procurement of additional techniques and martial skills with delight. He recalled having slain several Golden Core cultivators, acquiring numerous Golden Cores. For now, he decided to hold on to them, contemplating selling them to the system or at an auction should he find himself in need of funds. Such items were indeed rare, and some practitioners would use Golden Cores for alchemical purposes. Wu Xing retrieved the storage ring and bag he had previously acquired, probing with his spiritual consciousness to assess the inventory. After dedicating an hour to this task, he finally completed the inventory check. Wu Xing then accessed the system panel to review his martial skills and techniques again. Although his current agility and martial prowess were formidable, he realized that in combat, he relied solely on physical strength, either through punches or palms, lacking the elegance of an immortal. Recalling the celestial dramas from his past life, where characters soared through the skies on swords, executing dazzling techniques, he resolved to purchase a particularly striking martial skill. With over 200 store credits at his disposal, he was now in a position to acquire a tome of a heavenly level martial skill. Thus, Wu Xing perused the list of heavenly level martial techniques. Heavenly Sword Opening the Gates. Heaven did not give birth to me. Li Chuan Gang. The sword path is eternal as the long night. The renowned technique of a legendary sword immortal, of inferior heavenly grade. This sword technique possesses unparalleled power. Once mastered to its zenith, it can rend the void, leaving enemies with no escape. Price, 200 store credits. Great Wilderness Prisoner S Finger. A martial skill from the martial movement of the Cosmos realm, of inferior heavenly grade. Created by the ancient Great Wilderness Emperor, it was popularized by Lin Dong. This technique encompasses 5 fingers, wielding immense power to confine space and shatter star rivers. Note, essential for dealing with scholars, straightforward and brutal, resolving issues with a mere finger. Price, 200 store credits. Divine Thunder Breaking the Void Technique. A martial skill of inferior heavenly grade. Training in this technique requires the absorption and refinement of heavenly thunder, allowing for its manipulation. Once mastered, one can attain an innate thunder body, capable of summoning heavenly thunder at will to strike foes, while simultaneously gaining immunity to attacks from heavenly thunder of the same rank. Price, 200 store credits. Incredible! If I could master all these martial techniques, I could effortlessly defeat genius cultivators with just a single move. Who would have thought these celestial grade techniques were also the signature skills of protagonists from Blue Planet novels? Soon, Wu Xing finished reviewing the introductions of all the lower-tier celestial grade techniques. After careful consideration, he decided to purchase one sword opens the heavenly gate first. He had read about this technique. It was dazzlingly spectacular, devastatingly powerful, and the perfect means to establish his reputation across the world. System, purchase one sword opens the heavenly gate. Ding. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. You have mastered one sword opens the heavenly gate. Spending another 100 experience points on one sword opens the heavenly gate. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Experience points successfully applied. Your lower tier celestial grade technique, one sword opens the heavenly gate, has reached perfection. Glancing at his personal information panel, Wuxing felt exhilarated. Since he had cultivated this sword art, how could he not have a suitable weapon? Browsing through the sword selection, his eyes quickly settled on a blade named Frostlight. Checking his remaining 20 shop points, Wuxing didn't hesitate. System, exchange the dual-marked golden core for shop points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Exchange successful. You have obtained 120 shop points. The Frostlight sword was priced at 100 shop points. Without delay, Wuxing purchased it immediately. His fingers traced the icy blue blade. Its chilling aura biting into his skin. The sword, acquired through the system, had automatically recognized him as its master and would never betray him. If even a golden core cultivator like himself felt its frost, what would happen if he used it against an enemy? Would it freeze them to death? He would have to test its power soon. Wuxing stored the sword within his dantian for nurturing. Knock, knock. A soft rapping at the door. Wuxing's spiritual sense swept outward, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Chapter 21. Truth spilled in wine. Emotions revealed opening the door. He found a girl in coarse linen robes standing there, holding a large steaming pot of meat broth. Her face was flushed red, clearly straining under its weight. Wuxing quickly took the earthenware basin and ushered Xiaoshui inside. His appetite flared as he prepared to dig in, until he noticed Xiaoshui's gaze fixed on the meat-filled bowl, though she remained silent. The bowl was as large as a wash basin, containing at least 10 pounds of meat. Xiaoshui, come eat with me. And no, I've already eaten. This is for you. As the village chief instructed, Wuxing understood. For villagers like them, meat was likely a rare luxury, reserved only for festivals. Had he not slain that lion-tiger beast earlier, many would have been injured, and with tributes demanded by immortals, they surely couldn't afford to indulge. Thus, Wuxing promptly declared with gravity, Xiaoshui, you shall dine with me. If you do not eat, then I shall abstain as well. Observing this, Xiaoshui cautiously replied, then I shall partake a little. Ah, that is the spirit. Wuxing quickly retrieved a set of exquisite spiritual utensils from his storage ring and shared them with Xiaoshui, placing a generous portion of tender meat into her bowl. Xiaoshui delicately picked up a morsel with her chopsticks and took a small bite. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with delight. No longer hesitating, she began to eat heartily. Wuxing, too, took a piece of meat and savored it in moderation. The aroma had already tantalized his senses, and he was curious as to the quality of the meat in this realm. As the meat touched his palate, he realized that his previous concerns were unfounded. A unique fragrance enveloped his taste buds, igniting his appetite. He vowed he had never tasted meat so exquisite. Thus, he also began to indulge voraciously. Soon, both Wuxing and Xiaoshui were too engrossed in their feast to converse, solely focused on the delectable meat. Suddenly, Wuxing recalled something and produced a flask of wine. Pouring 2 cups, he handed one to Xiaoshui and kept the other for himself. Big brother, what is this? She inquired. This is wine. Drinking wine alongside meat enhances its flavor. Wuxing replied with a contented smile. Xiaoshui, intrigued yet skeptical, took a bite of meat followed by a sip of wine. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she emitted a sharp gasp, nearly moved to tears. Big brother, you tricked me, she lamented, casting a forlorn glance at Wuxing, as if to say, how could you deceive one who trusts you so? Wuxing, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter. Nonsense. Just eat a bit more meat and try another sip. Skeptical, Xiaoshui complied with Wuxing's suggestion. Her face deepened in hue, and the wine seemed less fiery than before. Indeed, the meat is truly more flavorful, she exclaimed. Before long, the two had devoured an entire basin of meat, and the flask of wine had been nearly emptied. Of course, the majority of the feast, about 90%, had found its way into Wuxing's stomach, leaving only a modest portion for Xiaoshui. Wuxing was astonished by Xiaoshui's hearty appetite. Glancing up, he noted her flushed complexion. She could barely stand, swaying before collapsing onto the bed. Wuxing, deciding not to attend to her just yet, resolved to step outside for some fresh air. He too felt a warmth rising to his face, the world around him spinning slightly. It appeared he was experiencing a bit of intoxication. In truth, he had never possessed a strong tolerance for alcohol. Back on Blue Star, he was notorious for being a lightweight, one drink would render him senseless. At gatherings, he would shy away from alcohol, for one sip would lead to oblivion. However, through persistent practice, he had somewhat improved his capacity, though he had also developed a penchant for drink, ultimately leading to his demise. Suddenly, he heard Xiao Xue calling for him softly, "Big brother, big brother." Due to a slight intoxication, he could not hear clearly and thus staggered toward Xiao Xue. Upon reaching her side, he discovered that she had already fallen asleep, mumbling in a daze. "Big brother, can you please stay? Don't go. Big brother." Xiao Xue likes. Wu Xing was suddenly jolted awake, hastily channeling his spiritual energy to dispel the alcohol within him. Just as he intended to listen more attentively, Xiao Xue fell silent. He suspected he might have misheard earlier and chose not to dwell on it. He gently opened the blanket and covered her with it. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began to cultivate his skills. An hour later, Xiao Xue awoke, her eyes fluttering open with a hint of panic. Upon noticing Wu Xing practicing, she remained silent, her gaze fixed on him with rapt admiration. "Xiao Xue, you're awake. Are you feeling unwell? Had I known, I wouldn't have let you drink." Wu Xing said with a tinge of guilt. "I'm fine, big brother. The wine was quite enjoyable." Xiao Xue quickly replied, her eyes slightly evasive. "Is that so? But you got drunk and mentioned liking." Wu Xing teased the little girl, charmed by her adorableness. To his surprise, upon hearing his words, Xiao Xue suddenly leapt from the bed, attempting to kneel on the ground. Wu Xing swiftly used his spiritual power to prevent her. "Xiao Xue, what's wrong? Did I not tell you? I will protect you. You need not fear me, nor should you kneel to me like others." Wu Xing gently reassured her. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xue turned pale, tears brimming in her eyes. "I'm sorry, big brother. Xiao Xue didn't mean to like you. Please don't dislike me. I promise I will behave and never harbor any improper thoughts about you." "What? Xiao Xue likes me?" Wu Xing quickly approached her, enveloping her in an embrace. Stroking her head while softly comforting her, "Do not fear, Xiao Xue. Big brother does not blame you." "But Xiao Xue shouldn't like big brother. I'm merely an ordinary person. How could I ever dare to dream of someone as extraordinary as you?" Xiao Xue continued to sob softly. Wu Xing, upon hearing her words, continued to console her. "Xiao Xue, you are not ordinary. You are a kind, lovely girl, and big brother likes you too." At this, Xiao Xue ceased her tears. Lifting her head to gaze earnestly into Wu Xing's eyes, she asked, "Is it that kind of liking between a boy and a girl?" Wu Xing was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that Xiao Xue merely regarded him as an older brother, not realizing her feelings ran deeper. As Wu Xing remained silent for an extended moment, Xiao Xue withdrew from his embrace, sorrowfully running away. Watching her retreating figure, Wu Xing felt a wave of desolation and an unbearable ache in his heart. Could it be that I have feelings for Xiao Xue? Is it not merely brotherly affection? With this thought, Wu Xing channeled his spiritual awareness, sending a sincere voice to Xiao Xue's ears. "Xiao Xue, I like you too. When you turn 18, I shall take you as my wife." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xue abruptly halted her steps and turned a glance at the entrance where Wu Xing stood. With a gentle smile and a nod, Wu Xing transmitted his thoughts once more. "Xiao Xue, you have not misheard. I, Wu Xing, hold affection for you and wish to marry you." Overjoyed, Xiao Xue spun around and fled in delight. Chapter 22. A reunion with the celestial sister. Hua Linger suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Wu Xing made his way toward the room where Xiao Xue resided. Upon reaching the doorway, he discovered Xiao Xue seated within, lost in contemplation, her thoughts a mystery. Observing this, Wu Xing called out softly, "Xiao Xue." Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Xue turned, her cheeks flushing crimson as she stammered nervously, "Big brother, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Seeing Xiao Xue's bashful and flustered demeanor, Wu Xing could not help but chuckle. He presented her with a storage pouch containing ordinary medicinal pills suitable for common folk and some foundational martial arts manuals. He hoped these gifts would aid the simple villagers in strengthening their bodies and prolonging their lives. He also inquired if there was anything else the village required. Wu Xing intended to visit the nearby town to sell some of his superfluous spoils and assist the villagers in acquiring their necessities. Upon learning this, Xiao Xue expressed her concern, saying, "Big brother, you are being pursued by the celestial beings of the Linghua sect. Going to the town could expose you. Do not worry. I have a way to elude them," Wu Xing declared, casually waving his hand, and his appearance transformed. Xiao Xue, witnessing this astonishing change, approached to touch Wu Xing's face, finding it dissimilar to what she had seen before. "This is a simple disguise technique, imperceptible to the untrained eye," Wu Xing reassured her softly. Relieved, Xiao Xue felt at ease. Before departing, Wuxing cautioned Xiao Xue to ensure the villagers did not leave the protective array. Soon, he headed toward the village's entrance. Throughout his journey, Wuxing communicated with the system, ultimately spending 100 points in the system's shop to acquire a martial arts manual titled Heaven and Earth Transformation Art. This remarkable technique, derived from the realm of the Celestial Shield, could alter the practitioner's aura, appearance, and even age, leaving no trace. Note, however, while employing this technique, one cannot exert full strength and must limit themselves to 80% of their power. Otherwise, their original appearance will return. Concurrently, Wuxing utilized 100 experience points to cultivate the technique to its consummate state. He felt grateful to the system, recognizing this art as an essential skill for survival. Before long, Wuxing activated the technique, transforming into a robust middle-aged man, towering at 8 feet with a broad frame and a full beard. He did not conceal his cultivation level and casually drew a spirit sword from his storage ring. Ascending on his sword, he set his course toward the eastern town. Throughout the journey, a smile remained on his lips, reveling in the realization that he, Wuxing, could soar through the skies like a legendary cultivator of yore. Having arrived in this world, he was determined to become a formidable master of the rules that govern it. No longer shall I be a weakling, subject to the whims of others. Within the span of less than half a stick of incense, Wuxing beheld a modestly vibrant town. From the words of the young girl, he learned that this town was under the protection of an immortal, thus maintaining commendable order within its boundaries. Upon landing, Wuxing approached the town's entrance, noticing 2 queues, one bustling with a long line of people, and the other scarcely populated. A closer inspection revealed that the shorter line was comprised of cultivators, who were permitted entry through the main gate, while ordinary folk were relegated to a side entrance. Wuxing joined the queue of the immortals, and before long, it was his turn. He exchanged 5 low-grade spirit stones for an identity jade token and was granted passage. Upon entering the town, Wuxing noticed several onlookers observing him. A scruffy girl, no older than 12 or 13, obstructed his path, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. "Sir, I can guide you. I am a local and know every detail about Wulong Town. I can save you much time," she pleaded, her expression a mixture of humility and trepidation. After a moment's contemplation, Wuxing replied, "Very well, you shall do." "Thank you, kind sir. My fee is quite modest, merely 1 low-grade spirit stone," she chimed. As they proceeded, the girl eagerly shared insights about Wulong Town, and Wuxing nodded in affirmation, recognizing her sincerity. "First, take me to purchase seeds for common crops, then I require fabric for clothing, and finally, guide me to the cultivator's trading post." He instructed in a calm tone, "Sir, these locations are somewhat distant. If you wish to reach them swiftly, we shall need a carriage," she cautiously suggested while keenly observing his subtle expressions. "Very well, you shall make the arrangements," Wuxing replied nonchalantly. The girl hesitated, her words caught in her throat, yet ultimately remained silent. Soon, she procured a carriage, and after an hour's journey, they completed the necessary purchases. Throughout, the girl demonstrated remarkable attentiveness, and Wuxing discerned that she was a nascent chi-refining cultivator. Arriving at the town's center, they reached the treasure pavilion, where Wuxing casually tossed her a storage bag. Upon opening it, the girl gasped in astonishment, attempting to return it, but a mere glance from Wuxing rendered her speechless. Reluctantly, she accepted the bag, her gaze lingering on his retreating figure, tears welling in her eyes before she quietly departed. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, Wuxing unleashed the aura of a golden core cultivator, which granted him access to the VIP room. After the passage of an incense stick's time, he left with immense satisfaction. On the rooftop of the pavilion, a woman clad in a flowing white veil and a snow-white dress, her figure alluring, awaited. At this moment, she reclined gracefully on a soft couch concealed by a screen, her long legs and voluptuous figure subtly visible, though her face was shrouded by a veil. Her captivating peach blossom eyes ensnared anyone who beheld them. Presently, she was listening to a report from a middle-aged man, her gaze shifting continuously, ultimately revealing a flicker of peculiar intrigue. Who was this individual? In a single day, he had slain several esteemed elders of the Golden Core realm from major sects. Not only that, but he had the audacity to bring his spoils to my treasure pavilion for sale. How fascinating. He appears to be only in his 30s, truly a prodigy. Although his unkempt beard detracts from his appearance, his prowess is undeniable. Manager Wang, investigate this person's identity. Do not offend him. Instead, seek to win him over. If necessary, we may need to acquiesce to some of his more extravagant demands. A voice, laced with temptation, echoed through the room. Manager Wang, the middle-aged man, was momentarily taken aback. His gaze fixated on the woman's provocative figure. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. Blood spurted from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, he hastily exclaimed, "I am guilty. Please punish me, my lady." The enchanting woman glanced at Manager Wang, raised her hand, and coldly commanded, "Leave. Should there be a next time, I shall gouge out your eyes." "Yes, I dare not," he replied, fearfully. Soon, tranquility returned to the rooftop. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Wu Xing did not rush back to his village. Instead, he decided to stroll through the town, seeking useful items and gathering information. Suddenly, several voices caught his attention. "Junior sister, have you heard? The person the sect is after has quite a remarkable background," boasted a relatively handsome man in white. Wu Xing noticed a familiar figure, a white-clad woman, Huolinger, the fairy who had previously pursued him. She was currently accompanied by her fellow disciples. Chapter 23. The instructions of the Spirit Fire sect's leader Huolinger wore a troubled expression, evidently preoccupied with some concern. She did not engage with the man's remarks. The white-clad man felt somewhat embarrassed, turning his face away, avoiding Huolinger's gaze. "What background?" Another ordinary-looking female cultivator quickly interjected. Her eyes filled with admiration for the white-clad man. The man's demeanor softened slightly as he continued, "I have heard that this individual possesses a formidable master. Possibly the infamous thief, Chaodwanda." "What? Chaodwanda?" "It is said that he is not only eccentric and ruthless but also delights in despicable acts such as grave robbing and petty theft, which tarnish one's moral standing. However, he is highly skilled, appearing and disappearing without a trace, rarely encountering defeat. If that rogue is indeed a disciple of Chaodwanda, then our Spirit Fire sect's pursuit of him would surely invite immense trouble. Rumor has it that the sect master intends to revoke the wanted order, seeking a pretext to downplay significant matters and trivialize minor ones." Upon overhearing the discussion, Wu Xing's expression subtly shifted. "Chaodwanda? Who might that be? Do I know him? I merely conjured an imaginary master, and they took it seriously? They even located a real person? Their imaginations are quite extraordinary. Nevertheless, with such a formidable figure looming, they likely would not dare to send anyone to hunt me down recklessly." Huolinger remained silent, quietly advancing ahead. Soon, Wu Xing encountered several individuals. The disciples of the Linghua sect exchanged glances, their expressions altering slightly upon catching sight of Wu Xing, after which they ceased their conversation. As for Huolinger, she fixated her gaze intently on Wu Xing's eyes. Only when she sensed him passing by did she retract her gaze. A peculiar sense of familiarity emanated from this man's eyes, yet there was no trace of this bearded man in her memories. Once they had passed each other, the disciples of the Linghua sect resumed their discourse. "What is the matter with this woman? I have transformed into a burly man using the great transformation technique. Even those at the out-of-body stage cannot see through my disguise. How could this girl possibly discern it? Surely, that cannot be." Wu Xing felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he harbored a sense of guilt, making him uneasy in her presence. This man possesses formidable strength, exuding an aura akin to that of a sect elder, which startled me earlier. Indeed, in such a small town, to encounter such a powerful cultivator is quite astonishing. It appears we must exercise caution in our future endeavors. Wu Xing suspected that these disciples might possess knowledge beyond the ordinary, prompting him to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Have you heard? Several elders at the late Golden Core stage ventured to Taiyuan village to apprehend that individual mentioned in the wanted order, only to be slain by him. Fortunately, some cultivators acted prudently, observing from a distance, else they might have perished as well. Moreover, the people from Xingyang sect have even come to our sect to discuss how to handle this matter." Wu Xing was taken aback. The efficiency with which these sects address issues is quite remarkable, gathering so swiftly. It seems the sect master is somewhat troubled by the handling of this incident. Why is that? The sect master is a formidable being at the out-of-body stage. Can that Chaodwanda truly surpass him? Ah, but you are unaware. My master is the Grand Elder and has the privilege of knowing this person. It is said that Chaodwanda possesses extraordinary physical strength, exceptional talent and formations, and unparalleled divine powers, with cultivation at least at the spirit-severing stage or above. Thus, should the sect master encounter him, he would indeed have to address him as senior. Naturally, in the realm of cultivation, the powerful command respect. Not to mention that this individual's cultivation surpasses that of the sect master by a significant margin. Even the emperor of the Dali dynasty, whose strength exceeds that of the sect master by only a minor rank, has left our Linghua sect struggling for breath. So, does this mean our Linghua sect has encountered an insurmountable obstacle? Which esteemed predecessor possesses such formidable prowess that they could effortlessly obliterate our Spirit Fire sect? Although this predecessor may act in peculiar ways, it is merely a reaction to provocations from others. While our Spirit Fire sect has indeed erred, it was his disciple who initially pilfered from our sacred treasury, thus we should not be overly concerned. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Wu Xing finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. After all, he was merely a golden core cultivator, capable of contending only with those of the nascent soul stage, confronting a powerhouse like the sect leader of the Spirit Fire sect, who has reached the transcendent stage, would undoubtedly lead to his swift retreat. While he could escape, the villagers of Peach Blossom Village would surely meet a grim fate. Wu Xing resolved to return to the village and await the arrival of the Spirit Fire sect's disciples seeking him out. In the conference hall of the Spirit Fire sect, the elders and leaders of various sects, alongside the sect leader and senior elders of the Spirit Fire sect, were engaged in earnest discussion regarding Wu Sheng and Chao Duanda's affair. Elder Chao, as we are all aware, he is not one to be trifled with. His disciple, however, has not committed any egregious offense, and I hope we can handle this matter with caution, stated the sect leader of the Spirit Fire sect, his demeanor serious and tone calm. Indeed, I comprehend the rationale, but that youth has slain several golden core elders of my Zhengyang sect. If we, the Zhengyang sect, were to show weakness in this matter, how could we possibly maintain our standing within the Greatly dynasty? Retorted the leader of Zhengyang sect, his voice laced with agitation. Furthermore, my Zhengyang sect has incurred enmity with that young man due to the bounty issued on his head by your Spirit Fire sect. Should you not provide us with an explanation? Exactly. Our Hongxia sect has also suffered significant losses. Sect leader, we expect an explanation from you. As the assembly witnessed Wu Sheng's formidable reputation, many began to exert pressure on the Spirit Fire sect. Clearly, their intentions were merely to seek some form of compensation. After all, neither the Spirit Fire sect nor the formidable Chao Duanda behind Wu Xing were adversaries they could confront. The Spirit Fire sect could not afford to neglect their concerns. Otherwise, who would dare to stand united with them in the future? The sect leader of the Spirit Fire sect, Ling Shushu, was an elegant middle-aged man. Having attained the transcendent stage many years ago, he now stood at the 5th level of that realm, while the emperor of the Greatly dynasty was at the 6th level. The Spirit Fire sect, being the foremost sect in the Greatly dynasty, thrived on Ling Shushu's formidable powers. At that moment, he occupied the principal seat in the conference hall, his expression troubled, clearly contemplating how to placate these subordinate sections. As for Elder Chao, he was certainly not someone to offend. Initially, he had harbored doubts about the authenticity of the news. However, upon learning that Wu Sheng possessed the ability to arrange formations, slay foes across realms, and elude powerful adversaries with uncanny agility, he recognized that these attributes mirrored those of Elder Chao. Consequently, he believed there was a significant probability that the claims were true. He dared not take the risk. After a brief contemplation, Ling Shushu turned to the elders and leaders who were fixated on him and finally spoke. Since everyone is aware of the capabilities of that esteemed predecessor, I shall refrain from further elaboration. His disciple is not someone we can easily intimidate. The consequences of such actions would be beyond our capacity to bear. The root of the matter lies in his theft from our Linghua sect's treasury. He was at fault initially, and I shall communicate and negotiate with him appropriately. Ling Shushu paused briefly before continuing. Esteemed leaders and elders, let us rest for today. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to invite that young man, and we will collectively address the situation, allowing him to offer his apologies to you all. We shall let this matter pass, shall we? Ling Zhongzhu took a moment to gauge the reactions of the various sections. Chapter 24, Big Brother, Take Me. Noticing their solemn expressions, he realized that none dared to voice their dissent. After all, which elder could be trifled with by these lesser sects? Thus, Ling Shushu continued with a smile. Furthermore, I have decided that each sect may send one outstanding disciple to our Linghua sect's foundation establishment spring for 10 days of training this year. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the sect leaders and elders lit up with excitement. The foundation establishment spring? It is rumored to be a unique spiritual spring of Linghua sect that aids disciples at the peak of the Qi refinement stage in laying a solid foundation, thereby enhancing their chances of advancing to the foundation establishment stage. There are even whispers of a slight possibility to elevate one's spiritual root potential. To our astonishment, Ling Zhongzhu has been so generous as to grant us a spot. In the past, Such privileges were reserved solely for the direct disciples of Linghua sect and the royal offspring of the Dali dynasty. We have struck a tremendous bargain. It appears our sect may soon produce a prodigious disciple. Evidently, everyone was pleased with Ling Zhongzhu's announcement, and smiles appeared across their faces. With no objections raised, Ling Shushu declared, "Then it is settled." However, just then, a hoarse voice interrupted, "Zhongzhu, I believe this approach is inappropriate." All eyes turned towards the speaker. An elderly man clad in a gray robe, his triangular eyes gleaming with righteous indignation. Ling Shushu frowned slightly but refrained from reacting harshly. Instead, he replied gently, "Elder, do you have an alternative solution?" "Esteemed Zhongzhu," the elder began, "this individual is clearly a scoundrel. Previously, he attempted to make advances towards Elder Ling's beloved disciple, Hua Ling, but was thwarted by myself and Elder Ling. He cannot possibly be a disciple of Elder Chao. He even claimed to be a prince of the Dali dynasty. But his words are mere fabrications intended to deceive us." As the elder spoke, he observed the reactions of the crowd. "Elder Ling, is what the elder has said true?" Ling Shushu inquired, directing his gaze towards the elegant woman beside the elder, who was none other than Hua Linger's mentor, Ling Yun. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun quickly clasped her hands in a salute, her voice resonating with an icy clarity as she responded, "Esteemed Zhongzhu, what the elder has stated is indeed accurate. That young man speaks nothing but lies and is truly a rogue." The crowd could not help but gaze at Ling Yun, swallowing hard. She was renowned within Linghua sect as the Ice Queen, sought after by countless elders and formidable figures from other factions. However, she was never one to hide her disdain, perpetually maintaining an icy demeanor. Yet, it is often said that what one cannot attain is the most desirable. Rumor had it that Ling Yun had once harbored affections for a man in her youth, only to discover, to her dismay, that he had fallen for another woman and even fathered a child. This betrayal incited Ling Yun's fury, leading her to confront the man, ultimately extinguishing his entire family. She proclaimed that no man in this world could be trusted, declaring her independence, vowing that she would become the strongest, relying solely on her own abilities. From that moment forth, Ling Yun devoted herself entirely to cultivation, eschewing matters of the heart. Upon hearing this, Ling Shushu pondered briefly before directing her gaze toward the elegantly attired matron, seeking her counsel. "Elder Ling, do you find any fault in the way I have handled this matter?" "There is no fault," the matron responded, momentarily taken aback but quickly regaining her composure. Ling Shushu cast another glance at Ling Yun before turning to the elder with the triangular eyes. "Great elder, as I previously stated, send someone to invite him tomorrow. Do not delay. Do you understand?" When Ling Shushu uttered her final words, she emphasized her tone, exuding the pressure characteristic of one at the out-of-body realm. The great elder grunted softly, his body swaying slightly, and he hastily bowed. "I understand." Ling Shushu glanced back at Ling Yun once more before her figure flickered and vanished from the council chamber. Meanwhile, Ling Yun remained blissfully unaware of the proceedings. A sinister glint flickered in the great elder's triangular eyes. "Ling Shushu, your time is limited. I shall ensure you pay for your transgressions in due course." Before long, tranquility returned to the council chamber. At noon, Wu Sheng arrived at the outskirts of Taoyuan village, 100 meters away. At that moment, he felt quite content. After all, there was no imminent danger, and with the kind-hearted girl Xiao Xue by his side, life was rather delightful. Wu Sheng soon spotted a petite figure Xiao Xue, who stood at the village entrance, her worried gaze frequently scanning the distance. Upon catching sight of Wu Sheng, Xiao Xue's eyes brightened considerably. Wu Sheng landed a short distance in front of her, arms outstretched, embracing Xiao Xue as she rushed toward him. "Big brother, you're back. I was so afraid you would leave and never return." Xiao Xue's voice quivered slightly. "Fear not, everything will be fine. I promise to return. Especially with such a lovely and beautiful Xiao Xue waiting for me at home." Wu Sheng gently patted her head, offering a warm smile. "Yes, big brother, I believe you." Xiao Xue slowly released her tight embrace, her tears giving way to a smile. Wu Sheng took her soft hand, and together they strolled into Taoyuan village. Along the way, the villagers stared wide-eyed, yet out of reverence for the immortal, none dared approach to inquire. Instead, they respectfully greeted from a distance. Thus, Wu Sheng harnessed his spiritual power and addressed the villagers. "Greetings, residents of Taoyuan village. I am Wu Sheng, Xiao Xue's fiancé, and from this day forth, I shall be a part of your community." As the words fell, Xiao Xue tightened her grip on Wu Sheng's hand, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Yet her eyes sparkled with sweet delight. Wu Sheng, too, wore a proud smile, radiating joy to everyone they encountered along the way, devoid of any arrogance. Upon arriving at the village chief's residence, Chief Li Shan welcomed them warmly, personally crafting 2 marriage certificates for the couple. Wu Xing then retrieved several varieties of spiritual plant seeds from his storage bag, presenting them to the chief, along with an assortment of advanced agricultural tools from the town. Soon, Wu Xing and Xiao Xue were on their way to her home. Once inside, however, Xiao Xue sat restlessly, her shyness evident. What is the matter? Wu Xing wondered, puzzled by her continued blush. He quickly took her hand and employed his spiritual power to investigate. There seemed to be no issue. She was in perfect health. To his astonishment, he discovered that Xiao Xue possessed a spiritual root. How had he not noticed this before? As he felt his spiritual energy enter Xiao Xue's body, slowly being absorbed, he hesitated to allow her to cultivate her powers without knowing the nature of her spiritual root. Xiao Xue's face grew even redder after Wu Xing grasped her hand. Could it be? Is it still daytime? Does he wish to engage in such activities with me? Aunt Wang had mentioned that men often desire such things with the women they cherish. But they were not yet married. Should she refuse him? Yet, she did not want to hurt his feelings. Ultimately, she summoned her courage, stepped forward, embraced Wu Xing, and kissed him. Big brother, take me. Xiao Xue is willing. Chapter 25. Visitors from the Spirit Fire sect. Wu Xing was momentarily taken aback by the warm sensation of her lips and her clumsy kiss. Am I being forcefully kissed? By a young girl, no less? Wait, what was Xiao Xue saying? What did she mean by wanting him? Suddenly, he realized that Xiao Xue had misunderstood. He gently pushed her away and looked at her earnestly. Xiao Xue, startled by his serious expression, instinctively lowered her head. I'm sorry, big brother, it was Xiao Xue's mistake. Am I that frightening? Wu Xing thought, bewildered by her apology. What was going on? He quickly stepped closer, embraced Xiao Xue, and spoke softly. No, Xiao Xue did nothing wrong. It was my fault. At his words, Xiao Xue paused, then resolutely declared, it was indeed Xiao Xue's fault. I should not have acted that way. Wu Xing found himself at a loss. In his previous life, he had been quite the oblivious man, often unsure how to make a girl happy, leading to frequent quarrels with his beloved. Ultimately, a misunderstanding had caused her to leave him, only for her to fall victim to a tragic fate in his absence. This time, he vowed to clarify everything. Xiao Xue, it is my fault. I hold affection for you, yet we are not wed, and considering your tender age, it is inappropriate for us to engage in the intimacies of married life. I cannot bear to cause you any pain. Wu Xing hastily interjected, for he did not wish to see this gentle and lovely girl suffer in solitude. Upon hearing Wu Xing's words, Xiao Xue's sorrow dissipated, though her small hands remained tightly clasped around him. Reluctantly, Wu Xing lifted Xiao Xue and placed her on the bed, where they both lay down together. Soon, she drifted into slumber. Observing the tear-streaked visage of Xiao Xue, Wu Xing felt a pang of guilt. He understood that her sensitivity and insecurity stemmed from being an ordinary person while he was a cultivator. In this fantastical realm, strength reigns supreme, and there exists a stark divide between mortals and immortals. Once she awakens, he shall reveal to her that she too can ascend to immortality, which might alleviate her fears and uncertainties regarding herself. As he pondered these thoughts, Wu Xing decided to rest as well, surrendering to sleep. However, after Wu Xing fell into slumber, Xiao Xue slowly opened her eyes and, with her small hand, gently caressed Wu Xing's face. Big brother, I cannot fathom why I am drawn to you. The moment I first beheld you, bloodied in the forest, my heart quivered. From that instant, I sensed your uniqueness. Indeed, Xiao Xue cared little for the distinction between immortals and mortals. Her sole concern was for him. No matter the time, I shall always be by your side. Embracing Wu Xing, she gazed at him with eyes brimming with sweetness. A unique fragrance wafted through the air, prompting Wu Xing to open his eyes gradually, only to find Xiao Xue absent from his side. A sweep of his spiritual awareness revealed a petite figure approaching, delicately carrying a large basin of meat. As she reached the threshold, Wu Xing rose to open the door and expertly accepted the basin, placing it upon the small wooden table. Grasping Xiao Xue's hand, he quietly infused her with spiritual energy. The two of them joyfully sat together, feasting on meat and drinking wine, until exhaustion took hold, and they fell into a deep sleep. On the following morning, Wu Xing awoke, his mind still somewhat sluggish. With a creak, the door swung open. Xiao Xue entered, cradling a bowl of congee. Big brother, I've heard that drinking congee in the morning is beneficial for one's health. As she spoke, she settled beside him, lifting the spoon to feed him. Wu Xing initially intended to decline, but Xiao Xue's persistence led him to accept. Before long, he had finished his breakfast. Just as Xiao Xue prepared to leave, Wu Xing suddenly spoke up. Xiao Shui, would you like to cultivate with me? You know, the methods of immortality. After much contemplation, Wu Sheng sought her opinion, unwilling to dictate her path. Really? I can also cultivate. Hearing this, Xiao Shui turned back with immediate joy. Of course you can. Wu Sheng replied, though he hesitated slightly, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Xiao Shui's eyes dimmed, and she hurriedly spoke, Big brother, please don't tease me. A celestial being came before and tested me. I have no spiritual root and cannot become an immortal. Upon hearing this, Wu Sheng immediately understood the misunderstanding and exclaimed, Xiao Shui, they're mistaken. You possess a spiritual root and can cultivate. It's just that your spiritual root is of such high caliber that I am uncertain which cultivation method would be suitable for you. Is that true? How wonderful. Xiao Shui can cultivate too, and that means I can always be with Big Brother. Xiao Shui joyfully laughed, her eyes sparkling like little stars, gazing affectionately at Wu Sheng. As she regained her composure from her excitement, she took the bowl outside. Wu Sheng also realized that for now, he had no means to ascertain the nature of Xiao Shui's spiritual root. He opened the system panel to review his personal information. Host, Wu Sheng Realm, 5th stage of Golden Core, initial entry, experience points, 010, 0000 mall credits, 40 experience value, 100 cultivation techniques, Chaotic Yuan infant method, entry level. Wilderness body refining method, beginner level, martial skills, 9 transformations golden body technique, perfection level, Kuimping soaring freedom technique, perfection level. A sword opens the heavenly gate, perfection level. Earth-shattering great law, perfection level, spiritual root. Innate chaotic spiritual root occupation, none status. Prince consort of the Great Li dynasty in the southern wilderness, with my current martial prowess. I should be sufficient to contend with ordinary golden core cultivators, but I still fall short in facing the sect master of the Spirit Fire sect. I must not be too anxious regarding my strengths enhancement. As a mere novice cultivator, such powerful beings will not come seeking me out specifically. Suddenly, Wu Sheng remembered something. System. What is Xiao Shui's spiritual root? What type of cultivation method is suitable for her? Wu Sheng hurriedly inquired of the system. Beep. System level 2 low. Unable to view other spiritual roots at this time. Damn, what is going on? A divine level system that cannot even provide this information? Wu Sheng silently complained. Hey. Those from Tiyuan village, summon the immortal from your village and inform him that the Spirit Fire sect has matters to discuss. Have him come out promptly. Suddenly, a young man's arrogant voice echoed, startling the villagers of Taoyuan, who all looked up towards the sky. Upon hearing this, Wu Sheng was instantly enraged. How audacious for such a person to trouble him. In a flash, Wu Sheng appeared in the air and beheld the newcomer. This individual was clad in the distinctive golden-threaded attire of a direct disciple of the Spirit Fire sect, his hair bound with a special ribbon. Standing at 8 feet tall, he was strikingly handsome, resembling a beautiful man, yet at that moment, he sat arrogantly upon a treasured sword, his gaze condescendingly fixed on Wu Sheng. Chapter 26. A violent beating of Lin Bufan. Simultaneously, a short and stout man stood behind him, also dressed in the attire of a direct disciple. Master brother, cease your reckless chatter. This individual is a disciple of a venerable predecessor, a true prodigy among men. A rare talent capable of vanquishing even those at the late stages of the Golden Core realm. We must not treat him lightly. The stout, short man tugged at the sleeve of the handsome youth, his expression fraught with urgency, yet a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. Is that so? He is a genius. I am one as well. What of the late Golden Core realm? I too am capable. The handsome youth replied nonchalantly. Master brother, this person is indeed a disciple of a renowned predecessor. We cannot afford to be careless. What of the venerable predecessor? Can they truly exert their influence over the lesser? Upon hearing their conversation, Wu Sheng quickly grasped the situation. Were you calling for me just now? Do you have an issue? He inquired, directing his gaze towards the handsome youth. Wu Sheng noticed that this individual possessed golden core cultivation and radiated a formidable aura. To openly claim the ability to annihilate late-stage golden core cultivators, while being merely in his 30s, suggested he too was an extraordinary disciple. Is it you? Are you the disciple of that venerable predecessor? You don't seem much, and I dare say I am more handsome. I challenge you to a duel. The handsome youth scrutinized Wu Sheng for a moment, speaking with a grin. You wish to duel me? Wu Sheng responded, astonished. He had initially thought this fellow was seeking trouble, only to discover he was a combative spirit. I have heard you are a talented disciple. Thus I have come to issue a challenge. The handsome youth asserted, as if it were a matter of course. as if issuing a challenge entitled him to an acceptance. I have no time, seek another. Moreover, battling you holds no advantage for me. It is a futile endeavor I shall not undertake. Wu Sheng outright declined, sensing an unusual air about the day's events. No, you must engage in battle with me, the handsome youth exclaimed, a hint of desperation in his voice. Meanwhile, the villagers of Taoyuan had gathered at the village entrance, observing the unfolding situation through the protective array. Xiao Xue wore a worried expression. Feigning departure, Wu Sheng turned away. The two men in the sky grew anxious. Young sir, please do not rush away. If you defeat my master brother in combat, I shall grant you a protective jade pendant capable of withstanding attacks from early-stage golden core cultivators. The stout man hastily interjected, revealing an ancient phoenix jade pendant from his palm. Seeing this, Wu Sheng pivoted, feigning reluctance as he stated, Very well, but should I lose, I shall offer you nothing. At this, the handsome youth rejoiced, exclaiming, This is splendid. He also cast a grateful smile at the stout man, who responded with a smile of his own. However, when the handsome youth turned his attention back to Wu Sheng, a flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes. Once this master brother is slain by him, the Linghua sect shall fall under my dominion. It is said this man is ruthless, leaving no survivors among his adversaries. Lin Bufan, your demise is nigh. Should this fellow fall to your hand, your fate is sealed as well. In the future, I shall be the esteemed senior brother of the Linghua sect, and those beautiful junior sisters will gaze upon me with admiration. The thought alone made the stout and short man chuckle foolishly, drooling in delight. I am Lin Bufan. At your service. The handsome man cupped his hands in a respectful greeting and proclaimed loudly. Witnessing this, Wu Sheng returned the courtesy, saying, Wu Sheng, I implore you to show mercy. Lin brother. Lin Bufan began to channel his spiritual power, causing his garments to flutter as if stirred by an unseen wind, a formidable pressure bearing down upon Wu Sheng. Unfazed, Wu Sheng also activated his own techniques, emanating an equally potent aura. A resounding clash echoed as the two forces collided fiercely in the air. Soon, Lin Bufan staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance. Wu Sheng, you are quite formidable. Just now, I only exerted 80% of my spiritual power. I will not hold back any longer. Lin Bufan declared joyfully, a fervor gleaming in his eyes, clearly eager for an exhilarating battle. Upon hearing this, Wu Sheng responded with a slight smile, urging, Lin brother, do unleash your full might. In truth, Wu Sheng had only utilized 30% of his spiritual power and had already gained an advantage. Wu Sheng's cultivation was at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, while Lin Bufan had reached the 6th. Do you look down upon me? Lin Bufan suddenly erupted in anger, channeling his spiritual energy as he charged at Wu Sheng. In no time, the two began to spar with fist and feet. Their figures danced through the air, exchanging blows at a speed so swift that the onlookers could scarcely discern their techniques. Wu Sheng had not anticipated that Lin Bufan could withstand 30% of his strength. Had he faced a more typical Golden Core level 6 cultivator, they would have been vanquished long ago. It was common knowledge that Wu Sheng possessed an innate chaotic spiritual root, granting him strength 5 times that of others with a single attribute at the same level. After a stick of incense worth of time, Wu Sheng had gained a slight upper hand. Lin Bufan was both astonished and alarmed, aware that he held a cultivation advantage over Wu Sheng. Moreover, he practiced the earth-level technique, the innate Gengjin formula, which emphasized combat prowess, yet he struggled to overcome an opponent of equal rank. This individual's spiritual power was unexpectedly robust. He must indeed be a disciple of a venerable master. I had thought myself a genius, only to realize that there are indeed greater talents beyond my kin. Nonetheless, I cannot afford to lose face in this spectacle. I must reclaim my honor. Wu Sheng, you are not all that impressive, after battling me for so long. You appear to be nothing more than a weakling. Lin Bufan shouted amidst the fray. What? Lin Bufan, you dare to claim I am inadequate? You call me a weakling? You shall pay dearly for that. Wu Sheng seethed with rage, escalating his attack to 40% of his spiritual power. Lin Bufan felt a twinge of fear but was reluctant to show it, retorting defiantly, Wu Sheng, once I bring you to your knees, you shall address me as your grandfather. Boom. Bang. A figure was sent flying, accompanied by a piercing scream of despair. Upon hearing the words, the villagers of Taoyuan felt a tightening in their hearts, their expressions filled with concern. Only Xiao Xue, at the moment she heard the anguished cries, revealed a smile. The stout man wore a peculiar grin, nonchalantly retrieving a bag of snacks from his storage space and indulging in them. Meanwhile, 2 figures flickered in the air, accompanied by the continuous wails of a man. Clearly, one individual was pursuing another, mercilessly striking him, while the fleeing man, evidently lacking sufficient speed, could only endure the blows. The man's curses and cries echoed incessantly. After a duration that felt like an eternity, a loud thud resounded as a figure was knocked to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. His body bore no unscathed skin, and his face was swollen to the point of resembling that of a pig's head. Wuxing stood triumphantly in the air, casting a confident gaze over the scene, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. It was then that the villagers of Taiyuan realized that the one being beaten was not Wuxing, as they had presumed, but rather the elder brother of the Linghua sect. As for Xiao Xue, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Wuxing, murmuring to herself, "I knew it. Big brother is the fiercest." The stout man, observing the unfolding scene, remained silent, continuing to munch on his snacks. It was evident that he harbored a desire for both Wuxing and Lin Bufan to perish. Either outcome would please him. Once Wuxing sensed that the atmosphere had shifted, he slowly descended from the air, landing a short distance in front of Lin Bufan. Gazing at Lin Bufan, who was battered and bruised, Wuxing couldn't help but furrow his brow. Perhaps I have been a bit too harsh. Just look at him. Once a dashing youth, now unrecognizable even to his own parents. Dismissing his inner turmoil, Wuxing retracted his spiritual energy and approached Lin Bufan steadily. Chapter 27. Huilinger invites Wuxing to the Linghua sect despite Lin Bufan's disheveled appearance. It was merely superficial wounds, as Wuxing never intended to take a life. You just can't do it, weakling. Look at me. I'm still perfectly fine, Lin Bufan declared defiantly, sitting on the ground with his pig-like face. What? Lin Bufan, you dare to insult me? Wuxing exclaimed, the previous guilt dissipating entirely. Channeling his spiritual energy, he surged towards Lin Bufan. What are you doing? You asked for it. Stop hitting me. Lin Bufan protested. You're the weakling. Your man is useless. Soon, even more anguished cries emanated from Lin Bufan, more piercing than before. After what felt like an eternity, he was once again struck down to the ground. Wuxing approached him once more. Please, please, no more. I was wrong. Lin Bufan pleaded, tears welling in his eyes, appearing utterly aggrieved. What did you do wrong? Wuxing feigned anger, inquiring. I was wrong about everything. Just don't hit me anymore. Lin Bufan quickly capitulated, his bravado vanishing. This fellow is surprisingly shrewd. Was his previous arrogance merely a facade? Wuxing mused inwardly, contemplating his next move. Previously, you had wished for me to call you grandfather, yet now, having bested you, I find the tables have turned. As Wuxing spoke, he scrutinized Lin Bufan's expression and noticed a subtle shift. Lin's countenance darkened with barely contained rage. Yet he ultimately restrained himself, forcing a smile and saying, it was merely just before. Clearly, Lin Bufan possessed a proud spirit, unwilling to easily address another as grandfather. It seemed he had contemplated resistance, hinting at hidden strength, but could his defiance truly surpass mine? This individual must possess an extraordinary background. My current prowess is insufficient to provoke a power of such magnitude. With this thought, Wuxing merely chuckled, stepping forward to assist Lin Bufan to his feet, reiterating, if it was all in jest, then let it be. Simultaneously, Wuxing waved his hand, sending a gentle stream of water attribute spiritual energy toward Lin Bufan. Initially, Lin Bufan's expression wavered, yet he ultimately remained motionless, allowing the energy to flow into him. Soon, his injuries began to mend. Though not entirely healed, he felt considerably better. Observing this, Lin Bufan's expression shifted slightly. The man who had previously battled him with fire attribute energy was now employing water attribute energy for his healing. Could it be that he possesses both fire and water attributes? No wonder his spiritual energy is so profound, truly a prodigy. It is little wonder he was chosen as a disciple by that esteemed elder. Lin Bufan's heart was tumultuous. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left bewildered, unable to comprehend how two individuals who had once fought fiercely could now be reconciled. The stout man, observing from above, sensing the shift in dynamics, wore a grim expression, abandoning his snacks as he flew toward the pair. Brother Lin, may I inquire what brings you here today? Wuxing asked, turning his gaze toward Lin Bufan. Just as Lin was about to speak, he was interrupted by the stout man's arrival. Senior brother, why did you not exert your full strength to defeat him and elevate our Linghua sect's reputation? A resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving 5 distinct finger marks on the stout man's left cheek. Senior brother, why did you strike me? He exclaimed, incredulous. Zhu Xiaoshan, am I the senior brother? Or are you? Do you wish for death by questioning me? Lin Bufan glared at the stout man, Zhu Xiaoshan, with fury. Zhu Xiaoshan, taken aback, immediately lowered his head. Responding with reverence, "Senior brother, I was in the wrong." Despite his indignation, Zhu Xiaoshan dared not retaliate, for he was no match for Lin Bufan, especially in the presence of the merciless Wu Xing. Acknowledging your mistake is wise. You summoned me here. This task was yours. Explain the particulars to Brother Wu Xing. Lin Bufan commanded Zhu Xiaoshan. Yes, senior brother. Zhu Xiaoshan replied respectfully, turning to Wu Xing and continuing, Young master, our sect leader requests your presence. What business does your sect leader have with me? Wu Xing feigned confusion, inquiring further. Young master, you will understand once you go, Zhu Xiaoshan said with a smile. Lin Bufan, witnessing this, pushed Zhu Xiaoshan aside and remarked, Brother Wu Xing, weren't you previously wanted? Now, due to your master, the warrant has been rescinded. Moreover, you have slain several elders of the Golden Core realm. I suggest you negotiate a resolution. Oh, so that is the case. Thank you, Brother Lin, for enlightening me. Wu Xing expressed his gratitude with a bow. Not at all. You will understand once you go. Lin Bufan replied nonchalantly. Wu Xing pondered for a moment before stating, I will not go. I have done nothing wrong, so why should I attend? At this, the short, stout man became anxious, urgently interjecting, Young Master Wu Xing, it would be wise for you to attend. Our sect leader is a formidable being of the out-of-body realm. Are you threatening me? Do you think I would be intimidated? Wu Xing chuckled, and with that, he activated his movement technique and entered Taiyuan village. Suddenly, Wu Xing's voice rang out, Zhu, my friend. Have you forgotten the jade pendant you promised me upon my victory? Hand it over. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoshan's expression flickered, revealing a look of discomfort. Yet he dared not resist and reluctantly retrieved the pendant from his storage space, tossing it towards Taiyuan village. Wu Xing caught the pendant steadily, examining it closely, but found nothing remarkable. It felt warm to the touch, suggesting it was made of quality material, imbued with rich spiritual energy. Wearing it long-term should benefit one's health. Lin Bufan, witnessing this, wished to speak, but ultimately remained silent and departed on his sword. Zhu Xiaoshan's expression shifted, and he too left with a sense of resignation. Upon entering the formation and seeing Xiao Xue and the villagers of Taiyuan village, Wu Xing felt a sense of belonging. He waved his hand, and a surge of potent water attribute spiritual energy flowed into the villagers, healing their long-standing ailments. The villagers expressed their gratitude, and Wu Xing then returned to his room with Xiao Xue. He placed the jade pendant, given to him by Zhu Xiaoshan, into Xiao Xue's hands and gently said, This is for you. It can withstand attacks from early-stage Golden Core cultivators and will protect you. Big brother, you should keep it. I have no use for it, Xiao Xue replied, admiring the ancient jade pendant adorned with mysterious patterns, yet she declined. Wu Xing insisted, You must keep it. This pendant is of little use to me. Having it near you will safeguard you, and that will put my mind at ease. No refusals. Only then did Xiao Xue accept the pendant, placing it against her chest. Wu Xing was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed worn the pendant close to her heart, which would surely imbue it with a unique fragrance over time. He reiterated to Xiao Xue that the pendant should not leave her side, to which she softly acquiesced. Around noon, a woman's voice called out, Wu Xing, the sect leader of the Spirit Fire sect requests your presence. Come at once. Upon hearing this, Wu Xing broke into a cold sweat, internally lamenting. He approached Xiao Xue, assuring her to remain safely in the village until his return. As Wu Xing soared into the sky, he beheld a striking couple above, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, appearing from afar like celestial companions. Brother Wu Xing, I did not wish to come either. However, I was left with no choice. Lin Bufan lamented, gesturing towards the enchanting lady beside him. Indeed, the individual in question was none other than Huolinger, now adorned in the attire of a direct disciple of the Linghua sect, a departure from her initial garb of white. In her current ensemble, she exuded an extraordinary aura, emanating both grace and vigor. Wu Xing, you have arrived. Come with us to the Linghua sect. The sect leader has important matters to discuss with you, Huolinger urged, her tone slightly awkward. Days had passed since their last encounter, yet she vividly recalled the lecherous youth who not only spied on her bathing but also sought to provoke her. Had it not been for her master's timely intervention, she would have been at his mercy. This summons for Wu Xing to return to the sect was a collective decision made by her master and the sect leader. Fearing what he might do alone with her, she had summoned Lin Bufan to accompany her. Wu Xing regarded the fiery and tempestuous woman before him with a gaze of complex emotions, unsure of how to respond. You lecher, should you dare to gaze upon me again, I shall have my master pluck out your eyes. Huolinger exclaimed with indignation, Noticing that Wuxing remained silent, his eyes lingering upon her figure, Lin Bufan, upon hearing her words, turned to Wuxing with a knowing smile, a look that all men would comprehend. Wuxing, startled by her outburst, quickly glanced back towards Taoyuan village, relieved to find they had not overheard, and hastily replied, "Hey, do not speak so recklessly. I have not done anything. I am merely contemplating whether to go or not." Huolinger's expression shifted slightly, realizing that Wuxing's and the others' gazes were perhaps not as she had perceived. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her mission to bring Wuxing back to the sect, fearing the repercussions of failure. Earlier that morning, Zhu Xiaoshan had faced a month's penalty for failing to complete his task, accompanied by a reprimand directed at the elder by the sect leader. She had to ensure Wuxing's return. You must accompany me back to the sect. Otherwise, I shall publicly disclose your previous actions towards me, tarnishing your reputation." Huolinger threatened, her voice tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Wuxing's countenance darkened at her words. What is wrong with this woman? Is she truly so lacking in intellect? Such matters could be publicized? If such tales were to circulate, Wuxing might merely earn the title of a lecher, but she would be forever stained, potentially hindering her chances of finding a partner. "What transpired between you and my junior sister Huolinger, Wuxing?" Lin Bufan inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. "It concerns you not. It concerns you not." Wuxing and Huolingo exclaimed in unison, their gazes icy as they directed their attention towards Lin Bufan. Lin Bufan shrank his neck and muttered with a sense of grievance, "If you don't want to talk, then don't. Why be so fierce?" Ultimately, Wuxing acquiesced to Huolinger's request and set off for the Linghua sect. Before departing, he transmitted a message to Xiaoxue, assuring her to wait patiently for his return. Xiaoxue nodded, her gaze lingering on Wuxing's retreating figure until it gradually faded from view. A profound sense of loss and unease flickered in her eyes, for she understood that the bond between that woman and Wuxing was far from ordinary. The three of them soared through the skies on their swords towards the Linghua sect, with Wuxing and Huolinger remaining silent, while Lin Bufan incessantly inquired about various matters. As they passed by the small pond where Huolinger had bathed last time, a noticeable shift occurred in their gazes. Wuxing exhibited a joy akin to that of a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, while Huolinger displayed the shyness of a young girl, unable to resist casting an irked glance at Wuxing, though Wuxing was oblivious. Lin Bufan caught sight of it, igniting a burning curiosity within him. There was undoubtedly a story between these two, and he was determined to uncover it. Throughout the journey, Lin Bufan persistently sought to pry into their relationship, but both Wuxing and Huolinga remained unresponsive. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Linghua sect, they beheld a massive redstone tablet inscribed with the characters Linghua sect, which exuded a unique aura. Noticing Wuxing's interest in the inscription, Lin Bufan quickly provided an explanation. The three characters were carved by the sect's founding master, a formidable figure who had once transcended the out-of-body realm and was the most powerful expert of the Great Li dynasty. Above the out-of-body realm, huh? It seems the Linghua sect possesses considerable depth. I had previously underestimated it. Wuxing followed the two, seamlessly entering the depths of the Linghua sect. Their esteemed status garnered respect from all who encountered them. Wuxing observed that the male disciples were covertly gazing at Huolinger, while the female disciples regarded Lin Bufan with admiration. As for the glances directed at Wuxing, they were tinged with curiosity and envy, particularly as he and Huolingo appeared somewhat close, provoking jealousy among the male disciples. Upon reaching the reception hall, they found that many had already taken their seats. The collective gaze of numerous golden core and nascent soul elders fell upon Wuxing, enveloping him in an inexplicable pressure. However, Wuxing felt it was merely a mild sensation, lacking any true oppression. Suddenly, he sensed a captivating gaze directed at him, akin to a powerful beast honing in on an unsuspecting prey. He lifted his eyes and beheld a refined middle-aged man seated on a raised platform, smiling warmly in his direction. Wuxing, undeterred, displayed no hint of trepidation as he followed Lin Bufan and Huolingo to his designated seat. He surmised that this individual was likely the sect leader of Linghua. Indeed, the presence of a master of the out-of-body realm was palpable. He knew he would not withstand even a single exchange with such a formidable figure. "Greetings, young friend. I am the sect leader of Linghua sect. I have invited you here to discuss the misunderstandings that transpired previously." Upon hearing these words, the assembled monks turned their gaze towards Wuxing, eager to hear his response. With an air of indifference, Wuxing replied, "If it is merely a misunderstanding, then why summon me?" His words elicited a palpable change in the expressions of those present. This youth, so audacious, dared to speak so brazenly to the sect leader despite being merely at the Golden Core stage, truly courting death? A stout man muttered under his breath. Silence. Do you have any right to speak here? A sharp-eyed elder beside the stout man admonished immediately. The stout man, trembling in fear, promptly ceased his utterances. Quaking in trepidation, the sect leader, Ling Shushu, maintained his composure, his countenance still adorned with a smile as he regarded Wu Sheng. With a gentle tone, he said, Although it is a misunderstanding, you have indeed slain several elders of various sects at the Golden Core level and dozens of Foundation Establishment disciples, including several elders from the Zhengyang sect. All right, enough of this. Let us get to the point. You summoned me to determine how you intend to deal with this matter, whether it be punishment or execution. I, Wu Sheng, shall accept it. Wu Sheng impatiently interrupted, his demeanor one of defiance. The crowd was taken aback, their incredulity palpable as they observed Wu Sheng, while simultaneously gauging Ling Shushu's reaction. The stout man and the elder with the sharp eyes exchanged glances, their faces betraying a flicker of delight, anticipating the sect leader's command to apprehend Wu Sheng. Ling Shushu momentarily paused, yet continued with a smile after conferring with them. The sect leader, have decided that you ought to apologize to their sect leader, and we shall put this matter to rest. Hearing Ling Shushu's words and witnessing his beaming smile, Wu Sheng realized that this individual was no ordinary man. Indeed, a person of such stature as a sect leader would possess profound cunning. Should he apologize, he would undoubtedly not be recognized as the disciple of the esteemed Elder Chao, which could lead to his demise at the hands of this sect leader's followers. It seemed that today was to be a veritable banquet of treachery. He must tread carefully, solidifying his formidable background to deter ill-intentioned individuals and safeguard the innocent inhabitants of Tiyuan Village. Apologize? I am not at fault, so why should I apologize? They sought to kill me. Should I simply stand idly by, extending my neck for them to strike? Is there such a fool in this world? Wu Sheng laughed heartily upon hearing the suggestion. Those who wish to kill me are my enemies. My actions against them are justified. Moreover, the word apology has never graced the pages of my dictionary. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Was this youth truly so resolute? Did he not comprehend the caliber of those he faced? All were formidable Golden Core and nascent soul experts, and among them stood Ling Shushu, a top-tier, transcendent being. Though such a powerful figure might disdain bullying the weak, did Wu Sheng not fear that his provocation might lead to his swift demise? Chapter 29. The destruction of the array. Evidently, they had not anticipated that the leader of the Linghua sect would suddenly change his stance and demand they apologize to Wu Sheng. However, being seasoned veterans of a millennium, they were adept at yielding and adapting, fully aware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Before long, the leaders and elders of various sects rose one by one to approach Wu Sheng, offering drinks and apologies. Observing this scene, Wu Sheng remained seated, merely taking a symbolic sip of his drink. Yet, none among the sect leaders and elders dared to voice any reproach. Soon, under the arrangements of Ling Shushu, the banquet commenced, presenting an array of spiritual fruits and wines. The atmosphere turned jovial as everyone indulged in hearty revelry. Clearly, the incident of Wu Sheng slaying numerous formidable opponents was swiftly buried beneath the merriment, with no one daring to mention it again. After feasting to their heart's content, representatives from various sects eagerly approached Wu Sheng for conversation, discreetly slipping rare treasures into his hands, which he graciously accepted. As the host and guest enjoyed their time together, Wu Sheng initially planned to return to Tiyuan Village, but Ling Shushu suggested he stay the night, given the hour. Thus, accompanied by Hua Linger, Wu Sheng took residence in one of the upper-class guest chambers of the Linghua sect, in a lavish cave dwelling within the Linghua sect. An old man with triangular eyes stood in the courtyard. This lad was merely at the peak of the chi refining stage before. How could he possibly be a disciple of any esteemed elder? He may have deceived others, but not me. After spending just a few days in Tiyuan Village, he has reached the Golden Core stage and even set up formations to protect Immortal Village. This child harbors a great secret, and Tiyuan Village is certainly not ordinary. At this moment, the triangular-eyed old man muttered to himself, Shashan, your disciple is here. Take my token and fetch the array-breaking shuttle from the treasury. Master, is the sect leader aware of this? If he finds out, he will blame you. If the sect leader had not given his tacit approval, do you think I would dare to act this way? Hurry there and back. Understood, master. I shall go at once. Soon after, a short and stout figure hurried away with a golden token in hand. The triangular-eyed man observed the now quiet Linghua sect, his expression darkening. He understood that while Wu Sheng was present, he could not act, lest he give the sect leader a handle to grasp him by. In no time, the stout man returned, wielding a shimmering silver shuttle. This item was the array-breaking shuttle, a renowned creation of the esteemed array master from the southern wilderness, capable of dismantling profound-level formations. Holding the array-breaking shuttle, the triangular-eyed man's eyes sparkled with pride. Shashan. Secretly take the treasure-seeking mouse to locate the Wild Wolf mercenary group and inform them that a supreme treasure has surfaced in Taoyuan village. They must annihilate it. Retrieve the treasures from Taoyuan village and bring them to me. Remember, do not act recklessly. Your objective is to reclaim the treasures. Should you fail, you know well my methods. Hehehe. The triangular-eyed man's voice was hoarse, emanating an aura of authority. The stout man was trembling with fear, hastily affirming his allegiance. As he turned, a fleeting black crescent mark appeared at the nape of his neck. The triangular-eyed elder bore a similar, yet darker crescent mark upon his brow. In Taoyuan village, all were ensconced in slumber, enveloped by the pitch-black night, where one could scarcely see their hand before their face. Only Xiaoxue lay awake on the bed where Wuxing had previously recuperated, unable to find rest. Is my elder brother safe at Linghua Sect today? Yet, what is the true nature of his relationship with that enchanting fairy? The way he gazed at her was unsettling. Filled with anger, worry, and shyness, Xiaoxue's heart was in turmoil, especially since Wuxing had not returned that evening. Surely, he is not spending the night with that fairy sister? No, he is not that kind of person. What am I thinking? I must sleep. Suddenly, a deafening boom shattered the tranquility, rousing the slumbering villagers of Taoyuan. They hastily donned their clothing, rushing outside to investigate. Before them, a shimmering silver spear-shaped artifact was assaulting the gray barrier in the sky. Witnessing this scene, the villagers hurried back home to arm themselves, as the elderly, women, and children gazed anxiously at the ominous gray screen above. Xiaoxue watched as the barrier was relentlessly attacked, her complexion paling. It was not fear of the formation being breached or of personal harm that troubled her, but rather concern for Wuxing. Could he have encountered misfortune at Linghua Sect? The audacity of these intruders to assault the village surely meant something had befallen him. I must find a way to reach him. Xiaoxue's heart raced, yet the current situation left her powerless. Should she break free from the formation, she would undoubtedly be slain on the spot. With each collision between the sparkling silver spear and the barrier, a crack appeared on the spear, causing the stout masked man to wince in agony. Damn it, I never anticipated this formation would be so resilient. Lord Zhu, shall we continue the assault? Queried a burly one-eyed man with a black patch over his right eye, adopting a tone of inquiry towards the masked stout man. Yellow, continue. Once we breach the formation, eliminate everyone in this village. My master, the elder of Linghua Sect, will reward you handsomely. I shall grant you a profound-level cultivation technique, making your breakthrough to the nascent soul stage quite feasible. The stout man regarded the one-eyed Yellow, aware that although the latter was a formidable late-stage golden core cultivator, he had no choice but to comply, for his master was a powerful elder of the Linghua Sect, a nascent soul cultivator. Upon hearing these words, a gleam of delight flashed across Yellow's face. Brothers of the Yellow mercenary group, lend me your strength. Once we breach this formation, I shall take you all to Wulong Town for a night of revelry. At this proclamation, the group was invigorated, their faces flushed and bodies brimming with energy. Boom, 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 thud, thud, thud. The members of the Wild Wolf mercenary corps were left reeling, blood spewing from their mouths, gravely injured, and collapsed upon the ground. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed as the array-breaking shuttle in the sky dimmed and began to disintegrate from 4 fissures, transforming into a cloud of white powder. The stout man and the Wild Wolf mercenary corps gazed at the gray light curtain above. Chapter 30. The array is shattered. Will Xiaoxue be insulted? They observed that the light curtain had become as fragile as a cicada's wing, yet it remained unbroken. The villagers of Taoyuan breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the destruction of the magical artifact overhead. However, Xiaoxue did not share their optimism. Her gaze remained fixed on the shimmering figures of the cultivators above. Damn it, this array is surprisingly formidable. The array-breaking shuttle, which could dismantle profound-level arrays with a single strike, had failed to breach this one even after 4 attempts. It was nothing short of a nightmare. The stout man wore a gloomy expression, his face etched with unwillingness, while a flicker of fear danced in his eyes. It's over. It's over. If my master finds out that not only did I fail to break the array, but also destroy the array-breaking shuttle, I shall surely meet my doom, he thought, his entire body beginning to tremble slightly. At that moment, the one-eyed man rose to his feet, angrily kicking one of his subordinates, who was merely at the early stage of foundation establishment, exclaiming, "Damn it. This is all your fault. Your low cultivation level is why the array remains intact." The subordinate was propelled towards the array's light curtain by the kick. Bang! Crack! Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the gray light curtain. The cultivators watched this scene unfold, their faces lighting up with joy. The stout man, elated, shouted, "Wild Wolf, quickly increase the assault. The array is on the verge of collapse." The villagers of Tiyuan, initially believing that these immortals would abandon their efforts upon failing to breach the array, were astonished to witness its impending destruction. Xiaoxue, sensing the outcome, displayed no surprise. A glimmer of despair crossed her eyes. "It seems today I am destined to perish here. Big brother, Xiaoxue does not wish to die yet. She has not yet matured. Nor has she wed you." Boom, boom, boom. Under the leadership of their captain, Wild Wolf, the mercenary cultivators relentlessly targeted the point of rupture, and within a brief span, the array was utterly dismantled. Ha ha ha. You ants think that hiding in your turtle shell provides safety? Today, let me, your grandfather Wild Wolf, escort you on your journey. The one-eyed man's mocking voice resounded as he licked his lower lip. The villagers of Tiyuan, witnessing this scene, gripped their farming tools tightly, preparing to fight with all their might. Oh, the ants dare to resist? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Brothers, I suddenly find myself disinterested in simply exterminating them. Let us sever the limbs of the men and turn them into human puppets. It might prove more amusing. As for the women, brothers, you know what to do. Keep the virgins, and have your fun with the rest, huh? Wild Wolf began to issue his brazen commands. His subordinates were equally exhilarated, unconsciously licking their lips. Beasts, you wretched beasts, unworthy of being called celestial beings. Such creatures do not deserve the title of immortals. I dare say they are inferior to even pigs and dogs. A villager from Taoyuan village could no longer contain his fury and let out a furious curse. Suddenly, the two men who had cursed fell to the ground, their chests pierced through by flying swords. Brothers, charge. Soon, a gruesome massacre began to unfold. In a luxurious guest room of the Linghua sect, a man lay resting on the bed. Awakened abruptly, he sat up and pressed his hand against his chest, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of suffocation. His expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in anger, "Damn it! The formation of Taoyuan village has been breached." Without hesitation, he activated his movement technique, vanishing from the room and racing toward Taoyuan village. Ling Shushu sensed a disturbance in the formation and, with a sweep of his spiritual awareness, glimpsed Wuxing soaring into the night sky. A flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes, though he watched Wuxing depart. He ultimately refrained from intervening and closed his eyes to meditate. As Wuxing sped toward Taoyuan village, he employed every means at his disposal. Meanwhile, the villagers of Tiyuan had already suffered the wrath of the Wild Wolf mercenary group, with most of them brutally slaughtered. The ground was strewn with shattered flesh, stained crimson. At this moment, only women and children remained alive, protected at the rear, thus escaping death. The women, their eyes bloodshot with rage, glared fiercely at the cultivators. Suddenly, one woman dashed headfirst into a hard wall and perished. Others attempted to follow suit, but were restrained, rendered immobile. This provoked the mercenaries, who unleashed their spiritual power to suppress the villagers' movements. The woman who had tried to take her life was met with the brutal force of a rough, ugly man, who struck her multiple times, leaving her dazed and unconscious. Then, her clothes were torn away, and the unspeakable act commenced, accompanied by raucous laughter. The women of Taoyuan village glared at the beastly cultivators, but they were powerless to act, just as the other mercenaries sought to approach and select women. The previously laughing brutish man was struck down by a sword, his life extinguished on the spot. Who dares to commit such heinous acts here? Today, I shall eradicate you. A melodious female voice resonated from afar. Dressed in a resplendent red gown, with skin as fair as snow and an exquisite visage, she approached with an elegant high ponytail, a perfect oval face, and ample bosom. Her long, proud legs were exposed, and in her jade hand, she wielded a crimson sword as she soared through the air. This was the master of Hongxia Mountain, the enchanting Hongxia Fairy, a cultivator of the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. Behind her trailed 6 disciples clad in pale red robes, 3 men and 3 women, all standing resolutely on their swords, their faces etched with fury. The one-eyed man, witnessing his subordinate being beheaded, was instantly consumed by rage, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, he was soon captivated by the sight of an extraordinary beauty accompanied by 3 enchanting maidens. revealing a crooked grin that showcased his yellowed teeth as he attempted to strike a dashing pose. The three male disciples were disregarded entirely. This celestial maiden has misunderstood. We are merely disciplining these ruffians who have conspired with demonic entities to slay several of my subordinates. I am purging evil and upholding righteousness, spoke the man known as Wild Wolf with a smile. Ah, so it is. Then it seems we have been mistaken. I shall take my disciples and depart, replied the Red Cloud Fairy, her expression one of realization. Her female disciples, witnessing this exchange, expressed their reluctance, urging, "Master, we should leave." With those words, she led her 6 disciples away. The villagers of Peach Blossom Village had initially thought a savior had arrived, their expressions easing, only to be dismayed as their hope departed. They attempted to explain their plight, but found themselves silenced and immobilized by the Wild Wolf mercenary group. The one-eyed man gazed longingly at the departing Red Cloud Fairy, nearly drooling in his infatuation. The other mercenaries mirrored his lascivious gaze. Turning their attention to the ordinary women of the village, their eyes glinted with desire, an urgent need for release stirring within them. At that moment, the one-eyed man caught sight of a girl named Xiao Shui at the back of the crowd, excitement flashing in his eyes. "That girl, I want her. None shall contest my claim," he declared as he strode towards Xiao Shui. Hearing his words and witnessing his approach, Xiao Shui turned pale with terror. "Even if it costs me my life, I cannot allow this beast to humiliate me. Big brother, I may have to go back on my word. I cannot marry you. In the next life, I shall surely become your bride." Though temporarily emboldened by a protective talisman gifted by Wu Shang, she dared not move. The one-eyed man approached her slowly, reaching out to caress her cheek. Suddenly, a red sword aura struck towards his back. Chapter 31. The fragile beauty of Xiao Shui. The one-eyed man's expression changed dramatically as he turned to defend himself hastily. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained an injury. "What a pity. I failed to kill this beast. Come forth, everyone. A fierce battle awaits. So tread carefully." At that moment, the Red Cloud Fairy returned, standing proudly in the air, exuding elegance and charm. "Yes, we shall heed the leader's command," exclaimed the 6 disciples, 3 men and 3 women, as they soared on their swords. Interrupted, the one-eyed man's countenance darkened. He leered at the Red Cloud Fairy, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. "I spared you before to avoid trouble, but since you've come seeking me, I have no qualms about exploring the body of a golden core female cultivator and experiencing the differences from ordinary women. You seek death. I shall slay you, beast." The Fairy of Red Haze had never before encountered such foul language, and she was instantly incensed, her chest heaving violently, her complexion flushed crimson. A tremendous surge of red sword energy cleaved toward the one-eyed man once more. Observing this, the one-eyed man erupted into even more boisterous laughter, unfazed, as he brandished his cherished artifact, the Wolf Fang staff, to counter the sword energy. The clash resulted in a stalemate. Soon, the two were embroiled in fierce combat. The Wild Wolf, at the pinnacle of the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th. In contrast, the Fairy of Red Haze was merely at the late stage of the 7th level, with a considerable journey ahead to reach the 8th. The Wild Wolf had sustained injuries from a prior ambush by the Fairy, thus momentarily rendering them evenly matched in battle. However, the Fairy was anxious, for her disciple was no match for the Wild Wolf mercenary corps. From the onset, she had recognized the origins of this group of cultivators. Her feigned retreat had been a ploy to ambush and severely wound the Wild Wolf to tilt the odds in her favor. To her dismay, the Wild Wolf had proven exceedingly vigilant, sustaining only minor injuries. Now, she was left with no option but to fight head-on, and even that seemed futile. The Wild Wolf mercenary corps was renowned for its formidable strength and infamy. The subordinates of the Wild Wolf were also engaged in combat with the 6 disciples of Red Haze Mountain. At that moment, in the heart of Taiyuan Village, the short, masked man, Zhu Xiaoshan, was communicating with the treasure-seeking mouse cradled in his arms, his expression grim. The mouse had informed him that there were no treasures to be found in this place. Even if there had been, they had certainly been taken away. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the stout man swiftly employed his movement technique towards the Linghua sect. Clearly, the disciples of Red Haze Mountain were at a disadvantage, as the Wild Wolf mercenary corps still had a deputy leader in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Relying on their combined formation, the disciples had managed to avoid being overwhelmed instantly, but their defeat was imminent. Upon hearing this, the Fairy of Red Haze became alarmed and urgently shouted, "Wild Wolf, take your people and leave at once." Otherwise, the elders of Red Haze Mountain will soon arrive to provide support, and you shall be doomed. The wild wolf's expression shifted at her words. He subtly moved his lips, and the deputy leader in the early stage of the Golden Core realm immediately disengaged from the battle, advancing toward the villagers of Tiyuan, clearly sensing a change in circumstances. They opted for a preemptive strike to complete their mission and escape to safety before indulging themselves. Boom! A colossal hand descended upon the villagers, and upon witnessing this, the Fairy of Red Haze was consumed by rage. She unleashed her full strength, repelling the wild wolf, and charged toward the early-stage Golden Core adversary. A cunning glint flashed in the wild wolf's eyes. He channeled his spiritual energy, pursuing the Fairy of Red Haze, and swung his wolf fang staff toward her back. Faced with this predicament, the fairy had no choice but to exert her utmost spiritual energy in defense, recklessly thrusting her sword at the early-stage Golden Core man. Hoping to compel him to use his attack for defense, the deputy leader, witnessing the situation, attempted to defend himself but found himself powerless. The early-stage Golden Core man was pierced through the heart by the sword, dying instantly. The Fairy of Red Haze, however, was struck by the staff on her back, sustaining severe injuries. In Tiyuan village, the women and children were all struck down by that single blow. The sole survivor was Xiaoxue, who appeared to be stunned in terror, her complexion ashen. Suddenly, she reached for the jade pendant at her chest, only to find it cracked and devoid of its luster. Realizing this, she hastily fled towards the outskirts of the village. Fairy Hongxia initially believed that all the mortals had perished, her heart heavy with sorrow. Upon discovering that Xiaoxue was still alive, she shouted, "Protect that girl." The 6 disciples of Hongsha Mountain immediately engaged with the 8 foundation-level cultivators of the Wolf Mercenary Group. Meanwhile, Fairy Hongxia, despite her severe injuries, utilized secret techniques to forcibly elevate her cultivation level, confronting the late-stage Golden Core expert, Wolf. Faced with this predicament, Wolf had no choice but to continue battling her. Within mere minutes, Wolf grew increasingly anxious. He signaled to several subordinates, and one foundation-level cultivator swiftly broke away from the fray, pursuing the direction in which Xiaoxue had fled. At this moment, Wuxing felt a persistent twitch in his right eyelid, his heartbeat accelerating with an overwhelming sense of unease. He dared not delay, employing his utmost speed. After the time it takes for a joss stick to burn, he finally caught sight of the familiar Tiyuan village. In just one more minute, I will reach Tiyuan village, he thought. Suddenly, he spotted a woman clad in a white dress, frantically running forward, often glancing back as if someone were chasing her. Wuxing's heart sank as he realized that the woman was indeed Xiaoxue, the one he had vowed to marry, Duguxue. Xiaoxue is being pursued. Hurry, hurry, Xiaoxue. Your elder brother is coming back, he urged. Abruptly, Wuxing's pupils constricted as he perceived an attack aimed at Xiaoxue. He shouted urgently, "Stop!" The assailant seemed to hear him but showed no signs of halting. Confirming that Xiaoxue had been struck, the attacker turned away towards Taiyuan village. Xiaoxue's petite figure was pierced through the heart by a sword, sent flying several meters before collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from her lips. Wuxing's eyes turned crimson as he rushed towards her. He could hardly believe what he was witnessing. Reaching Xiaoxue, he enveloped her in his arms, desperately channeling spiritual energy into her body. Seeing Xiaoxue's pallid face and the gaping wound in her chest, Wuxing was inconsolable. Xiaoxue, please wake up. Don't scare me, he cried, continuously infusing her with energy while calling her name, hoping to revive her spirit. Suddenly, Xiaoxue opened her eyes, speaking haltingly, "Big brother, you're back." Xiaoxue hasn't he married? Xiaoxue doesn't he want to die? Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes fluttered shut. Chapter 32. Easily severing the enemy's arms, Wuxing did not cease his flow of spiritual energy, yet he understood that Xiaoxue had already departed from this world. His relentless efforts could not mend the severed heart meridian. Wuxing was engulfed by despair, his anguished roar echoing into the heavens. Why? Why must it be this way for me? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he urgently inquired of the system, please, save Xiaoxue. I beg you. This time. The system surprisingly responded with a hint of humanity, its voice resonating directly in Wuxing's mind, devoid of colorful notifications. Host, Xiaoxue is already deceased. Resurrection is beyond reach. Impossible. You are a divine-level system. Swiftly find a way to bring Xiaoxue back. Otherwise, I shall take my own life, and you surely wouldn't want to change masters. Would you? After a prolonged silence, the system finally delivered its response. Ding. Detection indicates that the host's cultivation is insufficient. System privileges are inadequate. Resurrection of the host's fiancé Yi Xiaoxue will only become feasible once the host attains the great perfection of the Golden Core stage and the system undergoes an upgrade. What shall I do now? Upon hearing the possibility of reviving Xiaoxue, Wuxing felt a flicker of hope. Ding! Given Xiaoxue's strong attachment, her soul has yet to dissipate. It is advised that the host place Xiaoxue's physical form within the eternal ice crystal coffin to preserve her soul and prevent her body from decaying. System, tell me quickly. Where can I find this eternal ice crystal coffin? Wuxing inquired anxiously. It is available in the system shop, however, due to insufficient host privileges. Purchasing it will require the expenditure of 500 years of the host's lifespan, as well as all current resources. Host, do you wish to proceed with the purchase? Purchase. Wuxing replied without hesitation. Ding. A reminder. Your current lifespan totals 550 years. After consuming 500 years, only 50 years will remain. Additionally, apart from the resources purchased in the system shop, all others, including storage rings and bags, will be sold back to the system. Does the host confirm the purchase of the eternal ice crystal coffin? Confirmed. System, no more delays, hurry. Soon, a pale blue ice crystal coffin materialized before Wuxing. He gingerly cradled Xiaoxue's lifeless form and carefully placed her within the coffin. Gazing intently at her serene visage, he endeavored to etch her image deeply into his heart. Ultimately, fearing the exposure of Xiaoxue's body to the air, he closed the coffin lid. System, how am I to carry this coffin? It is far too large. Wuxing promptly asked. Ding. This coffin is a magical artifact. The host can recognize it by shedding a drop of blood, allowing it to be stored within the Dantian and nurtured with spiritual energy alongside Dugu, Xiaoxue's physical form. Wuxing drew forth a drop of blood, swiftly establishing a connection with the coffin, which he then stored in his Dantian for nurturing. Although Wuxing had become the master of the coffin, he was unable to see Dugu Xiaoxue's body. He hurriedly inquired of the system again. He soon learned that time within the coffin was suspended, and once the lid was closed, it became isolated from the outside world. His cultivation was too weak, and his spiritual awareness could not penetrate the space where time was halted. Having secured Xiaoxue, Wuxing soared toward Taoyuan village, his mind swirling with thoughts. How could this happen? I was merely away for an afternoon. How could such calamity befall me? How could my formation be breached? The leader of the Spirit Fire sect harbors no enmity towards me. He would not act against me. Who could it be? Instead of coming to kill me, they attacked Taoyuan village and murdered the woman I cherished most in this world. Regardless of the identity of the mastermind, I, Wuxing, shall ensure their demise. Soon, Wuxing arrived at Taoyuan village, where a heavy stench of blood assaulted his senses. The first sight that met his eyes was the dismembered bodies of the villagers. With brown blood congealed upon the ground, Wuxing felt an immense weight in his heart. Who could possess such cruelty to butcher a group of innocent souls? As Wuxing extended his spiritual awareness, he discovered that aside from Xiaoxue, all the other bodies from Taoyuan village were present. He carefully sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy and pursued the source towards the rear of the village. It was too long before he felt the tumultuous energy of a battle between Golden Core experts. While hastening his steps, he utilized his spiritual perception to investigate further. He soon spotted a pale-faced woman in red, drenched in sweat, desperately struggling but revealing an expression of utter despair. Opposing her was a one-eyed man wielding a wolf-toothed club. Although the one-eyed man exuded an unstable aura, he was in a significantly better condition than the woman in red. Not far from their fierce confrontation, a dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators were embroiled in battle, with 6 robed in pale pink rapidly succumbing to the onslaught of a group of desperate adversaries. Strangely, Wuxing did not see the Foundation establishment cultivator who had previously slaughtered Xiaoxue. Employing his movement technique, he swiftly arrived at the scene. The expressions of those present shifted, and they halted their attacks. The woman in red, upon recognizing Wuxing as a Golden Core expert, rejoiced and called out, "Friend, please assist me in vanquishing this beast. He has slaughtered an entire mortal village. He truly deserves a fate worse than death." At her words, Wuxing was instantly engulfed in fury, emanating a formidable aura as his fiery gaze locked onto the one-eyed man. Realizing the potential trouble Wuxing posed, the one-eyed man hastily threatened, "Friend, I beg you not to interfere. This is a private matter between me and this wretched woman. You all shall perish." Wuxing's overwhelming pressure intensified, instilling fear in both the one-eyed man and the woman in red. The latter quickly interjected, "Friend, I previously detected a powerful surge of spiritual energy nearby. Accompanied by my disciples, I came to investigate and discovered this man slaughtering villagers and attempting to dishonor women. I aimed to save them, but my strength proved insufficient, leading to their tragic demise. We fought desperately to rescue a girl, only to be ultimately forced back by his cunning, with one of his subordinates pursuing us. I have no affiliation with them. Please discern the truth, my friend. Upon hearing the words of the woman in red, Wuxing glanced at her injuries and immediately comprehended that she had not deceived him. He addressed the female cultivator. Thank you. My name is Wuxing. You may lead your disciples to rest. I shall take care of these beasts. As his words fell, Wuxing unsheathed his sword of cold light and, with a swift movement, vanished from sight. Friend, shall I guide my disciples to assist you? The red-clad woman began, but before she could finish, the situation shifted dramatically. The one-eyed man's expression changed abruptly, cold sweat cascading down his brow as he attempted to react. In an instant, Wuxing appeared before him, wielding a blue sword, and severed his left arm cleanly. Blood gushed forth as the one-eyed man scrambled to staunch the bleeding, only to discover that his right arm had also been cleaved by Wuxing. The one-eyed man howled like a wounded wolf, but quickly regained his composure, drawing forth a protective artifact and retreating rapidly. Such speed in his swordplay, such finesse in his movements. If he were to wield that sword against me, I would stand no chance of retaliation. The red-clad woman widened her beautiful eyes, murmuring to herself. Chapter 33. Linghua Sect, you truly are commendable. Initially, the woman in red had worried that Wuxing might be overly arrogant and impulsive, prompting her desire to assist. However, upon witnessing this scene, fear took hold, rendering her immobile. The Foundation establishment cultivators, upon witnessing Wuxing's ethereal agility and his ability to sever the arms of the late-stage Golden Core powerhouse, the Wolfman, were struck with terror. How formidable he is! Though he appears only to be at the mid-Golden Core stage, he has incapacitated a late-stage Golden Core warrior with a single strike. He looks so young and striking. He seems even more powerful than the sect leader. The disciples of Hongxia Mountain gazed at him with admiration, then flocked to the side of the Hongxia Ferry. Meanwhile, the members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps were paralyzed with fear, scattering in all directions. Wuxing flitted through the chaos, swiftly dispatching the fleeing Foundation establishment cultivators. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Foundation establishment 5th layer cultivator, Wang Ergu. Reward, 1,000 experience points. Ding! A series of system notifications echoed in Wuxing's mind. The red-clad woman rushed forward, anxiously exclaiming, Wudiu, the leader of those beasts has fled. You must pursue him. Wuxing replied calmly, Fear not, I have placed a tracking mark upon him. To be candid, that village holds significance for me. In gratitude for your assistance today, I, Wuxing, shall repay the favor in the future. May I inquire about the esteemed name of your sect? The red-clad woman was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she faltered, unsure of how to respond. Forgive me for my presumption. I shall take my leave. With that, Wuxing activated his movement technique, pursuing the one-eyed man. As she watched his figure swiftly vanish, the red-clad woman hastily called out, I hail from Hongxia Mountain. Immediately regretting her words, she pondered. What have I done? As he departed, why did he not speak up? Upon leaving, he loudly questioned his motives. Wuxing heard this but did not respond. Instead, he pursued the one-eyed man, the wolf, in the direction of his escape. The 6 disciples at the Foundation establishment stage, upon hearing the words of the Red Cloud Fairy and observing her bashful demeanor, were momentarily struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. Was not the sect leader the aloof fairy who despised men asking her endless questions? What could have changed today? Perhaps her heart had stirred. Could it be? So many suitors had come before, all rejected. How could this be? You see, this is what they call love at first sight. Silence. Do not speak ill of the sect leader. Sister, could it be that you two have taken a liking to that senior? Nonsense, I certainly have not. The Foundation establishment cultivators began to gossip, whispering among themselves. Humph. The Red Cloud Fairy suddenly unleashed her Golden Core realm pressure, admonishing them, Return to the sect with me. The men shall train at the outskirts of the Hurricane Valley for 3 days, while the women shall be confined for 3 days. The Hurricane Valley, we're doomed. Spare us, sect leader. The Foundation establishment cultivators wilted under her decree. Wuxing, sensing the direction of the one-eyed man, discovered that he had halted in a valley, no longer moving. Upon arriving at the valley, Wuxing found a profound defensive formation, one that even a powerful nascent soul cultivator could not breach. Yet, for Wuxing, it was merely an ornament, He activated the perfected form of his carefree movement technique and swiftly passed through the formation. Inside, Wuxing was astonished to find an entirely different world. Various opulent pavilions adorned the landscape, housing around 40 to 50 qi refining cultivators. Wuxing scrutinized the surroundings, but could not find the Foundation establishment cultivator responsible for the slaughter of Little Snow. How could this be? Were they not allies? Why had they not returned? Wuxing refrained from making a move, instead stealthily advancing toward the one-eyed man. However, the sights and sounds along the way only intensified his fury. This place was a den of demons. None among the inhabitants bore good intentions. They fed spirit beasts with the flesh and blood of mortals and imprisoned numerous scantily clad female qi refining cultivators, treating them as mere vessels for their whims. Huh. You truly deserve your fate. Ding. The host has entered the Wolf Valley. A task option has been issued. Task duration, 1 hour. Option 1. Eliminate the evil cultivators of Wolf Valley and rescue the ordinary mortals in the dungeon. Task rewards, 500 marketplace points, 300 experience points, and 10,000 experience value. Option 2. Slay the one-eyed man, the wolf, and disregard all else. Task rewards, 50 marketplace points, 30 experience points, and 1,000 experience value. Upon hearing the familiar prompt from the system, Wuxing's expression brightened suddenly, and he promptly responded, "System, I choose one." Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection has been successful. Please complete the task within the designated time limit. Failure to do so will result in unknown penalties. Penalties for failure? I am certain I will not falter. Wuxing swiftly made his way to the room of the one-eyed man. There, he found the opulent room where the man was employing arcane means to reattach his severed arms. Wuxing had not been the one to destroy his limbs. As Wusheng arrived, the man had already reattached his right arm and was in the process of affixing his left. Upon seeing Wusheng, the man's countenance shifted dramatically, halting his incantations. You? How did you find this place? There is a formation guarding this area. How did you breach it? The one-eyed man spoke, fear evident in his voice. Wuxing was taken aback to discover that this man possessed the elixirs necessary for limb restoration. Ah, that is of no concern to you. I am here to send you on your way, Wuxing replied coldly, drawing forth his gleaming sword, poised to strike. Stop, fellow cultivator. We have no grievances from the past nor enmities of late. Why persist in forcing me towards my demise? The one-eyed man implored, desperation in his gaze. What is it you desire? Treasures? Women? I possess whatever you seek, and what I do not have, I shall procure for you. I have labored hard to attain the golden core stage. I beseech you, spare my life. Do you not comprehend? Are you unaware that the village you ravaged is under my protection? Wuxing's voice dripped with fury. Not only did you slaughter innocents, but you also murdered my fiancée. You deserve to die. In his rage, Wuxing yearned to uncover who had dispatched this fool. He had refrained from killing him earlier, believing the man would seek out his employer, yet instead, he had returned to Wuxing's own domain. Ah, Wuxing? Are you the disciple of that esteemed figure? This is a misunderstanding. A short, stout man sent me to do this. I had no knowledge of your connection. He instructed me to eliminate everyone in that village, promising me a manual of profound cultivation techniques afterward. The one-eyed man pleaded for mercy. Who is this short, stout man? What is his name, and which sect does he belong to? Wusheng pressed, his gaze icy. Fellow cultivator, I truly do not know his name. I merely heard him mention that his master is a Yuanying elder of the Linghua sect, a figure of considerable influence. That is how he acquired the array-breaking shuttle to dismantle the village's defenses, the one-eyed man divulged hastily, sensing the peril in Wusheng's penetrating stare. A short, stout man? Master at the Yuanying stage? Linghua sect? Array-breaking shuttle? Very well. Wusheng's anger surged, his aura intensifying. You invite me as a guest, yet conspire behind my back, orchestrating the massacre of innocent souls in Taoyuan village. Too cowardly to confront me directly, you target the defenseless villagers instead. You truly are despicable. Fellow cultivator, I have revealed everything. Can you not spare my life? I was merely a pawn in someone else's game. Had I known that village was under your protection, I would not have dared to act so recklessly. The one-eyed man continued to plead, a barely perceptible smirk flickering in his eyes. By the way, what happened to the subordinates you sent to hunt down that young girl? Why are they not here? Wusheng inquired, his face clouded with anger. Are you referring to Tang Xiaolu? Has he not returned? Given your prowess, I assumed he had already fallen victim to your blade. The one-eyed man, known as the Wolf, exclaimed in astonishment. What is his background? Where might he have gone? Wu Xing pressed further. Tang Xiaolu, if I recall correctly, joined our wolf mercenary corps not long ago. He is quite clever. The first time I encountered him was in the dark forest outside Shoutian City, where he was being pursued. I saved him. And he subsequently joined my mercenary band, the One-Eyed Man reminisced. Very well, considering your relative honesty, I shall, Wu Xing began. But the One-Eyed Man's eyes flickered with a triumphant smile. Chapter 34. Obtaining the Royal Banner. Annihilating the evil cult of Wolf Valley, Wu Xing suddenly thrust his sword towards the One-Eyed Man, declaring, Die. A resounding crash echoed as the One-Eyed Man's Wolf Fang Club appeared, colliding with the flying sword. You are being duplicitous. Which is hardly the conduct of a righteous immortal. The One-Eyed Man exclaimed in shock, spitting blood as he was sent flying, crashing through the walls of the room. Did you not intend to ambush me? A scoundrel like you does not deserve to exist in this world, Wu Xing said with disdain, launching another attack. Clearly, Wu Xing had already seen through the One-Eyed Man's deceitful intentions. He had no intention of sparing such a wretch. Thud. A large head fell to the ground. Eyes wide open, lifeless. Wu Xing casually set the corpse of the wolf ablaze, claiming the storage ring for himself. Shoutian City? Dark Forest? Once I settle matters with the Linghua sect, I shall seek you out. Tang Xiaolu, you cannot escape. A vengeful glimmer danced in Wu Xing's eyes. Due to the soundproofing array in the One-Eyed Man's chamber, the others in the valley remained oblivious to the fact that their leader, the wolf, had met his end at Wu Xing's sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 7th-level Golden Core cultivator, the identity of the wolf. Leader of the Wolf Mercenary Corps. Experience gained, 30,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eradicating the malignant tumor of the cultivation world, the wolf. Good and evil have been distinguished. Reward, Junior Royal Banner. Note, can capture the souls of those at the nascent soul stage and below, enhancing the artifact's power. Soon, Wu Xing produced the Royal Banner, discovering it to be resplendent and dazzling. Suddenly, the banner stirred, drawing in a dark spectral soul accompanied by a chilling scream. Wu Xing was taken aback and used his spiritual sense to investigate, discovering a new spectral entity within. It was none other than the One-Eyed Man, the wolf, whose soul fragments had been absorbed by the Royal Banner. At that moment, the wolf knelt reverently, speaking with deference. Master, what commands do you have? This old servant is at your service. Ah, this scoundrel dares to call me master? Indeed, the Sovereign Banner is truly formidable, capable of compelling souls to willingly recognize me as their master. Once the number of Golden Core realm souls within reaches 10,000, even a mere bite could vanquish a formidable being of the out-of-body realm. The mere thought of it sends a thrill through me. Suddenly, a change flickers across Wu Xing's expression. I cannot simply slay 10,000 Golden Core cultivators at whim. Would that not render me no different from a fiend? In an instant, a spark of inspiration illuminates Wu Xing's mind, and a smile graces his lips. Instead of taking lives, what if others seek to take mine? Then I shall be unreserved in my response, inviting you all to join my Sovereign Banner as brothers. Ha ha! With fervor, Wu Xing planted a kiss upon the Sovereign Banner, exclaiming, Dear little banner, I shall rely on you henceforth. He waved the banner, summoning the spectral visage of a wolf spirit upon its surface. Go forth and eliminate all your subordinates in this valley. Remember, do not harm the innocent captives. Yes, master. I shall take my leave at once. The wolf spirit replied respectfully, departing the Sovereign Banner and charging towards the cultivators in the valley, unleashing a cacophony of eerie laughter. Wu Xing furrowed his brow, deciding to deal with the spirit upon its return. With determined strides, Wu Xing made his way to the dungeon he had previously inspected. Along the path, none dared to obstruct him. The oppressive aura of a Golden Core cultivator sent the other practitioners fleeing in fright. Soon, they began to realize something was amiss. A shadowy figure zipped through the crowd, and shrieks of agony echoed as individuals fell lifelessly to the ground. Panic ensued. Yet how could they escape the relentless pursuit of a Golden Core realm spirit? Upon reaching the dungeon entrance, a chilling aura laced with the scent of blood seeped through the crack of the door. Wu Xing frowned slightly, drawing his sword to cleave the door open. He descended a stone staircase, dimly illuminated by flickering oil lamps, the air growing colder with each step. Before long, he encountered an array of torturous implements. The cells housed primarily women, with a few men among them, all appearing battered and emaciated, their bodies marked by bruises and their eyes shadowed by deep circles of despair. With a flick of his sword, Wu Xing swiftly severed the iron chains binding the cell doors. As the doors swung open, the captives trembled in fear. huddled in corners with bowed heads, too terrified to utter a word or make a break for freedom. Others had tried, only to be met with brutal punishment and death. How could these ordinary people hope to escape what was essentially a den of horrors for cultivators? Witnessing this scene intensified Wu Xing's disdain for the wolf spirit and its ilk. With a gentle smile, he addressed the captives, his voice warm and soothing. Greetings. I am a wandering cultivator. Today, I could not stand idly by in the face of injustice and have come to rescue you. The cultivators of this valley have been vanquished. You are safe now and may return home. As the words fell, everyone raised their heads to scrutinize Wu Xing. Yet not a single soul dared to step out of the cell. Are you deceiving us into coming out only to torment and humiliate us? Echoed their distrust. Recalling the last time they were similarly misled. I am not deceiving you. I am a good person here to rescue you. Wu Xing earnestly explained. However, the wary expressions on their faces revealed their reluctance to believe him. Wu Xing felt a tinge of helplessness. Was it truly so difficult for a good person to be trusted in this world? After a moment of contemplation, he realized that it was only natural for them to be skeptical, given that this was their first encounter. Just as he was about to demonstrate his spiritual power to prove himself, a sudden, melodic voice interrupted. I believe you. I will follow you. Joy surged through Wu Xing as he turned to the source of the voice. The speaker was a woman clad in black, her face obscured by dark paint. With only her lively eyes visible, she promptly stood up, preparing to leave the cell. At that moment, an elderly woman from the same cell hurriedly interjected, My dear, do not go out. This man is clearly a fraud. If you step outside, he will surely torment you. It is safer to remain here. The black-clad woman halted, her expression shifting dramatically. Wu Xing, witnessing this exchange, felt a surge of anger. What is wrong with you, old woman? If you choose to stay, that is your decision. But do not impede another's chance at life. The woman did not turn back but coldly replied, If you do not wish to leave, then remain in the cell and await your demise. I trust this gentleman. His gaze is pure, and he is undoubtedly a good person. Has she given me the benefit of the doubt? Wu Xing mused, feeling a sense of gratitude for her faith in him. As the black-clad woman spoke, she confidently approached Wu Xing, unfazed by the protests of those still in the cell. Soon, she stood before him, and Wu Xing took a moment to admire her remarkable aura. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, May I ask, fair maiden, where do you hail from? At his question, the black-clad woman paused, her cheeks flushing slightly, as if feeling a bit shy. See, I told you he harbors ill intentions. Now he is inquiring about her family background, exclaimed the elderly woman, her excitement betraying her earlier skepticism. The other prisoners in the cell expressed relief, their eyes gleaming with a sense of curiosity. Some began to commend the elder for her prescience. Wu Xing, upon hearing this, shot a warning glance at the old woman, who, startled by his gaze, retreated and fell silent. Wu Xing then surveyed the remaining talkers, and an eerie quiet enveloped the space. The woman in black carefully scrutinized Wu Xing's eyes, and with a smile, she spoke. Young master, I reside in Tain Village, located to the east of Wulong Town. Would you care to visit my humble abode for a cup of tea and a simple meal? No, I was merely asking. Wu Xing hastily waved his hand in refusal. Are you dissatisfied with my gratitude, young master? The debt of saving my life cannot be repaid. The woman's gentle voice reached him, momentarily leaving Wu Xing taken aback. Perhaps, dear young master, she continued, her gaze fixed intently on his response. Please, no more. I do not require your repayment. Wu Xing interjected swiftly, fearing she might utter something that would imply her willingness to offer herself in return, which would lead to an awkward situation. He was all too familiar with such scenarios from his previous life-esque dramas, and he would not allow such a thing to transpire. He had already made a promise to Xiao Shui to wed her, and he could not casually entertain notions of other women. At that moment, the older woman spoke again. See, I knew this lad was merely attempting to deceive the young girl. He is playing the game of seduction, making her believe he is a selfless man, thus earning her admiration even more. The others, upon hearing her words, nodded in agreement, convinced that she spoke the truth. Furious at such an accusation, Wu Xing shot her a fierce glare. The older woman quickly covered her mouth and crouched behind the crowd, fearful of further speaking. The woman in black also fell silent. Taken aback, fear not, young lady, I am not that sort of person. I do not seek to gain from kindness. Besides, I am a celestial being, Wu Xing declared hastily. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression dimmed slightly, and she hesitated before saying, Young master, I believe you are a good person. I merely wish to present you with a tassel for your sword. Wu Xing, upon hearing this, laughed heartily. Ah, I see. Thank you very much. I too feel my sword lacks decoration. The woman's demeanor brightened a bit at his response. Wuxing then exclaimed loudly, Will none of you leave? If you do not wish to depart, then I shall remain. At least here I shall not be tormented by you. Unexpectedly, the older woman leapt forth once more, casting further slander upon Wu Shang. His eyes glinted with cold fury, and with a swift gesture, a flame shot forth towards her. Ah, no, celestial being, spare me. She cried out in a piercing scream, as the onlookers scattered in fear, wary of the flames touching them. Within moments, the older woman was reduced to ashes. The crowd, petrified, dared not breathe, kneeling in supplication while repeatedly bowing their heads and pleading, Celestial being, spare our lives. Celestial being, spare us. Wuxing spoke again. I am here to rescue you. Believe it or not, the choice is yours. If you wish to leave, follow me. Otherwise, remain here. The woman in black gazed at the ashes of the older woman, her eyes shadowed with a hint of sorrow. Wuxing noticed the change in the expression of the woman in black and gently reassured her, You were startled. Fear not. That individual is indeed reprehensible. I acted with good intentions to rescue her, yet she has repeatedly tarnished my character. I am truly infuriated. Hearing Wuxing's comforting words, the woman in black, with a complex emotional state, replied, My lord, I understand. Then let us proceed, but do be cautious of the steps. Wuxing reiterated his caution before moving forward, while the woman quietly followed his retreating figure. Before long, Wuxing had led the woman in black out of the dungeon. Upon stepping outside, he felt his spirits lift significantly. The dungeon was cold, damp, and shrouded in darkness, creating a stifling atmosphere. The woman in black also revealed a joyful smile. Wuxing tossed a royal banner into the air and invoked a spell. Instantly, the banner emitted a brilliant golden light, while numerous black soul phantoms were drawn into it. Wuxing observed that several phantoms radiating a faint golden glow were also absorbed. Witnessing this miraculous scene, the woman in black gasped in awe and curiously inquired, My lord, your artifact is truly remarkable. What are those black phantoms? Wuxing responded with a smile, Little sister, my artifact is the unparalleled royal banner, possessing the ability to suppress the fate of humanity. As for those black phantoms, they are the malevolent spirits of wicked cultivators. By capturing them within this artifact, I can subdue and refine them, preventing them from harming others. He spoke with a sense of pride. My lord, you are truly impressive. Such righteousness makes you the greatest benefactor in the world. The woman in black gazed at Wuxing earnestly and continued, Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Wuxing's figure flickered and vanished from sight. After a brief interval, Wuxing reappeared, riding a flying sword, and brought the woman in black to the entrance of Night Wolf Valley. He extended his consciousness into his storage ring and quickly located the jade tablet that controlled the formation. He collected all the flags of this profound-level formation into his storage ring, thus dismantling the formation and allowing Night Wolf Valley to bask in the light of day once more. Wuxing once again mounted his flying sword, guiding the woman in black towards Wulong Town. Throughout the journey, he remained silent, casting a protective aura around her as he closed his eyes to meditate. Simultaneously, he began to assess the treasures he had gathered from the Night Wolf Ring and those acquired from the treasure trove of Night Wolf Valley. Indeed, his earlier pretext of leaving was merely to collect resources and treasures. Though his eyes were shut, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. The harvest had been truly rewarding. He had not anticipated that the Night Wolf, merely a late-stage golden core cultivator, possessed wealth surpassing that of many ordinary early-stage nascent soul practitioners. Once he finished his inventory, he opened his eyes, rose, and turned to the woman in black, saying, My lady, I shall accelerate now. Please tell me the exact location of Tian Envy Village, and I will escort you back. My lord, there is no one left at my home. I intend to seek my family in Wulong Town, so simply take me there. The woman in black suddenly froze, her complexion slightly unnatural as she spoke. All right, my dear, I must accelerate now. Hold on tight. Wuxing reminded her once more as the cold gleaming sword surged forward, flying towards Wulong Town at twice its previous speed. Chapter 36. The Enchantment of Hehuan Poison. Intruding upon the woman in black, the flying sword abruptly quickened. Although Wuxing had forewarned her, the woman in black unexpectedly leaned back, nearly losing her balance. Her face paled drastically, and she quickly wrapped her arms around Wuxing's waist. He was taken aback by the delicate embrace, his adrenaline surging and heart racing. He wished to turn and utter something, but upon noticing her ashen complexion, he refrained, focusing intently on controlling the sword. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the task, exterminating the malevolent cultivators of Wolf Valley and rescuing ordinary citizens. Ding. System rewards are being dispensed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received rewards. Mall currency. 500 experience points. 300 experience value. 10,000. Hearing the system's notification, Wuxing felt a surge of joy. Realizing that the ordinary people must have taken their chance to flee Wolf Valley once they confirmed that no one was watching over them. Just as he reveled in the completion of his task, the system's mechanical notification chimed again. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has exterminated a meddlesome woman, rendering the task incomplete, and an unknown penalty will soon be imposed on the host. Wuxing was momentarily stunned. System, what are you playing at? You never mentioned that I had to save all the ordinary people. He inwardly grumbled. After a brief wait, the system remained unresponsive. A smile crept onto Wuxing's face. System, are you trying to toy with me? How amusing. Ding. The host's penalty will be issued in 5 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. The system's notification resonated once more. System, are you serious? Please, let us discuss this rationally. Wuxing's expression shifted, fear of the unknown creeping in as he spoke. Ding. Countdown initiated. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding. In light of the host's previous commendable performance, this penalty will entail He-Wan poison. The host must detoxify within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Otherwise, his meridians will shatter, leading to demise. What? He-Wan poison? System. What kind of nonsense is this? The name alone is dubious. How does one detoxify? Wuxing exclaimed in panic, hurriedly querying the system. Yet, this time, the system fell silent, unresponsive. Soon, Wuxing sensed something amiss. He felt a rising heat throughout his body, his breath becoming rapid, and his spiritual energy descending into chaos. The sword he commanded began to sway erratically in the air, while the protective spiritual barrier he had conjured flickered uncertainly. This alarmed the woman in black behind him. Being an ordinary person, she would surely meet a fatal end if they were to plummet from the sky. She disregarded her shame and clung tightly to Wuxing from behind, shouting, "Young master, what has happened?" Wuxing, feeling the soft touch of the woman behind him and hearing her melodious voice, found his spiritual energy spiraling out of control. The flying sword began to plummet from the sky, descending rapidly towards the ground. Soon, it was merely 10 meters above the earth. The woman in black, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear, trembling all over, and shouted again, "Young master, if this continues, we shall fall to our doom." Wuxing bit down hard on his tongue. Jolting himself back to awareness, he hastily stabilized the flying sword, guiding it safely to the ground. However, the previous sense of irritation and heat surged back within him. He quickly sat cross-legged, intending to circulate his energy to fend off the system's punishment. Tightening his eyes shut, he struggled to speak. "You must leave this place. The farther the better." Seeing this, the woman's face reflected concern. Observing Wuxing clenching his jaw, trembling, his complexion flushed, and breath rapid, she feared he was afflicted by a sudden ailment. Instead of fleeing, she remained by his side, asking with genuine worry, "Young master, what is wrong? Is there anything I can do to assist you? Leave quickly, do not mind me." Wuxing's bloodshot eyes opened as he shouted once more. Panic surged within him. He had come to understand the nature of the poison afflicting him. Although he wished to channel his energy to dispel the toxin, he could not concentrate. His spiritual energy in disarray. He was on the brink of losing control. The woman in black was taken aback by the intensity in Wuxing's gaze, instinctively stepping back. What kind of gaze was that? It resembled that of a frenzied beast, hungry for flesh. She contemplated fleeing, but was startled when Wuxing suddenly yelled, "Ah!" Wuxing could no longer contain himself, letting out a fierce roar. The woman swiftly turned and rushed to his side, asking, "Young master, what is wrong? How can I save you? I wish to help. I cannot bear to see you in such agony." With a sudden, fierce determination, Wuxing pulled the woman into his embrace. She was taken aback by this unexpected act, attempting to escape, only to find herself unable to break free from his strong grasp. Wuxing pressed his lips against hers with fervor. The woman in black froze, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at the man who had suddenly kissed her so passionately. She wanted to resist, but no matter how hard she pushed, she could not escape. "Young master, what are you doing? Let me go," she exclaimed. Wuxing's bloodshot eyes remained fixed on hers as he continued to kiss her forcefully. In a sudden turn of events, as their tongues entwined, the woman was caught off guard and bit down on Wuxing. He tasted a mix of salt and bitterness, causing his breath to quicken and his movements to become more fervent. The woman in black initially believed that Wuxing would release her after feeling pain, but to her surprise, Wuxing became even more frenzied. With a tearing sound, Wuxing violently shredded her outer garment, exposing her arms, which were as white as jade. "No, please stop. Let me go," the woman in black cried out. However, under the fervent kisses exchanged with Wuxing, she soon felt a surge of heat coursing through her body. Her mind began to falter, and her eyes turned a crimson hue. Clearly, their intimate contact had caused her to fall victim to the charm poison as well. Before long, the two inexperienced individuals became entangled with one another. Their garments in tatters, the springtime light unveiled. They gradually discovered the secrets of passion and completed their first rite of passage. Just as they were recovering from the experience, they rose to engage once more in their fervent struggle. After an hour, they lay entwined in a deep slumber. In the innermost depths of the system space, a large dog with golden fur was wide-eyed, observing the indescribable scene between Wuxing and the woman in black, drooling profusely. Evidently, it had not only witnessed the live performance, but had also recorded a high-definition video with the flowing shadow stone. "With a host like you, a mere straight man. Without my assistance, you might remain a virgin for life. Ha ha ha." The golden-furred dog looked at Wuxing with an air of pride. Meanwhile, Wuxing and the woman in black lay entwined, devoid of clothing. Chapter 37. A scathing rebuke to the dog system. Wuxing's body underwent a clandestine transformation, as the golden blood coursing through him became increasingly sentient. The golden bones within him also grew more lustrous. The woman in black radiated a faint golden flame, her body exuding a unique aura. This girl, too, began her metamorphosis akin to Wuxing. It seemed my assistance this time was not in vain. Ha ha ha. Upon awakening, they would surely express their gratitude to me, the proud observer mused. The golden-furred dog in the depths of the system space continued to speak with an air of sage wisdom. The woman's transformation lasted for half an hour before gradually coming to a close, while Wuxing had only completed half of his transformation and remained in slumber. Shortly thereafter, the woman in black slowly opened her eyes, suddenly realizing her lack of clothing, and emitted a sharp scream. She turned to look at the still sleeping Wuxing, biting her lip anxiously. Abruptly, she raised her hands to strangle Wuxing, but her hands halted mid-air, her expression conflicted. She carefully extricated herself from Wuxing's embrace, attempting to rise but lost her balance and fell back into his arms. Her face flushed deeply, and upon stealing a glance at Wuxing, she found him still in slumber. Only then did she relax, slowly sitting up and surveying the remnants of her torn garments, utterly at a loss for what to do next. Suddenly, she noticed a few small pouches attached to Wuxing's clothing. Her eyes sparkled with realization. The object before her was undoubtedly a cultivator's storage bag, likely containing clothing. For how else could she face others? As she grasped the storage bag, she was reminded of her mortal status and pondered how she might open it. With a casual tug, to her astonishment, the bag yielded. She contemplated inspecting its contents and was unexpectedly successful. Could it be that she had become a cultivator? Was it not true that she lacked spiritual roots? Was it perhaps due to him? The woman clad in black dismissed her musings and hastily retrieved a garment from within the bag, taking considerable time to don it properly. Turning to glance at Wuxing, her countenance flushed once more, clearly betraying her eyes' involuntary attraction to inappropriate sights. She settled into a cross-legged position, channeling the chi-refining technique from her memories. Soon, spiritual energy began to converge around her. In the realm of the system space, a golden hound furrowed its brow and murmured, "This little girl is merely cultivating a low-grade technique. It is utterly inadequate. Since she has become this boy Wuxing's woman, I shall reluctantly bestow upon her a high-grade technique. And later, I shall reap the rewards from this boy. Hehehe. Little girl, I am the master of this boy Wuxing. Since fate has intertwined your paths, I shall grant you a technique suited to your spiritual constitution for your cultivation, which must remain confidential." A voice, deep and enigmatic, penetrated the ears of the woman in black, prompting her to cease her practice and open her eyes. Now alert. "Do not search. I reside within Wuxing's sea of consciousness." The voice echoed again, and simultaneously, a golden light swiftly entered her heart. The woman felt an explosion of understanding in her mind. After a brief moment, the high-grade technique, Black Phoenix Nirvana Method, inscribed itself within her consciousness. Upon reviewing the technique, a glimmer of delight crossed her features, and she quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed senior." The woman began to cultivate the Black Phoenix Nirvana Method, and soon, a vortex of spiritual energy gathered within a 1,000-mile radius, pouring into her being. After a quarter of an hour, she opened her eyes. Now having reached the third level of qi refinement, carefully, she retrieved a piece of clothing from Min and gently draped it over Wuxing. Casting one last deep gaze at him, she then set forth, heading eastward, observing the departing figure of the woman in black. The golden hound in the system space remarked softly, "Who would have thought this young lady possessed the rare saint-level fire spiritual root and the extraordinary black phoenix sacred body? Though I sensed her uniqueness before, I could not discern its full extent. Were it not for this boy Wuxing, she might have remained oblivious to the path of cultivation throughout her life. Now, with the high-grade technique I bestowed upon her, her future is boundless." In less than half an hour, Wuxing gradually awakened, feeling an abundance of energy coursing through him. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. He was inexplicably unclothed. Gazing at the men's attire draped over his form, he found himself utterly alone in his surroundings. What on earth had transpired? Was I not subjected to the system's punishment? Ensnared by the allure of the Huanhua poison, which led to what exactly occurred afterward? Thinking furiously, he recalled embracing a strikingly beautiful woman. And then, what happened to the woman in black? Wuxing's keen awareness swept the area, revealing remnants of shredded garments belonging to both himself and the woman in black, alongside a trampled expanse of grass. This was disastrous. Had he truly engaged in such actions with a woman he had only just met? Cursed be the circumstances. Though undeniably attractive, with a figure that captivated, and the previous intimacy felt rather sublime, Wuxing scolded himself. Was this truly the time for such thoughts? How could he, a man, harm an innocent woman, knowing not even her name, while he pondered trivialities? Suddenly, a memory struck him. The woman in black had mentioned her destination, Wulong Town. With a sudden resolve, Wuxing brandished his sword, digging deep into the ground within a 10-meter radius, swiftly storing the evidence within the system's space. Without delay, he mounted his flying sword and set off westward toward Wulong Town. As he soared through the skies, Wuxing felt an unexpected surge in his speed, his spiritual energy flowing more smoothly than ever. Could it be that his strength had increased? But why? Could this enhancement be linked to his dual cultivation with the woman in black? Yet she was merely an ordinary mortal. Confused, Wuxing's frustration boiled over as he began to curse vehemently. "Curse you, system. Why do you ensnare me so? Why impose such a punishment? If you had to poison me, why choose that insidious Huanhua poison? You've led me to ruin." In response to Wuxing's tirade, the golden dog nestled deep within the system's space merely glanced at him disdainfully, shifted to a more comfortable position, and closed its eyes to resume its slumber. Wuxing railed for quite some time, yet received no acknowledgement from the system. Exhausted, he finally ceased his complaints. "Very well, you deceitful system. I shall tread more cautiously in the future, lest I fall into your traps again," he muttered to himself, unaware that his fleeting thoughts were entirely transparent to the golden dog. How could I have forgotten? I can directly access my personal information panel. Chapter 38, Cultivation, the 9 Steps of Ascendance. Wuxing skillfully navigated the system, opening his personal information panel. Host, Wuxing's spiritual root, innate chaotic spiritual root, low grade, physique, acquired chaotic body, awakened, realm, golden core stage 5, great perfection, experience points, 50, 000, 100. 000 mul points, 540 experience value. For 100 cultivation method, Chaotic Yuan Infant Sutra, entry level. Primal Body Refinement Technique Intermediate Edition, minor accomplishment, martial skills, 9 transformations Golden Body Technique, great completion, Kuan Peng's Carefree Flight, great completion. A sword opens the heavenly gate, great completion, Heaven and Earth Transformation Technique, great completion, profession, nun status, Prince Consort of the Great Li Dynasty in the Southern Wilderness. Has my spiritual root been assigned a low-grade classification? Is it possible for my spiritual root to ascend in rank? The information panel has also revealed details about my physique. I have awakened the chaotic body. It appears that all of this is connected to that woman in black. I must seek her out, offer my apologies, and endeavor to atone for the harm I have caused her. I wonder if she will forgive me? As Wuxing soared through the skies on his sword, he extended his spiritual sense to survey his surroundings. After an incense stick's worth of time, he had yet to detect any trace of the woman in black. After an hour's journey, he finally arrived at Wulong Town, utilizing his spiritual sense to probe every inhabitant of the town. This action startled all the cultivators present, prompting them to hastily conceal their auras and remain still. Wuxing furrowed his brow, displaying a look of confusion. He had just scanned the entire town with his spiritual sense. The woman in black was not among them. Could it be that she has lost her way? Indeed, as an ordinary person, She might have taken a wrong turn and would not arrive at Wulong Town so quickly. With this thought, Wu Sheng proceeded into Wulong Town. After another incense stick's worth of time, Wu Sheng arrived at Taoyuan village, his heart heavy with sorrow. Once again confronted with the brutal fates of the villagers and the lingering bitterness of their demise, Wu Sheng was engulfed in profound grief. Why? They were all cultivators. Possessing great strength and extended lifespans, why resort to the slaughter of these ordinary mortals? The memories of those simple villagers filled Wu Sheng with a tumult of emotions. Wu Sheng summoned his spiritual energy, gathering the bodies of the villagers into a single location. He wielded his flying sword to dig a deep pit, placing the villagers' remains within and covering them with earth. He then procured a stone tablet, inscribing an epitaph and erecting it at the mound. Lighting incense, he burned paper money purchased from Wulong Town. Bowing deeply, he then produced the human emperor's flag. Dear villagers, I, Wu Sheng, thou here to exact vengeance upon those who harmed you, ensuring they pay for their deeds. With a flick of his hand, the spectral image of a wild wolf emerged, standing respectfully beside him. This individual was the leader of the beasts. Today, I shall obliterate his soul, ensuring he does not enter the cycle of reincarnation. With the power of the Emperor Banner, the spectral essence of the wild wolf vanished in an instant under a beam of golden light. Gazing at the Emperor Banner, Wu Sheng recalled the several golden souls he had captured in the Wild Wolf Valley. He hastily employed his spiritual sense to examine them and discovered several ordinary mortals. One man appeared to be over 8 feet tall, robust in stature, and bore a simple, honest expression. A woman stood out for her striking beauty and exceptional demeanor. Another woman possessed a piercing gaze, exuding an air of formidable strength. After some contemplation, Wu Sheng decided to release them. Upon inquiring about their identities, he subsequently returned them to the Emperor Banner. Interestingly, these 3 did not address him as master, but rather as young master. Wu Sheng recognized the burly man as Manyo, a blacksmith who had been captured by the Wild Wolf Valley, intent on coercing him into participating in their nefarious deeds. Unyielding, the man was ultimately beaten to death. The elegant woman, named Li Qingxiao, was a talented poet whose verses were adored by many. Her beauty had attracted unwanted attention, leading to her abduction. Foreseeing the futility of escaping her fate, she chose to end her own life. The fierce-eyed woman was an intrepid female constable named Su Wanqing. A paragon of righteousness, she was renowned for her exceptional swordsmanship among mortals. While pursuing a case of missing women, she was besieged by the Qi refining realm practitioners of the Wild Wolf Valley. In a desperate struggle, she managed to slay several low-level Qi refiners. Remarkably, the souls of these 3 were golden and had been absorbed into the Emperor Banner, indicating their extraordinary potential. Although they were mere mortals, Wu Sheng contemplated nurturing their abilities. With this thought, he activated the Emperor Banner, directly infusing the spiritual power of 6 Qi refining souls into their bodies. And they abruptly ascended from mere mortals to Qi refining practitioners. However, upon observing their flushed faces, it was evident that they were struggling to adapt to the sudden influx of power. Among them, Su Wanqing acclimated the quickest, followed by Li Qingxiao. While the burly man lagged behind, Wu Sheng decided against further infusions and communicated telepathically. Su Wanqing, Li Qingxiao, Manyo, within the space you inhabit. Feel free to absorb the souls without hesitation. It will aid in your swift enhancement of strength. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated their faces, and they promptly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed sir." Soon, the trio began to absorb the souls eagerly. Wu Sheng observed them for a moment before retrieving 3 foundational cultivation manuals from his storage pouch and tossing them to them. With the Emperor Banner safely secured in his dantian, he began to ponder how to confront the individual from the Spirit Fire sect. In truth, he had already deduced the identity of that person, yet he questioned whether he was truly acquainted with him. With his current cultivation at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, facing the sect master of the Spirit Fire sect would only result in his retreat. To contend with the Spirit Fire sect, he would need to break through to the nascent soul stage. However, achieving such a breakthrough in the near future seemed implausible. Were there any secrets to enhancing one's strength? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Wu Sheng's eyes as he opened the system shop interface. He quickly stumbled upon a celestial-grade martial art known as Treading the Heavens 9 Steps. Treading the Heavens 9 Steps. It is said that this technique was created by a formidable expert of the Treading Heavens realm in his youth. With each step taken, one can double their strength. When all 9 steps are executed, strength can be enhanced 9-fold. However, this technique demands a high level of physical robustness, and it is advised that weaker practitioners refrain from its cultivation. Note: This technique can be combined with other power-enhancing arts, but the duration of its execution depends on the practitioner's physical strength. After employing this technique, one will enter a period of weakness during which spiritual energy cannot be utilized. Failure to adhere to this will lead to severe backlash, possibly resulting in a drop in realm or even death. System: purchase this martial art. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully purchasing Treading the Heavens 9 steps, costing 200 shop points. Ding. The host has learned the first step of Treading the Heavens 9 steps, proficiency 0-100. System: use 100 experience points to cultivate Treading the Heavens 9 steps. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 100 experience points and successfully cultivating Treading the Heavens 9 steps to a state of perfection. Wuxing felt that he had completely mastered this technique and could invoke it at will. Linghua sect, your misdeeds will not go unpunished. I, Wuxing, will ensure you pay the price. Just wait. Wuxing cast a gaze towards the direction of Linghua sect, his eyes glinting with hatred. Chapter 39, The Massacre of Tiyuan Village. The true culprit emerges at this moment. A young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes was soaring through the air on his sword, heading towards the Linghua sect. This individual was none other than Wuxing, who had departed from Tiyuan Village, his demeanor calm. Upon arriving at the mountain gate of Linghua sect and seeing the familiar stone tablet, Wuxing did not linger and intended to enter directly. The disciples guarding the mountain did not impede Wuxing's entry. He paid them no mind and proceeded deeper into the sect. Along the way, many disciples observed Wuxing, whispering amongst themselves. Ignoring them, he aimed to find the sect leader. Well, if it isn't the disciple of some esteemed figure, what brings you to our Linghua sect? Came a boisterous voice from a young man. Wuxing furrowed his brow and turned to see it was Zhu Xiaoshan, the one who had previously visited Taoyuan village to seek him out. Step aside. I have matters to discuss with the sect leader, Wuxing replied tersely. Casting a glare at Zhu Xiaoshan, Wuxing had recognized him as a treacherous individual since their last encounter, and thus did not feel inclined to be cordial. As the argument unfolded, a crowd quickly gathered around them. Zhu Xiaoshan stood his ground, refusing to yield, and said, Our sect leader is not someone just anyone can meet. Don't think I'm oblivious. You're merely an imposter, not truly a disciple of any notable figure. Wuxing's expression shifted slightly. This rotund fool actually possessed some wit. Wuxing was not the least bit surprised. He felt indifferent to having his identity exposed, for with their strength, they could do nothing to him. Step aside. I shall say this one last time. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. Wuxing cast a cold glance at Zhu Xiaoshan, his tone icy. The onlooker's expression shifted slightly at his words. Zhu Xiaoshan remained silent, a smirk of triumph gracing his lips. What is wrong with you? Are you seeking trouble with our Linghua sect? Do you wish for your own demise? Indeed, our Linghua sect is the foremost sect of the Great Li dynasty. How dare you act recklessly again? Yes. Apologize to senior brother Zhu at once. He is the disciple of the sect's grand elder. Otherwise, you shall be expelled from the Linghua sect. Yes, begone from the Linghua sect. Expelled from the Linghua sect. A faction of the crowd began to denounce Wuxing, while others, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurried to inform their superiors. Wuxing listened to their words, a glimmer of anger flashing in his eyes. Stand aside, or I shall show no mercy. He cast another cold gaze at the offending cultivators. Startled, those denouncing him retreated several steps, just as Wuxing intended to leave. Zhu Xiaoshan obstructed his path once more, his voice echoing in Wuxing's mind. Wuxing, you may not yet realize that due to your disobedience, the people of Tiyuan village have perished. Now, I advise you to surrender, otherwise, you will not leave the Linghua sect today. You seek death. Wuxing roared in fury, launching a fist towards Zhu Xiaoshan's chest. Boom. Zhu Xiaoshan's expression altered as a defensive treasure resembling a tortoise shell swiftly materialized before him, his corpulent body sent flying backward, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Wuxing, intent on continuing his assault, found himself halted by the disciples of the Linghua sect. What are you doing? It is one thing to cause chaos in our sect, but do you intend to commit murder? You have gone too far, launching a sneak attack on senior brother Zhu and leaving him gravely injured. Wuxing's eyes blazed with fury, his presence radiating the formidable aura of a golden core cultivator. The crowd recoiled in fear once more. At that moment, Zhu Xiaoshan coughed, raising his voice. Brothers and sisters, this man previously attacked me and now seeks my life. He disregards our Linghua sect, slapping us in the face. Upon hearing this, the passionate disciples of Linghua sect were incensed. We must slay this madman. We cannot allow him to kill senior brother Zhu. The previously silent cultivators swiftly mobilized their spiritual energy and artifacts, launching an assault on Wuxing. In a fit of rage, Wuxing laughed derisively. Linghua sect, you truly are bold. Since you seek your own end, I shall oblige. He activated his movement technique and drew forth his frost blade. Charging into the fray, Wuxing moved with an ethereal grace, dodging their attacks with ease, not even allowing them to graze his clothing. He traversed the crowd with casual confidence, reaping the lives of his adversaries with a single stroke of his sword. Thud, bang. Before long, Wuxing had slain 6 or 7 disciples of the Foundation establishment and Golden Core realms who dared to charge at him, their eyes wide in disbelief, lifeless as they fell. Clearly, they failed to comprehend how Wuxing dared to slaughter them within the confines of the Linghua sect. As for Zhu Xiaoshan, upon witnessing Wuxing's ferocity, he had already retreated deep into the sect. Did he truly believe he could escape? Wu Shang, clutching the bloodied frostlight sword, observed Zhu Xiaoshan's desperate flight. With each deliberate step, he advanced deeper into the sect. The disciples of the Linghua sect gazed upon the lifeless bodies of 6 or 7 fellow practitioners strewn across the ground, casting another wary glance at the harbinger of death. Wuxing, they hastily cleared a path, fearful of inciting his wrath. They dreaded the thought of being dispatched by his sword as well. Wuxing remained focused on the direction of Zhu Xiaoshan's escape, his pace steady yet unhurried. As he fled, Zhu Xiaoshan cried out, "Master, save me. Wuxing seeks to kill me." Upon hearing Zhu Xiaoshan's earlier transmission, Wuxing finally recognized the identity of the stout, rotund man the wolf had spoken of. It was indeed Zhu Xiaoshan, the scoundrel who led the wolf mercenary group to annihilate Taoyuan village. His master was undoubtedly complicit in this atrocity. Contemplating this, Wusheng's steps did not falter. Impudent wretch, who dares to wreak havoc in my Linghua sect? A harsh, gravelly voice pierced the air. Soon, an elder with triangular eyes clad in a gray robe approached Zhu Xiaoshan, his icy gaze fixated upon Wu Shang. This was none other than the Grand Elder of the Linghua sect, a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. Wuxing narrowed his eyes upon recognizing him. The elder emanated an overwhelming aura of a nascent soul master. You must be Zhu Xiaoshan's master. It was you who dispatched him to lead the wolf mercenary group to obliterate Taoyuan village? Wu Shang demanded angrily, directing his ire towards the triangular-eyed elder. The surrounding cultivators exchanged glances, their expression shifting as they regarded the elder. Brazen fool, I am the esteemed Grand Elder of the Linghua sect, a practitioner of the nascent soul realm. How could I possibly associate with the despicable miscreants of the wolf mercenary group? Such claims are utterly ludicrous. The elder's countenance darkened slightly as he shot a glare at the stout Zhu Xiaoshan, seething with rage. Today, you dare to disturb my Linghua sect, injuring my beloved disciple. I shall send you on your way, and remember this lesson in your next life. Do not provoke those who should not be trifled with. With that, the Grand Elder waved his hand, summoning a massive red flame sword that shot towards Wuxing's chest with the swiftness of lightning. Meanwhile, a cruel smile flickered in the elder's triangular eyes. Chapter 40. Who cares about the lives of ants? The stout man, initially trembling in fear before his master, now bore a smug grin upon witnessing his master take action against Wuxing. Alas, what a pity. This lad has offended the wrong person. How unfortunate for him. It seems he is doomed. Who would have thought this arrogant young man would dare to disregard the Linghua sect and slay its disciples? Wuxing observed both the Grand Elder and his disciple Zhu Xiaoshan, noting their expressions of assured triumph. As he gazed upon the spirit sword poised to pierce his body, Wuxing channeled his entire spiritual energy to form a protective barrier, his expression remaining serene. A deafening crash resounded, and Wuxing wore an expression of bewilderment. Onlookers noted that he remained unperturbed, and the protective shield showed no signs of dissipating. How could this be? Could this young man possess such formidable strength? Was he truly able to withstand the Elder's Yuan-Ing realm attack merely with a spiritual barrier? Unthinkable. Surely the Elder had held back. For how could a mere Golden Core cultivator withstand such an assault? Wuxing himself felt a twinge of confusion, sensing that the attack had been thwarted by an unseen force, and that he had not suffered any harm. The Elder's slanted eyes gleamed with perplexity. As he too sensed that something was amiss, his gaze vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. In less than 3 breaths, an elegant gentleman, accompanied by a retinue, arrived at the scene. Wu Shang glanced around and recognized several faces, including Lin Bufan, Huolinger, and Huolinger's master, the regal beauty Yun Yun clad in palace attire. Realization dawned upon Wuxing. It was the sect leader of the Linghua sect who had intervened. Upon his arrival, Ling Shushu surveyed the scene briefly and inclined his head slightly towards Wu Xing in acknowledgement. Elder, are you aware that young friend Wu Xing is a disciple of that esteemed elder? Why did you strike at him? Ling Shushu's authoritative voice resonated as he directed his gaze towards the elder. The elder's eyes narrowed, and with a pained expression, he replied, Sect leader. This individual arrived at our Linghua sect without distinction, grievously injuring my disciple Zhu Xiaoshan and even slaying several disciples, whose bodies still lie here. He has clearly sought to humiliate our sect, showing utter disregard for us. I could no longer stand by and let this transgression go unpunished. At these words, Ling Shushu's countenance darkened momentarily, though he quickly suppressed his anger and turned to Wu Sheng. Young friend, do you have any clarifications to offer? Well, Linger displayed a mixture of concern and reproach, while Lin Bufan regarded Wu Sheng with admiration, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. The palace-clad beauty glared at Wu Sheng with indignation. Wu Sheng, taken aback, glanced at Ling Shushu, surprised that he did not favor his subordinates. Deciding it prudent to explain, he resolved to avoid enmity with the elder. In a cold tone, Wu Sheng stated, Zhu Xiaoshan led the Wild Wolf mercenary group to annihilate over 100 lives in Taoyuan village. I am avenging them. As for those disciples, did they not seek to kill me? Should I have stood idly by and allowed them to do so? Upon hearing this, Ling Shushu's expression shifted slightly as he turned to Zhu Xiaoshan. Zhu Xiaoshan, do you acknowledge your crimes? Reporting to the sect leader, I am wronged. He slanders me. He is casting dirt upon my reputation. The short and stout man exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Ling Shushu furrowed his brow, directing his gaze back to Wu Sheng with a commanding tone. Young friend, my disciple accuses you of slander. Do you have any evidence to support your claims? Otherwise, you must be aware of the consequences. Wu Sheng's gaze subtly shifted as he scrutinized Ling Shushu once more. He retrieved the shattered formation shuttle from his storage space and tossed it to Ling Shushu, his voice icy as he remarked, Sect Master Ling. Is this item not from your Linghua sect? Zhu Xiaoshan relied on this very object to dismantle the formation I had set up in Taoyuan village, leading to the massacre of the entire village's inhabitants. Such a bloody and cruel spectacle is hardly the behavior of a righteous cultivator. Upon seeing the broken formation shuttle, Ling Shushu's expression changed abruptly, her sharp gaze fixating on the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's countenance shifted, his lips moving slightly, while Zhu Xiaoshan's face turned ashen. However, Ling Shushu soon directed her attention back to Zhu Xiaoshan, her tone stern as she demanded, Zhu Xiaoshan, the evidence lies before us. What further excuses do you have? Disciple was momentarily bewitched. I implore the sect master to show mercy. Zhu Xiaoshan pleaded, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he knelt on the ground. The onlookers regarded Zhu Xiaoshan with expressions of disdain, astonished that their senior brother could be such a person. It was unexpected for Zhu Xiaoshan, who usually exhibited mere hypocrisy, to reveal such cruelty. Wu Xing remained impassive, aware that Zhu Xiaoshan was merely a pawn, with the Grand Elder orchestrating events from behind the scenes. As for whether sect master Ling Shushu was complicit, Wu Xing was still uncertain. After all, she had no vendetta against him and had always treated him with courtesy. Likely wary of the non-existent benefactor who loomed in his shadow, Ling Shushu contemplated briefly before stating gravely, Zhu Xiaoshan, colluding with an evil organization and slaughtering innocents warrants the revocation of your cultivation and expulsion from the sect, according to our rules. The stout man quivered in fear, his body going limp, and his eyes dimmed at her pronouncement. Upon hearing this, Wu Xing felt a sense of justice in the sect master's decision. The Grand Elder frowned slightly, seemingly lost in thought, and did not intercede on Zhu Xiaoshan's behalf. The assembly believed Zhu Xiaoshan was doomed, for the sect master was known for her impartiality. Holing Air and Lin Bufan displayed expressions of satisfaction, having long harbored disdain for Zhu Xiaoshan. Yet, acknowledging the Grand Elder's arduous contributions to the sect, Ling Shushu's voice resonated again. Zhu Xiaoshan shall be punished with 10 years of solitary confinement at the Back Mountain's reflective cliff, barred from leaving. Thank you, sect master, for your mercy. The stout man's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as he sprang to his feet. Zhu Xiaoshan wore a mocking smile as he glanced at Wu Xing. Wu Xing's expression darkened as he exclaimed, Sect Master Ling, how can you handle this matter in such a manner? Are the lives of the 100 souls from Taoyuan village to be dismissed so lightly? Suddenly, Ling Shushu unleashed a wave of pressure, her gaze piercing into Wu Xing as she coldly retorted, Do you imply that I require your guidance in managing my own disciples? The crowd fell silent, a realization dawning upon them, and no one dared to speak. Holing Air turned to her master, Yun Yun, whispering, How can the sect master deal with this in such a way? How can she so easily let that scoundrel go? Ling Er, do not speak recklessly. The sect master's decisions are beyond our purview to question. Moreover, Zhu Xiaoshan merely killed a group of insignificant mortals. No one would concern themselves with the fate of such trifling beings. Ling Er, you must understand, there exists a distinction between immortals and mortals. The elegantly attired matron spoke with a calm demeanor and a detached tone. However, Fire Ling Er wished to respond further. Yet a stern glance from the matron Union silenced her. Fire Ling Er turned to see the fury in Wu Xing's eyes, her own expression a tumult of conflict. Chapter 41. The Life and Death Battle, Lost in Thought, Pierced Through the Heart? Upon hearing the subtly threatening words of Ling Shushu, Wu Sheng suddenly comprehended that Ling Shushu had no intention of punishing Zhu Xiaoshan for the deaths of a handful of mortals. Wu Sheng fell silent, choosing not to speak further. Observing his silence, Ling Shushu continued, considering the circumstances. This sect leader shall refrain from penalizing you for the previous slaying of my Linghua sect disciples. The crowd exchanged varying expressions at her words. Fire Ling Er, upon hearing this, felt her worry slightly ease. Wu Xing, however, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Then I must express my gratitude to sect leader for your mercy." The moment those words left his lips, Ling Shushu's countenance shifted dramatically, her gaze fixated on Wu Xing, emanating an overwhelming aura of dread. Wu Xing staggered back several paces, a metallic taste filling his throat as he swallowed down the blood that threatened to spill forth. The onlookers gazed at him in disbelief. This man was audacious beyond measure, daring to provoke the sect leader, who possessed the power to obliterate him with but a flick of her finger. He appeared utterly unafraid, perhaps believing that his master, Chao Duanda, would shield him. Indeed, that must be the case. Had it not been for his master, he would have perished countless times over for such reckless words. Ling Shushu suddenly regained her composure, stating, "This matter ends here." "Impossible. I demand a life and death battle with Zhu Xiaoshan to avenge the 100 lives of Tiyuan village." Wu Xing declared with unwavering resolve, his eyes fierce. Ling Shushu regarded him intently before addressing Zhu Xiaoshan. "Zhu Xiaoshan, do you consent to engage in a life and death duel with young friend Wu Xing?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoshan turned pale. "Xiaoshan, acquiesce. I possess a means to assist you," came the voice of the Grand Elder, echoing within his mind. Looking up, Zhu Xiaoshan saw the Grand Elder smiling at him and replied, "I respectfully inform the sect leader that I am willing. I shall ensure this madman is vanquished." Ling Shushu then remarked, "Xiaoshan, you two shall spar, but do so lightly. Do not take the life of young friend Wu Sheng." "Yes, sect leader," Zhu Xiaoshan replied, casting a peculiar glance at Wu Sheng before hastening to the Grand Elder's side. Wu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Zhu Xiaoshan, fully aware of his own strength, had nonetheless agreed, surely indicating a hidden agenda. Soon, the two stood facing each other within an erased space, an enchantment crafted by Ling Shushu that barred others from entering. Most were perplexed as to why Wu Sheng, a cultivator, would engage in a life-and-death struggle over a handful of ordinary mortals and a peer of equal rank. Was it truly worth it? The cultivator of the Golden Core realm possesses a lifespan exceeding 500 years. Why would he risk his life for a mere swarm of insignificant mortals? Wu Xing, wearing a smile, regarded Zhu Xiaoshan. "You foolish fat man. You are well aware that you are no match for me, yet you dare to accept a life-and-death duel. Your demise is inevitable. Wu Xing, you seek your own death. Just because I was not your opponent before does not imply I cannot challenge you today. I shall teach you a lesson." Zhu Xiaoshan retorted angrily. As his words fell, a crimson glow enveloped him, manifesting a defensive treasure upon his form, while a red sword appeared in his grasp, emanating a sharp aura. Crimson light armor? Blazing fire sword? The elegantly dressed matron gasped in surprise, casting a bewildered glance at the elder observing the battle. The elder, with a glint of pride in his triangular eyes, smiled knowingly. While Ling Er, puzzled by the exchange, inquired, "Master, what significance do these two treasures hold?" The crimson light armor is a defensive artifact forged by the elder, impervious to assaults from those in the Golden Core realm. The blazing fire sword, also crafted by the elder, contains the essence of the firebird and possesses the capability to attack the soul. Even early-stage nascent soul cultivators may struggle against it. Upon hearing this, Hualinger's face clouded with concern as she gazed toward the battlefield. The onlookers among the cultivators shared a unanimous belief that Wu Sheng was doomed today. This youth is far too impulsive. Alas, to risk one's life for a group of mortals is sheer folly. He may not withstand 3 moves before facing annihilation. I wager he won't survive even a single strike. Come, Let us place our bets. Within the array's confines, Wu Sheng wore a mocking grin. Come on, fat man. If you possess the ability, come and kill me. It was evident that he had overheard the spectator's remarks. Seeing Wu Sheng's audacity to mock him, Zhu Xiaoshan erupted in fury. You seek death. I shall slay you. He charged fiercely toward Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng, smiling, decided to toy with the rotund adversary. He commenced his agile movements, effortlessly evading Zhu Xiaoshan's attacks. In a fit of rage, Zhu Xiaoshan unleashed a barrage of strikes, yet no matter how fervently he attacked, he could not even graze the hem of Wu Sheng's attire, exhausting himself in the process. The spectators widened their eyes in disbelief, while only Lin Bufan maintained a calm demeanor. Having previously clashed with Wu Sheng and recognizing his formidable prowess, Huolinger, initially anxious, soon discovered Wu Sheng's elusive agility, delighting in the sight of Zhu Xiaoshan being outmaneuvered. After a brief incense's burn, the two stood facing each other. At that moment, Wu Sheng wore a look of playful derision as he observed Zhu Xiaoshan, who was now leaning heavily on his sword, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, his disciple robes clinging to him. Hey, fat man, you are rather lacking. Given this opportunity, you still prove useless, unable to touch me. Wu Sheng taunted. With the ability you possess, you should not run, besides jumping about like a monkey. What else can you do? Zhu Xiaoshan gasped for breath, responding amidst his exhaustion. Wu Sheng found the situation rather dull and declared, I shall no longer run. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoshan's face lit up with delight. Wu Sheng fully channeled his energy, invoking the chaotic Yuan infancy technique, radiating an overwhelming aura as he struck towards Zhu Xiaoshan with a powerful punch. Observing Wu Sheng's assault, Zhu Xiaoshan did not attempt to defend himself. Instead, he lunged at Wu Sheng's chest with the flame sword. The spectators outside the arena exchanged glances of dismay, lamenting the impending defeat. It's over. This young man is bound to fall. If he had relied on his agility, he might have remained undefeated. Engaging directly like this is tantamount to seeking death. He is too young, too impulsive. Better for him to perish than to cost me so many spirit stones. Firelinger grimaced as the battlefield shifted dramatically, her heart tightening in anxiety. Lin Bufan remained composed, confident in Wu Sheng's formidable strength and certain that he would not perish so easily. As the sword approached his chest, Wu Sheng deftly twisted his body to evade the strike. Boom! His fist landed squarely on Zhu Xiaoshan's chest, causing him to stagger back 2 steps before halting and once again swinging his sword at Wu Sheng's arm. Wu Sheng, displaying a look of curiosity, utilized his agility to dodge Zhu Xiaoshan's attack. Standing a dozen meters away, he fell into deep contemplation. Noticing Wu Sheng's distraction, Zhu Xiaoshan hastily directed the flame sword towards his heart. Whoosh! The sword sliced through the air, swiftly closing in on Wu Sheng, mere inches from his heart. Wu Sheng's expression shifted dramatically. He exerted all his effort to evade the impending strike. A sharp sound echoed as the flame sword pierced Wu Sheng's chest directly. Chapter 42. Is the sect leader of the Spirit Fire sect the mastermind? The other cultivators present displayed expressions of regret, collectively concluding Wu Sheng had been defeated. It was not due to inferior skills, but rather a loss to Zhu Xiaoshan's magical weapon. Firelinger was struck with disbelief, her countenance pale. Lin Bufan, however, remained unfazed and collected. The high-ranking cultivators above the Yuan infancy stage discerned the oddity but remained silent. Wu Sheng, were you not so arrogant? A genius, you claimed? Yet here you are, slain by my hand. Ha ha ha? Zhu Xiaoshan's laughter echoed with arrogance. Moments later, the crowd recognized something amiss. There was not a single drop of blood on the ground. No, that lad is not dead. Look, there is no blood. Soon, Wu Sheng's figure vanished from sight. I understand now. That was merely an afterimage, a consequence of his incredible speed. Look, where has he gone? Wu Sheng reappeared on the opposite side of the arena, his expression one of mockery as he gazed at Zhu Xiaoshan. Fatty. From the moment I learned you led the Wild Wolf mercenary corps to slaughter the innocent villagers of Tiyuan, I sentenced you to death. Today, I shall avenge them by slaying you. As the words fell, Wu Sheng radiated a blinding golden light, compelling the onlookers to shut their eyes. In an instant, Wu Sheng vanished, reappearing before Zhu Xiaoshan, delivering a series of punches to his chest. Boom, boom, boom. With just 3 strikes, the red glowing armor adorning Zhu Xiaoshan shattered, collapsing into a heap of useless fragments on the ground. How could this be? The red glowing armor was a defensive treasure of the Golden Core realm, impervious to any assault. It could only be breached by those who had attained a modicum of nascent soul power. yet even they could not reduce it to mere debris. Could it be that this young man was a formidable nascent soul master in disguise? Impossible. There was not the slightest trace of nascent soul pressure emanating from him. He must have simply been fortunate enough to exploit a flaw in the armor. I saw that he shimmered with golden light. He must be a body cultivator of the Golden Core realm. Indeed, the strength of body cultivators surpasses that of ordinary practitioners, and only they could potentially breach the defenses of the red glowing armor. Yet, weren't body cultivators thought to have lost their lineage for many years? It is said that breaking through their limitations is exceedingly arduous, often leaving them stagnating at the Golden Core level, unable to ascend to the nascent soul realm. Haha. This young man is digging his own grave. His path of cultivation ends here. The disciples and elders of the Linghua sect began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, when faced with matters beyond their comprehension, they felt compelled to voice their opinions. After being struck by Wu Shang, Zhu Xiaoshan was sent reeling, his body shaken by the terrifying force, rendering him incapable of resistance. Unbeknownst to them, upon realizing that his strength could not breach the armor, Wu Shang decisively activated the 9th turn of the 9 transformations of the Golden Body technique, amplifying his power ninefold, which allowed him to shatter the red glowing armor in just 3 punches. Without hesitation, Wu Shang aimed a kick at Zhu Xiaoshan's Dantian, clearly intending to cripple him. Stop! The Grand Elder, witnessing this abrupt turn of events, exclaimed in anger. However, due to the barrier array, he could not enter. As for the sect leader Ling Shushu, he remained indifferent, a smile gracing his face as he silently observed. Bang! Zhu Xiaoshan spat blood, propelled backward to crash onto the ground. He lay there like a deflated balloon, taking a moment to regain his senses. Upon discovering that his Dantian had been destroyed, his eyes burned with fury as he exclaimed, "You are truly vicious. You have ruined my Dantian, and I will ensure you suffer for this." What did you say? I couldn't quite catch that. Wu Shang flickered into Zhu Xiaoshan's vicinity, forcefully pressing his head into the ground, ruthlessly trampling him. Wu Shang, do you dare treat me this way? My master will not let you go. Zhu Xiaoshan, still unyielding, threatened. Is that so? Grand Elder, do you still want this disciple of yours? Wu Shang cast a grim look at the Grand Elder outside the array. Zhu Xiaoshan turned his hopeful gaze toward his esteemed elder. The Grand Elder merely observed coldly. Zhu Xiaoshan, in desperation, cried out, "Master, save me." Silence, you wretched disciple. You have committed a grievous error, and yet you dare engage in a life-and-death battle. I am powerless to intervene, the Grand Elder spoke with a frigid tone. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoshan's face turned ashen, his gaze dimming. Wu Shang could not help but scoff. The Grand Elder truly has a heart of stone. Even his own disciple is left to fend for himself. Huh. Hey, you fat fool, stop playing dead. Wu Shang kicked Zhu Xiaoshan, who remained motionless and silent. Simply tell me why you slaughtered the villagers of Tiyuan village, and I shall spare your life. How does that sound? Wu Shang continued as he observed Zhu Xiaoshan's lost will to survive. Do you mean it? Zhu Xiaoshan's eyes suddenly brightened with hope as he replied. Of course. I am not like you righteous folk. I keep my word, Wu Shang assured him eagerly. Very well. I shall tell you, Zhu Xiaoshan began, but was abruptly interrupted. Wretched disciple, cease your words. You have erred so gravely and now seek to slander others? The Grand Elder glared menacingly at Zhu Xiaoshan, as if he wished to devour him, causing Zhu Xiaoshan's corpulent body to tremble in fear. Wu Shang, witnessing this, quickly grasped that the true puppet master behind the scenes was the Grand Elder. The onlookers, initially entertained by the spectacle, began to cast their scrutinizing gazes upon the Grand Elder. Noticing the accusatory stares directed at him, especially from Ling Shushu, the Grand Elder hastily defended himself. Zhu Xiaoshan has committed a serious transgression. He surely wishes to defame others in his desperation. Ling Shushu regarded the Grand Elder with a penetrating gaze before averting his eyes. You old fool, how dare you slander me? I was blind to have taken you as my master, Zhu Xiaoshan retorted angrily. Having regained his composure at the Grand Elder's baseless accusations. Rebellious disciple, you are courting death. Even if that brat spares you, I shall not. The Grand Elder's face turned crimson with rage as he pointed an accusing finger at Zhu Xiaoshan. You old fool, were it not for your token, how could I have acquired the array-breaking shuttle? If you had not claimed it was the sect master's consent, how could I have led the Wild Wolf mercenary group to annihilate Taoyuan village? You even told me there were treasures in Taoyuan village and instructed me to bring them to you after the massacre. Zhu Xiaoshan's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Wu Shang was equally taken aback. He had initially suspected the Grand Elder, but now realized that Linghua's sect's master, Ling Shushu, was also complicit. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Shang thought that it seemed a significant upheaval was about to unfold. The crowd, who had initially directed their attention towards the Grand Elder, now cast furtive glances at the sect master. Their eyes darted back and forth between the two figures. Didn't we hear that the sect master and the Grand Elder were at odds? Indeed, how could the sect master align with the Grand Elder? Isn't the sect master known for his fairness? How can this be? Could it be that we have misjudged all along? The whispers of several elders watching the unfolding drama were hushed, while the disciples looked on, wide-eyed and fearful of speaking out. Regarding Ling Shushu and the Grand Elder, both wore grim expressions. Chapter 43, The Life and Death Battle Between Golden Core and Nascent Soul Grandmasters. Wuxing quietly observed the visibly enraged sect master and Grand Elder. Intending to watch the situation unfold, Wuxing was perplexed as to whether this was the sect master's intent or the Grand Elder's. Regardless of who was at fault, he was determined to avenge the innocent people of Taiyuan Village and his beloved, Xiaoxue. Although they might disregard the lives of the common folk, Wuxing cared deeply. With this thought, he extended his spiritual perception towards the ancient ice crystal coffin in his dantian. Although he could not see Xiaoxue's physical form, the sight of the icy coffin brought him solace. As long as Xiaoxue's body and soul remained intact, once he grew stronger, he could resurrect her with the system's assistance. As the tension in the battlefield intensified, Ling Shushu could no longer maintain his scholarly demeanor, exuding an astonishing pressure that rendered everyone present speechless, their heads bowed in fear. Ling Shushu turned to the Grand Elder, his voice laced with anger. Grand Elder, when did our sect grant you permission to massacre innocent civilians? Ling Shushu understood that this matter could not be allowed to fester. Even if he had not directly committed such acts, rumors could easily spiral out of control, turning baseless accusations into undeniable truths. If that happened, he, the foremost sect leader of the Dali Empire, would become a laughingstock. Perhaps the Dali Empire might seize the opportunity to launch an attack. At that point, Ling Huo's sect would be on the brink of annihilation. At this moment, Wuxing had led Zhu Xiaoshan away from the formation set by Ling Shushu, leaving Zhu Xiaoshan at the mercy of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, initially unsure of how to respond, suddenly flashed a cold glint in his triangular eyes and struck out with a palm. Bang! Zhu Xiaoshan, who thought he might survive, was unexpectedly struck in the chest by his own master, his internal organs shattered, dying with eyes wide open. Wu Sheng inwardly mused, I could have spared you. But if your master seeks your demise, then I cannot be held accountable. Ha! Ling Shushu, witnessing this scene, was about to explode with rage, his spiritual power surging as he raised his hand. However, the Grand Elder knelt first, speaking in a respectful tone. Sect Master, this rebellious disciple is spouting nonsense. All of this was orchestrated by him alone, and I had no knowledge of it. Ling Shushu narrowed his eyes, suppressing his spiritual fluctuations, and continued to inquire, then how did your token end up with Zhu Xiaoshan? That must have been stolen by this rebellious disciple. I have pampered him too much, allowing him to act without caution, which led to his success. The Grand Elder explained hastily, his triangular eyes narrowed. Ling Shushu nodded slightly, then turned to Wuxing. Young friend, what is your perspective on this matter? Wuxing had been quietly observing the two men's performance and had not spoken until now. Hearing Ling Shushu's words, he replied, Do you take me for a mere child? Would I believe such a flimsy excuse? I firmly assert that this incident is the doing of your Grand Elder. Upon hearing those words, Ling Shushu slightly narrowed his eyes and spoke gently. How does the young friend wish to proceed? The sect master and the elder rushed to speak, but were interrupted by a mere glance from Ling Shushu. I shall slay him, to avenge those who have unjustly perished, Wuxing declared with unshakable calmness. The crowd silently observed the unfolding drama, their expressions united in disbelief, convinced that Wuxing was indulging in a futile fantasy. They all recognized that Ling Shushu would never acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand. As expected, once Wuxing finished speaking, Ling Shushu's brows furrowed deeply, and he replied, To kill the elder is out of the question. You may propose an alternative, for a life once lost cannot be restored. What compensation do you seek? I, Ling Huo's sect, shall provide it, and I will confine the elder to the cliff of reflection for 10 years. Young friend, what do you think of this proposal? Impossible. I only wish to slay him. Wu Sheng's tone was resolute. Ha ha, young friend, you are but a mere cultivator of the 6th level of the Golden Core realm, while our sect elder is a formidable practitioner of the 9th level of the Nascent Soul realm. You cannot hope to defeat him. Surely, you do not expect me to sacrifice the elder for the lives of 100 ordinary mortals? Ling Shushu was both exasperated and amused by Wu Sheng's audacity. I seek a life and death duel with your esteemed elder, and I hope you will not interfere, Wu Sheng asserted earnestly, addressing the powerful being before him. The elder, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged, his triangular eyes glinting with hatred as he stepped forward to consult Ling Shushu, sect master, though he did not finish his sentence. His intent was clear. Ling Shushu raised a hand to halt him, his expression now grave as he turned to Wu Sheng, saying, "Young friend, surely you jest. If I were to intervene, it would only be to safeguard your life, for I do not wish to become an enemy of your master." Wu Sheng glanced at Ling Shushu, refraining from exposing his deception. If Ling Shushu were truly capable of contending with Chao Duanda, he could easily dispatch Wu Sheng with a mere gesture. It would be inconceivable for a junior cultivator of the Golden Core realm to act so brazenly within his sect. The onlookers regarded Ling Shushu's demeanor with admiration, while they watched Wu Sheng's reckless challenge with expressions of amusement. Lin Bufan and Hualinger, however, were faces of concern and confusion. "I am serious. I demand a life-and-death duel with your esteemed elder," Wu Sheng reiterated. The elder could no longer contain his fury and swiftly positioned himself just a short distance from Wu Sheng. "Sect Master, I can no longer endure this. This brat is insufferably arrogant. He shows no respect for Ling Hua's sect at all. I must avenge our sect's honor." The elder turned to Ling Shushu to explain. "Old fool, do you think I fear you? Come, let us engage in a duel. Those who do not show up are cowards." Wu Sheng, feigning fear at the elder's outburst, felt a surge of delight within. "You seek death? I shall grant it to you," the elder roared, ready to fulfill Wu Sheng's reckless ambition. The Grand Elder's triangular eyes gleamed with a cold light, accompanied by a smirk that hinted at a nefarious plot successfully unfolding. As he directly signed the blood contract for the life-and-death battle, Wu Sheng, fully aware of the elder's demeanor, remained unfazed, for he had come prepared. His intent was to eliminate the Grand Elder, avenging the innocent lives lost. Conversely, the Grand Elder sought to exploit the guise of a life-and-death battle to eradicate Wu Sheng and seize the treasure that would rapidly elevate his own cultivation. Both individuals harbored their clandestine schemes, yet it remained uncertain who would ultimately triumph today. Ling Shushu, upon hearing their exchange, refrained from further commentary and turned to Wu Sheng, cautioning him, "Young friend, are you truly resolute in engaging in this life-and-death duel? Once the blood contract is signed, there can be no turning back. This contract is bound by the heavenly Tao, and none may defy it. It signifies that one of you must perish. Failure to do so will invoke the heavenly Tao's wrath." Listening to Ling Shushu's words, Wu Sheng, without a moment's hesitation, prepared to sign the contract. The onlookers gazed at him as if he were a fool, perplexed by how a seemingly handsome youth would court death so recklessly. Suddenly, Wu Sheng paused in his signing of the blood contract. Ling Shushu, mistaking this for a change of heart, displayed a smile. Meanwhile, some younger disciples began to mock him loudly. "Oh, I thought he truly intended to cross boundaries and fight. Turns out he was merely jesting. Faced with death, he's frightened, ha ha ha. Such a cowardly wretch, speaking as if it were mere banter." Ling Shushu, incensed by their taunts, bellowed, "Silence." The crowd fell silent. Yet their faces bore expressions of derision directed towards Wu Sheng. He, however, was flushed with excitement, for the rewards from the system were extraordinarily generous. The spectators believed his apparent embarrassment stemmed from their jeers. Ding! The system has detected that the host's current situation meets the conditions for task issuance. Therefore, the following task options are presented. Option 1. Withdraw from the life-and-death battle against the Grand Elder of the Yuanying realm, and reconcile with the leader of the Ling Hua sect, abandoning the quest for vengeance. Task rewards: experience points, 2,000, insight points, 20, mall coupons, 20. Option 2. Sign the blood contract, engage in the life-and-death battle, and spare no effort to eliminate the Grand Elder of the Yuanying realm at the 9th level. Note: this may irrevocably offend the Ling Hua sect, and the sect leader, Ling Shushu, may take action against the host. Caution is advised. Task rewards: experience points, 100, 000. Insight points, 100, mall coupons, 500. Ding! The host must complete the task within 1 hour. Failure to do so will result in unknown penalties. By heavens! When did the system become so magnanimous, offering such bountiful rewards? This mission must be accomplished. Not only can I avenge the villagers of Tiyuan, but I can also reap substantial rewards. Splendid! Wu Sheng was elated, his face flushed even deeper with excitement. System, I choose option 2, he silently affirmed. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful selection of the task. Just as Wu Sheng was laughing joyfully, the golden-hued canine deep within the system space was grinning widely. The host is rather foolish, having fallen into such an enticing trap. Originally, the reward should have been 300,000 experience points, 300 experience points, and 500 shopping vouchers. However, I managed to siphon off 2/3 of it, and he still foolishly grins. Hehehe. The golden dog bounced joyfully within the space, its tail wagging incessantly. Wu Xing, despite hearing the words of those around him, paid them no heed. The Grand Elder stood several meters opposite Wu Xing, and upon seeing his smile, his expression shifted in alarm, fearing that Wu Xing might waver. He quickly exclaimed, "You cowardly turtle, are you truly afraid to engage in a life-and-death battle with me? Fear you, a decrepit old man half buried in the ground? That is utterly impossible," Wu Xing retorted disdainfully. The Grand Elder's triangular eyes glimmered with a cold light. Yet he restrained himself and continued, "Then why not sign the blood contract? Sign it, who is afraid?" Wu Sheng feigned anger and swiftly signed the blood contract. Simultaneously, a blood-red barrier encased both Wu Xing and the Grand Elder. Wu Xing felt a connection between his spirit and the heavenly path. Glancing at the blood-red barrier, he discovered that his Kunping's carefree swimming technique could not penetrate it. A prompt from the heavenly path resonated within him. Only one of them could perish for the other to escape the barrier. Feigning regret, Wu Xing took a few steps back, his expression reflecting despair. The Grand Elder immediately displayed a sinister smile, coldly declaring, "Insect, today you shall perish. Surrender your cultivation treasure, and I might grant you a swifter death." "How could that be? Do you dare to kill me without fearing the retribution of your sect leader? Are you not concerned that my master might learn of this and annihilate your entire clan? My master is a being of the divine spirit realm, far superior to your out-of-body realm." Wu Sheng pretended to cry out in fear. "Young fool, you are unaware, aren't you? This blood-red barrier is an isolated space. Even if I were to kill you, your master would not know who did it. Hehehe. As for the sect leader, do you believe he would avenge you by killing me? He would simply consider this incident as having never occurred. You are doomed." A glimmer of triumphant malice flashed in the Grand Elder's triangular eyes. Upon hearing this, Wu Sheng pretended to be despondent, exclaiming, "Impossible. How could this be? This is all part of your scheme to provoke me into signing the heavenly blood contract. Now you understand. You are truly foolish. Having signed the heavenly blood contract, you have indeed sought your own demise. Quickly surrender your cultivation treasure, or I will kill you immediately." The Grand Elder coldly gazed at Wu Sheng. "What treasure? I know nothing of it." Wu Xing feigned confusion. "Hurry and hand it over. When we first met, you were merely at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. In less than a month, you've broken through to the Golden Core stage. How could that be possible without a cultivation treasure? Do not attempt any tricks, or I shall take your life and seize the treasure," the Grand Elder declared, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Xing's countenance. At this, Wu Xing's expression shifted subtly. He realized the Grand Elder was referring to the system. However, how could he possibly relinquish it? He lacked the capability to comprehend its origins. "Never mind. I shall deceive him for now," Wu Sheng mused. Feigning fear, Wu Sheng spoke. "I can grant you the treasure if you reveal the truth behind the massacre in Taoyuan village. You are in no position to negotiate with me. I can send you to your demise at any moment," the Grand Elder retorted, advancing toward Wu Xing. "Stop. Take another step forward, and I shall will the treasure to self-destruct, leaving you with nothing," Wu Xing threatened defiantly. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Perhaps it would be wiser to divulge the truth to prevent this fool from destroying the treasure, which would yield nothing but loss. Before long, Wu Xing grasped the entire sequence of events. It turned out that from the moment he first arrived, the Grand Elder had coveted the treasure he possessed. Initially, he believed it to be merely a teleportation artifact of little interest, but soon discovered its capability to rapidly enhance one's cultivation. This ignited his avaricious thoughts. He yearned to snatch it back, to break through his limitations and potentially ascend to immortality with the aid of the treasure. He planned to first search for the treasure in Taoyuan village. If unsuccessful, he would eliminate Wu Xing and claim it nonetheless. The Grand Elder was indifferent to Wu Xing's identity. His only desire was to obtain the treasure at any cost and elevate his cultivation. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's explanation, Wu Xing comprehended that the tragedy in Taoyuan village was fundamentally rooted in the Grand Elder's ambition as a formidable Yuanying-level practitioner. Wu Xing inquired further, "Did your sect's leader have any involvement in this matter?" Chapter 45. Failed ambush, life and death duel. He appears gentle and cultured, yet he is merely a hypocrite. "I cannot ascertain his involvement," the Grand Elder replied after a brief contemplation. At this, a smile crept across Wu Xing's face. "Now that you have revealed the truth, hasten to deliver the treasure to me, and I shall ensure you remain whole." Impatiently, the Grand Elder retorted, "I have divulged the truth. Now provide me with the treasure." A sense of unease flickered within him. Wu Xing, however, chuckled mockingly. What treasure? Where is this treasure? I am unaware. You dare to deceive me. If you refuse to comply, I shall take your life and claim the treasure for myself. The Grand Elder's eyes gleamed with fury, his entire being radiating the oppressive aura of a Yuanying-level practitioner as he approached Wu Sheng with a sinister smile. Feigning terror, Wu Sheng trembled, retreating while maintaining his gaze on the Grand Elder, exclaiming, "No, do not come any closer." The Grand Elder, initially unsettled by Wu Sheng's earlier amusement, now found renewed confidence upon witnessing his apparent fear. As he advanced step by step, Wu Sheng pondered how best to punish this psychologically twisted elder. Wu Sheng discreetly channeled his spiritual energy, executing the 9th transformation of the Golden Body technique. His bones and blood transformed into a resplendent golden hue, exuding an aura of unique mystery. Although Wu Sheng believed he could vanquish the Grand Elder, he was reluctant to engage in a futile endeavor and intended to launch a surprise attack while the Elder was off guard. Should the Grand Elder possess any hidden trump cards, revealing his strength prematurely would only complicate matters further, proving to be an unwise decision. Before long, Wu Sheng retreated to the edge of the Crimson Barrier, with no escape in sight. The space within the blood-red veil was limited to a radius of merely 100 meters. Observing Wu Sheng's predicament, the Grand Elder chuckled. Within this sanguine barrier, escape is utterly impossible. Even if your movements are ethereal, I can unleash wide-range attacks. Surrender now, and I may grant you a swift end, allowing you to leave this world intact and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Really? You would permit me to reincarnate? Wu Sheng inquired urgently, as if a glimmer of hope had ignited within him. After all, cultivators could indeed seize the souls of others. Yet such methods were typically employed by those of malevolent intent. Sensing an opportunity, the Grand Elder swiftly escalated his threats. Should you dare to destroy the treasure, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence, subjecting you to unbearable torment until you wish for death, ultimately scattering your spirit. Please, I will not destroy the treasure. Just allow me to reincarnate, Wu Sheng implored, feigning resignation as he closed his eyes. The Grand Elder, perceiving Wu Sheng's apparent compliance, grinned menacingly, his triangular eyes gleaming with malice. As he slowly approached, soon, the Grand Elder halted 10 meters away from Wu Sheng, his brow furrowed, heart racing, and eyelids twitching. Upon sensing the cessation of footsteps, Wu Sheng, through his spiritual perception, noted a subtle change in the Elder's countenance, causing him to pause. Could it be that this old fool had sensed something amiss? Surely, my acting cannot be that poor. This Elder must simply be overly cautious. I refuse to believe he can resist the allure of the treasure. Wu Sheng deliberately trembled, employing his spiritual energy to pale his complexion. The Grand Elder, feeling an unsettling disquiet within, quickly glanced toward Wu Sheng, observing his shivering form, tightly shut eyes, and pallid visage. He pondered, am I overthinking this? Why do I sense danger? Yet, it is always wise to remain cautious. In the Grand Elder's left hand materialized a crimson orb, alleviating his anxiety somewhat as he continued his advance. Wu Sheng, witnessing the Elder's approach, secretly reveled in his success. Suddenly, the Grand Elder surged forward, launching a swift palm strike toward Wu Sheng's chest. In that instant, Wu Sheng's eyes gleamed with golden light, meeting the Elder's gaze with a fierce intensity. Boom! Wu Sheng struck first, his golden fist colliding with the Grand Elder's palm. In a heartbeat, they separated. The Grand Elder gazed in disbelief at the powdered remnants of the orb in his hand, exclaiming in shock, impossible. How could you be this powerful? Wu Sheng too felt a flicker of surprise, as he had expected his punch to possess greater force. Did I perhaps overestimate my own abilities? What is truly impossible? You, old man, have not stepped outside for ages. Do you not realize how the world has changed? With nothing but my fists, I could bring you to your demise. Although Wu Sheng was surprised that his ambush had not severely wounded the old man, he paid it little heed. You seek your own death. I only used 50% of my spiritual power. Did you think you could turn the tide? With that, the Grand Elder launched another attack at Wu Sheng. This time, he wielded a crimson sword, the Fire Sword, which radiated the formidable aura befitting a nascent soul artifact. It appeared that part of its power had been sealed by the Grand Elder during its previous use by Zhu Shaoshan. Seeing this, Wu Sheng remained vigilant and brandished his blue frostlight sword, striking forward. Crack! The frostlight sword pierced through the Fire Sword, driving toward the Grand Elder's head. The Grand Elder, shaken, coughed up blood. As he regained his composure, he realized the frostlight sword was nearly upon his brow. His pupils constricted, and he quickly tilted his head, retreating hastily. A bloodied ear fell to the ground, rolling endlessly. Wu Shang, witnessing this scene, chose not to pursue but instead mocked, "Old man, you are not as formidable as you thought. Your artifact is now rendered useless." The Grand Elder, blood staining the corner of his mouth, covered his mutilated ear with one hand while glaring furiously, exclaiming, "You little beast, I will surely kill you." He swiftly consumed a healing pill to staunch the bleeding. Gazing mournfully at the ruined fire sword before stowing it away, he retrieved another crimson sword, though its quality was evidently inferior to the previous one. The Grand Elder felt a twinge of fear. He had not anticipated Wu Xing's frostlight sword to be so incredibly sharp that it could destroy his fire sword in a single strike. Wu Xing, seeing the old man's dismay, chuckled, "Old man, did you not seek treasures? Come and slay me. You little beast, you seek death." Although the Grand Elder was filled with rage, he did not charge forward. Instead, he wielded his sword, forming a hand seal, emanating a powerful aura. Sunlight, sword technique. Waves of blazing red sword energy surged toward Wu Xing with alarming speed. Wu Xing furrowed his brow and cursed, "Old coot, are you serious? Little beast, perish." The Grand Elder grinned, "Your sword is sharp, but I shall attack from a distance. What will you do then?" Chapter 46. The Sister Fairy's concern. Wu Xing understood that he must unleash his ultimate move. Otherwise, his physical body might not withstand the onslaught. He began to execute the heavenly grade sword technique he had purchased. One sword opens the heavenly gate. Although he had never used it before, due to the system's influence, his mastery of the technique had reached a state of perfection. "Old man, receive my strike." One sword opens the heavenly gate. Wu Shang thrust the frostlight sword, feeling an immediate drain of 50% of his spiritual power. A sword aura, reminiscent of a divine cleaving force, pierced through the fabric of space, hurtling towards the Grand Elder. In a swift moment, the Crimson Solar Sword energy was utterly vanquished by this formidable might. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to comprehend the unfolding reality, before he could react, the sword aura pierced through his brow, annihilating his nascent soul within the sea of consciousness. After vanquishing the Grand Elder, the sword energy surged forward, swiftly colliding with the blood-red barrier. A slender fissure appeared across the barrier, though it mended almost immediately. Nonetheless, this spectacle left Wu Xing profoundly shaken. Such a sword technique was indeed extraordinary, worthy of its celestial classification, capable of causing even the Daoforge blood barrier to crack. However, it appeared that this technique consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Following the Grand Elder's demise, Wu Xing received a subtle indication from the Dao, suggesting he could depart from the blood-red barrier. Yet, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he incinerated the Grand Elder's remains, reducing them to ashes. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the task, rewards have been dispensed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has ascended to the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. Please continue your diligent efforts. Wu Shang felt elated upon hearing the familiar chime of the system. He sensed his spiritual energy restored to its prime, yet he remained unhurried to exit. With a mere flick of his hand, a storage ring materialized in his grasp. He then unleashed his spiritual sense to investigate the contents of the Grand Elder's storage ring, eager to uncover any treasures of value. Soon, a radiant smile broke across Wu Xing's face as he joyfully leaped in excitement. Goodness, this elder was exceedingly affluent, possessing more wealth than I have ever accumulated. He discovered an abundance of spiritual herbs and treasures, alongside several vials of various elixirs. To his astonishment, there were even top-grade spiritual stones. Since arriving in this world, Wu Xing had only encountered middle-grade and low-grade spiritual stones. This was his first encounter with the superior grade. The aura emanating from the top-grade spiritual stones was so dense it seemed almost tangible, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Wu Xing estimated their worth to be equivalent to over 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. This truly felt like a windfall. Additionally, he stumbled upon several items he could not identify, deciding to refrain from disturbing them until he could ascertain their proper use. Meanwhile, outside the blood-red barrier, a commotion erupted among the onlookers. The extinguishing of the soul lamp, a direct consequence of Wu Xing's slaying of the Grand Elder, sent shockwaves through the guards, who, in their panic, hurried to report the incident to the sect leader. The news spread like wildfire, leaving everyone in disbelief, their mouths agape in shock. Hua Linger widened her beautiful eyes, her expression a mixture of rage and astonishment. Lin Bufan, on the other hand, displayed a look of palpable excitement. The Grand Elder was dead? How could that be? The Grand Elder was a formidable figure in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. How could he possibly be slain by a mere Golden Core cultivator? It must have been that scoundrel employing some despicable means to launch a surprise attack, resulting in the elder's unfortunate demise. Master, you must avenge the elder. Although the elder erred, how could he be slain by an outsider within our own sect? Ling Shushu's face also displayed a look of curiosity as she gazed at the crimson light curtain. She understood that an ordinary golden core cultivator could not possibly kill a late-stage nascent soul master, no matter how devious the ambush. There was something peculiar about Wuxing. He undoubtedly harbored great secrets. Ling Shushu's expression shifted repeatedly, ultimately appearing resolute. The onlookers turned their gazes toward the crimson light curtain, each with varied expressions. Time passed slowly, and a stick of incense burned away. As impatience grew among the crowd, they began to wonder whether Wu Sheng had already vacated the crimson light curtain. After organizing the elder's storage ring, Wu Sheng prepared to exit. He remained cautious, quietly channeling spiritual energy to activate the 9th transformation of the 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique, to prevent being ambushed upon his exit. As Wu Sheng carefully traversed the crimson light curtain, he found that all eyes were upon him, prompting him to smile and greet. Greetings, everyone. Upon his emergence, the crimson light curtain suddenly vanished without a trace. The crowd, taken aback, paused momentarily. Wasn't Wu Sheng rather arrogant? How could he dare to greet them? Soon, someone roared in fury. Wu Sheng, you are audacious beyond measure. How dare you use underhanded methods to harm our sect's elder? Today, you shall surely meet your demise. Kill this madman. Execute him. As anger flared, many voices echoed in outrage. Wu Sheng, hearing their accusations, couldn't help but chuckle. Are you all fools? I fought the elder in a life-and-death battle, openly and honorably. If I did not kill him, would you have me let him slay me? The crowd paused, momentarily taken aback, yet soon another voice rose in condemnation. You, a useless golden core cultivator. How can you compare to our Linghua sect's late-stage nascent soul master? Exactly. What gives you the right? I seriously suspect you are a fraud. Not a disciple of any esteemed predecessor. A fraud, you shall surely die today. Listening to the onslaught, Wu Sheng's heart raced, yet his expression remained unchanged. If you have the capability, come and kill me. Wu Sheng directed his gaze toward the most vociferous accusers, his eyes gleaming with cold light. They instinctively retreated several paces, no longer daring to speak. Suddenly, Ling Shushu interjected, her tone still as gentle as before. Young friend, you need to provide me with an explanation regarding this matter. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. The master was about to take action. This young man was doomed. The master was the second most powerful figure in the Great Li dynasty. Dealing with this youth would be as effortless as lifting a finger. Huolingao sensed the tension in the atmosphere and hurriedly conveyed to Wu Sheng through thought. Rogue, appease the master. Your life depends on it. Lin Bufan conveyed a message to Wu Sheng. Brother Wu, a true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Do not indulge in fleeting bravado, submit gracefully. And I shall surely ensure your safety. As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. Wu Sheng cast a peculiar glance at Huolingao, noting her expression of concern. He could not help but jest through their shared thoughts. Sister Immortal, are you worried for my safety? He observed that Huolingao was adorned in the white garb of an esteemed disciple today, her impressive figure unmistakable, her lovely eyes betraying her anxiety. Chapter 47. Terrifying an expert of the out-of-body realm. Reducing him to pleas for mercy, Wu Sheng communicated with Lin Bufan. Thank you, Brother Lin. I have devised a solution to this matter. Upon hearing this, Huolingao turned her head in anger, choosing to disregard Wu Sheng. Lin Bufan remained silent, intrigued to see how Wu Sheng intended to resolve the situation. Wu Sheng met the gaze of Ling Shushu directly, speaking with neither humility nor arrogance. May I inquire how you wish for me to account for this? Ling Shushu regarded Wu Sheng with a scrutinizing look before responding with a smile. Since you have slain our esteemed elder, and death cannot be reversed, you shall forfeit all your possessions as recompense. The crowd was taken aback. The sect leader was sparing his life? Surely, his master, a formidable being, influenced this decision. Indeed, having powerful connections provided one with a sense of impunity. Huolingao's expression brightened at this news, while Lin Bufan's demeanor shifted slightly, revealing his contemplation. The elegantly garbed woman had remained silent until now. Casting a fleeting glance at Ling Shushu's retreating figure, her eyes glimmering with intrigue, Wu Sheng erupted into laughter. Sect leader Ling, surely you jest. I do not jest. Ling Shushu replied with a grave expression. What if I refuse? Wu Sheng responded with a mockingly playful tone. Should you refuse? I shall have no choice but to subdue you and confine you, Ling Shushu retorted, though his smile belied an underlying chill that sent a shiver through Wu Sheng. Huh. Ling Shushu, it appears the elder was correct. You are nothing but a hypocritical scoundrel. Is it not your desire to acquire my treasures that drives you? Why concoct such elaborate excuses? Wu Sheng's eyes blazed with defiance as he laughed maniacally. You seek your own demise. Ling Shushu exclaimed, abruptly striking at Wu Sheng with a palm. Despite being prepared, Wu Sheng was still sent flying by the force of the blow, blood spilling from his mouth. His injury severe. The onlookers fell silent, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Cough, cough. The esteemed leader of the Spirit Fire sect resorts to ambushing a mere Golden Core Jr. Are you not fearful of my master coming to annihilate your sect? Wu Sheng understood that today would not end amicably and decided to invoke his master, albeit a distant one, to intimidate Ling Shushu. While Lingo felt a slight relief upon seeing Wu Sheng alive, yet her heart ached at the sight of his injuries and bloodshed. Your master is far away in the central continent and cannot possibly come to your aid. Today, even if I were to end your life, he would remain oblivious. Ling Shushu began to display a triumphant smile. Wu Sheng felt a searing pain emanating from his internal organs, suddenly realizing the severity of his injuries, which had significantly impaired his combat capabilities. While he could escape using a teleportation talisman, he was reluctant to do so. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He produced a jade pendant from his hand and activated it with his spiritual energy. In an instant, a spectral figure radiating the formidable aura of a perfected soul realm appeared in the sky. The apparition took the form of a pudgy, lecherous Taoist, whose face was contorted with rage as he bellowed, "Who dares to bully my disciple? Depart immediately, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I shall beat you to a pulp." Upon the emergence of the spectral figure, Ling Shushu was so frightened that he fell to his knees, unable to rise. The onlookers were equally stunned, casting bewildered glances at the prostrate Ling Shushu. Unperturbed by their expressions, Ling Shushu respectfully addressed, "Senior Chao, I was unaware that this individual was your disciple. I shall withdraw at once." He gradually retreated, noticing that the spectral figure merely glared at him in anger, making no move to attack. Feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, Ling Shushu teleported away from the Linghua sect. Wu Sheng was taken aback by this turn of events. Was Ling Shushu truly so cowardly? Observing Ling Shushu's retreat, he chose not to flee himself. Instead, he retrieved healing elixirs from his storage space and began to refine them. The members of the Linghua sect stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. After all, their sect leader had been frightened into fleeing, leaving them powerless. After the passage of an incense stick's time, Wu Sheng rose, his injuries having healed significantly. Suddenly, a sword darted towards the jade pendant, which had summoned the pudgy Taoist spirit, catching Wu Sheng off guard. The spectral figure was shattered by the strike, and the flying sword swiftly returned from a distance of 1,000 meters. Turning around, Wu Sheng beheld an elegant man swiftly approaching within 100 meters, who burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. I knew you were merely bluffing earlier, attempting to deceive me. It was impossible." The newcomer was none other than Ling Shushu, having returned. Wu Sheng had not intended to rely on the jade pendant to intimidate his foes. His aim had been merely to buy time to recover and deal with Ling Shushu properly. Glimpsing the jade pendant, Wu Sheng noticed a crack had appeared upon it, a flicker of distress crossing his eyes. After all, this item could only be used 3 times, and now only 2 remained. He regarded Ling Shushu with a playful smile, tauntingly remarking, "I wonder who it was that was begging for mercy on their knees just moments ago, fleeing in terror. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. You, with your timidity, dare to call yourself a sect leader?" The members of the Linghua sect exchanged peculiar glances, sneaking a look at Ling Shushu. "Silence. You seek death," Ling Shushu retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment and anger. "If you have the courage, come and kill me." Wu Sheng, unfazed, replied, "Then I shall send you to your demise." Fire Cloud Palm. Enraged, Ling Shushu launched another attack towards Wu Sheng with a powerful strike. Wu Sheng beheld a colossal crimson palm imprint descending from the heavens, slowly advancing towards him with an overwhelming force that obscured the sun. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Sheng swiftly activated the 9th transformation of the Golden Body technique, ascending to its utmost limit, while simultaneously stepping towards the sky. He executed the 9 steps to heaven. With each stride he took, the pressure emanating from him intensified, and his power rapidly escalated. Upon reaching the 8th step, he was struck by a sensation akin to his muscles tearing apart. Alas, this secret technique demands a formidable resilience from the body. I wonder if I can best this hypocritical scoundrel with just the 8th step. Wu Sheng resolved to test his strength, drawing forth the cold light sword and thrusting it forth. A sword to open the heavens. Empowered by various secret techniques, Wuxing, a mere golden core cultivator, unleashed a tremendous sword chi aimed at the massive palm imprint above. A thunderous clash ensued as the two forces collided, ultimately nullifying each other. Wuxing felt nearly half of his spiritual energy deplete, his complexion paling slightly. Ling Shushu, witnessing that his full-force strike had not obliterated Wuxing, furrowed his brow. Soon, he discerned something amiss and erupted in laughter. Wuxing, you are merely a golden core cultivator, utilizing a forced enhancement method. That last strike must have left you utterly drained. You are now devoid of any power to retaliate. Allow me to send you on your way. Fire Cloud Palm. Ling Shushu, brimming with excitement, channeled his spiritual energy. And the enormous palm imprint radiated an intimidating pressure as it advanced once more towards Wuxing. Observing the reemergence of the gigantic palm, a fierce glint flickered in Wuxing's eyes. Chapter 48. The technique comes at a price. Wuxing realized that Ling Shushu appeared unfazed, and he understood that he had underestimated the situation. The prowess of an out-of-body realm expert was indeed formidable, and the strength gained from the 8th step of the 9 steps to heaven was insufficient. Resolute, he decided to push forward with reckless abandon. Wuxing's expression transformed into one of fierce determination as he took another bold step, his momentum and strength doubling once again. Pain coursed through his entire being, and he let out a muffled groan as cracks resonated through his bones. Aware that his condition was deteriorating and that he could not endure for long, he hastily brandished the cold light sword towards Ling Shushu. A sword to open the heavens. The attack bore a striking resemblance to his previous strike, yet its power had more than doubled. Ling Shushu, witnessing this, chuckled derisively. Surely, you do not possess any other techniques. Wuxing did not respond. He was trembling, utterly drained, his complexion ashen. In his hand, a talisman appeared, ready to be activated at a moment's notice, while he had also consumed several pills to restore his spiritual energy. Boom. Soon, the crimson hand and the sword chi collided once more. Ling Shushu's expression shifted drastically as he hastily produced several defensive treasures, positioning them before him while simultaneously conjuring a protective barrier. It was the primordial sword energy that pierced through the massive crimson hand, its residual force relentlessly thrusting towards Ling Shushu's chest. Bang! Crack! As the aftershocks of the attack subsided, the onlookers anxiously turned their gazes to the center of the arena. There stood Ling Shushu, disheveled and spitting blood, his complexion ashen, evidently gravely wounded. Yet, Wuxing furrowed his brow upon witnessing this scene. Truly, this individual was a formidable being of the out-of-body realm, for he had not succumbed to death, although he bore significant injuries. Wuxing found himself devoid of the strength to retaliate. A casual strike from Ling Shushu could very well end his life. Thus, retreat seemed the wisest course. With this thought in mind, Wuxing glanced at the enraged and disheveled Ling Shushu and mocked, the esteemed leader of the Linghua sect, employing brute force against the weak. Seizing the cultivation resources of the younger generation, unable to discern right from wrong, truly a despicable wretch. This matter shall be etched in my memory, and I shall return one day to seek counsel. Farewell. Where do you think you're going? Seeking death. Ignoring his injuries, Ling Shushu instantaneously teleported before Wuxing, attempting to seize him, but grasped only air. It turned out that Wuxing had shattered the teleportation talisman while speaking. As Wuxing's words faded, he became enveloped in a golden radiance and vanished in an instant. Ling Shushu looked at his empty hands, bewildered, as Wuxing's figure disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, the Linghua sect had sustained considerable damage amidst their fierce clash. The crowd, left in a state of shock, gaped in disbelief. They had not expected Wuxing to wound the sect leader Ling Shushu and escape so effortlessly. Everyone had heard Wuxing's parting words and began to perceive a semblance of truth within them. Ling Shushu surveyed the expressions of those present and comprehended that he had lost all dignity that day. He commanded, Elder 3, send someone to repair the sect's buildings. As for today's events, none shall speak of them. Otherwise, they shall face the consequences of having their cultivation revoked and being expelled from the sect. As his words concluded, Ling Shushu's figure abruptly dissipated from the scene. The crowd, upon hearing this, dispersed, returning to their own affairs. Huolinger was taken back by her master. Although Wuxing had departed, his name had surged to prominence within the Linghua sect, and no one dared to underestimate him again. In Taoyuan village, Wuxing suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face pale. How curious. The teleportation talisman has brought me to Taoyuan village? He pondered this oddity briefly before trudging slowly back to Xiaxue's abode. Upon seeing the familiar wooden bed, a wave of despondency washed over him. He placed the ancient ice crystal coffin from his dantian within the room and softly murmured, Xiaoxua. I have avenged the villagers of Tiyuan. Those vile cultivators have been annihilated. Once I grow stronger, I shall surely bring you back to life. Coughing. He swallowed the blood that had risen in his throat, retrieved healing elixirs from his storage space, and sat cross-legged to cultivate and recuperate. An hour later, Wu Xing had fully restored his spiritual energy, yet his brow remained tightly knit, as he discerned that the fissures in his meridians and bones, although partially healed, had yet to fully recover. He devoted considerable time to nurturing himself with healing elixirs and drawing upon his innate spiritual energy, yet to no avail. It appeared that the strength of his corporeal form was insufficient, a consequence of the repercussions from employing the treading the heavens 9 steps technique. He was left pondering how long it would take for him to regain his former self. With such thoughts, Wu Xing could do nothing but patiently await his physical restoration. Wu Xing activated his personal information panel. Host, Wu Sheng Root. Innate chaotic root, low grade, physique, acquired chaotic body, awakened, realm, golden core 6th level, middle achievement realm, experience points, 5. 000, 012, 000 store points, 840 experience value, 400 cultivation method, chaotic primordial infant technique, entry level. Savage body refinement technique beginner edition, minor achievement realm, martial arts, 9 transformations golden body technique, grand completion realm. Treading the heavens 9 steps, grand completion realm. Twimping's carefree voyage grand completion realm. One sword opens the heaven's gate, grand completion realm. Great method to change heaven and earth, grand completion realm. Profession, nun status. Imperial son-in-law of the Dali dynasty. Southern wilderness continent. Note, the host is currently in poor condition and can only exert half of his strength. Excessive use of power may exacerbate his injuries and could lead to a decline in his realm. Wu Sheng suddenly realized that his savage body refinement technique remained at the minor achievement realm. Recalling the agony he endured during his initial practice of this technique sent a shiver down his spine. Having once cultivated this method alone, I now utilize the system for my training. Surely it will not be as painful this time, he mused. If he could elevate this technique to the grand completion realm, it would significantly enhance the strength of his corporeal form. With this thought in mind, Wu Sheng did not hesitate and promptly expended 100 experience points to elevate the savage body refinement technique to the grand completion realm. Fortunately, the anticipated pain did not manifest, and he successfully mastered the technique. Wu Sheng felt his physical strength had more than doubled, and he quickly turned his introspection inward. Soon, a smile of joy illuminated his face. The fissures in his bones and meridians had remarkably diminished by more than half. It seemed that the time required for him to recover his strength could be halved. Should I exchange for the intermediate edition of the savage body refinement technique? Wu Sheng accessed the system store to examine the intermediate edition of this technique. His eyes widened in disbelief. Savage body refinement technique. Intermediate edition, the renowned body refinement skill of the generation's emperor, classified as a high-grade terrestrial technique. Upon successful cultivation, it allows the host's body to undergo transformation and evolution, enabling it to withstand attacks from the innate magical treasures of Golden Core Realm experts. Price, 150 points, my goodness. This technique is rather expensive. Chapter 49. The enigmatic allure of the treasure pavilion. However, this technique possesses the remarkable ability to transform the physical body and enhance one's constitution. Upon successful cultivation, would it not render one invincible even in the presence of formidable Yuan-Ing realm experts? To elevate my strength, I am willing to take risks. Purchase. I have ample funds. With a swift thought, Wu Sheng summoned the system, purchased the intermediate volume of primitive body refinement technique, utilizing 100 experience points for cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 150 store points. The purchase was successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using 100 experience points. Primitive body refinement technique has successfully reached the great perfection realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the evolution of their constitution, successfully advancing to the minor completion of the postnatal chaotic body. Listening to the system's notifications, Wu Sheng's heart blossomed with joy. The exhilaration of enhancing one's power through expenditure is truly delightful. He felt an overwhelming sensation of comfort coursing through every cell in his body, as if he were floating in bliss. Upon introspection, he discovered that the after effects of employing the sky-treading 9 steps had vanished, prompting a radiant smile to grace his face. However, It was tea long before his smile faded, plunging him into contemplation. Upon reaching the great perfection of the Golden Core realm, the system would upgrade, thus unveiling the method to resurrect Xiao Shui. Given that I have offended the Linghua sect, it would be prudent to depart from this place and seek experience elsewhere. Swiftly, Wu Sheng employed the technique of transforming heaven and earth, reshaping himself into the bearded man he had previously assumed, and soared towards Wulong town. Before long, he successfully entered the town's gates. He once again beheld the young girl of about 12 or 13 years, clad in tattered garments. At this moment, her face was etched with concern, her brows furrowed as if burdened by troubling matters. Upon seeing the girl again, Wu Sheng could not help but smile, approaching her with a friendly demeanor. "Little girl, would you kindly show me around the town?" In truth, Wu Sheng had gained a general understanding of Wulong town from the girl's previous introduction. Noticing her troubled expression, he felt a pang of sympathy and decided to engage her in conversation. Startled by his words, the girl quickly lowered her head and respectfully replied, "Of course. I shall lead the way." As she slowly lifted her gaze to meet Wu Sheng's beaming smile, a radiant grin illuminated her face. "Senior, it is you. I wonder what you seek to purchase this time. I shall guide you." Her clear voice rang out. Wu Sheng's spirits lifted considerably. Casting a glance at several ill-intentioned gazes nearby, he murmured, "I am here to gather information. Let us converse as we walk." Together, Wu Sheng and the young girl strolled towards the center of the town. Along the way, through subtle inquiries, he gleaned the entirety of her story. Her name was Nan Nan. An orphan from a young age, she had been adopted by an elderly woman who raised her as her granddaughter. Now, her grandmother had been poisoned unexpectedly and required a detoxification pill, or she might not survive beyond 3 days. However, the detoxification pill costs several thousand low-grade spirit stones, which she cannot afford. Upon understanding the situation, Wu Sheng felt a pang of sympathy for the young girl. At such a tender age, she was already toiling to earn meager spirit stones, and now, faced with her loved one's grave illness, she found herself powerless. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Wu Sheng swiftly placed a jade vial into the girl's hands and instructed, "This vial contains a second-tier detoxification pill. It should be able to save your grandmother. Go now, and take care." The girl's eyes instantly glistened with tears as she choked out, "Senior, thank you. I have no way to repay you. Perhaps you could take me as your maid, and I shall serve you diligently in the future." Wu Sheng was taken aback by her words and hurriedly embraced the girl, softly reassuring her, "Child, that is not my intention. I do not take maids. This pill is merely a reward for guiding me. Now, hurry and save your grandmother." "Yes, thank you, Senior. I shall remember your kindness for a lifetime." With her innocent and endearing gaze, she looked deeply at Wu Sheng, as if etching his visage into her memory. Clutching the jade vial tightly in her palm, she dashed away. Wu Sheng couldn't help but call out, "Slow down, be careful not to fall." Watching her figure fade from view, he finally turned and stepped into the treasure pavilion. Upon entering, Wu Sheng approached the counter directly. "I seek your manager. I wish to purchase some information," he stated casually. The young girl at the counter looked up, her expression one of impatience. Just as she was about to scold him, her eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly replied with respect, "Greetings, Senior. I will take you to meet the manager right away." Before long, Wu Sheng was led by the girl to a private room on the second floor. He noticed the room was adorned with spirit tea and fruits, and upon tasting them, he found them quite delightful. Soon, a corpulent middle-aged man arrived. It was Manager Wang. "Greetings, friend. What information do you wish to purchase? Our establishment is well informed. If there is something you seek, we are certain to have it." Manager Wang beamed at Wu Sheng. Suddenly, Wu Sheng furrowed his brow slightly. His spiritual sense swept across the room, revealing a scene that left him both puzzled and astonished. He had sensed someone watching him, and upon further inspection, he witnessed something that made his blood race. His heart began to race, and his mouth went dry as he quickly lifted his teacup and drank deeply. Noticing this, Manager Wang promptly explained, "This tea is our treasure pavilion's unique cloud mist tea, which clears the mind and sharpens the senses." At that moment, atop the treasure pavilion, a woman shrouded in a white veil and dressed in a snow-white gown reclined on a soft couch, partially concealed by a screen. Her long legs and voluptuous figure were subtly visible. The young woman possessed a delicate oval face, skin as pristine as snow, and enchanting peach blossom eyes that radiated a unique allure. The young girl delicately held a small fruit resembling a grape between her fingers, slowly bringing it to her lips and savoring its flavor. After sipping several mouthfuls of the spiritual tea, Wuxing felt his mind clear. Who is this woman? Her enchanting aura nearly captivated me entirely. Given her presence at the top of the treasure pavilion, her status must be extraordinary. Wu Sheng glanced up at the storekeeper, Wang, and remarked with a smile, "What splendid tea." Upon hearing this, Wang's smile broadened as he continued, "When you depart, I shall gift you 10 pounds of cloud mist tea." "You are too kind. That is not what I meant," Wu Sheng quickly declined. However, after Wang's persistent insistence, Wu Sheng ultimately accepted the storekeeper's goodwill. Without further ado, he delved straight into the matter, inquiring, "Good sir, do you happen to know the whereabouts of Tiannu village? I seek someone there." Previously, he had asked Nan Nan, who claimed she had never ventured beyond the town and had no knowledge of it. Wang, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback and promptly verified. "Are you certain you are inquiring about the location of Tiannu village?" Wu Sheng nodded affirmatively. Although puzzled, Wang arranged for someone to investigate the matter. Seizing the opportunity, he subtly probed into Wu Sheng's background. Wu Sheng, however, did not reveal too much, concocting a casual story, adopting the alias Zhang Fei. The two engaged in lively conversation until a servant arrived, presenting a piece of paper to Wang and whispering something to him. Wang's expression shifted slightly as he waved his hand, and the servant respectfully withdrew. Wu Sheng eyed the scene with curiosity. Soon, with Wang's explanation, he understood the situation. There was no Tiannu village in Wulong Town. Picking up the paper, he found it bore a map detailing the numerous villages governed by Wulong Town. A quick glance confirmed Wang's words, yet Wu Sheng remained puzzled. Suddenly, he recalled the black-clad woman's deceptive expression and realized he had been duped. Indeed, beautiful women are the most skilled deceivers. How could I have fallen for it? What a foolish mistake. With this thought, Wu Sheng inquired further with Wang. After a fragrant incense stick's time, he departed, his face alight with joy. Meanwhile, at the top of the treasure pavilion, Wang stood respectfully with his head lowered. "How credible do you find his words?" the alluring voice of the white-clad woman inquired. Wang swallowed hard and replied, "Milady, I believe this young man is quite astute. His words are likely laced with falsehood." Upon hearing this, the white-clad woman laughed heartily. Wang's face flushed crimson, yet he stifled his discomfort, not daring to raise his gaze. As her enchanting laughter subsided, she instructed, "You may leave now. You have done well this time. Go and claim your reward." "Thank you, milady." Wang's round face beamed with delight as he respectfully withdrew. Little did he expect that this young man had advanced in cultivation at such a rapid pace, already reaching the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. "Zhang Fei, although you are a paragon of excellence, I shall undoubtedly make you my subordinate, subject to my command." Since he is so eager to enhance his strength, he will undoubtedly venture into the dark forest. I shall also pay him a visit, taking the opportunity to personally assess his prowess. The woman in white murmured softly to herself in the treasure pavilion. Before long, she returned to her previously languid demeanor. Wu Sheng strode through the streets of Wulong Town, his eyes glinting with cold light. He was astonished to have acquired intelligence regarding the dark forest from this very place. Although he had spent several thousand lower-grade spirit stones, his wealth rendered him unperturbed by such expenses. "Tang Xiaolu, just wait. I am coming to the dark forest to find you. When the time comes, you will surely understand the consequences of offending me." Wu Sheng muttered to himself, his eyes flickering with a chilling gleam that was captivating. Passers-by felt an unsettling chill, their scalps prickling in fear as they hurried home. Soon, Wu Sheng regained his composure, realizing he was now alone on the road. He understood that he had inadvertently unleashed a murderous intent that frightened the ordinary people away. Taking out a map, he glanced at it, confirmed his direction, and proceeded toward the city gates. Upon reaching the city gate, he noticed a crowd gathered, seemingly engaged in a heated discussion. Initially disinclined to intervene, he intended to leave on his sword. However, a familiar voice compelled him to pause. "You deceived me. Return my elixir." Wu Sheng's spiritual sense swept the area, immediately sensing the tense atmosphere of the battlefield. He beheld a 12 or 13-year-old girl in tattered clothing, glaring furiously at a burly man before her. Behind the man loitered two leering adult males, their faces pale and shadowed by dark circles. At that moment, all three regarded the young girl with mocking expressions. "Why would I return your elixir, little girl? It belongs to me," the burly man scoffed. The girl glanced at the elderly woman in her arms, whose complexion was ashen and body icy, unconscious and in distress. Her anxiety deepened as she knelt, pleading, "I beg you, return my elixir. I need it to save my grandmother. It's not impossible to give it back. Just make me comfortable, and I shall return the elixir to you." the burly man said with a gleeful expression, eyeing the girl. As she hesitated, wanting to agree, her words were abruptly interrupted. Wan, he is deceiving you. Can't you see that? Wu Xing's voice resonated with authority. The girl turned to him, her face lighting up with hope. The three men, however, glared at Wu Xing with fury, cursing, "Who do you think you are, meddling in our affairs?" Upon hearing this, Wu Xing's anger flared, and he contemplated eliminating the ruffians. Just then, Wan hurriedly stepped forward, grasping the hem of Wu Xing's garment, and implored, "Senior, please save my grandmother." Wu Xing gazed at the little girl with red-rimmed eyes, his heart sinking. "Do not fret, let me take a look," he said. With a careful sweep of his spiritual awareness, his expression darkened. It became evident that the old woman had long since passed away, a truth known to everyone except for the young girl. The child, Wan, believed her grandmother was merely in a poisoned stupor, convinced that an antidote would awaken her. Unable to bear the burden of delivering such tragic news, Wu Xing refrained from speaking, turning instead to cast a stormy glare at the three burly men nearby. Sensing Wu Xing's prolonged silence, Wan appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation and could no longer contain her sorrow, bursting into tears. The three muscular men, feeling the weight of Wu Xing's fierce gaze, could no longer restrain themselves and charged at him with clenched fists. Wu Xing had already discerned their cultivation levels. They were all late-stage qi refinement practitioners, while Wan, still in her youth and possessing only mid-stage qi refinement abilities, stood no chance against them. With a cold snort, Wu Xing unleashed a terrifying aura. Bang, bang, bang. The three men immediately collapsed to the ground, spitting blood and emitting anguish cries. The onlookers, all ordinary folk, finally dared to speak, having previously been too intimidated to confront the trio of hulking brutes. Li Gang and his accomplices had clearly encountered a formidable opponent. Li Gang, who often relied on his status as a cultivator to coerce innocent women, had committed numerous heinous acts and truly deserved his fate. As a member of a prominent family in Wulong Town, with a father who was a foundation establishment practitioner, one wondered whether this elder would dare to offend Li Gang's family. Li Gang glared furiously at those who spoke, causing them to retreat into the crowd, silenced by fear. In a desperate act of humility, Li Gang bowed his head and pleaded, "Elder, I was blind to your greatness. Please spare me. I shall offer you great treasures in gratitude." Wu Xing merely glanced at Li Gang, maintaining his oppressive aura, and inquired, "How did this little girl's grandmother die?" Upon hearing this, the girl ceased her weeping and turned her gaze toward Li Gang. His expression shifted, and with caution, he replied, I do not know." The two lackeys at his side exchanged alarmed glances. With a mere flick of his finger, Wu Xing caused one of Li Gang's ears to sever and fall to the ground. Li Gang let out a heart-wrenching scream, hastily begging for mercy. "Elder, do not kill me. I will speak. In short order, Wu Xing learned the full story. It turned out that Li Gang had set his sights on the 12 or 13-year-old Wan, wishing to possess her. When she rejected his advances, he resorted to poisoning her grandmother, believing she would capitulate due to her lack of resources to acquire an antidote. However, he had not anticipated that Wu Xing would provide Wan with the antidote. Consequently, Li Gang had attempted to seize both the antidote and Wan's grandmother. Hoping to force her compliance, Wu Xing casually retrieved a blue spirit sword from his storage ring and placed it into Wan's hands, asking, "Do you wish to avenge your grandmother?" "Yes," Wan replied, her eyes glistening with determination. "Then take it upon yourself to end his life," Wu Xing urged once more. "All right," she affirmed resolutely. The young girl softly replied, her hands firmly clutching the blue spirit sword as she gradually approached Li Gang and his companions. Upon witnessing this, Li Gang was instantly seized by terror, trembling uncontrollably, and without a shred of dignity, he began to plead for mercy. "Senior, I beg you, spare my life. I promise to turn over a new leaf and become a better person." His two lackeys behind him also joined in the supplication. "Senior, please forgive us. We were merely following Li Gang's orders. We were forced into this. Li San, you two have taken great pleasure in tormenting those women after I grew weary of you, and now you dare to feign innocence." Li Gang scolded the two men furiously. The trio began to turn on each other, hurling accusations of their misdeeds. Wu Xing, however, remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the trembling girl. Soon, the young girl stood before the immobilized trio, her sword aimed at Li Gang's chest. "Stop! Who dares to harm my son?" A voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, resonated from afar. At the sound, Li Gang and his companions revealed smiles of relief. Shortly thereafter, a delicate-looking middle-aged man arrived on a flying sword, exuding the pressure of an early Foundation establishment cultivator. The ordinary spectators around the battlefield lowered their heads in fear, trembling and frozen in place. The young girl turned to Wu Xing, her face a mask of guilt and concern. Wu Xing responded with a gentle smile, saying, "Kill them. This man is no match for me." Encouraged by his words, the girl resumed her charge toward the now smirking Li Gang. "Lowly servant, how dare you?" The middle-aged man attacked the girl with his sword. Unfazed, she thrust her sword toward the overconfident Li Gang. "Silence!" Wu Shang snapped his fingers, unleashing a streak of gray sword energy. With a thud, the middle-aged man was struck in the brow by the sword energy and fell from the sky. The onlookers were left in shock, mouths agape, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they gazed at Wu Xing, too frightened to speak further. In that moment, the young girl thrust her sword with force. With a piercing sound, Li Gang's chest was pierced, disbelief etched across his face as the light in his eyes dimmed. Thud! Thud! In rapid succession, the girl struck with 2 more thrusts, dispatching his lackeys as well. At this moment, although the girl trembled slightly, there was no trace of fear in her eyes, only unwavering determination. Wu Xing casually waved his hand, incinerating the bodies. The system emitted a series of notification sounds. But Wu Xing chose not to investigate. He stepped forward, taking the girl's cold hand in his, and softly asked, "Are you afraid? If it's overwhelming, you can cry." "Senior, I am not afraid," the girl declared with resolute composure, her demeanor and essence seemingly transformed. Wu Xing, unaware of the change, replied, "That is good." After a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" "I wish to follow you, Senior, to cultivate and grow stronger, so that I may protect those I care for and prevent them from being bullied," the girl stated calmly, her gaze unwavering. Upon hearing this, Wu Xing furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. "Nana, I have pressing matters to attend to. I can only escort you to a sect of cultivation where you can find a master and hone your skills to become formidable," he said, casting a glance at little Nana. Upon hearing his words, little Nana smiled brightly. "Will I be able to become as powerful as you in the future?" "Absolutely. You may even surpass me one day," Wu Xing quickly replied. "That would be wonderful. Then I can protect you." Little Nana's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wu Xing waved his hand, storing Nana's grandmother's physical form into a spatial pouch before taking to the skies on his sword with little Nana. In Tiyuan village, a new mound marked the resting place of Nana's grandmother. Little Nana knelt on the ground, bowed 3 times, and then stood up, addressing Wu Xing, "Brother Wu Xing, let us be on our way." At this moment, Wu Xing had regained his handsome appearance. He also provided little Nana with a new outfit, as her previous clothes were ill-fitting and somewhat oversized. Before long, Wu Xing soared through the skies with little Nana towards a mountain range. Hongxiao Mountain, home to a sect of cultivation, awaited them. As dusk approached, Wu Xing and little Nana arrived at the mountain. The crimson twilight painted the sky, creating a mesmerizing scene. "Big brother, it's so beautiful. I have never seen such a lovely sky," little Nana exclaimed joyfully. Wu Xing too found it breathtaking, the sight evoking memories of his past life when he and his girlfriend, Shuer, would hike mountains to watch the sunset. "Stop. You have entered the domain of the Hongxiao Mountain sect." Suddenly, a feminine voice rang out. Wu Xing turned to see a familiar face. A female cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, dressed in the sect's attire. Wu Xing released the unique aura of a golden core cultivator and spoke, "I am Wu Xing, here to seek an old acquaintance at Hongxiao Mountain." The graceful girl, sensing Wu Xing's power and recognizing his face, widened her eyes in disbelief and respectfully said, "Senior, you truly have come to our Hongxiao Mountain." "What?" Wu Xing was taken aback. Soon, under the guidance of the graceful girl, he and little Nana entered the depths of the Hongxiao Mountain sect. Through their conversation, Wu Xing learned that the elegant girl was one of the disciples who had fought alongside the Wild Wolf mercenary corps in Tiyuan village that night. Wu Xing had not paid particular attention to the Foundation establishment disciples then, hence he did not recognize her. However, the girl had deeply etched Wu Xing's figure in her memory. Throughout the journey, the graceful girl subtly endeavored to curry favor with Wu Xing, to which he responded with a composed demeanor. Little Nana, observing this, glared at the graceful girl in indignation. Before long, Wu Xing encountered the red-clad, golden core female cultivator he had met in Taoyuan village. At this moment, she appeared just as she had during their first encounter, her long, fair legs exposed, her proud figure on full display, eagerly gazing at Wu Xing. Chapter 52. a unique fragrance. Upon encountering the young woman, Wu Sheng could not help but exclaim inwardly at her striking beauty, maintaining a facade of tranquility. He smiled and remarked, "My esteemed friend, I have a matter to discuss with you. Please, feel free to speak. Hongxia will undoubtedly offer her full support," replied the enchanting Hongxia fairy, her face lighting up with joy as she invited Wu Sheng into the grand hall. Before long, Wu Sheng conveyed his intentions to the Hongxia fairy, who readily acquiesced. Elated by her enthusiastic response, Wu Sheng regarded the vivacious and generous female cultivator with satisfaction, affirming that his decision to send Nan An to train at Hongxia Mountain had been indeed wise. Subsequently, the Hongxia fairy arranged a lavish banquet to honor Wu Sheng and Nan An. Soon, the elders and esteemed disciples of Hongxia Mountain arrived, filling the atmosphere with lively chatter and curiosity as they scrutinized Wu Sheng and Nan An. Wu Sheng reciprocated their inquisitive gazes with warm smiles. Suddenly, his eyes locked with those of an elderly woman, causing Wu Sheng to pause momentarily. The woman's expression shifted, revealing a newfound reverence. He smiled at her before diverting his gaze. This elderly woman was none other than Granny Hongyun, who had previously visited Tiyuan village in search of treasure and had ultimately pleaded for mercy upon witnessing Wu Sheng's formidable prowess. Granny Hongyun cast a glance at Wu Sheng and then at her sister, the Hongxia fairy, as if she had unearthed a profound secret. A smile broke across her face. One of the elders beside her, noticing her amusement, inquired, "Granny Hongyun, what brings you such mirth? Is there something amusing?" "Silence. Your incessant chatter could fill the void of a feast," Granny Hongyun retorted, quickly turning her attention back to her sister, the Hongxia fairy. After a meticulous observation, Granny Hongyun finally grasped the reason behind her sister's earlier melancholy and today's jubilant celebration. Her gaze flickered between Wu Sheng and the Hongxia fairy, as she seemed to reach a resolute conclusion. As the guests settled into their seats, the Hongxia fairy addressed the assembly. "I imagine many of you are curious about these two individuals. Allow me to introduce them. This gentleman is named Wu Sheng, a mid-stage golden elixir cultivator whose prowess is unparalleled within the realm of golden elixir. He once severed the arms of the Wild Wolf mercenary group's leader with a single strike, saving both myself and 6 Foundation establishment disciples from peril. He is a benefactor of Hongxia Mountain, hence this banquet to welcome him." Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment, though some cast skeptical glances towards Wu Sheng, their disbelief evident. Just then, Granny Hongyun rose to speak, declaring, "Wu Sheng possesses extraordinary strength. He is a rare prodigy. Even I would be unable to withstand a single blow from him." The audience, still skeptical, scrutinized Wu Sheng. "I refuse to believe it. Young man, do you dare to engage in combat?" challenged an elder who stepped forward, radiating the formidable aura of a 6th-level golden elixir cultivator. With a sense of helplessness, Wu Sheng casually struck out with a punch, sending the elder flying and causing him to spit blood. To my astonishment, this individual, so young, has managed to defeat the Grand Elder with a single blow. The Grand Elder, a formidable cultivator of the 6th level of the Golden Core realm with over a century of practice, was effortlessly vanquished. Truly, this is terrifying. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gazed at Wu Sheng with admiration. "Now you understand that my words were not in vain," exclaimed Granny Hongyun, stepping forward with a beaming smile. Wu Sheng cast a bewildered glance at Granny Hongyun, his heart pondering. "I never expected this woman to harbor no resentment for me taking her treasure, and even speak on my behalf." Fairy Hongxia regarded her sister, Granny Hongyun, with appreciative eyes before continuing, "Today, I have another announcement to make. I wish to accept the young girl, Nuan Nuan, who is by Wu Sheng's side, as my personal disciple. The people of Hongxia Mountain must take good care of her and protect her. Should I discover anyone bullying her, I shall immediately strip them of their cultivation and expel them from the sect." At her words, the crowd's countenance changed, and they all responded affirmatively. Wu Sheng felt deeply moved by this display of concern from Fairy Hongxia and resolved to assist her in the future. Having completed her declaration, Fairy Hongxia glanced at Wu Sheng's expression, noting his contemplative demeanor as he remained focused on the ground, leaving her feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, she quickly regained her composure, resuming the role of the elegant and formidable leader of Hongxia Mountain. Before long, the crowd was joyfully indulging in drinks, and the atmosphere of the banquet was delightful. An hour later, after satisfying their appetites, the guests found themselves unsteady, supporting one another as they returned to rest. Wu Sheng and little Nuan Nuan were escorted to the guest quarters of Hongxia Mountain, having tasted a small cup of spirit wine at the banquet. Nuan Nuan soon fell into a deep slumber. Wu Sheng sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind slightly hazy. At the banquet, He had refrained from using spiritual energy to refine the alcohol, leaving his consciousness somewhat muddled. Knock, knock. A crisp knock echoed at the door, and Wu Sheng extended his spiritual sense towards the entrance, revealing a look of curiosity on his face. "The door is open. Please come in," he said nonchalantly. The door swung open, and an elderly woman entered, clasping her hands in greeting before speaking. "Good evening, young master. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour." Wu Sheng wore a look of resignation before responding. "Is there something you need? My friend, do you remember I mentioned introducing you to a partner last time? My sister is indeed a great beauty, as Granny Hongyan has been eager to discuss, but was interrupted by Wu Sheng. All right, I understand. You're about to tell me that your sister is a paragon of beauty, with admirers lining up from the peak of Hongxiao Mountain to its foot, aren't you?" Wu Sheng remarked with an air of knowing. "There are indeed many pursuing my sister. The queue would indeed be quite long," Granny Hongyan muttered. Wu Sheng once again scrutinized the aged visage of Granny Hongyun, and an involuntary shiver coursed through him as memories of his sister, her face etched with wrinkles, surfaced in his mind. "Is there something of utmost importance that you seek from me? If not, I kindly ask you to take your leave," he declared, issuing a clear dismissal. Noticing the subtle shift in Granny Hongyun's demeanor, her eyes flickering with determination, Wu Sheng felt a twinge of impatience, ready to usher her out. Yet, just as he was about to act, she spoke. "Wu Sheng, my friend, the sect master wishes to discuss something with you." Wu Sheng raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "Now," Granny Hongyun nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, at this very moment. The sect master has sent me to escort you." Though perplexed as to why the sect master would summon him at such a late hour, Wu Sheng followed the retreating figure of Granny Hongyun. After the duration of an incense stick, they arrived at a quaint courtyard suffused with a distinctive fragrance. "Wu Sheng, I shall leave you here. The sect master awaits you within." "Please, enter on your own," Granny Hongyun said, her eyes glinting with a peculiar glee. Wu Sheng examined the surroundings for a moment, ultimately refraining from any impulsive actions. After all, given his current prowess, no one in Hongxiao Mountain could rival him. The most formidable among them was the sect master, the illustrious Hongxiao Fairy, whose cultivation reached the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, one he could easily subdue without effort. With purposeful strides, Wu Sheng pushed open the door and stepped inside. Suddenly, he sensed a protective formation activating, enveloping the room in a barrier. Initially, he suspected they might be plotting against him, but a moment's reflection led him to consider that the sect master's summons must remain confidential, and the formation was likely to prevent eavesdropping. Unperturbed, he continued towards the illuminated chamber at the back. Abruptly, a unique aroma wafted through the air, and Wu Sheng felt his consciousness begin to cloud, a manic expression crossing his face. What on earth? This scent is laced with poison? Could it be that the people of Hongxiao Mountain truly wish to harm me? If I uncover the identity of those who conspire against me, I shall ensure they meet their demise. Meanwhile, a cunning smile graced Granny Hongyun's face as her plan unfolded successfully. "Ha ha, Wu Sheng, my friend, let us see if you dare to bully me again in the future. You previously took my treasures. I demand their return in full. Hee hee. Surely my sister will not hold this against me. She seems infatuated with the genius that is Wu Sheng. Were it not for my age and fading beauty, I would not have relinquished him to you. Perhaps, in time, my sister might even express gratitude towards me." Granny Hongyun made no move to depart, instead settling onto a stone bench within the courtyard, closing her eyes to meditate. Sensing something amiss, Wu Sheng swiftly employed his spiritual energy to seal his mouth and nose, thereby mitigating the intoxicating aroma that threatened to plunge him into madness. A glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes as he resolved to escape this perilous situation. Suddenly, the agonizing scream of a familiar female voice pierced the air. Wu Sheng's brow furrowed deeply, and the cold light in his eyes intensified. Upon hearing the noise, the elderly matron of the Crimson Cloud was immediately filled with excitement, hastily leaning over the formation to listen intently. "Damn the villain! How dare he poison and plot against the virtuous and just Fairy Hongxia? I shall surely end your life," Wu Sheng declared with fury. He swiftly executed his movement technique and dashed into the room. What unfolded before his eyes left him utterly astounded. Fairy Hongxia was reclining partially in the bath, her body completely unclad. Her snow-white skin bore a faint blush, glistening with fragrant sweat. Her gaze hazy and her expression marred by pain. How could this be? That is not poison. It appears to be an aphrodisiac capable of clouding one's mind. Was the alluring fragrance I detected emanating from her bath? What could this person intend by administering such a potion to Fairy Hongxia? Wu Sheng quickly turned away. shutting his eyes, unwilling to gaze any longer. In this moment, a surge of blood rushed through him, leaving him parched and feeling a peculiar stirring below. The scent he had inhaled previously seemed to act as a catalyst, threatening to plunge his consciousness into oblivion. Perhaps it was due to the previous encounter with the Hahuan poison and the dual cultivation with the dark-clad woman that his endurance felt diminished. Oh my goodness! I am truly at my wit's end. I am no Lu Xiaohui, unyielding in the presence of beauty. Why must such despicable tricks be employed to ensnare others? Wu Sheng lamented internally, hastily channeling his spiritual energy to quell the turmoil within. In the depths of the system space, the golden-hued dog stared wide-eyed, drooling at the spectacle. What is happening? You truly are unaware of your fortune. If only a charming little female dog were to wag her tail at me, I would certainly charge forth. The golden dog's face broke into a lewd grin, contemplating how it might assist Wu Sheng. After a fragrant incense stick had burned down, Wu Sheng finally subdued the restless sensation, just as he began to exhale in relief. Suddenly, he felt arms encircle him from behind, soft warmth pressing against his back. At that moment, a warm breath wafted against his neck, causing Wu Sheng to stiffen in surprise. It appeared that Fairy Hongxia, having sensed the presence of his masculine aura, had leapt upon him from behind, her arms tightly clasped around him. Quickly regaining his composure, Wu Sheng harnessed his spiritual energy to restrain Fairy Hongxia. Gradually, he extricated himself from her embrace and turned to face her. What he beheld left him profoundly shocked. Truly, she was magnificent. When she had been clothed, she had seemed ample, but now she appeared even more so. He was utterly curious about the tactile sensation. In the system space, the golden dog was wide-eyed, observing Wu Sheng's intentions. What are you thinking? Stop right there. What distinguishes you from a despicable opportunist? Wu Sheng suddenly awakened, hastily withdrew his hand, closed his eyes, and began to contemplate his next course of action. Observing the state of Fairy Hongxia, it was evident that she had succumbed too deeply to the poison, if left unattended. Her life could be in jeopardy. However, should he intervene, would he not become that very opportunist? Once Fairy Hongxia regained her senses, with her character marked by a fierce sense of justice and a vengeful heart, would she not perceive him as a rogue, perhaps unsheathing her sword to strike him down? The mere thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down Wu Sheng's spine. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he called out to the system. System, come forth. This system is unaware. You must resolve this yourself. Wu Sheng was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. What was amiss with the system today? Its tone seemed off. Could it be that the system was male, and upon glimpsing Fairy Hongxia's form, had it been momentarily compromised? This thought left Wu Sheng in a state of confusion, just as he intended to engage the system in further discourse. He noticed that Fairy Hongxia had somehow freed herself from her restraints and had lunged at him, kissing him fervently. The warmth of her lips caught him off guard, rendering him momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming surge of heat, intensifying exponentially, threatening to overwhelm him. Reflecting on the system's peculiar behavior, he realized the urgency of the situation and swiftly severed his connection with it. Deep within the recesses of the system, a golden-hued canine was furiously cursing. Cursed host. I offer you assistance, and yet you deny me the spectacle. It drives me mad. The irate canine paced restlessly, snapping at its own tail. Wu Sheng gazed at the enchanting woman before him, his voice softening. I apologize. Soon, the two fervently lost their senses, engaging in a passionate embrace. In no time, Wu Sheng's garments were torn asunder, discarded onto the floor. Fairy Hongxia writhed clumsily, her breath quickening as she struggled to grasp the situation. Under Wu Sheng's gentle guidance, she eventually discovered the key. With a pained cry, they unlocked the enigma of life's origins together. Gradually, Fairy Hongxia regained a semblance of clarity, her eyes glinting with lethal intent as she regarded the man beside her. Upon recognizing his face, a blissful smile graced her features. Almost immediately, the two were engulfed once more in a frenzy of passion. Wu Sheng remained blissfully unaware, his gaze still wild, oblivious to the unfolding anomalies. On the following morning, Fairy Hongxia opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at the slumbering figure beside her, a gentle sweetness illuminating her countenance. Moments later, Wu Sheng's eyelids fluttered, prompting her to quickly close her eyes, feigning sleep. Chapter 54. The stubborn Wu Sheng. As Wu Sheng opened his eyes, he beheld the stunning woman beside him, momentarily captivated. Unable to tear his gaze away, staring at the slumbering Fairy Hongxia, he found himself entranced. She possessed a perfectly sculpted oval face, her complexion as pale as snow, and her features exuded an indescribable beauty. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Wu Sheng felt a warm sensation enveloping his heart. Suddenly, he recalled the wild events of the previous night. Observing the enchanting Hongxia fairy, lost in deep slumber, Wu Sheng felt a pang of tenderness and gently caressed her cheek. Unable to restrain himself, he planted a soft kiss on her forehead before hastily retreating. Upon realizing that the fairy remained undisturbed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Damn that wretched system, he thought. Surely it has led me astray once again. I had managed to suppress my urges, but the system must have poisoned me. Otherwise, how could I have behaved so recklessly? What now? I cannot remain in Hongxia Mountain. I must flee at once. Unbeknownst to him, every action he had taken was observed by the Hongxia fairy, who, despite her closed eyes, could perceive her surroundings through her spiritual awareness. As Wu Sheng slowly rose from beside the fairy, intending to don his garments, he suddenly emitted a pained grunt. He felt a firm grip on his arm. Terrified, he dared not move, casting a furtive glance at the Hongxia fairy. Noticing her eyes still shut and no signs of awakening, he felt a slight reassurance and cautiously pried her delicate hand from his arm. He proceeded with utmost care, fearful of waking her, and after considerable effort, he finally freed himself from her grasp. Just as he exhaled in relief, preparing to dress and escape this perilous situation, he thought to himself, last night she was drugged. If I make my exit swiftly, she should remain oblivious to the identity of the man from last night. Suddenly, his arm was seized once more. Wu Sheng, now irritated, attempted to shake free without looking back, muttering, "Stop tugging at me. I'm quite vexed." Just as he extricated his arm, it was caught again, this time with even greater force. As he contemplated breaking free again, a sudden realization struck him. He turned to face the person gripping his arm. In an instant, they found themselves locked in a gaze, both momentarily stunned. Wu Sheng looked at the Hongxia fairy beside him, her fierce glare directed at him, and he felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. After less than 3 seconds of shared astonishment, he succumbed, lowering his gaze. His eyes widened further, his breathing quickening. Noticing his distress, the Hongxia fairy inquired, "Are you all right?" I'm fine, just a bit pale," Wu Sheng replied, regretting his words immediately after uttering them. With a swift motion, he was sent flying by a powerful strike, landing unceremoniously on the floor. He collapsed, his body convulsing, rendered motionless. The Hongxia fairy gazed at her hands in astonishment, a look of wonder crossing her face. Am I truly that formidable? Could I have rendered him unconscious with a single blow? The celestial beauty, Hongxia, gazed at her figure with great satisfaction, reminiscing about Wu Sheng's captivated expression. A sweet warmth enveloped her heart. Swiftly, Hongxia donned her attire and employed her spiritual awareness to assess her physical condition, her face illuminating with surprise. She had remarkably ascended from the 7th to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Simultaneously, she sensed a transformative shift within her body, as the flow of spiritual energy accelerated significantly. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly as her spiritual sense swept towards Wu Sheng, only to discover that his aura was amiss. He was devoid of any spiritual energy. Alarmed, Hongxia hastily descended from her bed and sprinted towards Wu Sheng. Alas! A sharp pain surged beneath her, causing her footing to falter, and she plummeted towards the ground. Should she fall, it would surely be a most humiliating spectacle. Wu Sheng, initially contemplating feigning death to evade a calamity, sighed inwardly upon witnessing this scene. In a moment of urgency, he leapt forward, catching the unsteady Hongxia in his arms. Cradling her, he noticed the shift in her expression, which stirred a pang of discomfort within him. "You dare to feign death, you scoundrel!" Hongxia exclaimed. Playfully pounding her fists against Wu Sheng's chest, her strength notably diminished this time. Wu Sheng, unable to suppress a chuckle, quipped, "Cease your assault, or I may truly perish." In response, Hongxia laughed lightly. "Perhaps that would be for the best, since you deceived me." Though her words suggested otherwise, she refrained from continuing her playful punches. "Wu Sheng, do you happen to carry a weapon with you? Something is poking me," Hongxia suddenly questioned, her gaze filled with curiosity. At her words, Wu Sheng's expression stiffened slightly, and he quietly whispered a few words in her ear. Hongxia promptly extricated herself from his embrace, turning away and urging, "You rascal, put on your clothes first. Then we shall discuss our private matters." Wu Sheng, gazing at the blushing Hongxia, smiled gently. "Sister, I have something to discuss with you." A voice, that of an elderly woman, echoed, startling both Wu Sheng and Hongxia into silence. Suddenly, Hongxia spun around and exclaimed, "Quickly, put on your clothes." Upon hearing this, Wu Sheng swiftly retrieved a set of clothing from his storage space and donned it. The door creaked open forcefully, and an elderly woman entered. It was none other than Granny Hongyan, her face marred by dark circles and her eyes flashing with anger. Both Wuxian and Hongxia were taken aback at her arrival. How could this be? Granny Hongyun's sister was indeed the enchanting Hongxia. She had not deceived him. Her sister was truly a breathtaking beauty. How foolishly he had misunderstood her in the past. Observing the two women closely, Wuxing noted a subtle resemblance in their features. Granny Hongyun, seeing both of them dressed and seated on the room's bench, was filled with curiosity. Suddenly, Granny Hongyun's spiritual sense swept across, and she turned sharply to glare at Wuxing, exclaiming, "Wuxian, my friend, despite the warm hospitality we have extended to you at Hongxiao Mountain, how dare you engage in such disgraceful conduct?" Upon hearing this, both Wuxing and Fairy Hongxia were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances and shaking their heads. Could she be accusing me? This matter must not be acknowledged, otherwise my lifelong reputation will be utterly destroyed. Wuxing quickly mustered his courage and responded, "What have I done? Do not slander me, or I shall take legal action for defamation." Defamation? Wuxing, you have done such things to my sister and still deny it? Do you think there is no one at Hongxiao Mountain who can confront you? Even if it costs me my life today, I will ensure you pay for your irresponsible actions. Upon hearing this, Fairy Hongxia looked at Granny Hongyan with a face full of emotion. Wuxing hastily transmitted a message to Fairy Hongxia, saying, "Hongxia, I am not that kind of irresponsible person. Let us discuss our matters in detail later." Turning to the furious Granny Hongyun, he feigned calmness and asked, "On what basis do you accuse me of such actions? Do you possess evidence?" "Evidence, you say?" Granny Hongyun suddenly stepped forward, grasping Fairy Hongxia's right wrist, rolling up her sleeve, and declaring loudly, "My sister's purity seal is gone. And you did not return last night. If it is not you who has harmed my sister, then who could it possibly be?" Wuxing's heart sank at these words. "Oh no, how could I have forgotten about this? What should I do now? Forget it. Let it be." He ceased his stubbornness and began, "What transpired last night is not as you perceive. There has been a misunderstanding, and I did not intend for this to happen. I can explain." "What misunderstanding? What is there to explain? Who wishes to hear your explanations? I ask you directly. Did you harm my sister, and do you not wish to take responsibility?" Granny Hongyun continued to glare, her tone unfriendly. Albeit her pronounced dark circles under her eyes appeared somewhat comical. Fairy Hongxia, upon hearing this, fixed her gaze intently on Wuxing, eager to discern how he would respond next. Wuxing quickly assured, "I will take responsibility for Hongxia, so you need not worry." Before he could finish, Granny Hongyun interrupted, "Very well, if you claim to take responsibility, then you shall marry my sister, Hongxia, as your dual cultivation partner, and we shall arrange a wedding on an auspicious day." Upon hearing this, Wuxing furrowed his brow, falling into a prolonged silence. Fairy Hongxia, initially elated at Wuxing's response, noticed his troubled expression and retorted angrily, "Sister, what are you saying? I, Hongxia, am not someone who cannot find a husband." With that, Fairy Hongxia executed her movement technique and departed in a huff. Wuxing, wishing to stop her for an explanation, ultimately resigned to let her go. Granny Hongyan, watching her enraged sister leave, felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Turning towards Wuxing, her eyes glimmered with even greater fury than before, and a wave of murderous intent radiated from her. Wuxing, sensing the killing aura, looked at Granny Hongyan in astonishment. Previously, Granny Hongyun had abandoned all her cultivated resources in a desperate bid for survival, pleading on her knees for mercy. Today, however, she exuded a palpable aura of hostility towards him. Suddenly, Wuxing seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and declared, "I shall take responsibility for Hongxia." "Humph. You insufferable man. How do you intend to be responsible when you have not even given her a proper title? Moreover, you drove Hongxia away. You are nothing but a heartless scoundrel." Granny Hongyan retorted, her anger still simmering despite the dissipating malice. "I never said I wouldn't marry her." Wuxing hesitated, his words trailing off. "Then marry her." Granny Hongyun fixed her gaze upon him. "However, I have already promised another woman to wed her. I cannot betray my vow by marrying someone else," Wuxing replied, embarrassment coloring his tone. "Ha ha, so that's how it is." Granny Hongyan chuckled upon hearing this. "What are you laughing about? Will Fairy Hongxia even agree to that?" Wuxing queried uncertainly in a hushed voice. "What's the big deal? Just marry them both." Granny Hongyan said nonchalantly, a smile gracing her lips. Wuxing was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched across his features. Yet, it soon dawned on him that he was no longer on Earth, but in this fantastical realm. In this land, it was commonplace for men to take multiple wives, and it was equally unremarkable for women to have several lovers. Ultimately, power dictated everything. With this realization, Wu Xing ceased his objections and began to pursue the direction in which Fairy Hongxia had departed. As he watched Wu Xing's retreating figure, Granny Hongyan allowed a triumphant smile to surface. "Ah, it seems I have you two in my grasp. Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted. I hardly slept a wink last night, worrying the entire time. I must admit, these two are truly reckless. They went all night without a moment's pause, and I simply could not bear to miss it. Youth is such a blessing. Unlike me, growing old and weary, a single late night leaves me drowsy. I ought to return and catch up on some sleep." Granny Hongyun murmured softly to herself as she soared back to her quarters. Before long, the sound of her snoring filled the air, and she slipped into slumber, drool escaping the corner of her mouth. Fairy Hongxia had not ventured far. Upon realizing that Wu Xing's presence was absent, tears brimmed in her eyes. She could not comprehend why, with her appearance and talent, she was not deemed worthy of his affection. Despite feeling a spark of attraction from Wu Xing, she was left bewildered as to why he hesitated to marry her. The memory of his troubled expression weighed heavily on her heart. Standing at the edge of a cliff, she gazed into the distance, seeking solace in the scenic view. Meanwhile, Wu Xing followed the ethereal traces of Fairy Hongxia's spirit energy. Soon, he spotted her in a flowing red gown, poised gracefully at the cliff's edge. The gentle breeze caressed her attire, creating a mesmerizing tableau. Seeing this enchanting scene, Wu Xing's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Hongxia, don't." The celestial maiden, Hongxia, upon hearing Wu Xing's call, displayed a glimmer of joy and swiftly turned around. However, a surge of excruciating pain coursed through her lower abdomen, causing her to stumble and plummet from the precipice. Wu Xing's countenance changed dramatically as he instantaneously employed the art of carefree movement, racing towards the falling Hongxia. In a fleeting moment, he enveloped the bewildered maiden in midair. His visage, once filled with rage, now softened as he gazed at the enchanting woman in his embrace. Soon, his anger dissipated. Indeed, it was he who had wronged her. And how foolish it was to harbor resentment. Inwardly, Wu Xing chastised himself. Gently, he set Hongxia down in a safe location, remaining silent. A resounding slap echoed across his face. "What have you done?" Hongxia's gentle voice soon broke the silence. Wu Xing felt his hand grasped by her delicate, jade-like fingers, and he turned to her, saying, "I am not worthy. I have wronged you." Upon hearing this, Hongxia seemed to recall something, releasing her hold on Wu Xing, her expression shifting slightly as she turned her back to him. She then spoke, "It's fine. I do not blame you. If you do not wish to marry me, then so be it. Let us consider last night as if it never occurred. You may leave now." Wu Xing's face contorted with confusion upon her words, and he hastily attempted to clarify. "No, it's not like that. Please, let me explain." "You need not explain. Just go. I do not wish to hear your justifications." Hongxia's voice began to quaver, her slender frame trembling. Observing her fragile silhouette, Wu Xing was momentarily taken aback, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. Suddenly mustering courage, he embraced Hongxia from behind, softly reassuring her, "Hongxia, please allow me to explain. It is not as you perceive." Hongxia began to struggle violently, yet Wu Xing held her firmly, refusing to let go. "Ah!" he suddenly cried out, feeling a sharp, piercing pain in his toes. Chapter 56. The Secret of Dual Cultivation. Upon hearing Wu Xing's anguished cry, Hongxia's heart tightened, and she ceased her struggles. "Why are you here? You have wronged me and wish to escape responsibility. If so, then leave. Are you here to mock me? To revel in my misfortune?" she questioned through tears. "It is not like that. I am concerned for you, which is why I sought you." Wu Xing replied hastily, noticing her agitation. "Concerned for me? Do not attempt to deceive me. Depart. Let us pretend we have never met. I will take care of myself." Hongxia's tone remained cold, as if a thought had crossed her mind. Wu Xing felt a headache coming on and gently implored, "Hongxia, why can you not allow me to explain? It is truly not as you believe." Upon hearing his words, Hongxia's demeanor shifted slightly, and she responded, "Then speak. Once you are finished, leave. I do not wish to see you." Upon hearing the words, Wu Xing suddenly realized that he might have been overthinking. The enchanting and captivating immortal Hongxia, with her unparalleled beauty, surely had countless admirable suitors. How could she possibly deign to be with someone like him, a mere loose cultivator? Soon, Wu Xing recounted the events between himself and Xia Xue to immortal Hongxia. Although she turned her back to him, tears glimmered in her eyes. After Wu Xing finished his explanation, he noticed that she still faced away from him, remaining silent. With a sigh, he said, "Immortal Hongxia, I have clarified everything. I shall take my leave now." In light of what has transpired, I will do my utmost to make amends. Whatever you desire, I shall grant. As his words fell, Wu Sheng turned to head towards the guest room arranged at Hongxia Mountain. However, just a few steps away, he was enveloped by a fragrant breeze. Feeling someone embrace him from behind, he heard immortal Hongxia's delicate voice, tinged with sorrow. Do not leave. It is all right if you do not marry me. I no longer require your compensation. Hearing the heartbreak in her voice and feeling the softness of her touch against his back, Wu Xing sensed that he might not have expressed himself clearly. He turned around and gently said, "Please let go of me. I am not leaving." Upon gazing into her tear-filled eyes, Wu Xing felt a pang of sorrow. After scrutinizing his gaze, immortal Hongxia finally released her hold. Wu Xing then turned and enveloped her in his embrace, soothingly saying, "Do not cry, my dear. I simply cannot marry you at this moment. Once I revive Xiao Xue, I promise I will marry you." He pondered whether Xiao Xue would forgive him upon learning of this situation, feeling a twinge of guilt towards her. "Really? You must keep your word," immortal Hongxia exclaimed, her tears turning to laughter, brimming with joy. Before Wu Sheng could respond, her soft lips met his. Blushing, she swiftly took flight on her sword and departed. As Wu Xing observed her joyful departure, he felt the lingering warmth of her lips, and a whirlwind of thoughts engulfed him. Was this truly right? Did immortal Hongxia wish for him to marry her merely because they had shared an intimate bond? Or could it be that she had developed feelings for him? But was that even reasonable? They had only met a handful of times. He decided to take things one step at a time. Matters of the heart are truly perplexing, beyond his comprehension. Wu Sheng recalled the peculiar changes in his body and resolved to inquire further with the system. Opening his connection with the system, he soon heard several mechanical notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your constitution has evolved, ascending to the acquired chaos body, medium grade. Ding. Congratulations, host. The quality of your spiritual root has evolved, advancing to the innate chaos spiritual root, medium grade. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a breakthrough in cultivation. Now at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, Wu Xing was taken aback. How could this be? Could it be the result of his dual cultivation with immortal Hongxia last night? In a sudden epiphany, Wu Xing recalled that after his union with the woman clad in black, his cultivation, spiritual roots, and physique had all experienced significant enhancement. Could it be that the dual cultivation with her would facilitate a rapid advancement in his abilities? Such a notion was both exhilarating and unsettling. What was he contemplating? How could he allow himself to become that kind of person? Ding. Your speculation is indeed accurate, however. It must be with a special fated individual for dual cultivation to assist in your breakthrough. Like the previous woman in black and Hongxia. Both possess unique physiques and spiritual roots. Upon hearing the system's voice, Wu Xing quickly grasped the situation. What kind of physique and spiritual roots did the fairy Hongxia possess? Hongxia embodies the cloud's soft sacred body and possesses a sacred fire spiritual root. Previously, she had not fully awakened, but now she has. Astounded, Wu Xing reflected on his own status as merely having a heavenly-level spiritual root and an acquired chaotic physique. Feeling utterly inadequate in comparison. Ding. Although they possess significant innate advantages, with this system at your disposal, surpassing them is a mere trifle. After understanding the circumstances, Wu Xing inquired with a hint of irritation, "System, enlighten me as to why I lost control last night? I had clearly suppressed the toxins." Ding. It may be due to the lack of steadfast will on your part. The system's voice carried an unexpected note of trepidation. Lack of steadfast will? What about that unknown punishment last time, which inflicted the Hehuan poison upon me? What is the explanation? Ding. The system encountered an unidentified viral invasion, temporarily shutting down to cleanse the virus. Cleansing progress. 1. You wretched system, feigning death at this moment. Truly despicable. Meanwhile, deep within the system's confines, a golden dog, its eyes wide with concern, gazed apprehensively at Wu Xing, murmuring to itself, "What should I do? How can I deceive him? Has he discovered my true form? That cannot be. He is merely at the Golden Core stage, incapable of such a feat. He must be trying to provoke me. Never mind, I shall play dead. What can he possibly do to me?" Humph. The golden dog then lay down on its side, feigning slumber. Upon closer inspection, one could observe that the fur on the dog's tail was sparse and oozing blood, evidently the result of last night's fury. Noticing the dog system's act, Wu Sheng ceased his cursing. "Cursed system, one day I shall uncover your origins. You dare to trick me, I shall ensure you face my wrath." As Wu Xing organized his thoughts, the image of the resolute woman in black flickered in his mind. He wondered how she was faring now. In the end, he felt a sense of guilt towards her. After a brief contemplation, he summoned his sword and headed towards the guest room arranged at Hongxia Mountain. Upon arriving at the courtyard entrance, he spotted an adorable little girl anxiously peering around, her face etched with worry. Upon catching a glimpse of Wu Xing, her expression brightened, and she hurriedly dashed towards him. Suddenly, a flying sword lunged towards the little girl's back. Chapter 57. Acquiring a Maid. Witnessing this scene, Wu Xing was instantly consumed with rage, seeking death. As he was not far away, he swiftly employed his agility, arriving at the side of the young girl in an instant, seizing the flying sword with a firm grip. With a powerful squeeze, the sword shattered, breaking into two pieces and clattering to the ground. Startled by the fierce expression on Wu Xing's face as he rushed towards her, the little girl gasped in fright. She had thought Wu Xing intended to strike her and, trembling, shut her eyes tightly. After a moment, she realized she was enveloped in Wu Xing's embrace. Opening her eyes wide, she curiously examined her surroundings and soon recognized her misunderstanding. At that moment, Wu Xing was glaring angrily at a young girl across from him. The girl, upon seeing Wu Xing's arrival, was taken aback and then seemed to remember something, exclaiming, "Who are you? How dare you act so recklessly in my Hongxiao Mountain? Do you have any idea who I am? Depart at once, or I shall have my grandfather kill you." At her words, a fierce glint flashed in Wu Xing's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned a surge of spiritual energy that drew the girl closer. Slap! A clear handprint appeared on her cheek. "You seek death, daring to strike me. Do you know who my grandfather is?" The girl, clutching her face, glared at Wu Xing with indignation. Wu Xing remained silent, delivering another slap. Slap! The sides of the girl's face swelled up, giving her an almost comical appearance. Pfft! Kiki! The little girl couldn't help but giggle at the sight. Enraged by the laughter directed at her, the girl shouted, "You little wretch! How dare you mock me? I will certainly have my grandfather kill you. My grandfather is the Grand Elder of Hongxia Mountain." At her words, Wu Xing's expression darkened, and with a casual flick of his hand, he unleashed a wave of spiritual energy towards the girl's head, radiating an overwhelming force. "No, you cannot kill me. If you do, you will not survive either." The girl's voice trembled with fear, clearly realizing Wu Xing's intent to kill her. Though Wu Xing feared not for himself, he was concerned about the potential retaliation against the little girl from the people behind her, prompting him to eliminate the threat entirely. "Stop!" A suddenly aged voice echoed from afar. Wu Xing halted his attack, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he understood the situation. An elderly figure swiftly approached from the distance. The girl's face lit up with joy, and her tone regained its arrogance. "Humph! My grandfather is here. He is a Golden Core Realm expert. You are doomed." "Oh, is that so?" Wu Xing regarded the girl with an amused expression. She appeared slightly puzzled, but still wore a delighted look as she gazed at the approaching elder. Before long, the elder arrived on the scene, his face etched with anger. Wu Xing released his hold on the girl, turning to face the arriving Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling slightly. The young girl suddenly rushed forward, seizing the elder's arm and shaking it from side to side, pouting, "Grandfather, you must punish them. They are bullying me." Upon hearing her words, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, a chilling aura emanating from him as he replied, "Very well." With a swift motion, he struck the girl, sending her sprawling to the ground, her face a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Clearly, this blow was far more forceful than any strike he had delivered before. Stunned by the assault, the girl widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing imploringly at her beloved elder. "Grandfather, how could you strike me? They are the ones who wronged me. You should be punishing them instead." The elder's anger flared even more at her words, his powerful presence as a cultivator of the golden elixir realm radiating fiercely. He commanded sternly, "Silence. If you utter another word, I shall strip you of your cultivation and cast you out of the sect to marry any man you find." Terrified, the girl quickly covered her mouth, refraining from further speech. Wu Xing observed the scene with a bemused expression, choosing to remain silent. The elder, realizing the gravity of the situation, fell to his knees, bowing his head in supplication. "Martial friend, I take full responsibility for my granddaughter's misdeeds. Please spare her. I shall ensure she is strictly disciplined, and such an incident will never occur again." Wu Xing, witnessing this display, understood the elder's intention. Aware he was no match for Wu Xing, the elder sought to employ a strategy of self-sacrifice to save his granddaughter. However, the girl had attempted to ambush little Nuan Nuan with lethal intent. A single strike could gravely injure her, if not kill her. Wu Xing was not inclined to easily forgive them, thus he spoke, "Elder, your granddaughter's covert assault on me cannot go unpunished." The elder, still kneeling, earnestly pleaded, "Martial friend. What course of action do you propose? If you spare my granddaughter's life, I will compensate you wholeheartedly." Wu Sheng scrutinized the elder, noting his sincere desire to atone and his lack of intent to evade responsibility. After contemplation, Wu Sheng reached a resolution. "Since your granddaughter has committed an error, I cannot simply absolve her. She shall serve as little Nuan personal attendant for 10 years. What say you?" Upon hearing this, the elder's face brightened, and he readily replied, "Very well, I shall heed your words." "Hu Yu, do not delay in thanking the senior for sparing your life," the elder admonished, his gaze icy as it fell upon the girl. Though she wished to protest, the intensity of the elder's stare compelled her to reluctantly utter, "Thank you, senior." Observing this exchange, Wu Sheng flicked his finger, causing a pill to fly into the girl's mouth. This pill, known as the heart-piercing poison, had no antidote but what he possessed. "Should you harbor any ill intentions towards little Nuan, I will sense it, and you will endure the torment of the heart-piercing poison daily," Wu Sheng warned the girl. She dismissed his words with indifference, but the elder's expression changed dramatically. Yet he remained silent. With a casual wave of his hand, Wu Sheng infused spiritual energy into the girl's body. Suddenly, the young girl let out a piercing scream, her body convulsing. The elderly man was startled, hastily approaching to probe the girl's condition with his spiritual energy. Observing this scene, the little girl tugged at Wu Sheng's arm, her expression filled with sympathy. Noticing her distress, Wu Sheng communicated with her telepathically, which finally eased her expression. Wu Sheng discreetly withdrew his spiritual energy, allowing the girl to feel relief from her pain, though fear still lingered in her eyes. "Your name is Hu Yu, correct? From now on, you will closely attend to the little girl. If she is well, so shall you be. If she encounters misfortune, you shall undoubtedly meet a dire fate." Wu Sheng gazed at the girl, noting the terror etched upon her face, and she refrained from retorting. Upon hearing this, the elder could only display a look of concern and ultimately took his leave. Wu Sheng earnestly advised the little girl before retreating to his own chamber. The little girl, observing the distressed Hu Yu, felt a pang of compassion and hurriedly took her hand, pulling the reluctant Hu Yu into her room. "Ouch! I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? I'll be gentler. It doesn't hurt at all. Humph. Ouch. Haha. No laughing. You are my maid, and you ought to heed my words. I shall laugh as I please. Haha." Chapter 58. The Celestial Maiden of Red Clouds bestows a reward upon returning to his room. Wu Sheng discovered that Hu Yu had not engaged in any inappropriate behavior, so he withdrew his spiritual perception. However, he did not place complete trust in Hu Yu. While channeling his spiritual power, he inscribed upon her a control mark derived from the Emperor's banner. This mark grants him dominion over Hu Yu's soul, allowing him to perceive her thoughts and intentions. Should she dare to harm the little girl again, a mere thought from Wu Sheng would shatter her soul in an instant. With the arrangements concerning the little girl in place, Wu Sheng began to contemplate his departure from Red Cloud Mountain. Proficiently navigating the system, he opened his personal information panel for review. Host, Wu Sheng Root, Innate Chaos Root, Medium Grade. Physique, Acquired Chaos Body, Medium Completion. Realm, Golden Core Stage 7, Medium Completion. Experience Points, 5,000,014. 000 Shop Currency, 690 Experience Value. 300 Techniques, Chaos Yuan Infancy Technique, Entry Level. Savage Body Refinement Technique Intermediate Edition, Great Perfection. Martial Skills, 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique, Great Perfection. Steps to Heaven, Great Perfection. Kuanping's Carefree Journey, Great Perfection. One Sword to Open the Heavenly Gate, Great Perfection. Great Method of Changing Heaven and Earth, Great Perfection. Occupation, Nun Status, Prince Consort of the Great Li Dynasty in the Southern Wilderness. After reviewing his personal information, Wu Sheng began to ponder deeply. Although his current strength was commendable, he recognized the necessity of acquiring a practical offensive technique. The One Sword to Open the Heavenly Gate secret method, while powerful, consumed too much spiritual energy. Thus, Wu Sheng meticulously selected options within the system shop. Soon, Wu Sheng selected a celestial grade martial technique, the Heaven-Slaying Sword Art, expending 200 points from the shopping mall and 100 experience points to cultivate it to the pinnacle of perfection. He was quite pleased with his progress and was about to sit in meditation to further his training when he suddenly sensed a tremor. Hastily, he summoned the Imperial Banner. As Wu Sheng gazed at the quivering banner, radiating golden light, he probed with his spiritual consciousness and was taken aback. The 3 golden soul entities he had previously unwittingly collected had all ascended to the Foundation establishment stage. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the robust figure, a man named Man Yo, emanated a faint golden glow and currently exuded the pressure of a first-level foundation establishment. As for the woman named Li Qingzhao, who possessed an air of scholarly elegance, her frail form now radiated an aura of literary Tao, displaying the pressure of a second-level foundation establishment. Turning his gaze to the female constable Su Wanqing, he observed her exuding the formidable pressure of a third-level foundation establishment, her eyes sharp and piercing. Before long, Wu Sheng discerned a late-stage nascent soul entity. This individual, possessing slanted triangular eyes, was seated cross-legged. Although the three were envious of the elder, they did not dare to approach. The other souls within the imperial banner had vanished. Wu Sheng could not help but exclaim, "These three truly have hearty appetites." It has been long, yet they've consumed several hundred chi refinement stage souls. He turned his attention to the late-stage nascent soul elder, scanning him with his spiritual consciousness and promptly gleaning a wealth of information. This man was the Grand Elder of the Spirit Fire sect, a powerful figure at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, named Mu Qing. Remarkably, he was an undercover operative placed within the Spirit Fire sect by the Dali dynasty. It was uncertain whether Ling Shu was aware of this. Wu Sheng scrutinized Mu Qing closely, a fleeting glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. As he noticed no changes within the imperial banner, he intended to depart. "My lord, is there any food left? We are hungry," Man Yo said sheepishly, scratching his head. Li Qingzhao and Su Wanqing also looked at Wu Sheng with eager anticipation. Wu Sheng initially contemplated reprimanding Man Yo, but upon seeing the expectant gazes of the two ladies, he quickly altered his response. "Food will be available soon. Do not fret." He hurriedly exited the imperial banner, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Brother Man Yo, is it right for us to deceive the young master?" Li Qingzhao inquired, a hint of bashfulness in her tone. This? It should be fine, right? The young master is such a kind-hearted person. He won't hold it against us." Man Yo replied uncertainly. "We are merely striving to enhance our strength swiftly so that we may repay the young master's benevolence sooner," Su Wanqing asserted with righteous conviction. Wu Sheng retracted his spiritual consciousness and opened his eyes, his thoughts racing. "So they are simply hungry. I thought there had been a disturbance within the imperial banner. It seems I need to replenish some souls. Otherwise, they will keep complaining of hunger. Also, I am not one to be swayed by beauty. I merely sensed that Man Yo was hungry, and the two ladies must be as well. Yes, that is precisely it." Upon contemplating this, Wu Sheng was about to step outside for a stroll, hoping to find something to eat, as hunger had struck. Suddenly, the door was quietly ajar, revealing a slender gap through which a pair of enchanting eyes peered at Wu Sheng. In that instant, their gazes locked, and both were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, the woman slipped inside, waved her hand to cast a barrier, and leapt into Wu Sheng's embrace. The soft warmth of her presence enveloped him, leaving Wu Sheng feeling quite awkward. Unsure where to place his hands, he glanced at the woman who had her arms wrapped around his neck, her legs entwined around his waist, her head shyly buried in his chest, and found himself at a loss for words. After a while, Wu Sheng regained his composure, supporting her gently and softly saying, "Hongxia, what brings you here? You should come down. This is inappropriate." "No, I won't come down. I simply want to hold you." Hongxia, the fairy, did not lift her head, playfully bouncing on Wu Sheng's chest. Suddenly sensing something amiss, Wu Sheng felt his breath quicken, his face flush, and he hurriedly urged, "Hongxia, please stop this. Get down." "I won't. I refuse." Hongxia replied with a hint of pride, but soon she unexpectedly jumped down, her cheeks crimson, turning her back to him, exclaiming, "You are so wicked, thinking such things in broad daylight." What are you talking about? I wasn't thinking anything." Wu Sheng protested, feeling wronged, but was cut off before he could finish. "Enough. This is mortifying. I have good news to share with you." Hongxia quickly turned around, beaming at Wu Sheng. "What good news could make you so joyful?" Wu Sheng inquired, puzzled. "The Grand Elder has decided to step down and teach the disciples in their cultivation, which means no one will oppose my decisions any longer." "Aha!" Hongxia exclaimed with delight. "That is indeed splendid news." Wu Sheng responded, though internally he comprehended the implications. The Grand Elder was showing signs of weakness, desiring to spare his granddaughter from further conflict. Truly, he was a clever individual. And that's not all. The Grand Elder has voluntarily offered to be the protector of the little girl. Hongxia shared, her face alight with joy, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Wu Sheng. Upon hearing this, Wu Sheng instantly understood that she had been waiting for him, and replied happily, "Very well, indeed good news." Wu Sheng Gich. Since I've shared 2 pieces of good news, shouldn't you reward me? Hong Xia said, her expression eager as she gazed at him. Reward you? Can your body handle it? After such a wild night last night, do you still want more? Wu Shan remarked, swallowing hard. His throat moving as he looked at Hong Xia with skepticism. What are you implying? You naughty person, what are you thinking? I didn't mean that kind of reward. I meant a reward of resting together. Hong Xia retorted, her face flushed as she shot him a playful glare. Wu Xing gazed at the enchanting eyes of the fairy of red clouds, utterly captivated, until she gently rapped her small fist against his chest, bringing him back to reality. What are you thinking? So entranced, I merely meant for you to accompany me in slumber. I must warn you, do not indulge in mischief. My body has yet to recover and cannot withstand your exuberance. The fairy of red clouds spoke with a hint of annoyance. No, it's not that. I wasn't thinking of such things. I was simply mesmerized by your extraordinary beauty. Wu Xing replied earnestly, his gaze unwavering. Upon hearing his words, the fairy's face blossomed into a sweet smile. All right, I forgive you. Noticing the fairy's cheeks flush and her gaze become dreamy, Wu Xing hurriedly embraced her at the waist. Initially, she appeared startled and attempted to resist, but upon meeting Wu Xing's entranced eyes, she relented. Gently, Wu Xing laid the fairy of red clouds upon the bed, seated himself at her side, and took her delicate hand in his, quietly observing her. Sleep now. I shall watch over you. Witnessing this scene, the fairy exclaimed in embarrassment, How could you expect any girl to like you acting this way? Wu Xing was taken aback by her words, lowering his head in a moment of self-doubt. I don't know. There must be very few who would like me. The fairy, upon hearing this, wore an expression of shock and quickly interjected, I'm sorry, I misspoke. No. You are correct. A person like me is indeed rarely liked. Wu Xing replied, his voice tinged with humility. The fairy grew anxious, insisting, that's not what I meant. I like you. What? You like me? Wu Xing's face lit up with joy, but soon his expression darkened again as he continued, I know you must be jesting. Yet, I appreciate your willingness to deceive me. Wu Xing, I truly like you. The fairy urged. Why don't you believe me? But we have known each other for such a short time. Wu Xing countered, frustrated by the inability to clarify. The fairy suddenly pulled Wu Xing into her turbulent embrace and kissed him directly. Wu Xing felt a warm, sweet sensation on his lips and immediately realized what was occurring. His eyes widening as he beheld the stunning woman before him. Soon, he wrapped his arms around the fairy, and they engaged in a passionate kiss. Wu Xing and the fairy of red clouds lay side by side on the bed, gazing at each other's faces, both smiling. Wu Xing noticed her swollen, bleeding lips and felt a pang of remorse. I'm sorry, I was too rough. Did I hurt you? It doesn't hurt, she replied. Wu Xing looked at the exquisite woman on the bed, a joyful and sweet smile gracing his face. He drew the fairy into his embrace, and before long, she fell asleep. Feeling a sense of security, Wu Xing too unknowingly succumbed to slumber. Knock, knock. A gentle knocking at the door stirred Wu Xing and the fairy from their dreams. The rosy clouds lazily supported her head with her hand as she lay sideways, her flawless figure on full display. Soon, Wu Xing felt a slight numbness in his arm. After channeling his spiritual energy to alleviate it, he regained sensation. Senior, dinner is ready. The melodious voice of the little girl rang out. I'm not eating. You go ahead. Wu Xing responded, his tone slightly unnatural. All right then, Senior. The little girl, puzzled, departed to dine with Hu Yu. Once she was gone, Wu Sheng let out a sigh of relief. Hong Xia, are there any evil cultivator strongholds or bandit lairs nearby? Essentially, any nefarious individuals. Wu Sheng turned to the enchanting woman beside him. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Xia replied, There is indeed a group of bandits near Hong Xia Mountain, led by a 6th-level golden core cultivator. Where is it? Take me there. I shall eradicate him. Wu Sheng exclaimed, his face brimming with delight. However, this individual is exceedingly cunning and possesses remarkable escape techniques. I have personally attempted to eliminate him several times, only to have him escape each time, Hong Xia said. But this time, I am here. My agility is unparalleled. He won't escape, Wu Sheng declared confidently. Upon hearing this, Hong Xia's face broke into a smile. Soon, the two joined hands and soared into the sky on their swords. The little girl had just opened the window for fresh air when she spotted a man and woman standing on a blue sword, swiftly cutting through the air. How strange. The man resembles the senior, while the woman resembles the sect leader. Surely, I'm seeing things. How could they be so intimately holding hands? Wan. What are you talking about? Come to bed. I've already prepared your blankets. Hu Yu's voice called from inside. Nothing. Nuan replied, then walked toward her bed. After a brief incense's worth of time, Wu Sheng led Hong Xia to a blood-mist-filled forest spanning 1,000 meters. This is it. This is the stronghold of the bandit leader. A formidable array is set up here, and I dare not enter without caution. Hong Xia pointed at the crimson mist. A mere array cannot hinder me. Wu Sheng grasped Hong Xia's hand and charged toward the formation. Seeing this, Hong Xia quickly exclaimed, Wu Sheng, if we rush in like this, we might be ensnared by the array. But before she could finish, she fell silent. Wu Sheng casually scanned the surroundings. Using his spiritual sense to assess the situation thoroughly, he retrieved a set of array flags from his storage bag and activated them with a spell. Soon, a gray light curtain enveloped the bandit stronghold. With a flick of his hand, the Emperor's banner soared into the sky, emanating a powerful aura that blinded the bandits with its intense golden light. Hong Xia, what did you just say? Wu Sheng turned to look at the astonished Hong Xia. Ah, it's nothing. Hong Xia responded, her face flushed with embarrassment. What did you just call me? Shouldn't you be addressing me as husband now? Wu Sheng grinned at Hong Xia. Ah, we aren't married yet. Isn't it a bit premature to call you husband? The Fairy of Red Clouds hesitated momentarily, a flicker of struggle evident in her eyes. Forget it, I can't let it go. I am truly heartbroken. Wu Sheng feigned sorrow, forcing out a couple of tears as he gazed at the fairy. Witnessing Wu Sheng's feigned distress softened the fairy's heart, and she whispered, My husband. What? I didn't catch that. Speak louder. Wu Sheng quickly leaned closer to the fairy's lips. My husband. My husband. You heard that, right? The Fairy of Red Clouds, seemingly liberated, called out, her voice resonating and causing a sharp pain in Wu Sheng's ears. Noticing the fairy's slight displeasure, he enveloped her in his embrace and kissed her. Who dares to wreak havoc on my territory, Zhang San? Truly courting death. At that moment, a male voice echoed. Wu Sheng and the fairy turned to see the source of the voice. Soon, a small, wiry man with shifty eyes approached them on a flying sword. Stopping 50 meters away, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, Wu Sheng discerned that this man was merely at the 6th stage of the Golden Core realm, posing no threat. My husband, this man is the leader of the Black Wind Bandits, known as the Lawless Zhang San, infamous for robbing others. His speed is extraordinary. And despite the government issuing a warrant for his capture, they have yet to apprehend him, the fairy explained to Wu Sheng. Her expression filled with fury as she glared at Zhang San. Well, if it isn't the Fairy of Red Clouds from Red Cloud Mountain, what brings you here? Why don't we step outside for a duel to avoid harming innocents? Zhang San said, feigning calmness despite a frown. Damn it. I can't even defeat this stunning woman, and now she has brought along this unpredictable man. I'm finished today. No, I must fight with all my might. I cannot fall so easily, Zhang San thought to himself. Innocent? Aren't your subordinates all a gang of robbers? How could there be any innocence here? Today, I shall capture all of you and eliminate this menace to the people. The Fairy of Red Clouds declared angrily as she made her move. The red sword swiftly clashed with Zhang San's measuring stick, sending him staggering back several steps with a muffled grunt. Zhang San's expression darkened as he cast a wary glance at Wu Sheng, noticing he remained still, and resumed battling the fairy. Wu Sheng watched the two with a puzzled expression. Although the Fairy of Red Clouds struck fiercely, she did not aim for fatal blows. Surprisingly, Zhang San, the bandit leader, refrained from using underhanded tactics, merely defending while persistently urging the fairy to fight outside. What was he truly concerned about? Did he perhaps have someone he cared for in this vicinity? A family member, perhaps? Boss, we are here to assist you. If the boss is in danger, brothers, charge. Soon, the distant sound of thunderous footsteps echoed as hundreds of people rushed toward them. Wu Sheng was taken aback by the scene. Zhang San's expression shifted dramatically as he faltered in his attack, leaving him vulnerable to the Fairy of Red Clouds, who pierced his chest with her sword, blood spraying forth. Zhang San swiftly executed his evasive maneuvers, retreating beyond the reach of Hong Xia's attack. Clutching his chest, his pallor evident, he leaned against his sword. Hong Xia, the Celestial Maiden, was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Zhang San's failure to evade. Turning to face the group behind him, Zhang San, filled with ire, exclaimed, Begone! What do you want? You are merely my captives, so keep your distance, or I shall slay you. Some were cowed by his fierce demeanor, halting in their tracks. Yet many others recklessly advanced toward him. Observing this, Hong Xiao intended to charge at Zhang San, but her arm was seized by another. Wu Sheng exchanged glances with Hong Xiao and whispered, Wait, let's observe first. Before long, several subordinates, each possessing foundational cultivation, approached Zhang San, supporting him while casting furious glances at Wuxing and Hongxia. Seeing the crowd gather around him, Zhang San felt helpless. He turned to Hongxia and declared, "Fellow cultivator, today I, Zhang San, concede. You may take all the cultivation resources of the Black Wind stronghold, but I beseech you to spare the others. What if your subordinates return to their wicked ways?" Wuxing inquired, a playful glint in his eye. "No, they shall not. I will disband the Black Wind stronghold today and ensure they depart, never to return." Zhang San hastily assured, "Boss, we cannot. We shall fight them." Some protested. "Indeed, we shall fight." "Silence!" Zhang San roared, silencing them, though their faces remained contorted with rage directed at Wuxing and Hongxia. After a moment of contemplation, Wuxing scrutinized Zhang San deeply and replied, "Very well, I accept your terms. I shall spare them. However, you can perish." As his words fell, Wuxing emanated a formidable aura, summoning a colossal hand of spiritual energy from the heavens to strike down upon Zhang San. The members of the Black Wind stronghold were paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure. Unable to move, Zhang San, in utter despair, gazed at the descending hand, now kneeling in submission, blood spilling from his lips. With a thunderous crash, the hand struck the ground, leaving an imprint over 3 meters deep, while Zhang San collapsed within the pit, his fate uncertain. The members of the Black Wind stronghold, sensing the oppression lift, erupted in furious cries as they charged at Wuxing and Hongxia. "Kill! Avenge our leader!" they roared. "Destroy these villains. If our boss is dead, then I shall not live." Wuxing observed the enraged crowd, a look of intrigue crossing his face. He had not anticipated that the notorious leader of the Black Wind stronghold held such sway, inspiring loyalty among his followers to the point of sacrificing themselves. Hongxia, exuding an aura of menace, unsheathed her sword, preparing for battle. It was clear she intended to eradicate this band of brigands. Wuxing quickly grasped her hand, urging, "Not so fast, there is something amiss." At his words, Hongxia paused, retracting her spiritual energy and artifacts, refraining from further aggression. Wuxing suddenly emanated an overwhelming pressure, rendering the members of the Black Wind stronghold immobile, unable to stir. Accompanied by the enchanting Red Cloud Fairy, he approached a female cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage amidst the crowd, inquiring, "I have already promised Zhang San to spare you. Why do you seek death?" Upon hearing this, Red Cloud Fairy wore a puzzled expression, glancing at the Foundation establishment cultivator. "Bah, when have these so-called righteous cultivators ever honored their promises? With our leader dead, we have no hope of survival. We might as well fight to the death." The female cultivator, clad in a black robe, wore an expression of fury. Wuxing chuckled at her words, replying, "I will let you go, and I stand by my word. Bah, spare me your feigned kindness. With our leader gone, I will surely take your life in vengeance." The female cultivator looked defiantly at Wuxing. "Are you not his subordinates and slaves? With his death, are you not free? Is that not a blessing?" Wuxing feigned confusion. "Nonsense. Our leader is our savior, akin to our rebirth parents. How could he ever consider us as slaves?" Although the female cultivator had a fiery temper, her eyes shone with respect when mentioning Zhang San. "I do not believe you. What do the rest of you say?" Wuxing turned his gaze to the others. "Our leader provided for us, taught us cultivation. He educated us in reading and writing, in navigating the world. He guided us in agriculture." As they spoke, tears welled in their eyes, and they all looked towards the pit where Zhang San lay still, like a corpse. Chapter 61. Did my husband do wrong? Red Cloud Fairy was taken aback, her mouth agape. How could this be? Wasn't Zhang San a ruthless killer, known for plundering others' wealth? How has he transformed into a paragon of virtue in their eyes? She gazed at Wuxing in disbelief. "Red Cloud, what your ears hear is not always the truth, nor is what your eyes behold. Only that which you perceive with your heart is genuine," Wuxing patiently explained, directing his gaze towards her. Upon hearing this, Red Cloud Fairy displayed a look of partial understanding, nodding in response. "All right, enough of the pretense. Since you all hold Zhang San in such high regard, do you wish to bring him back to life, even if the cost is steep?" Wuxing surveyed the group with a piercing gaze. "I am willing. So am I." Seeing many willing participants, Wuxing felt a sense of satisfaction and continued. "Given that your leader Zhang San has recently passed, he can be revived using the resurrection array, but it requires the sacrifice of your souls, which will lead to your demise." With a casual wave, the Emperor's banner floated to rest above Zhang San's head. A chilling, blood-red array materialized, accompanied by the ghastly roars of malevolent spirits. "Now, those who wish to resurrect Zhang San may enter the array to offer their sacrifice. I remind you, The more who sacrifice, the greater the likelihood of Zhang San's revival. Wu Xing scanned the crowd, noting their complex expressions, and relinquished his oppressive hold over them. Soon, a throng of individuals surged forward, crashing into the formation, their anguished cries echoing before silence enveloped them. The enchanting fairy Hongxia observed this scene and communicated telepathically, "My dear husband, you haven't truly used this as a means to eliminate them, have you? Is there truly a formation capable of reviving the deceased? I have never heard of such a thing." With a chuckle, Wu Xing replied telepathically, "I am merely deceiving them. Be patient and observe." Before long, the dark mass of people vanished, leaving behind a mere handful of children, standing desolately, their defiant hearts weeping. Moreover, more than 20 cultivators from the Black Wind stronghold stood frozen in place, their expressions grim. The woman in the black robe turned to Wu Xing, her face etched with concern. "So many have been sacrificed, yet the leader has not been revived? Are you using this as an excuse to lead us willingly to her doom? If you doubt it, so be it. Consider this, Zhang San is a golden core cultivator. While the souls of ordinary mortals are far too feeble, the offerings of you cultivators are far more potent." Wu Xing stated with a beaming smile. "Humph. I hope you are not deceiving me. If the leader does not return, I shall haunt you even in death." The woman in black glared at Wu Xing with a fierce expression. Suddenly, she turned her gaze towards the crowd behind her and spoke. "Everyone, our leader has shown us immense kindness. Now is the time for us to repay that debt. Who among you will join me in the formation to revive our leader?" The expressions of the 20 or so individuals varied. "Zhang San is dead. Why should I risk my life to bring him back?" Suddenly, a burly man stepped forward. A foundational cultivator like the woman in black. "Bai Lang, it was our leader who saved you. You owe your life to him. Without his intervention, you would have perished long ago." The woman in black exclaimed angrily. "Bah, who asked him to save me? Besides, I've toiled away for him all these years, and I consider my debt repaid." Bai Lang retorted coldly. You ungrateful wretch. Had I known, I would have let our leader leave you to your fate." She shot back. "Li Shui, spare us your nonsense. Everyone knows you hold affection for Zhang San. If you wish to die for him, I will not stop you. I have no desire to perish for him." Bai Lang remained impassive, standing aside. Before long, the crowd split into two factions. 10 rallied behind the woman in black, while another 10 aligned with Bai Lang. The woman in black glanced at the group of children and then back at Bai Lang, saying, "Bai Lang, should we all fall and the leader remain unrevived, I implore you to look after these unfortunate children." "Ha ha ha, you are killing me with laughter. What use are these wild children to me? Would it not be better to sell them for profit?" Bai Lang laughed uproariously, and those cultivators beside him echoed his derisive laughter. Upon hearing this, the woman in black's expression darkened considerably. Wu Xing's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible intensity. Fairy Hongxia, incensed, exclaimed, "Do you wish for death? Selling children before my very eyes. Fear not, dear lady. These children will be cared for by my husband and me." As her words fell, Fairy Hongxia cast a flirtatious glance towards Wu Xing. Wu Xing felt his heart racing uncontrollably, and his complexion appeared somewhat unnatural. "Rest assured, we shall take good care of these children," he remarked, casting a glance at the woman in the black robe. Upon hearing his words, her expression finally regained its composure, and she stepped into the formation accompanied by 10 cultivators. Soon, anguished screams echoed from within the array, gradually fading into silence. And Zhang San did not emerge from the formation revived. The burly man's group erupted into laughter upon witnessing this scene. What a bunch of fools. To bring about the demise of so many just to resurrect one person. Indeed, how fortunate we are to possess such wisdom and survive. They chortled, turning to leave, reveling in the anticipation of a carefree future. "Hold on, did I permit your departure?" Wu Xing's voice suddenly turned cold. "What? Are you having second thoughts, elder? Did you not promise the leader to let us go?" The burly man swiftly spun around, questioning him. "Did I ever say that?" Wu Xing inquired, glancing at the stunning woman beside him with a playful smile. "My husband never said such a thing. They must have misremembered," Hongxia replied, a charming smile gracing her face, which set Wu Xing's heart aflutter. He lightly bit his tongue, regaining clarity. "This woman is truly enchanting. Her every smile and frown stirs my soul," Wu Xing mused inwardly. "Elder, as the saying goes, a gentleman's word is his bond." The burly man spoke in trepidation. With a flicker of his cold sword, Wu Xing acted. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the sound of bodies hitting the ground filled the air. The burly man's group stared wide-eyed as a sword pierced their throats, extinguishing their lives. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying Bai Lang of the Foundation Establishment Realm. rewarding 500 experience points. Ding! A series of notification sounds followed, but Wuxing paid them no heed. After all, they were merely low-tier cultivators, yielding little experience, nothing worth his attention. Did you eliminate all the members of Blackwind Stronghold? Hongxiao inquired, slightly bashful as she gazed at Wuxing. Wuxing turned to her exquisite visage, teasingly pinching her cheek. My dear, do you think your husband acted wrongly? Oh dear. How dreadful. Hongxiao's cheeks flushed as she giggled. Wuxing ceased his teasing and stated seriously, some individuals, even if you were to offer them your flesh, would not show gratitude. Henceforth, one must not indiscriminately rescue ungrateful wolves. He gazed earnestly at Hongxiao. Yes, I understand. Hongxiao nodded, somewhat perplexed yet compliant. My dear. With the matter of Blackwind Stronghold resolved, let us return home swiftly, she suggested shyly, her eyes glancing towards Wuxing. Wuxing stroked Hongxiao's silky hair and smiled. The journey is not yet over. The Fairy of Red Clouds was taken aback by the words, casting a perplexed glance at Wuxing. With a smile, Wuxing waved his hand, retracting the Emperor's banner and the formation. Soon, the unconscious members of the Blackwind village appeared, as well as Zhang San, who lay in a deep pit. What is this? The Fairy of Red Clouds observed the crowd, and after probing with her spiritual sense, inquired with a look of confusion. Husband, are they all alive? Even Zhang San seems to be still breathing? Wuxing chuckled in response, of course they are not dead. I'm not one to indiscriminately take lives. Since they are not heinous individuals and have not provoked me, why would I kill them? Upon hearing this, the Fairy of Red Clouds quickly understood and replied with a smile, Husband, you have even deceived me. Seeing this scene, Wuxing hastily laughed. I did not deceive you. You simply did not see it. Clearly it is you who has misled me. The fairy pouted, appearing quite adorable. Wuxing, noticing her expression, pulled her into his embrace and kissed her. Before long, the two began to breathe heavily. Wuxing's hand instinctively wandered to her ample bosom, causing the Fairy of Red Clouds to let out a startled cry. It was then that Wuxing regained his senses, taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart. After a moment, the Fairy of Red Clouds also regained her composure, though a charming blush lingered on her face. What is happening? I'm not dead. Soon, the members of the Blackwind village began to awaken, all looking at Wuxing with astonishment. Clearing his throat, Wuxing explained the situation to them, reassuring them that Zhang San was not dead but merely gravely injured and unconscious. Upon hearing this, joy spread across their faces, revealing smiles of relief. However, Wuxing noticed that the cloaked woman, Li Shui, bore an expression of mixed astonishment, appearing both pleased and filled with animosity. Before long, Zhang San gently coughed and awakened, gazing at the crowd with confusion. Seeing this, Li Shui rushed forward, embracing Zhang San and softly saying, Master, it is truly wonderful that you are safe. Zhang San, feeling his disciple's embrace, displayed a hint of annoyance and quickly replied, Shuesh, release me. This is inappropriate. Yet, Li Shui did not let go, instead recounting everything that had transpired to Zhang San. After listening, Zhang San sighed, respectfully expressing, I am deeply grateful for your benevolence, esteemed senior. Wuxing waved his hand, choosing not to comment. At that moment, Li Shui, who had previously worn a sweet smile, suddenly asked, Master, did you visit the Li family village in Feishua town 10 years ago? Zhang San's brow furrowed at her question, as if lost in thought. Soon, he appeared to recall something, responding, 10 years ago, I passed through Feishua town's Li family village. That village. Suddenly, a black dagger lunged toward Zhang San's chest. Wuxing, witnessing this, felt a flicker of confusion in his eyes and swiftly unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, altering the dagger's trajectory by a mere millimeter. The woman in the black robe, Li Shui, remained oblivious to Wuxing's actions. Hongxia cast a puzzled glance at Wuxing's right hand but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Before Zhang San could complete his sentence, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion pale and disbelief etched on his face as he looked at the trembling, tear-streaked Li Shui. Shui, why? Though tears streamed down her face, Li Shui spoke. Did you annihilate all the inhabitants of my Li family village, including my parents and relatives? Zhang San's expression shifted drastically as he stared at Li Shui. Who told you this? It was me who revealed it to her, Zhang San. Today, you shall perish at the hands of your most cherished disciple. How does that feel? A sudden male voice interjected. The crowd turned to see a man clad in a pink robe, his handsome features radiating the aura of a cultivator at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. Li Tianjue, it is you who orchestrated this behind the scenes? Zhang San seethed with rage, yet his injuries rendered him powerless. Haha, your disciple is rather foolish. I merely fabricated some evidence, and she believed it wholeheartedly, eager to slay you herself. Li Tianjue laughed mockingly, his mirth causing him to double over. Wu Xing and Hong Xia exchanged a glance, both taken aback. You deceived me? Did you not claim to be from Li family village as well? Are those final letters from my parents mere fabrications? Li Shui glared furiously at Li Tianjue. Yes, I am indeed from Li family village, and as it happens, I am your second uncle. Of course, I forged those letters. Li Tianjue replied with a grin. Li Shui, seething with anger, demanded, why would you do such a thing? Because Zhang Sen obstructed my path to cultivation. I had already slaughtered everyone in Li family village. Once I eliminated you, I would ascend to the ruthless path of cultivation, advancing my powers exponentially. I never anticipated that Zhang San would intervene, thwarting my efforts and causing decades of cultivation to go to waste. Li Tianjue glared viciously at the bloodied Zhang San. Was it you? If you hadn't fled so swiftly when I heard Shue's cries, I would have certainly killed you. Zhang San glared furiously at Li Tianjue. Upon hearing this, Wu Sheng and Hong Xia finally comprehended the situation. It was Li Tianjue's ambition to cultivate the ruthless path that led to the massacre of the Li family village, only to be thwarted by Zhang San, who had chosen not to pursue him further upon discovering the child Li Shui. Li Tianjue, I shall not allow you to succeed. The black-robed woman summoned her spiritual energy and struck her palm fiercely against her own head. Should this strike land, her life would surely extinguish. Stop. Zhang San's expression changed drastically at this scene, yet he found himself powerless to intervene. Cease this. Li Tianjue's face also contorted with alarm as he shouted, swiftly employing his skills to rush towards the black-robed woman, Li Shui. Soon, the palm of Li Shui was less than 3 centimeters from her forehead, the gust of her hand causing her bangs to flutter chaotically. Chapter 63, The Madness Before Departure. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Sheng wore a look of helplessness. In an instant, he flickered and prevented Li Shui from taking her own life. Do not concern yourself with me. Let me die. I have killed my beloved master who cherished me. I deserve to perish. The woman in black wept profusely, her voice piercingly sorrowful. Seeing that Li Shui's suicide attempt had failed, Li Tianjue's face revealed a hint of a smile as he respectfully said, Thank you, Senior, for your timely intervention. I am deeply grateful. Wu Xin was taken aback by his words and retorted with scorn, Are you wishing to kill Li Shui yourself to cultivate your path of ruthlessness? Ah, Senior, your insight is indeed sharp. You have seen through my intentions. Li Tianjue awkwardly forced a smile. Wu Xin continued, Be gone. I have saved this person. You shall not harm her. At that moment, the black-clad woman, Li Shui, gently laid down the unconscious Zhang San, stood up, and said with a smile, Let it be. Senior, I have lost all face to live in this world. Let him end my life. Wu Sheng was momentarily stunned, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. Are you out of your mind? Weren't you just unwilling to let Li Tianjue succeed in his intentions? Why have you suddenly changed your mind? The fairy of red clouds approached Wu Sheng and angrily exclaimed, Miss, how can you allow this villain to achieve his desires? He is the enemy who murdered your parents. Now, all those I cared for are gone. What meaning does my existence hold? How I die is of no consequence. The woman in black appeared despondent. Closing her eyes in resignation, Wu Sheng could no longer bear to watch and scolded. Is your mind truly deranged? Zhang San is not dead yet. Did you not love him? Impossible. I personally killed him. I pierced his heart with a dagger. Li Shui appeared lost and distraught. Witnessing this scene, Wu Sheng sent a surge of spiritual power into Zhang San's body. Soon, Zhang San coughed lightly, opened his eyes, and weakly inquired, Where am I? I am not dead. Upon hearing this, Li Shui immediately crouched down and embraced Zhang San, weeping uncontrollably. Wu Sheng noticed that Li Tianjue's expression was grim. Still lingering in place, and spoke, Are you not departing? Do you wish for me to escort you? Senior, do not overstep your bounds. You would not want your own kin to be targeted by a golden core cultivator, would you? Today, I must kill these two. I implore you not to meddle. And I shall repay you handsomely afterward. Li Tianjue spoke cautiously, his tone harsh. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Wu Sheng's eyes, and his figure vanished in an instant. Boom. Li Tianjue's head exploded as if struck by a melon, scattering in an instant. Only then did Wu Sheng's expression return to calm, muttering to himself, Truly deranged, daring to threaten me while seeking to escape. Very well, I shall see you off. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the 5-layer golden core cultivator, the jade-faced scholar Li Tianjue. Reward, experience points 5,000. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, the entry-level Heart of Ruthlessness. Note, While the Heart of Ruthlessness is in effect, the host's strength can be doubled, simultaneously preventing any invasion of inner demons. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wuxing felt an overwhelming joy, a smile gracing his lips. The members of Black Wind Stronghold, upon witnessing Wu Sheng's smile, were struck with terror, their faces paling in fear. Turning around, Wu Sheng observed that at this moment, Zhang San and Li Shui appeared to have reconciled, their gazes brimming with affection for one another. Wu Sheng then turned to Zhang San and coldly declared, "I hereby announce that, from this moment forth, the Black Wind Stronghold is disbanded." The crowd, upon hearing this proclamation, underwent a drastic change in expression. Their eyes filled with despair. Zhang San, with Li Shui assisting him to rise, respectfully stated, "I obey your command. The Black Wind Stronghold is disbanded." Wu Sheng continued, "Zhang San, you shall lead all cultivators to join Hongxia Mountain." Previously, Wu Sheng had already conferred with the representatives of Hongxia through sound transmission. Upon hearing this, Zhang San's face lit up with joy as he replied, "Thank you, Senior. Zhang San will surely pledge loyalty to Hongxia Mountain." Suddenly, Zhang San's expression grew troubled, and he inquired, "What will become of the ordinary people without cultivation?" Wu Sheng reassured him, "These ordinary folks will remain here, and Hongxia Mountain will provide protection for them. You may return to visit them whenever you wish. Those among them with spiritual roots may also enter Hongxia Mountain to cultivate." The members of Black Wind Stronghold, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of delight. With all arrangements in place, Wu Sheng took hold of the sword of Hongxia and set forth towards Hongxia Mountain. Along the way, the fairy of Hongxia tightly embraced Wu Sheng from behind, her soft and ample form pressed against his back. Wu Sheng felt a wave of discomfort, a fire igniting within him, his throat parched. The fairy of Hongxia, sensing the rapid beating of Wu Sheng's heart, let out a soft laugh. Wu Sheng, feeling mocked, suddenly recalled the Heart of Ruthlessness and began to cultivate it, instantly restoring his mind to a state of serene tranquility. The fairy of Hongxia was taken aback, sensing Wu Sheng's calmness, and couldn't help but become mischievous. Wu Sheng felt her playful touches against his abdomen, her body rubbing against his back. However, due to his cultivation of the Heart of Ruthlessness, his state of mind remained unaffected. Seeing Wu Sheng's lack of reaction, the fairy of Hongxia pouted in frustration and settled down. Soon, the two arrived at Hongxia Mountain. The fairy insisted on sharing a bed with Wu Sheng, and he reluctantly led her to his guest room. Once inside, the fairy, in a huff, kissed him passionately. Wu Sheng, not one to hold back, released the Heart of Ruthlessness. The two engaged in an intense embrace, just as they were about to shed their outer garments. The fairy of Hongxia suddenly pushed Wu Sheng away, pouting and indignantly exclaiming, "Wu Sheng, do you no longer like me?" "Indeed, my sister was right. Once a man possesses a woman, he no longer cherishes her." Realizing the misunderstanding, Wu Sheng quickly enveloped her in his arms, softly assuring her, "How could that be? I like you, and I will cherish you for a lifetime." "Really?" the fairy of Hongxia asked, her face lighting up with happiness. "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Hey, don't be mischievous. Be gentle." Soon, the two individuals found themselves entwined on the bed, their garments in disarray, while the curtains were drawn, muffling the sounds of their passionate breaths. The following day, Wu Sheng awoke and gazed at the enchanting woman beside him, letting out a soft sigh. A glance at the human emperor's banner revealed that the three golden souls within were engaged in cultivation, prompting him to quietly exit the room. "System, please exchange for a celestial level technique suitable for Hongxia's cultivation." Wu Sheng addressed the system, given his perception that the system had become less rigid. He was disinclined to search for techniques one by one. Deep within the recesses of the system space, a large golden dog lay sprawled, its eyes flickering with a cunning glint. "This clever lad, well, he will inevitably discover my existence. So there is no need to keep pretending to be a dead dog." Ding. A suitable celestial level technique, Fire Cloud Technique, has been selected for the host. Priced at 200 points. Would the host like to purchase it? Confirm purchase. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your successful purchase. As the host is buying on behalf of another, the technique has been issued to the system space. Upon hearing this, Wu Sheng hastily retrieved the technique from the system space, discovering it to be a jade slip of the technique. He placed the slip against Hongxia's forehead. In an instant, the jade slip emitted a beam of golden light, which gradually dissipated. Hongxia's beautiful brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. Wu Sheng observed the sleeping Hongxia, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes as he murmured softly, "Hongxia, I have urgent matters to attend to. Once I am done, I will return to marry you." I have left you a technique suited for your cultivation. You must practice diligently and grow stronger, so that you may protect me in the future. Also, please look after Xiaowan. She is a girl with a tragic background. If anything arises, use the communication jade slip to call for me, and I shall return swiftly. Simultaneously, a communication jade slip was placed beside Hongxia. Wuxing gently tucked the blanket around her and cast one last glance before quietly exiting. He soared through the skies on his sword, rapidly vanishing from Hongxia Mountain. Tears glistened in Hongxia's eyes as she held the jade slip, pushing open the door to watch the direction in which Wuxing departed, murmuring softly, "Wuxing, I will strive to cultivate and grow stronger, and take good care of Xiaowan. I await your return." As Wuxing flew, he periodically consulted the map he had purchased earlier from the treasure pavilion to confirm his direction. I hope Hongxia won't hold it against me for leaving secretly. Yet, I fear that if I departed in her presence, she would weep even more. With determination swelling in his heart, he focused on the path ahead. To the dark forest I go. I must avenge Xiao Xue by eliminating Tang Xiaolu. I must also hasten my cultivation, upgrade the system, and discover a way to resurrect Xiao Xue. Throughout his journey, Wusheng flew with remarkable speed, hardly pausing. Should he encounter any troubles that could be swiftly resolved, he would let his sword do the talking. Along the journey, Wuxing vanquished numerous nefarious individuals, thereby accruing a wealth of experience points. 3 days later, a burly man with a bushy beard arrived at the gate of Xiaodian City. Xiaodian City is a grand metropolis, boasting a population exceeding several 100,000. With a plethora of cultivators, the city walls towered to great heights, constructed entirely from resilient green oak rock, meticulously fitted together. This stone is exceptionally durable. Even a foundational cultivator wielding a spiritual tool would struggle to shatter it in one fell swoop. Moreover, even with the aid of formations, a golden core realm expert might find it challenging to inflict damage. As Wuxing pondered the information that flooded his mind, he realized that the city harbored not one, but several nascent soul cultivators. Observing the long queue at the city gate, Wuxing couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Utilizing his spiritual awareness, he soon found himself at another line. Who is this unsophisticated bumpkin daring to queue here? Is he courting death? He must be oblivious to the dangers lurking. Surely the guards will leave him half dead. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Wusheng paused at their remarks, but remained unfazed, stepping forward towards the line. Return to where you belong. Suddenly, a young man clad in armor shouted angrily, casting a disdainful glance at Wuxing. Upon hearing this, Wuxing knitted his brows and turned to the armored youth. Are you addressing me? Indeed, I am. Today, I am in a good mood. So I advise you to leave promptly. Otherwise, I shall break your limbs, the armored youth declared arrogantly. What if I refuse? Wuxing retorted, his voice steady. Oh no. This lad is surely going to have his limbs shattered. He is undoubtedly an outsider, unaware of the repercussions of offending the guards. Moreover, this man is none other than Zhao Ritian, the son of Zhao Wujia, the commander of the guards. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Not to mention, Zhao Ritian is merely 20 years old, yet possesses foundational cultivation, coupled with a superior grade fire spiritual root, a rare talent in Xiaotian City. Let us witness the spectacle as Zhao Ritian dispatches this presumptuous fool. Encouraged by the crowd's fervor, Zhao Ritian wore a smug expression, his lips curling into a smirk. I am in a fine mood today. I shall grant you 3 breaths to retreat to your rightful place. Otherwise, I will shatter your limbs. Zhao Ritian regarded Wuxing with contempt. Wuxing, disinterested in engaging with such a spoiled heir, chose silence. 3, 2, 1. The spectators began to count down in anticipation. Zhao Ritian had already turned to leave, for in Xiaotian City, few dared to provoke him. Not only did he have a formidable father, but his own prowess was remarkable. Why has Ti left yet? Is he trying to slap Zhao Gongzi in the face? This fool is truly seeking his demise. No one can save him now. Zhao Ritian suddenly turned around, his gaze cold and piercing as he fixed it upon Wuxing, realizing that Wuxing was blatantly disregarding him, which ignited his fury. You seek death, and I shall grant it. With that, Zhao Ritian commanded his flying sword to pierce towards Wuxing's shoulder blade, clearly intending to cripple him. Wuxing, upon witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow but did not budge. As the sword approached within a foot of Wusheng, he swiftly raised 2 fingers of his right hand, deftly catching the shimmering blade. This person is indeed a cultivator. Even so, he would still face dire consequences. Young Master Zhao wielded immense power in Xiaotian City. Many cultivators who had offended him had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Hush, speak not carelessly. Calamity arises from the mouth. The one who had just spoken hurriedly silenced himself, noticing that Zhao Ritian was not looking his way, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he lowered his head. What of cultivators? Offending me, Zhao Ritian, will surely result in punishment today. Zhao Ritian's expression shifted slightly as he fully unleashed his sword control technique. Wu Sheng, upon hearing this, felt a flash of cold light in his eyes and applied slight pressure with his index and middle fingers. Crack! The sword in his hand emitted a mournful cry, shattering and falling to the ground, rendered as scrap metal. Spitting blood, Zhao Ritian's complexion paled as he seethed, impudent. You dare to retaliate and destroy my spiritual sword? Today, I shall kill you. Despite his venomous tone and dark expression, Zhao Ritian refrained from attacking again. Wu Xing merely smirked in disdain, finding the antics of such a buffoon beneath his notice. Chapter 65, Entering Xiaodian City. News from the dark forest. Wu Xing glanced ahead at the line of over 10 cultivators, all trembling with fear, unwilling to turn back. One woman, however, did not look back and softly urged, Young master, you must flee quickly. Do not enter the city, or you shall perish. Wu Sheng regarded her carefully, noting that she appeared to be in her teens, yet her cultivation was at the foundation establishment stage, although she only revealed an aura of the qi refinement stage. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances and conveyed through thought, Thank you for your warning, miss. However, I have pressing matters to attend to in the city. The woman sighed softly, choosing not to speak further. Soon, it was Wu Xing's turn to complete the entry procedures. Zhao Ritian maintained a dark, watchful gaze upon him, yet made no move to strike. The staff processing the paperwork deliberately took their time, dragging out the procedure before finally completing it for Wu Xing. Surround him, break his limbs and chop his body into pieces to feed the dogs. Just as Wu Xing was about to enter the city, Zhao Ritian interrupted him. In no time, a group of armored guards encircled Wu Sheng. Confused, Wu Sheng looked at Zhao Ritian, only to find a smile gracing his face. What was happening? Did this arrogant scion dare to strike against him? Had his earlier display not intimidated him? Wu Xing's mind was awash with questions. Haha, brother, have you encountered some trouble? Suddenly, a towering figure flickered into view beside Zhao Ritian. The second son of the Zhao family, Zhao Ridi, had also arrived. This individual was renowned for cultivating both martial and spiritual practices, with rumors suggesting that his iron fists had felled cultivators at the first stage of the Golden Core realm. His prowess surpassed that of his elder brother by a significant margin. Today, this young man was surely doomed. Zhao Ridi was even more ruthless than his brother. He might very well tear him apart. Wu Sheng cast a glance at the burly man and immediately recognized the truth of the rumors circulating among the people. Second brother. He just called you a beast devoid of humanity. Elder brother could not bear it and sought to teach him a lesson, only to have him resort to despicable means to destroy my spiritual weapon, the flying sword. You must ensure that he does not escape unscathed, Zhao Ritian exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. Damn it, how dare you insult me? Zhao Ridi retorted, immediately charging at Wu Xing. Zhao Ridi loathed being compared to a beast. In his rage, he brandished a massive wolf tooth club, aiming for Wu Xing's head. Wu Xing, observing the unfolding scene, furrowed his brow and cast a piercing glance at Zhao Ritian. Startled by Wu Sheng's gaze, Zhao Ritian trembled and retreated several steps, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Damn it, why is his gaze so terrifying? I must be mistaken, that fool Zhao Ridi can surely defeat him. Zhao Ritian muttered to himself. As the wolf tooth club descended towards him, Wu Sheng retaliated with a single powerful punch. Boom! The sound of a violent collision echoed. The common folk gathered at the city gate braced themselves, fearing that Wu Sheng's head would be crushed, and many averted their eyes in distress. Crack! The wolf tooth club shattered under the force of Wu Sheng's fist. Coughing up blood, Zhao Ridi staggered back several paces, his face turning ashen. Wu Xing glanced at Zhao Ritian in the distance, raised his middle finger, and arrogantly declared, Come on, don't accuse me of bullying you. Let us all come at me together. You arrogant wretch. You seek death. Zhao Ridi and Zhao Ritian rallied the guards and surged toward Wu Xing. Without hesitation, Wu Sheng drew his cold glimmering sword and unleashed the recently mastered heaven-slaying sword technique. A sword frostier than the 14 states. A swift blade of sword energy shot forth, racing towards Zhao Ridi and his entourage. Thud, thud, thud. Heads tumbled to the ground, blood staining the earth. Zhao Ridi's imposing frame, with his enormous head, remained frozen in shock, eyes wide open in eternal slumber. Wu Xing cast a disinterested glance at Zhao Ritian, who had fled into the city. and proceeded to walk in unperturbed. It turned out that when the crowd attacked Wu Sheng, Zhao Ritian, sensing impending doom, had chosen to flee. Once Wu Sheng departed, the battlefield was left in a state of astonishment. Who was this person? Truly audacious. Yet, one could not deny that his swordplay was, indeed, quite impressive. Impressive, my foot. He killed Zhao Ridi. There will be no refuge for him in Shaodian City. Captain Zhao will not let him off easily. While he has eliminated a threat to his reputation, let us hope he can escape this calamity. Upon entering the city, Wu Sheng was taken aback to find the woman who had previously warned her still present. With a look of astonishment, she exclaimed, "You are still alive? I just saw Zhao Ridi leave. He didn't kill you? Could it be that I inadvertently killed Zhao Ridi?" Wu Sheng merely scoffed, replying with a smile. "That is impossible. You appear to be an ordinary person, merely a qi refinement practitioner. How could you possibly be a match for Zhao Ridi?" The woman looked skeptical. Seeing her disbelief, Wu Sheng let out a resigned smile and turned to walk towards the city center. To his surprise, the woman quickly caught up, asking, "Hey, where are you going?" "None of your business," Wu Sheng replied coldly, activating his agility to swiftly distance himself from her. The woman, fuming, watched him disappear and muttered angrily, "If you wish to seek death, go ahead. I can't be bothered with you." With that, she turned and headed towards the city center. After a short while, Wu Sheng arrived once again at the treasure pavilion, producing his VIP token. He was soon escorted to a private room. A plump figure came into view, and Wu Sheng's eyes widened in surprise. It was Wang, the manager of Wulong City. "It's young Master Zhang. What a pleasant surprise to see you here again. I wonder if you have any transactions to conduct with our treasure pavilion?" Manager Wang greeted him with a broad smile. "Wang, I have come to inquire about a certain Tang Xiaolu and the latest intelligence regarding the Dark Forest," Wu Sheng stated directly, maintaining his composure. "Please wait a moment." Manager Wang clapped his hands, and shortly thereafter, one of his subordinates entered the room. After issuing a series of instructions, the subordinate promptly left. Wang and Wu Sheng began to engage in casual conversation as Wu Sheng sipped his tea and responded. He couldn't shake the feeling that Manager Wang was unusually keen on him, though he could not ascertain the reason. Before long, the subordinate returned with the information. Wu Sheng wasted no time in paying Manager Wang with spirit stones, preparing to take his leave when he was suddenly called back. "Young master, please wait." Wu Sheng turned. Puzzled, Manager Wang quickly explained, "My master wishes to see you in person." Wu Sheng paused, smiling. "Am I allowed to refuse?" "Of course, it is your prerogative." Manager Wang replied calmly, though a hint of sweat beaded on his brow, and his posture slightly slouched. After pondering for a moment, Wu Sheng said, "Very well. Let us go meet your master." Upon hearing this, Manager Wang's eyes lit up with joy, and he eagerly led the way. At the top of the treasure pavilion, a woman adorned with a veil, her figure exquisite and alluring, bore a smile of unyielding determination. "Zhang Fei, this time, you cannot escape," she whispered with a chuckle. In Chapter 66, the allure of the woman in white lay upon a warm jade bed, partially concealed by a screen, yet her enticing form remained subtly visible, enhancing her charm. Under the guidance of the shopkeeper Wang, Wu Sheng swiftly arrived at the entrance of the top-floor chamber. At the door stood an elderly woman clad in a gray robe, her piercing gaze emanating the unique aura of a formidable nascent soul cultivator. Wang did not enter, instead gesturing for Wu Sheng to proceed alone. Confused and unaware of why a dignitary from the treasure pavilion wished to see him, Wu Sheng pushed the door open. "Young man, be mindful of your words and actions once inside. Should you exhibit any improper behavior, I shall not hesitate to end your life." A sudden voice echoed in his ears, a warning that made Wu Sheng glance at the gray-robed elder beside him. Her lips remained unmoving, and her expression betrayed no hint of emotion. Realizing that the voice belonged to her, Wu Sheng dismissed the warning and entered the room. As he intended to step further inside, a sultry voice resonated, "Close the door." Startled, Wu Sheng turned back to shut the door. "Young Master Zhang, come closer. I am called Lu Ruyan, and I have some private matters to discuss with you." "Lu Ruyan? The Empress of Smoke?" Upon hearing the name, Wu Sheng gasped, his demeanor shifting dramatically. "What did you say?" Lu Ruyan, equally taken aback, regarded Wu Sheng's changing expression, murmuring to herself, "The Empress of Smoke? He believes I could become an empress? Indeed, who decreed that only men could ascend to power? I, Lu Ruyan, shall strive to be the preeminent woman." Wu Sheng's expression fluctuated as he slowly advanced. What was this woman implying? Was she interested in a disheveled man like him? He pondered, absent-mindedly stroking his unkempt beard. Observing the ornate furnishings of the room, Wu Xing inferred that the woman named Lu Ruyan possessed exquisite taste. Surely, she could not be attracted to his current appearance. Young Master Zhang, may I inquire about your lineage? The melodious voice of Lu Ruyan, reminiscent of a yellow oriole, lifted Wu Xing's spirits. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what the white-robed Lu Ruyan, concealed behind the screen, truly looked like. Was she as breathtaking as the Empress of Smoke he envisioned? As he cautiously extended his spiritual sense to probe, his eyes widened, his face flushed, and his breath quickened. By heavens! This Lu Ruyan is none other than the enigmatic woman from the top of the treasure pavilion in Wulong Town. She has come to Xiaotian City with the shopkeeper Wang. Her figure was indeed remarkable, ample and elevated curves, long, elegant legs, with a perfect physique. The only disappointment was her unique veil, which obstructed any probing, concealing her visage. Yet, with those alluring, captivating peach blossom eyes, one could only imagine the breathtaking beauty hidden beneath her veil. Wu Xing remained speechless for an extended moment until Lu Ruyan, noticing his astonishment, glared at him in indignation. You insolent scoundrel! How dare you defile me? Upon hearing the words, Wu Xing's expression subtly shifted, prompting him to quickly channel his emotionless heart, soon stabilizing his thoughts. With a calm demeanor, he addressed Lu Ruyan. Fairy Ruyan, is there some misunderstanding? I was merely unwell moments ago, and my spiritual energy was not circulating smoothly, which led to my earlier embarrassment. Lu Ruyan observed Wu Xing's swift return to composure, a flicker of intrigue passing through her eyes as she mused inwardly. Well, you certainly change your facade swiftly, attempting to deceive me. Very well. I shall indulge you in your little game. With a sweet smile, she gently parted her cherry lips, her melodious voice gracing the air. I must apologize, young Master Zhang, for my earlier indiscretion in misunderstanding your condition. I hope you can forgive me. Wu Xing, upon hearing her words, felt his emotionless heart quiver slightly. Could it be that Lu Ruyan had mastered a particular charm technique? Her every frown and smile was irresistibly alluring. Wu Xing was taken aback by the realization. No matter, he replied, I am curious to know why Fairy Ruyan has sought my presence. He decided to dispense with the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Lu Ruyan, momentarily taken aback by his calm demeanor and the unusual expression on his face, responded with a smile. I have invited young Master Zhang to inquire if you would be interested in joining our treasure pavilion, where you would have access to abundant cultivation resources. Wu Xing was momentarily stunned, contemplating, what benefit is there in joining the treasure pavilion? I can grow stronger swiftly through system tasks and combat. Why should I become someone else's subordinate? He promptly waved his hand in refusal, stating, I am accustomed to my freedom and have no desire to join any faction. Lu Ruyan's expression turned peculiar. Isn't he a rogue cultivator? Joining the treasure pavilion would grant him protection and resources for cultivation. Not to mention the chance to meet someone as beautiful as me. Why would he refuse? Something is amiss. His identity must be extraordinary. With a look of intrigue, Lu Ruyan dismissed the screen, fully revealing herself to Wu Xing, and playfully remarked, Young Master Zhang, you may not be aware, but our treasure pavilion is backed by the prestigious Heavenly Treasure sect of the Central Continent, which can provide you with protection and ample cultivation resources. Wu Xing was taken aback by this revelation. The treasure pavilion has such a formidable backing? The cultivators of the Central Continent surpass those of other regions. It is a sanctuary for practitioners. Yet, he once again declined with the same excuse. Lu Ruyan, now incensed, exclaimed, Are you foolish? Such a monumental opportunity stands before you, and you fail to appreciate it. She unleashed the pressure of her perfected golden core realm, smiling as she gazed at Wu Xing. Wu Xing's eyes shifted slightly as he regarded Lu Ruyan, remaining unmoved. She had anticipated witnessing his embarrassment under her overwhelming presence, yet he stood firm, unperturbed, relying solely on his physical strength to withstand her full might without even employing his spiritual energy. A fleeting glimmer of astonishment crossed Lu Ruyan's eyes as she retracted her pressure, smiling apologetically. Forgive me, young Master Zhang. My cultivation technique has encountered a mishap, occasionally causing uncontrolled spiritual pressure to manifest. Thankfully, you were not harmed. Otherwise, I would be quite distressed. Listening to Lu Ruyan's delicate voice and her endearing visage evoked an overwhelming desire to embrace and comfort her. However, Wu Xing discerned that all of Lu Ruyan's actions were merely a fade. With a slight curl of his lips, he calmly stated, It is of no consequence. Fairy Ruyan has no other matters at hand. I shall take my leave. As his words fell, Wu Xing turned and began to stride toward the exit. Young master, please wait. Lu Ruoyan, observing Wu Xing's retreating figure, felt a surge of urgency, her eyes flashing with a hint of struggle as she called out loudly. Wu Xing paused momentarily, yet did not turn around, replying coolly, "Does Fairy Ruoyan have anything else to discuss?" Suddenly, Wu Xing's face flushed deeply, feeling the warmth emanating from the nape of his neck, accompanied by an alluring fragrance that stirred his senses. Chapter 67, The Accidental Injury of Saintess Lu Ruoyan Without Needing to Turn. Wu Xing recognized that Lu Ruoyan had approached him from behind. Previously, at a distance, he had not caught a whiff of her enchanting scent. Now, as she drew nearer, he found it quite delightful and instinctively inhaled. Lu Ruoyan, gazing at the figure of the man so close before her, felt her heartbeat quicken and her complexion deepen with a blush. She hastily retreated a few steps, striving to compose herself, before playfully announcing, "Young Master Zhang. After joining the Treasure Pavilion and diligently cultivating to become the holy son of the Tiandao sect, you may then wed the Saintess. The Saintess is renowned as the most beautiful maiden of the Central Continent. Countless suitors aspire to take her as their dual cultivation partner." Upon hearing this, Wu Xing turned to face Lu Ruoyan, who stood before him. Her ebony hair was carelessly tied with a snowy scarf, and her peach blossom eyes sparkled with an alluring smile. Her statuesque figure boasted a resplendent allure, captivating all who beheld her. After a moment's glance, Wu Xing noticed Lu Ruoyan's gaze fixed upon him, causing him to avert his eyes shyly, and he replied, "I have grown accustomed to my freedom and have no desire to join sects, nor to wed the Saintess." Taken aback by his words, Lu Ruoyan suddenly approached him with long strides. Wu Xing, witnessing this, began to retreat repeatedly until he found himself pressed against the wall. With nowhere left to escape, Lu Ruoyan moved closer, resting her hand against the wall, and with a playful laugh, inquired, "Young Master Zhang, what are you afraid of? Do you think I would devour you?" Wu Xing found himself momentarily entranced by Lu Ruoyan's proximity, pondering her intentions. Was she attempting to entice him? He then chuckled and remarked, "Even if Fairy Ruoyan were to consume me, I would willingly submit. If I joined the Treasure Pavilion, with no intention of marrying the Saintess, could I instead take Fairy Ruoyan as my spouse?" Lu Ruoyan paused, a flicker of disdain shimmering in her eyes before she quickly responded with a playful laugh. "As long as young Master Zhang joins the Treasure Pavilion and becomes the holy son of the Tiandao sect, I would not be opposed to marrying you as a dual cultivation partner. However, becoming the holy son is no simple feat. A moment's misstep could lead to one's demise. Should you falter, I shall intervene to save your life, ensuring your unwavering loyalty to me." Lu Ruoyan mused inwardly. Yet, Wu Xing declared with a smile, "But I desire to marry Fairy Ruoyan now." He suddenly grasped Lu Ruoyan's hand and began to caress it. Lu Ruoyan's complexion suddenly flushed, her delicate hand pulsating with spiritual energy as she swiftly withdrew and took a few steps back. "Young Master Zhang," she declared, "I am, in fact, the holy maiden of the Heavenly Treasure sect. To wed me, one must join the Treasure Pavilion and become the holy son of the Heavenly Martial sect. The holy maiden of the Heavenly Treasure sect can only marry the holy son. She cannot marry outside. Cursed Zhang Fei, daring to be so forward with me. If you cannot become the holy son, I shall certainly sever your hands, so you may learn the consequences of your impertinence." Lu Ruoyan was seething with anger, her heart racing, for it was the first time a man had held her hand and caressed her. Upon hearing this, Wu Xing instantly comprehended the myriad restrictions placed upon disciples of large sections. Such nonsense from the Heavenly Martial sect, that the holy maiden must marry the holy son. Does that mean Lu Ruoyan is to wed the holy son of the Heavenly Treasure sect? Cursed Heavenly Treasure sect, with its many broken rules. Holy Maiden Ruoyan, I apologize for my previous rudeness. I have no intention of joining any sect. I bid you farewell." Wu Xing bowed respectfully and turned toward the exit. "Scoundrel! Having been so forward with me, you dare to leave?" Lu Ruoyan suddenly exclaimed in fury, channeling her spiritual energy and striking toward Wu Xing's back. Sensing the impending attack from behind, Wu Xing did not turn but casually waved his hand to deflect Lu Ruoyan's strike. Observing her attack thwarted, Lu Ruoyan's rage intensified as she brandished a mysterious black spear adorned with golden patterns, thrusting it towards Wu Xing. Aware of the formidable force behind her assault, Wu Xing, cautious, turned and began to defend himself. "Fair Lady Ruoyan, I have already apologized. Please cease your assault," Wu Xing implored, gazing at the enraged Lu Ruoyan. "Scoundrel, you will pay for your impertinence today," Lu Ruoyan retorted, her eyes glinting with cold fury. With a fierce thrust, she unleashed the spear, exuding an indomitable aura. Wu Sheng sensed the extraordinary power of her strike. Realizing that even an ordinary initial-stage Yuan-Ing cultivator could be wounded by it, he merely sidestepped slightly, evading the attack and grasping the spear's shaft. Lu Ruyin stood in astonishment. How is this possible? He actually caught my Yuan-Ing grade artifact, the Water Dragon Spear, with his bare hands? Even a Yuan-Ing cultivator would not dare to seize a magical artifact unarmed. She watched as her spear struggled futilely in Wu Sheng's firm grip. Hastily channeling her spiritual energy, she tried to pull the Water Dragon Spear back, but upon realizing she could not, she exclaimed in anger, "Hey, scoundrel, let go." At her words, Wu Sheng promptly released his hold. Ah! Lu Ruyin gasped, still grasping the Water Dragon Spear, her body toppling backward. On the verge of falling to the ground, Wu Sheng, with a furrowed brow, swiftly activated his movement technique and caught Lu Ruyin in his arms. Gazing at the stunning beauty in his embrace, Lu Ruyin momentarily froze. Though his appearance was rough, his eyes seemed remarkably pure. Wu Sheng, captivated by the enchanting lady before him, found himself irresistibly drawn to reach for Lu Ruyin's veil. As Wu Sheng's hand was about to graze Lu Ruyin's veil, a sudden change swept over her countenance. With a swift motion, Lu Ruyin delivered a powerful strike to Wu Sheng's chest. He emitted a muffled grunt, his hand retracting instinctively. Hastily, he steadied Lu Ruyin and retreated a few paces, channeling his spiritual energy to calm the tumult within. That, Celestial Ruyin, I shall take my leave. With those words, Wu Sheng turned to depart once more. Lu Ruyin stood, momentarily stunned, as she watched his retreating figure, a gentle pang of loss stirring within her. She called out urgently, "No, you must not leave." Employing her agility, she sheathed her Water Dragon Spear and charged after Wu Sheng once again. Wu Sheng, upon hearing her, grew impatient and casually struck behind him. Bang! Thud! Caught off guard, Lu Ruyin was sent sprawling, blood spilling from her lips. Wu Sheng had intended to continue his departure, but a sense of foreboding washed over him. He turned to glance back, only to find Lu Ruyin pale and plummeting from the air. How could this be? I only used a fraction of my strength. How could I have harmed her? Wu Sheng's figure flickered as he swiftly caught Lu Ruyin. Employing his spiritual energy to assess her injuries, Lu Ruyin opened her eyes, gazing at the anxious man who cradled her, and retorted, "Weren't you leaving? Go away and don't concern yourself with me." Wu Sheng's expression shifted at her words. He contemplated abandoning her, but then hesitated, refraining from voicing his thoughts. Gradually, he laid Lu Ruyin upon her bed, his tone stern as he admonished, "Be quiet and refrain from speaking. You have injured your heart meridian, and without timely treatment, it could lead to lasting harm." Lu Ruyin glared at him, her face flushed with anger. "Is it not your fault, you scoundrel, for inflicting this injury upon me? You must take responsibility." Chapter 68. The troublesome Zhao Ri Tian. Wu Sheng observed Lu Ruyin's pale visage, her stubbornness evident, and sighed inwardly. From his storage pouch, he retrieved a healing elixir and offered it to her delicate lips. He anticipated her refusal to open her mouth, yet to his surprise, she swallowed the pill in one swift motion. Wu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, quickly channeling water attribute's spiritual energy to further mend her wounds. In no time, Lu Ruyin's condition improved significantly, and Wu Sheng turned, intending to leave. "Young Master Zhang, you've injured me. Do you plan to depart just like this?" Lu Ruyin suddenly called out. Wu Sheng furrowed his brow at her words and turned back, asking, "What do you wish?" "Join the treasure pavilion, and when we reach Zhongzhou, I shall recommend you as a disciple of the inner sect of the Tianbao sect." Lu Ruyin looked at him with eager anticipation. Wu Sheng, upon hearing this, glanced at Lu Ruyin's frail yet resolute visage, still inclined to decline. Just then, his expression shifted. Ding. Major life choice detected for the host. Thus, a task is issued. Option 1. Decline to join, living freely as an independent cultivator, reveling in life. Rewards, experience points, 1,000, mall coupons, 100 experience value, 100. Option 2. Accept Lu Ruyin's invitation and choose to join the Tianbao sect belonging to the Treasure Pavilion, thus establishing a supportive foundation. Rewards, experience points, 10,000. Mall coupons, 200. Knowledge points, 200. Upon observing the information displayed on the system panel, Wu Sheng could not suppress a smile. Noticing Wu Sheng's prolonged silence and lingering smile, Lu Ruyin expressed her surprise and inquired once more, "Young Master Zhang, you wouldn't be hesitant to take responsibility, would you?" Wu Sheng, regaining his composure, turned to Lu Ruyin with a joyful expression and replied, "For your sake, Ruyin, I shall reluctantly agree to join." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin laughed heartily. young Master Zhang. This must be the wisest choice you have ever made." Following her words, Lu Rian presented Wu Sheng with a golden recommendation token, explaining, "Young Master Zhang, with this token, you can directly become an inner disciple of the Tianbao sect in Zhongzhou." Wu Sheng glanced at the token before storing it in his spatial ring. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards have been issued." After noting the absence of other matters, Wu Sheng cast a final, lingering glance at Lu Ruyan before bidding farewell with a smile. Lu Ruyan reclined on her bed, a contemplative expression gracing her features. Why did he agree so suddenly? Surely, he does not seek to covet my beauty? That cannot be the case. As Wu Sheng arrived at the entrance of the treasure pavilion accompanied by Manager Wang, he unexpectedly encountered a group of uninvited guests. A pale young man stood before him, flanked by a burly middle-aged man, with dozens of armored guards trailing behind them. The young man was Zhao Ritian, whom Wu Sheng had met at the city gates. The imposing middle-aged man, his eyes filled with fury and bearing a striking resemblance to Zhao Ritian, was Zhao Wujia, the commander of the city defense forces and father of the Zhao brothers. "Father, this scoundrel killed my younger brother. You must avenge him," Zhao Ritian exclaimed, feigning tears upon spotting Wu Sheng. In a fit of rage, Zhao Wujia bellowed, "You wretched fool." Simultaneously, he launched a punch at Wu Sheng, exuding the formidable aura characteristic of a golden core expert. Wu Sheng, witnessing this scene, displayed a look of disdain, ready to eliminate these bothersome flies. However, to his surprise, Manager Wang suddenly intervened with a powerful palm strike. Boom. The two men staggered back a few steps, neither gaining the upper hand. Is the treasure pavilion protecting this murderous fiend? Do they intend to oppose me, the Lord of Xiaodian City? Zhao Wujia questioned with a grim expression. Manager Wang, his eyes glinting with coldness, retorted, "Commander Zhao, even the city lord would not dare to offend the treasure pavilion. Do you truly believe yourself to be more formidable than the city lord?" A flicker of fear crossed Zhao Wujia's eyes upon hearing this. Yet he gritted his teeth and insisted, "Manager Wang, this lad has slain my beloved son Zhao Ritian. I must kill him for revenge. I implore you not to interfere." Upon hearing this, Manager Wang turned his gaze towards Wu Sheng. Receiving a subtle nod from him, Manager Wang withdrew. Upon witnessing the retreat of the shopkeeper Wang, Zhao Wuji was immediately filled with elation and launched another attack towards Wu Sheng. The fierce tiger fist. A tremendous force emanated from his punch, leaving many spectators in awe. This young man was doomed. This was an advanced martial skill of the Xian level, a signature move of Captain Zhao. It was said that Captain Zhao, with his iron fists, had vanquished all his competitors and ascended to his commanding position. Alas, of all the adversaries he could have chosen, he provoked the unreasonable Captain Zhao. So young, yet facing impending death. The onlookers sighed, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Wu Sheng's demise. Wu Sheng, with a casual punch, struck first. Boom. Bang. The formidable Zhao Wuji's head was shattered with a single blow, his headless corpse stumbling forward before collapsing to the ground. Wu Sheng cast a glance at Zhao Ritian, who had been chuckling moments before but was now trembling in fear. In a flash, he appeared before Zhao Ritian and delivered a punch. Boom. Zhao Ritian's head burst like a watermelon, his body swiftly falling to the earth. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying Zhao Wuji of the Golden Core Realm, receiving a reward of 30,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an additional reward, a puppet of the Golden Core Realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying Zhao Ritian of the Foundation Establishment 7th level, receiving experience points, 1,500. Without lingering, Wu Sheng activated his movement technique and quickly vanished into the crowd. The shopkeeper Wang gazed at Wu Sheng's departing figure, murmuring to himself, "Young Master Zhang is indeed a ruthless individual. Few words, and a single strike to eliminate. Zhao Ritian truly was a source of trouble." Wang instinctively touched his head, relieved to find it still intact. Soon, the remaining ordinary guards hastily removed the bodies of the Zhao father and son, transporting them to the Lord's mansion. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers of satisfaction before dispersing. Wu Sheng found a secluded corner and once more employed the earth-shifting technique, instantly transforming into an elegant young gentleman, holding a folding fan with a fair complexion. He casually sought out an inn and reserved a superior room. Upon entering the room, Wu Sheng swiftly set up a barrier for isolation. He retrieved the information regarding Tang Xiaolu and the dark forest from the treasure's pavilion and began to scrutinize it meticulously. After spending the time it took to burn a stick of incense, he finally absorbed the intelligence he had purchased for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Furrowing his brow, Wu Xing's expression soon transformed into one of resolute determination. Tang Xiaolu, regardless of your identity, since you have taken the life of Xiao Xue, I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust, and your soul shall be shattered. The dark forest harbors so many secrets and serves as a resting place for numerous formidable warriors. Let us see if my bones can find a resting place there. Wu Xing murmured, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. Chapter 69. The skillful Wu Shang. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Xing's expression gradually regained its tranquility. He extended his spiritual awareness into his dantian, gazing at the ancient ice crystal coffin that lay within, his heart brimming with remorse. Xiao Xue, I am so sorry. It is I who have brought you this misfortune. If you had not saved me back then, would you have avoided this unwarranted calamity? Wu Xing murmured, his eyes growing moist as a heavy weight settled in his chest. Slowly, he seemed to descend into an ethereal realm, where he beheld the adorable and beautiful Xiao Xue. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she smiled gently at him. Suddenly, she glided to his side, enveloping him in her embrace, and softly said, Big brother, do not weep. Xiao Xue does not blame you. I have always awaited your return. Abruptly, Xiao Xue's figure dissipated from his arms, and Wu Shang's countenance changed drastically as he cried out, Xiao Xue, do not leave. In that instant, his mind jolted, confusion washing over him. Was it merely a dream? Xiao Xue, I am so sorry. I must find a way to revive you. An idea struck him, and he called out to the system, open my personal information panel. Host, Wu Xing root, innate chaotic root, medium grade, physique, acquired chaotic body, mid-level, realm, golden core stage 7, great perfection, experience points, 9, 700, 014. 000 mall points, 490 experience value, 400 cultivation techniques, chaotic yuan ing method, entry level. Wild body refinement method intermediate edition, great perfection, martial skills, 9 transformations golden body art, great perfection, step to heaven 9 steps, great perfection, Kuanping S carefree journey, great perfection. A sword opens the heavenly gate, great perfection. Heavenly sword technique, great perfection. Earth-shifting great art, great perfection. Profession, nun status. Prince consort of the Great Li dynasty in the southern wilderness. I am now at golden core stage 7. If I can ascend 3 more minor realms, I will be able to upgrade the system, and then I shall acquire a method to resurrect Xiao Xue. The dark forest is teeming with formidable beasts, yet I am determined to achieve my wish. With that thought, Wu Sheng resolved to have a good night's sleep. For tomorrow he would face an environment fraught with peril. Soon, he lay down and drifted into a peaceful slumber. On the following morning, as Wu Sheng stepped out of the city gates, he unexpectedly encountered a graceful woman clad in white. Startled, he intended to leave but found his path blocked by her. Pausing momentarily with his folding fan in hand, he quickly addressed her with respect. May I inquire, fair maiden, why do you obstruct my way? The woman in white was none other than Lu Ruyan, the saintess of the Tianbao sect, with whom Wu Xing had entangled himself the previous day at the treasure pavilion. At that moment, Lu Ruyan, draped in her elegant white attire and still veiled, captivated the gaze of many men with her striking figure and noble, ethereal demeanor. Lu Ruoyan gazed curiously at Wu Sheng's face and inquired, Young Master Zhang, where might you be headed? In response, Wu Xing casually remarked, There is no need for you to concern yourself, Miss Ruoyan. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. As he turned to depart, he was surprised to find Lu Ruoyan pursuing him, once again blocking his path. She continued, Your disguise technique is quite impressive. I failed to recognize you. I wonder if this is truly your original appearance, young Master Zhang. Hearing this, Wu Xing's expression shifted slightly. Miss Ruoyan, you must have mistaken me for someone else. My surname is not Zhang. I am Hua Wushuang. Lu Ruoyan's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, yet she quickly responded with a smile. I have not revealed my name to you. So how did you come to know that I am called Ruoyan? Inwardly, Wu Xing thought, how foolish of me. Has my cover been blown? Never mind, I shall drop the act. Thus, he exclaimed, Miss Rin, you truly possess remarkable insight to see through my disguise. I have a little knowledge of makeup and disguise techniques. May I inquire how you recognized me? Lu Ruoyan smiled gently and replied, Why not take a guess? Hee. Wu Xing, still puzzled, ceased his inquiries and continued on his path towards the dark forest. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruoyan chased after him once more, playfully chiding, Young Master Zhang. How cruel of you to abandon me. Are you not concerned that I might fall victim to those ill-intentioned individuals? Wu Xing assessed the seemingly pitiful Lu Ruoyan and glanced at the group of eager, lowly skilled men nearby. He remarked, If they dared to bother you, with your capabilities. I dare say they would all meet their demise. Lu Ruoyan laughed lightly and replied, Young Master Zhang, how could I possibly be so malevolent? Wu Sheng could only smirk, recalling her earlier power that nearly brought him to his end. Lu Ruoyan, noticing his reaction, retorted with indignation, You speak nonsense. When I struck you, you appeared unscathed. I cannot fathom how your physique is so resilient, harder than any treasure. Just then, a group of men suddenly charged forward, encircling Wu Sheng. Hey, what have you done to anger the lady? Do you wish to meet your end? Shouted a portly man with a pockmarked face. Another gaunt fellow with a disheveled hairstyle added, Come here, fair lady. I shall cherish you well. The crowd erupted in furious insults towards Wu Sheng while extending invitations to Lu Ruoyan. Observing the scene, Wu Sheng was both amused and exasperated. Turning to Lu Ruoyan, he noted the glint of menace in her beautiful eyes, indicating her patience was wearing thin. Oi, you brat, get over here, or you shall face dire consequences. One of the men yelled. Indeed, who is this pretty boy? If he does not leave, I shall strike him down. Wu Sheng, incensed, shouted back, Get lost. All of you. Unexpectedly, when the crowd saw that Wu Sheng dared to command them to leave, they immediately rolled up their sleeves and charged at him. Wu Sheng suddenly broke into a smile, murmuring to himself, Very well, since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. He summoned the frost blade, swinging it with precision. The first form of the celestial sword technique. A single strike that chills the 14 states. Countless strands of icy sword energy shot forth towards the crowd. Uft, uft, uft. Soon, the gathered multitude was pierced through by the sword energy, reduced to mere sieves. Wu Sheng adeptly executed his movement technique, swiftly looting the bodies. Collecting all their storage rings and useful magical artifacts into his possession, his figure rapidly retreating into the distance. Beside him, Lu Ruoyan stared wide-eyed, observing Wu Sheng's practiced methods. The way he destroyed the evidence and departed hastily, leaving her in a daze. Did he often engage in such activities? Hey, wait for me, Lu Ruoyan shouted, activating her movement technique to quickly pursue the direction in which Wu Sheng had vanished. Chapter 70. Breaking through in the dark forest, Wu Sheng advanced rapidly, employing his movement technique. Suddenly, his expression shifted as a figure clad in white appeared beside him in the blink of an eye. Sensing the familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy and noticing the burned talisman in the hands of the woman, Wu Sheng couldn't help but click his tongue. A high-grade swift talisman had been wasted just like that, a talisman worth 500 spirit stones. Wu Sheng turned to Lu Ruoyan, puzzled. Why does Fairy Ruoyan follow me? I'm not following you. I happen to be heading to the dark forest as well, granting you the opportunity to protect me. Lu Ruoyan replied with a playful wink. Wu Sheng, hearing this, felt quite helpless and had no choice but to accept the situation. Together, they proceeded toward the dark forest. Along the way, they attracted quite a few glances, yet no one dared to show themselves easily. After a stick of incense, Wu Sheng and Lu Ruoyan arrived at the entrance of the dark forest. Wu Sheng gazed at the towering trees in the dim light, a sense of inexplicable oppression washing over him. Taking a deep breath, he cautioned Lu Ruoyan beside him, Stay close to me. I cannot guarantee your safety otherwise. With that, he stepped into the dark forest. Lu Ruoyan, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of a smug smile. She gracefully followed Wu Sheng into the forest, her long, snowy legs moving with ease. Wu Sheng did not proceed along the safe route indicated on the map, but rather ventured deeper into the forest. Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow and inquired, Master Zhang Fei, why are you not taking the safe route? Wu Sheng glanced back at her, chuckling. Why don't you take the safe route as described by others? It could be dangerous to follow me. Wu Sheng continued on his path, while Lu Ruoyan, frustrated, stamped her foot and followed after him. Before long, several foundational-level wild boar beasts charged at the pair. A look of delight spread across Wu Sheng's face as he drew the frost blade, swiftly dispatching each one with effortless precision. Wu Sheng advanced with great excitement into the depths of the dim forest, while Lu Ruoyan silently followed without making a move. Gradually, he encountered early-stage golden core beasts, which he effortlessly dispatched. Mid-stage golden core beasts met the same swift fate, and so did those in the late stage. Wu Sheng fought from dawn until dusk, and Lu Ruoyan, who initially remained unfazed, eventually regarded him with an expression of bewilderment akin to that of a monster. As night fell, the forest exhibited inexplicable changes, prompting Wu Sheng to exercise caution. He halted his advance and set up the 4 symbols mystic spirit array around himself. He then retrieved the wild boar meat from the day's hunt and commenced the preparation of a delectable meal. Wu Sheng produced a spiritual artifact cauldron, placed the cleaned wild boar meat within, sprinkled it with seasoning he had purchased, and ignited the spirit fire to cook. Lu Ruyan observed him with curiosity. Her round eyes filled with questions. Young Master Zhang, after slaying beasts all day, aren't you tired? She could not help but inquire. Tired? Is fatigue more important than enhancing one's strength? Wuxing replied. Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. But, young Master Zhang, you are still so young. And your strength is already formidable. You could easily compete with the scions of ordinary sects. Is such effort truly necessary? Training is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably falls back, Wuxing stated, glancing at Lu Ruyan but withholding the full truth. Her heart stirred by his words. Lu Ruyan fell into a peculiar state of contemplation. Wuxing chose not to disturb her, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to cultivate. System, display personal information panel. Host, Wuxing spiritual root, innate chaos spiritual root, medium grade, physique, acquired chaos body, intermediate, realm, golden core 9th layer, minor completion, experience points, 1,000,016. 000 shop tokens, for 90 experience value. For 100 cultivation method, chaos yuaning method, entry level. The day had yielded considerable gains, as he had surprisingly advanced to the golden core 9th layer and was on the verge of reaching the golden core 10th layer, great perfection. At that point, he would uncover the method to resurrect Xiaoxue. He wondered how Man Niu and the others were faring. Perhaps he should go check on them. With that thought, Wuxing delved his consciousness into the human sovereign banner for inspection. Gazing upon the multitude of souls within, his eyes widened in astonishment. Did I really slay so many beasts today? The creatures he had vanquished had sought him out. He had not actively hunted them along the way. Casting a glance at the three companions, he discovered they had all broken through to the late Foundation establishment stage and were diligently cultivating. Silently withdrawing his consciousness, he opened his eyes to find Lu Ruyan studying him with a mix of curiosity and excitement, even tugging at her own cheek. Hey, what are you doing? Wuxing asked. Unable to contain his surprise, Lu Ruyan quickly stepped back a few paces, her cheeks flushed as she shyly spoke. I wanted to see if you were wearing a human skin mask. I didn't mean to. Upon hearing this, Wuxing finally felt relieved. Hey, thank you. Lu Ruyan suddenly murmured. What? Thank me for what? Wuxing muttered to himself, casting a glance at Lu Ruyan. Wuxing's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed. You broke through? Yes, if it weren't for your words, it might have taken me another 6 months to achieve this breakthrough, Lu Ruyan replied joyfully. My words? Wuxing pondered for a moment and suddenly realized, his heart filled with shock. No way. Just by hearing me say that. You managed to leap from the peak of the Golden Core realm to the half-step nascent soul realm? Truly a prodigy. Why can't I break through like that? Wuxing felt a sense of unfairness. The words he spoke did not lead to his own advancement, yet they propelled another's progression. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, stirring Wuxing's taste buds as he glanced towards the large pot of boiling meat. Lu Ruyan, too, appeared puzzled, casting a look at Wuxing before turning her gaze towards the pot. Isn't it just the ordinary meat of a Golden Core realm wild boar? Why does it smell so delicious? Lu Ruyan mused inwardly. Wuxing's eyes glistened with moisture as he inhaled the savory scent from the pot, recalling the moment when Xiaoxue had served him a basin of meat to share. With the peak of the Golden Core realm, I should be able to break through by tomorrow, Wuxing thought to himself. He approached the pot, lifted the lid, and retrieved the tender wild boar meat, placing it into a large basin before preparing some dipping sauce, ready to indulge. Wuxing noticed Lu Ruyan swallowing hard and smiled as he invited, Fairy Ruyan, come and join me for some meat. You must try it. It's incredibly fragrant. He placed a piece of the wild boar's hind leg into the bowl he had prepared for her. Lu Ruyan, feeling a bit shy, declined, saying, You eat. As a practitioner, one must restrain their desires. Wuxing, unfazed, began to grasp the meat with his hands and devoured it heartily, watching him enjoy the meal. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but swallow several times before finally succumbing to temptation, quietly taking a piece of the wild boar leg and nibbling on it. As the meat touched her palate, her eyes widened in astonishment, her expression shifting continuously. Before long, Lu Ruyan abandoned her modesty and began to eat with the same fervor as Wuxing. After finishing one piece, without waiting for Wuxing's invitation, she swiftly grabbed a large chunk of meat and devoured it eagerly. Wuxing retrieved 2 bottles of spirit wine from his storage space and began to drink while eating. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan imitated him, sipping wine while feasting on the meat. Soon, an entire basin of meat had vanished into the 2 of their stomachs. Lu Rian couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp, rubbing her belly as a look of contentment spread across her flushed face. Wu Sheng chuckled beside her. Fairy Ruyan, have you lost your restraint over your desires? Humph. I'm ignoring you. Lu Ruyan, with a delicate voice, commanded sharply, turning her back to Wu Sheng as she sought a spot to sit cross-legged, closing her eyes to rejuvenate her spirit. Wu Sheng, on the other hand, found a comfortable nook, unfurled a blanket, and soon succumbed to slumber. Abruptly, he felt something soft nudging against his chest, stirring him into alarm. Could there truly be something sinister lurking in the dim forest? With a start, Wu Sheng opened his sharp eyes and glanced down. To his astonishment, Lu Ruyan, her cheeks flushed, was bouncing about in his embrace. What in the world is happening? How did she end up here? Was she not meditating nearby? Confusion swirled within Wu Sheng as he hastily sat upright. He reached out to touch Lu Ruyan's forehead, discovering that although her complexion had reddened from drink, her forehead was chillingly cold. He instinctively touched his own forehead, finding his temperature normal. What could be the matter? Is she ill? Wu Sheng pondered, employing his spiritual energy to investigate. Soon, a frown knitted his brow. He discerned no abnormalities in Lu Ruyan's condition. She did not appear to be unwell. Swiftly, he retrieved a thick blanket from his storage space to cover her, yet she continued to shiver uncontrollably. Wu Sheng hurriedly ignited a fire nearby, but Lu Ruyan remained trembling. He scrutinized the dark forest surrounding them, and indeed, he perceived signs of something amiss. Various plants lay wilted by frost, and the remnants of wild boar meat had turned into jerky, devoid of its sanguine hue. Observing the eerie forest, Wu Sheng's thoughts were tumultuous. He employed his spiritual sense to probe further, only to find it unexpectedly suppressed, limiting his range to half of its usual capacity. Within the reach of his perception, he found only himself and Lu Ruyan, with no other life forms present. Hastily, he approached, watching Lu Ruyan still shuddering, and roused her from her slumber. Hey, what are you doing? Don't disturb my sleep. Lu Ruyan grumbled, visibly irked. Wu Sheng furrowed his brow and called out loudly, Get up, something is amiss. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan opened her eyes, realizing she was nestled under Wu Sheng's blanket, and sheepishly replied, I'm sorry. I was just so cold that I came over to you. It's fine, but haven't you noticed anything strange? Wu Sheng inquired earnestly. Lu Ruyan, still blinking in confusion, smiled. Has something eerie appeared? Where? I'm speaking seriously. Wu Sheng asserted, his tone grave. Lu Ruyan was about to respond when a sudden shiver coursed through her. I'm so cold, she exclaimed, wrapping herself tighter in the blanket. Wu Sheng immediately understood. It seemed Lu Ruyan was unaware that the forest's strangeness was due to an extreme chill. Reports merely indicated that the dark forest was perilous at night, without detailing the nature of its threats. While Wu Sheng pondered this, Lu Ruyan spoke again. Young Master Zhang, I'm so cold. I feel like sleeping. Wu Sheng hurriedly approached to check on Lu Ruyan, discovering her body temperature to be alarmingly low. He promptly infused her with fire attribute spiritual energy, only to notice her temperature gradually rising. As Lu Ruyan opened her eyes in confusion, she inquired, Young Master Zhang, what has happened? Upon witnessing her awakening, Wu Sheng ceased his infusion, yet Lu Ruyan soon succumbed to slumber once more. This cycle repeated 3 times. With Wu Sheng realizing that each time she regained consciousness, she had no recollection of her fainting spell. It was impractical for Wu Sheng to continuously channel spiritual energy throughout the night, especially with the necessity of hunting demon beasts the following day to enhance his strength, while also contending with Tang Xiaolu and the enigmatic forces lurking behind him. Ultimately, Wu Sheng found himself cradling Lu Ruyan in his arms, noting her persistently low body temperature. In an act of desperation, he removed her outer garment, revealing her smooth, fair skin and curvaceous figure. Wu Sheng swallowed hard, his throat tightening, breath quickening. No, how could he entertain such thoughts? Despite Lu Ruyan's beauty and alluring form, he must adhere to his principles. Wu Sheng swiftly channeled his emotionless heart, striving to dispel any impure thoughts. He shed his own outer clothing, leaving only his undergarments, and embraced Lu Ruyan tightly, covering them both with a blanket. Feeling Wu Sheng's warmth, Lu Ruyan instinctively clung to him. This action nearly shattered Wu Sheng's resolve, tempting him to take advantage of the situation. Nevertheless, he continuously exercised his emotionless heart, even as his body endured the torment of desire, radiating heat. A sleepless night ensued, with Wu Sheng diligently using his spiritual awareness to monitor the surroundings. As dawn broke, the chill of the forest dissipated entirely. Wu Sheng contemplated quietly extricating himself from Lu Ruyan's embrace. seeking to escape this perilous woman. Just as he gently pried her arms from around him, he exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped him once more. What was happening? Hadn't daybreak arrived? Confusion clouded his mind as he surveyed his surroundings. A sharp sound resounded. Wuxing felt a stinging pain on his cheek. He turned to find Lu Ruoyan, her eyes shimmering with frost, glaring at him and demanding, "Young Master Zhang, what did you do to me last night?" Wuxing quickly responded, "Fairy Ruoyan, it's not as you think. Please allow me to explain." "What is there to explain? You undressed me and shared a bed with me." Lu Ruoyan's anger remained unyielding. Wuxing felt the sting return to his cheek and, irritated, retorted, "Lu Ruoyan, what is the meaning of this?" As he watched her prepare to strike him again, he seized her wrist, channeling all his spiritual energy to subdue and control her. "Lu Ruoyan, had you not been a woman, I would have returned the favor with a few slaps. Truly unreasonable." Wuxing rose from the blanket, his voice raised in indignation. In the process, he inadvertently exposed a considerable portion of Lu Ruoyan's body. Lu Ruoyan felt herself ensnared by Wu Shang, her skin exposed to the chill air. And she could not help but weep, tears streaming down her face. After Wu Xing's harsh words, he realized the inappropriateness of his actions, his face flushed with embarrassment, his throat bobbing as he breathed unevenly. Chapter 72. The ethereal shade of the little girl and the nirvana flower. He quickly approached Lu Ruoyan and draped a blanket over her. Turning away and speaking in a calm tone, "What transpired last night was not as you perceive. I acted to save you." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan trembled, her sobs intensifying. Wuxing tossed a recording stone beside her, stating, "The stone contains the events of last night. You may view it yourself. I acted to rescue you, not to demean you." With that, Wuxing activated his movement technique and departed. Lu Ruoyan, upon hearing his words, retrieved the recording stone to review its contents. As she watched, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she murmured to herself, "It appears I have misjudged him." With this thought, Lu Ruoyan employed her spiritual sense to examine her own condition. Finding no abnormalities, she swiftly changed her attire, rose to her feet, and pursued the direction in which Wu Shang had vanished. However, after walking for some time, Lu Ruoyan realized she had returned to her original spot, frustration causing her to stomp her feet. Once Wu Shang exited the formation, he used his spiritual sense to discover that its range was only about 80% of what it usually was. Gradually, he noticed that the plants, once frozen into ice sculptures, had begun to revive. Could it be that the animals frozen last night could also resurrect today? Yet, after a meticulous search, Wuxing found no animal remains within the forest. It was as if they had vanished. This puzzled him greatly, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Wuxing waved his hand, retracting the formation into his storage ring, and walked toward the quietly standing Lu Ruoyan. "My apologies, it seems I have misunderstood you," Lu Ruoyan said shyly, her back turned to Wuxing, observing the ethereal and noble figure of the saintly Lu Ruoyan. Wuxing's expression shifted slightly before he replied, "It's quite all right. Let us be on our way." Soon, Wuxing walked ahead while Lu Ruoyan followed with her head bowed, nervously clutching the hem of her garment. Suddenly, Wuxing halted as an enchanting flower, exuding a rich fragrance, came into view, his eyes widening in astonishment. The nirvana flower? At this moment, Wu Shang was engrossed in a prompt from the system. Ding! The system has detected that the Millennium Nirvana flower is about to mature, thus issuing a quest. Note: consuming this flower directly can enhance one's physique, evolve spiritual roots, and refining it into a Nirvana pill can maximize its medicinal potency. Option 1. Acquire the Millennium Nirvana flower for personal consumption. Reward: experience points, 1,000, knowledge points, 50, shop coupons, 50. Option 2. Present the Millennium Nirvana flower to the Saintess Lu Ruoyan in hopes of earning her smile. Reward: experience points, 10,000, knowledge points, 200, shop coupons, 200. What kind of nonsense is this, you ridiculous system? Wasn't it obvious that I was meant to present this opportunity to Lu Ruoyan? Soon, Wu Shang made a resolute decision, silently contemplating. System: I choose option 2. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully accepted the task. Please complete it within the duration of a burning incense stick, or face an unknown punishment. Damn, another unknown punishment. Bang! Wuxing felt an impact on his back and turned to see Lu Ruoyan, rubbing her forehead, glaring at him with fury. "Hey, why did you suddenly stop? That hurt," she exclaimed. "You weren't watching where you were going and bumped into me, yet you blame me?" Wu Shang replied, exasperated. "Humph, it's all your fault," Lu Ruoyan retorted, still massaging her forehead. Seeing that further discussion was futile, Wuxing focused his gaze ahead at the Nirvana flower. Noticing Wuxing's disregard, Lu Rian followed suit and looked forward. Wow, is that the 1,000-year elixir, the Nirvana flower? We hit the jackpot. Lu Rian exclaimed in astonishment. Wuxing quickly covered her mouth with his hand, whispering, "What are you doing? If you attract unknown dangers, it will be disastrous." Captivated by the brilliance in Lu Rian's eyes, Wuxing found himself momentarily mesmerized. "Ahem, young Master Zhang, could you please remove your hand?" Lu Rian spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Wuxing awkwardly withdrew his hand, hastily apologizing. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Lu Rian remained silent, her expression radiating joy as she fixated on the Nirvana flower before them. Lost in admiration, she instinctively began to move forward. Wuxing grasped her hand, halting her advance, and she turned back to him with confusion. "Are you foolish? Charging in like that is tantamount to courting death," Wuxing admonished. "Huh?" Lu Rian responded, bewildered. "You dare call me foolish? A 1,000-year elixir so conspicuously placed must surely be guarded by spirit beasts. Otherwise, it would have been devoured by other creatures long ago." Wuxing regarded her with a look of disbelief. "Huh? I was just too excited and momentarily forgot." Lu Rian explained, her face tinged with embarrassment. Wuxing pondered for a moment, then gently pulled Lu Rian's hand, proceeding cautiously. Lu Rian, captivated by Wuxing's focused demeanor, momentarily forgot to break free. Soon, they concealed themselves behind a rock, a mere 5 meters from the Nirvana flower. Lu Rian tugged at her hand, prompting Wuxing, belatedly aware, to awkwardly release her. Noticing that Lu Rian was not angry, he refrained from further explanation and diligently observed the surroundings of the Nirvana flower. After a prolonged scrutiny, Wuxing found nothing of note. Turning to Lu Rian, he noticed her eyes shimmering with a cerulean light, causing a stir within him, and he chose not to interrupt. Before long, Lu Rian's brow furrowed, her eyes returned to normal, and her complexion turned slightly pale. Wuxing swiftly looked at her, ready to inquire. Lu Rian spoke up, exclaiming, "Damn it, a formidable Qingling giant python at the nascent soul stage is guarding this precious herb." Hearing this, Wuxing chuckled, "No worries, just a minor issue." Lu Rian continued, "I also spotted 2 groups of cultivators. Perhaps some of them are at the nascent soul stage as well." Wuxing laughed heartily. "It's nothing to fret about. Once the herb matures, I shall seize it for you." His gaze fell upon the Nirvana flower, determination flickering in his eyes. Lu Rian, upon hearing his words, felt a twinge of regret, muttering to herself, "If only I had brought a nascent soul guardian." After patiently waiting for a short while, the Nirvana flower suddenly began to transform. The delicate, golden petals unfurled one by one, releasing an enchanting fragrance. Simultaneously, the 9 petals rapidly absorbed the spiritual energy from the shadowy forest, creating a tempest of vitality. Wuxing faintly perceived the ethereal silhouette of a charming 3-year-old girl with pigtails materializing above the flower. This phenomenon persisted for several moments until the Nirvana flower seemed to have absorbed enough spiritual energy, causing the 9 petals to gradually fold back together. Suddenly, 2 groups of individuals emerged from the underbrush, each comprising about 10 cultivators. One group donned leather garments with sun-kissed skin reminiscent of a primitive tribe, while the other was clad entirely in black robes, adorned with specially crafted black masks. The leaders of both factions were nascent soul cultivators. They exchanged glances but refrained from attacking immediately, instead directing their attention toward a piece of azure stone near the Nirvana flower. Wuxing and Lu Rian concealed themselves behind the stone, opting not to reveal their presence. Observing the unfolding scene, Lu Rian's expression turned despondent. "Young Master Zhang, it appears the herb is beyond our reach." Wuxing, without turning, conveyed through thought, "Rest assured, the herb will be ours." His gaze fixated on the azure stone, where he discerned a clue. It turned out to be the head of the nascent soul beast, the Qingling giant python, motionless and resembling an ordinary stone. At that moment, the sizable head began to stir, extending a crimson tongue as thick as a human arm, emanating the formidable aura characteristic of a nascent soul spirit beast. In an instant, the Qingling giant python surged toward the group, clad in leather. The elder among them paled, realizing the gravity of the situation, and hastily led his companions to retreat. The leader of the black-robed figures erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha! Heaven is on my side. The Nirvana flower is mine." With fervor igniting his eyes, he dashed toward the flower. Witnessing this, the Qingling giant python revealed a strange smile in its serpent-like gaze, continuing its charge toward the leather-clad cultivators. Boom! Bang! Soon, The azure spirit giant python collided fiercely with the group of beast skin-clad cultivators. Strangely, after traversing a certain distance, the man in the black robe displayed a fleeting expression of ecstasy, standing still and motionless. Don't come near. Chief, save me. In no time, the beast skin cultivators were reduced to only the elder at the forefront, a Yuaniing realm practitioner. The azure spirit giant python sustained only minor external injuries, remaining largely unscathed. The beast skin elder, witnessing the demise of his kin, felt his rage ignite as he bellowed, "Beast, I shall slay you. Ha ha ha. Old fool, spare us your feigned sorrow. You merely used them as cannon fodder to exhaust my spiritual energy. Conceal your hypocritical faade. I have encountered many humans like you." The azure spirit giant python retorted disdainfully, articulating human speech. "We shall surely bring you down, beast." The elder's face flushed crimson, whether from indignation or embarrassment was unclear. "You humans only know how to talk big. Come on, I fear you not." The azure spirit giant python's tone remained icy. Wu Sheng observed the unfolding scene, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Lu Rian also exhibited a peculiar expression, quietly watching the developments. The azure spirit giant python suddenly surged toward the group of black-robed individuals. Retreat quickly, we are no match for this creature." No. Suddenly, Wu Sheng noticed one of the black-robed men had dropped his mask, revealing the familiar visage of a young man. The youth immediately fled into the distance. A glint of cold light flickered in Wu Sheng's eyes as he turned to Lu Rian, saying, "Stay here and do not wander off. I shall return shortly." Wu Sheng's figure darted after the black-robed man, murmuring, "Tang Xiaolu, I have finally found you." In no time, Wu Sheng was closing in on the fleeing Tang Xiaolu. "Fellow cultivator, why do you pursue me relentlessly?" Tang Xiaolu asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Hearing this, Wu Sheng chuckled, his form transforming back to his true appearance as he coldly declared, "Tang Xiaolu, is it? I spared you once. Today, you shall meet your demise." Upon recognizing Wu Sheng's countenance, Tang Xiaoyu's expression shifted drastically, quickening his pace. "It's you. You are the one who ordered me to halt." That little girl met a terrible end, pierced through the heart by my sword." Wu Sheng's fury ignited at these words, and he unleashed his utmost speed. Tang Xiaolu, witnessing this, paled in fear and hastily retrieved various acceleration talismans from his storage pouch, bolting away with fervor. The distance between them continued to diminish rapidly. In less than a minute, Wu Sheng would catch up. Observing the narrowing gap, Wu Sheng unleashed a punch through the air. Boom! Tang Xiaolu narrowly evaded, the force of the punch grazing him, causing him to spit blood. "Damn it! You worthless fool! If you have the ability, catch up and kill me." Tang Xiaolu shot a menacing glance back at Wu Sheng, yet his figure accelerated further into the distance. Upon hearing the words, Wu Sheng immediately unleashed another punch, relentlessly pursuing his target. Tang Xiaolu, feeling a pang of distress, retrieved a talisman from his storage space and crushed it in his hand. In an instant, Tang Xiaolu vanished from his position, reappearing 1,000 meters away. Wu Sheng, taken aback, cursed, "Damn it, he possesses a teleportation talisman as well." A wave of frustration washed over Wu Sheng, but suddenly, his expression brightened as his spiritual sense detected Tang Xiaoyu's figure once more. He activated his movement technique and continued the chase. 1 minute passed, then 2, and soon 3. At this moment, Tang Xiaolu coughed up blood, his body emaciated, his eye sockets sunken, resembling a desiccated corpse, yet he continued to flee into the distance. Fury surged within Wu Sheng's eyes. "Damn it. This brat actually has 3 teleportation talismans and knows the secret technique of burning his essence." Beep. The host has 3 minutes remaining to complete the task. Please expedite your efforts or face system penalties. Beep. A gentle reminder from the system. The penalties for this task are severe. Please complete it promptly. Wu Sheng cast a glance at the system notification, a flicker of hesitation passing through his mind. He looked at the disheveled Tang Xiaolu fleeing before him, and at the slumbering Xiao Shui within the ancient crystal ice coffin in his dantian. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he resolutely pursued Tang Xiaolu. "Fellow cultivator, spare me. I am willing to relinquish all my treasures to you." Tang Xiaolu, on the brink of exhaustion, pleaded as he glanced back at the relentless Wu Sheng, who resembled a vengeful deity. Today I shall surely slay you. Even if you offer me all the treasures of this realm, I will not spare you." Wu Sheng replied coldly. Finally, after a minute's effort, Wu Sheng pierced through Tang Xiaoyu's dantian with his sword, swiftly subduing him and imprisoning him within the human emperor flag. Wuxing hastily activated his movement technique, racing towards the direction of the Nirvana flower. System, how much time remains? Wu Sheng inquired, exerting all his strength as he flew. Beep. 2 minutes remain in the task time limit. Please complete it as soon as possible. Chapter 74. Breaking through to the 10th level of the Golden Core realm, Wuxing dared not delay. Fortunately, Tang Xiaoyou's inability to control the direction of his teleportation meant he had not strayed too far from the Nirvana flower. Otherwise, he would surely have failed the task. Before long, Wu Sheng arrived at the location of the Nirvana flower after a minute's journey. At this moment, 2 formidable nascent soul cultivators were besieging the Azure Spirit Giant Python, the battle raging fiercely. A hint of joy flickered in Wu Sheng's heart. Heaven is indeed aiding me. He executed his movement technique, swiftly arriving before the Nirvana flower, seizing it in his grasp. Big brother, please don't eat me, all right? The Nirvana flower trembled with fear in his hand, sending a stream of spiritual communication into Wu Sheng's mind. Wu Sheng was taken aback, sighed softly, and offered no response. Tossing the Nirvana flower into the system space. Haha, I have finally completed the task on time. I shall not face any penalties. After a prolonged silence without a system notification, Wu Sheng assumed the system was malfunctioning and paid it no mind. Soon, Wu Sheng sensed the arrival of 3 formidable presences emanating the oppressive aura of the nascent soul realm. Ding! The host has failed to complete the task within the stipulated time. A punishment is being randomly selected. Wu Sheng lamented, how could I forget? The system task was to obtain the Nirvana flower and present it to Lu Ruyan. He cast a glance towards Lu Ruyan, who was hiding behind a rock, and sighed deeply. Ding! Given the host's failure to complete the task in a timely manner, a deduction of lifespan will be imposed as punishment. An overwhelming fatigue washed over Wu Sheng, and his vision blurred as he nearly collapsed. Ding! Punishment complete. The host now has only 1 month of lifespan remaining. Please complete the task within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, or further unknown penalties will ensue. Damn it, this wretched system. Is it not merely a failed task? You've deducted over 49 years of my lifespan. Are you trying to kill me? Wu Sheng couldn't help but vent his frustration at the system. Suddenly, he noticed the 2 nascent soul elders and the Azure Spirit Giant Python regarding him with strange expressions. Wu Sheng instinctively performed a water mirror technique and was taken aback by the reflection he beheld. His once lustrous black hair had turned a dull silver gray. Stunned, he probed his body with his spiritual sense and discovered that his physical capabilities resembled those of a frail old man. Just then, 3 fierce attacks were directed at Wu Sheng. Witnessing the impending danger, his expression shifted dramatically as he employed his agility to evade. Crack. Ouch, my waist. Wu Sheng could only muster his full strength for defense. Bang. He staggered back several steps, his expression darkening as he glared at the 2 nascent soul cultivators and the beast. Channeling the 9 turns golden body technique, he summoned a gleaming cold sword. Unleashing a strike. A sword frost that chills the 14 states. A massive blue sword aura surged forth, hurtling towards the trio. Initially dismissive, the 2 cultivators and the beast soon felt the bone-chilling coldness enveloping them. In a panic, they activated their defenses. Crack. The protective artifacts of the 2 cultivators cracked, indicating they were temporarily rendered ineffective. As for the Azure Spirit Giant Python, a deep gash marred its robust body, revealing bone beneath. Lu Ruyan, hidden behind the rock, gazed at the battle between Wu Sheng and the trio with a mix of astonishment and shock. Seeing that his sword had not vanquished the 2 cultivators and the beast, Wu Sheng's eyes clouded with confusion, murmuring, lifespan insufficient. My overall strength has diminished considerably. In the past, I could have easily slain such early-stage nascent soul cultivators with a single strike. His breath quickened as he felt the trembling of his limbs and the excruciating pain in his waist, struggling to adapt to his weakened state. The 2 cultivators and the beast suddenly launched another assault on Wu Sheng. Unwilling to squander time, he stepped forward, defying gravity with 2 swift strides. Heavenly steps. Wu Sheng's power surged once more, and a blue sword aura manifested, charging towards his adversaries. Boom. The Azure Sword aura swiftly obliterated the 2 individuals and the beast. Suddenly, Wu Sheng was seized by a violent coughing fit, a mouthful of blood surging up his throat, which he forcefully swallowed. He commanded the Cold Light Sword, which promptly delivered 2 storage rings and a demon core into his hands. Gently caressing the Cold Light Sword, he then stored it within his dantian. Wu Sheng casually discarded the corpse of the Azure Spirit Giant Python towards the Emperor's banner. He turned to the terrified Lu Ruyan, who was hiding behind a rock, and said with a smile, Fairy Ruyan, come out. They are all dead. Cough, cough. He tossed the jade box that had previously contained the Nirvana flower to Lu Ruyan. With disbelief etched on her face, Lu Ruyan glanced at the injured Wu Sheng and opened the box, her eyes widening in astonishment. You wish to gift me the Nirvana flower? Aren't you going to keep it for yourself? Take it. If you don't want it, just return it to me. Wu Sheng replied curtly. I will. How can I repay such a precious gift from young Master Zhang? Lu Ruyan said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Perhaps by offering yourself, ha ha ha. Wu Sheng chuckled at his jest. At his words, Lu Ruyan's expression shifted slightly, and she fell silent. Wu Sheng paid her little mind. Settling into a cross-legged position with eyes closed in introspection. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Goodness, my physical body has become so fragile, this time. Even my bones and meridians have sustained damage. It seems it will take several days to recover. But alas, I have only a month left to live. It appears I must find a way to break through to the nascent soul realm within this month, or I shall surely perish. Wu Sheng began to examine the system notifications. Beep. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Elder of the Slaughter Hall at the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm. Rewards, experience points, 20,000. 1 nascent soul fruit, which can assist an individual in breaking through from the great perfection of the golden core realm to the nascent soul realm. But the cultivation will halt thereafter. Beep. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Elder of Dafan Village at the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm. Rewards, experience points, 20,000. 1 nascent soul fruit. Beep. Congratulations to the host for slaying the nascent soul azure spirit giant python. Rewards, experience points, 20,000. Mastery of the beast control technique at the great perfection level. Upon reading this, Wu Sheng could not help but smile. The rewards this time were quite substantial. Perhaps I am on the verge of a breakthrough. System, open my personal information panel. Host, Wu Sheng spiritual root, innate chaos spiritual root, medium grade, physique, acquired chaos body, medium achievement, realm, golden core realm, 10th level, entry level, experience points, 016. 0,000 mall points, 490 experience value, 400 cultivation technique, chaos yuan ing method, entry level, body refinement technique, wilderness body refinement method intermediate edition, great perfection, martial skills, 9 transformations golden body technique, great perfection, heavenly steps, great perfection, Kunping's carefree journey, great perfection, heavenly sword technique, great perfection, status, prince consort of the Dali dynasty. Southern wilderness continent. At last, I have reached the great perfection of the golden core realm. What a delight. System. Please quickly provide me with a method to resurrect Xiaoshui. Wu Sheng called out to the system anxiously. Chapter 75. Wu Sheng severely injured, life in peril ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the great perfection of the golden core realm. You meet the conditions for system upgrade. The system is currently upgrading. Please wait. Wu Sheng waited impatiently, only to find the system seemingly frozen, unresponsive, without any progress indication, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Damn system, what are you doing? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Don't fail me now at this critical moment. No matter how Wu Sheng shouted, the system remained silent. Deep within the system's space, a golden dog lay weakly on the ground, a peculiar glimmer in its eyes as it murmured to itself, what is happening? Why is it like this time? If I hadn't been working to mediate, this kid would have been done for. What exactly is this punishment? I thought that if I didn't interfere, the penalty wouldn't be outrageous, yet it truly seems intent on killing the host. Where did it all go wrong? A flash of golden light sparkled in the dog's eyes as it scanned the system's space. Suddenly, the golden dog dashed in a particular direction. Its gaze filled with murderous intent. Found you. Don't even think about escaping. With no other choice, Wu Sheng could only bide his time patiently. Observing his wretched physical state, he retrieved healing elixirs from his storage ring, consuming them and focusing on refining them. Beside him, Lu Ruyan watched Wu Sheng, who now appeared as an elderly man tending to his wounds, her expression shifting continually until she seemingly made a resolution. A black long spear, adorned with mysterious golden patterns, materialized in Lu Ruyan's hand. She glanced at Wu Sheng once more, her eyes flashing with a mixture of ruthlessness and shame. With a swift motion, the spear pierced through Wu Sheng's heart. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open as he gazed upon the ethereal beauty in white before him, Lu Ruyan. Filled with disbelief, Wu Sheng questioned, Fairy Ruyan, why? Lu Ruyan fixed her icy gaze upon Wu Sheng, her tone suddenly turning frigid. You and I lay bare together for an entire night. You must die, or else it would tarnish my reputation. Reputation? Huh. What is more important, reputation or life? Wu Xing gazed at Lu Ruoyan, taken aback by her unexpected assault. Of course, innocence mattered most. Who told you to save me? Lu Ruoyan spoke with an icy tone. How cruel you are. Had I known, I would have let you perish. The light in Wu Xing's eyes began to dim. Young Master Zhang, remember not to act with misplaced kindness in your next life, rescuing a mere stranger you barely know. Lu Ruoyan's demeanor remained detached. With a swift motion, she withdrew her spear from Wu Xing's body, casting a glance at his faint golden blood, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Soon, Lu Ruoyan hastened towards the dark forest periphery. Deep within the system's realm, the golden dog suddenly changed its expression, roaring. How dare that wretched woman kill Wu Xing outright? Suddenly, a shadowy black light shot into its forehead. A glint of cunning crossed the golden dog's eyes as it murmured, "Humph, daring to invade my consciousness, seeking death." In a moment, the golden dog, appearing somewhat haggard, opened its eyes. Damn it, knowing it could not escape, it chose to self-destruct. Whose consciousness is this? Lu Ruoyan? Or Tang Xiaolu? Curse it. Now I must waste my essence to rescue this brat Wu Xing, truly bothersome. Oh, how could I forget about the Emperor's banner? I shall use it. Ha ha. I am truly the cleverest dog in heaven and earth, through all ages. No, I am simply the most intelligent. The Emperor's banner began to soar from Wu Xing's dantian, emanating golden radiance, nourishing his withered soul and rejuvenating him. Gradually, as the healing elixir worked its magic, Wu Xing's heart was restored, and the wounds began to vanish. Still in a state of unconsciousness, after about 3 to 4 hours, Wu Xing slowly awakened, touching his chest in confusion. I'm not dead. What is happening? System. Did you save me? Ding. You are correct. The system has saved you. System, has the upgrade been successful? Quickly tell me how to revive Xiaoxue. Wu Xing, disregarding the truth of his resurrection, hurriedly inquired. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system upgrade is successful. Ding. There are 2 methods to revive Xiaoxue. Speak quickly. Don't tease me. Ding. Method 1. The host ascends to immortality to learn the art of resurrection. Ascending to immortality? That eons away. System. Tell me the second method. Ding. Method 2. The host must locate special nurturing items to refine into the 5 elements creation pill, which can harness the pill's power to nourish and reshape Xiaoxue's soul, enabling her resurrection. System, please tell me what items are needed. Ding. The host must collect the heart of fire element, the essence of earth element, the sacred soul of water element, the spirit of wood element, and the stone of metal element. System, where on earth can I find these items? Wu Xing could not help but ask. Ding. In the Divine Li Empire lies the heart of fire, while the essence of earth can be found at the intersection of the western and southern wastelands in the Great Qin Empire. The sacred water soul resides in the northern wastelands Great Qin Empire. The spirit of wood is located in the eastern wastelands Great Qin Empire, and the stone of metal is in the western wastelands Great Dui Empire. Alas, must I traverse all 5 empires to gather the materials necessary to resurrect Xiaoxue? These items are undoubtedly extraordinary, requiring the unique resources of each empire. It appears that I must employ some clever tactics. But where precisely is the heart of fire? Wu Shang, currently situated within the southern wasteland, intends to first journey to the Divine Li Empire in search of the heart of fire. Ding. According to system detection, the heart of fire is located in the ancestral tomb of the Divine Li Empire. Goodness. Could it truly be interred as a burial item? Must I resort to grave robbing for this treasure? This thought leads Wu Shang to recall the words of the Ling Hua sect regarding Duan Tianda, a renowned expert in tomb raiding. Given that a visit to the Divine Li Empire is inevitable, I may have the opportunity to confront the royal family and avenge the grievance of having my spiritual root stolen by the enchanting princess. Divine Li Empire, princess. The deeds you committed against me shall not go unpunished. As dusk falls, Wu Xing finds himself enveloped in the dimly lit forest, making further travel impractical. With a flick of his hand, he sets up the 4 symbols mystic spirit array around himself, allowing his consciousness to delve into the human emperor banner, activating its soul-searching function. Before long, Wu Xing uncovers the identity of Tang Xiaolu and the reasons behind Xiaoxue's demise. Cursed murder hall. I shall ensure you pay the price for your heinous actions. Utilizing the human emperor banner, Wu Xing extracts Tang Xiaoyu's soul, commanding the souls within the banner to incessantly torment him without consuming his essence. Soon enough, Tang Xiaolu emits heart-wrenching cries of anguish. Withdrawing from the human emperor banner, Wu Sheng recalls the merciless act of Lu Ruyan, who had pierced him with a spear, igniting a flicker of rage in his eyes. Chapter 76. The Flying Vessel Under Attack. A call for help from the black-clad Zhao Ruoxue. Observing his own battered condition, Wu Sheng reluctantly sits down, taking out a healing elixir to swallow, closing his eyes to recuperate. Gradually, he begins to feel an intense heat coursing through him, causing beads of sweat to form. Extending his spiritual awareness, he observes the trees and underbrush outside wilting from dehydration. It seems to be an exceptionally hot night. With his weakened constitution, he feels overwhelmingly uncomfortable, ultimately shedding his garments and rolling on the ground. As dawn breaks, Wu Sheng emerges with dark circles under his eyes and hair flecked with gray, making his way towards the edge of the dim forest. After spending 6 or 7 hours adhering to the safe routes indicated on the map, he realizes that, given his current frail state, it is best to avoid unnecessary exertion. Wu Sheng, having regained his bearings, returns to Shaotian City. He finds an inn to rest in, planning to take a flying vessel to the Imperial City the following day. One cannot help but ponder whether he will have enough time to resurrect Xiaoxue within the month he has left. The thought of having to endure the lightning tribulation to break through to the nascent soul realm weighs heavily on his mind. Success would elevate him to a formidable nascent soul practitioner, while failure would lead to his demise. Given his current physical condition, it seems unlikely that he would survive the impending tribulation. The following morning, Wu Sheng, after expending a considerable amount of spirit stones, boarded a flying vessel destined for the Imperial City. From the outside, the vessel appeared modest in size, yet within it held a vast expanse, capable of accommodating over 1,000 passengers. Reclining on the bed in the private cabin, Wu Sheng closed his eyes to rest. In the luxurious chamber of the vessel, a black-clad woman of foundational cultivation held a jade slip, filled with information about Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng, how have you been lately? The young woman murmured to herself. A day later, the vessel had covered 1/3 of its journey, and if all proceeded smoothly, it would reach the capital of the Great Li dynasty within 3 days. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the vessel, prompting Wu Sheng to open his eyes in confusion. Attention everyone aboard the vessel, surrender your treasures, and you may be spared, otherwise. At that moment, the oppressive aura of 2 nascent soul experts descended upon them. Wu Sheng, along with the panicked passengers, hurried to the deck, where they beheld over 100 assailants encircling them in the sky, led by 2 elderly men in black robes. The black-clad woman, veiled in white, transmitted a message to a rather unremarkable middle-aged man behind her. Uncle Wang, could these individuals be after me? I am uncertain. Let us observe the situation first. If it turns dire, I will hold them off while you escape, replied the middle-aged man, his expression grave. On the upper deck, a middle-aged man soon emerged, exuding the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. I am Huang Feihu of the Treasure Pavilion. I kindly ask my 2 esteemed friends to show some grace. If you withdraw, I shall offer each of you 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones as a gesture of goodwill. Huang Feihu bowed respectfully, his face displaying concern. The 2 elderly figures, clad in black, were shrouded so thoroughly that only their eyes were visible. Very well, present the spirit stones, and we shall depart, declared the one on the left. Exchanging a glance with his companion, Huang Feihu's countenance brightened at this, and he swiftly tossed 2 storage bags to the black-clad elders. The passengers aboard the vessel also expressed relief, believing they were safe. However, after inspecting the contents, the 2 black-robed elders darkened their expressions and spoke ominously. Huang Feihu, how dare you deceive us with counterfeit spirit stones? Brothers, annihilate everyone aboard this vessel, particularly that young woman. None shall escape. You lie. I provided you with genuine spirit stones. Huang Feihu protested, but it was too late. The protective formations of the vessel were swiftly shattered, leaving the passengers pale with despair. Some attempted to flee on their swords, only to be ruthlessly slain by the assailants. Wu Sheng observed that, apart from their leaders, the attackers were uniformly cultivators of the Golden Core and Foundational Realms. Soon, Huang Feihu engaged in battle with the 2 elder assailants, but he was quickly forced to retreat. Relying on a turtle shell for defense, his complexion pale and blood spilling from his mouth. Suddenly, a middle-aged man burst forth, emanating the aura of an early nascent soul cultivator, coming to Huang Feihu's aid against the 2 black-robed experts. A girl clad in black, at the foundational stage of cultivation, swiftly ascended on her sword, fleeing beneath the flying vessel. However, she was soon pursued by a cultivator in a golden core black robe. Wu Sheng observed the girl, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Who is she? Why does she evoke a sense of familiarity? Should I investigate further? With this thought, Wuxing directed his sword towards the direction of the black-clad maiden. During his pursuit, another assailant approached, but was effortlessly vanquished by a flick of his fingers. Boom. Shortly thereafter, Wusheng witnessed the black-clad girl being struck away by the golden core black-robed man, blood spewing from her mouth. Her white veil falling to reveal a strikingly beautiful face and brilliant eyes. Is it her? Wuxing's expression shifted dramatically as he hastened towards the direction where the girl had fallen. He caught her gently in his arms, gradually descending to the ground with a soft expression. Senior, you may let me go now, cough, cough. The black-clad girl gazed at Wuxing's face, feeling a mix of familiarity and strangeness. Do you not remember me? She inquired. Wuxing seemed to recall something, hastily shutting his mouth, releasing the girl, and turning away. Simultaneously, he placed a healing pill into her mouth. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. The black-clad maiden looked at Wuxing's retreating figure, a sense of familiarity washing over her, yet his aged appearance left her puzzled. Who are you? Release that girl and leave at once. I am of the Zhao family from the Imperial Dynasty, a line you cannot afford to offend. The golden core black-robed man regarded Wu Sheng with trepidation, yet pressed on with bravado. The Zhao family? Is it so that they cannot tolerate my presence? Upon hearing this, the black-clad girl fell into a daze. Silence. Wu Sheng retorted, launching a punch. Bang. The golden core black-robed man exploded into a cascade of debris. Wu Sheng then turned his attention back to the black-clad maiden, apologizing. I did not manage my strength well. Did I frighten you? The black-clad maiden replied respectfully. No, I am grateful for your life-saving grace, Senior. I am Zhao Ruoxue, and I shall repay your kindness in the future. In the future? Why not marry me instead? Ha ha. Wu Sheng jested, examining her exquisite visage. The black-clad maiden's expression shifted slightly, her body trembling as she lowered her head, her hands clenched tightly, fingertips turning pale. Noticing her reaction, Wu Sheng quickly reassured her. I was merely joking. I am far too old to consider taking a partner. Upon hearing this, the girl relaxed, her delicate hand instinctively touching her abdomen. A flicker of nostalgia in her eyes. Let us depart. This place is unsafe. I will escort you to the Imperial City, Wu Sheng stated calmly. Senior, might you assist my third uncle? He is currently battling two black-robed cultivators at the nascent soul stage and may be in peril. The black-clad girl suddenly approached, grasping Wu Sheng's arm. Chapter 77. The marvelous uses of the Black Phoenix sacred body. Seeing the pleading look on her face, Wu Sheng glanced at his own aching back, feeling reluctant to decline her request. Very well, we shall go together, he responded, taking Zhao Ruoxue's hand, casually drawing a spirit sword. Zhao Ruoxue soared towards the flying vessel alongside it. Upon arrival, they discovered only a middle-aged man struggling in desperation, while the elusive Huang Feihu from the treasure pavilion had vanished without a trace. Wu Sheng observed two men in black robes toying with the middle-aged man, lacking any intent to unleash their full strength. Sir, we did not locate the woman depicted in the portrait. You are all worthless, utterly useless. The two elder cultivators in the nascent soul stage fumed. Zhao Dashan, where has that little girl gone? Speak, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, your death is inevitable. The middle-aged man, Zhao Dashan, retorted angrily, you are indeed sent by the Grand Elder. Do you not fear the family head's wrath? The family head? He is barely able to save himself. You should focus on your own survival. The two elders chuckled disdainfully. Wu Sheng arrived at the scene, accompanied by the cloaked woman. Zhao Ruoxue, who upon seeing the gravely injured Zhao Dashan, cried out, Third uncle, why have you returned? I told you to escape. Zhao Dashan's face contorted with fury. I brought this esteemed elder to rescue you. Zhao Ruoxue stammered. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dashan turned to Wu Sheng and noted his mere golden core cultivation, exclaiming, What foolishness! He's only at the golden core stage. You must flee. I will hold them off. What? Zhao Ruoxue gasped, wide-eyed, looking at Wu Sheng, determinedly asserting, esteemed elder. You must leave at once. They are after me, and you can surely depart safely. Wu Sheng glanced back at Zhao Ruoxue, gently patting her head, saying, Fear not. Everything will be fine. I am invincible. I shall vanquish them without the need to flee. Zhao Ruoxue was taken aback, staring at Wu Sheng's familiar visage, not retreating. Ha ha. This is hilarious. A mere golden core youth dares to proclaim he will slay us? Do you comprehend our level of cultivation? Mocked the elder to the right in black robes. What does your cultivation matter? I shall slay you with a single strike. Wu Sheng drew the frostlight sword, channeling the ninth turn of the 9 Revolutions golden body technique, and with a single swing, unleashed the first style of the celestial blade technique. A blade of frost chills 14 states. A colossal blue sword aura emanated with overwhelming might, instantly reaching the elder in the right black robe. Puff. The elder was obliterated by a single strike, his soul extinguished. The Golden Core and Foundation establishment disciples behind him met a similar fate, all succumbing to untimely demise. Wuxing staggered, spitting blood, and swiftly swung his sword again. The same sword aura, radiating an equally terrifying pressure, was directed at the elder on the left. Wu Shang coughed up another mouthful of blood, his complexion growing ever paler, his ashen hair dancing in the wind. The elder on the left, terrified, summoned all his defensive treasures to shield himself. Boom. Crack. Puff. The elder in black touched his throat, which had been grazed. His face ashen, yet a manic grin broke forth. The remaining black-robed disciples behind him had all perished. Hee hee. You little brat. Those 2 strikes must have drained your potential. Now it's my turn. The black-robed elder channeled his spiritual energy, instantly healing his throat wound. Old dog. I did not expect you to possess such an array of treasures. My next strike will surely end you. Wuxing spoke weakly, determination flickering in his voice. Zhao Ruoxue hurriedly stepped forward to support Wu Shang, her voice filled with sorrow. Senior, you must escape. It was my error to involve you in this turmoil. Wuxing's expression grew contemplative. At this moment, each swing of his sword could lead him into an eternal slumber, for his body was exceedingly frail. The middle-aged man gazed at Wu Shang with eyes brimming with gratitude and shame, and despite his grievous injuries, he charged toward the old man in a black robe, shouting, Senior, take Ruoxue to the imperial city to find the head of the Zhao family. She is his daughter. Wait, what are you doing? Wuxing weakly protested. But it was too late. With a resounding thud, the middle-aged man was struck dead by the black-robed elder's hand. Zhao Ruoxue was instantly in tears, heartbroken as she looked upon Zhao Dashan's lifeless body. Truly seeking death, now it shall be your turn, the black-robed elder declared, casting his gaze upon Wu Shang and Zhao Ruoxue. Senior, we must leave, Zhao Ruoxue urged, her face etched with anxiety as she looked at Wu Shang. Alas! Wu Shang swung his sword once more, his form collapsing, and Zhao Ruoxue hurriedly supported him. A massive blue sword energy, radiating an overwhelming might, extinguished the life of the black-robed elder amidst his expression of terror and despair. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the 7th layer Yuan Ying realm cultivator Zhao Wufang. Reward, experience points, 60,000,018 pattern Yuan Ying realm Dao fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a golden core realm cultivator. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a foundation establishment realm cultivator. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the 8th layer Yuan Ying realm cultivator Zhao Wutian. Reward, experience points, 70,000,018 pattern Yuan Ying Dao fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a critical strike reward, obtaining the grand completion Yin-Yang dual cultivation harmonization technique. Wuxing had long since succumbed to a profound state of unconsciousness. Zhao Ruoxue gazed at the comatose Wuxing, hoisting him upon her back, emboldened to sweep away all the storage treasures of the surrounding cultivators. Within a cave, Wuxing remained unresponsive, and Zhao Ruoxue carefully wiped his face clean, scrutinizing him closely, finding him increasingly familiar. Deep within the system space, a golden dog suddenly widened its eyes, realizing that this young man's fate was not yet sealed. Indeed, as sleep beckoned, there were those to provide a pillow. Little girl, do you remember me? A commanding voice resonated in Zhao Ruoxue's mind. Zhao Ruoxue immediately knelt, exclaiming, Senior, how come you are here? Could it be that he is? Yes, your intuition serves you well. He is Wuxing, the one who saved you in the Wild Wolf Valley. The system's authoritative voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruoxue's heart ached as she embraced Wuxing tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Wake up. He was gravely injured, with little time left. The system feigned helplessness as it spoke. How could this be? He is a golden core realm cultivator. How could his lifespan suddenly diminish? Zhao Ruoxue exclaimed in disbelief. Soon, the system revealed the reason to her. Zhao Ruoxue tenderly caressed Wu Shang's wrinkled cheek, her heart filled with sorrow. Suddenly, she turned to the system and asked, Senior, is there any way to save him? I am willing to sacrifice everything for him. In the depths of the system space, the golden retriever smiled at her words but maintained a facade of authority as it intoned, to save him, you must pay a heavy price. Are you truly willing? I am, Zhao Ruoxue replied without hesitation. Her eyes filled with compassion as she gazed at Wu Sheng. Very well. Since you possess the Black Phoenix sacred body and have cultivated the Black Phoenix Nirvana technique, you need only engage in mutual cultivation with him and channel your life essence to share half of your lifespan. The system's authoritative voice resonated, as it looked at Zhao Ruoshui with a mixture of tension and anticipation. Senior, this. Zhao Ruoshui's face suddenly flushed crimson. What? Are you unwilling? The system inquired, its tone tinged with urgency and a hint of anger. No, I am willing. The secret technique imparted by the system echoed in Zhao Ruoshui's mind. She exited, leaving Wu Sheng alone in the cave. Damn it, is that girl going to flee? Would she really abandon him after learning she must sacrifice half her lifespan? Could she be like Lu Ruyan, merely seeking to take advantage? Soon, with her hair slightly damp, Zhao Ruoshui returned, her eyes gazing tenderly at the unconscious Wu Sheng. She approached slowly, sitting beside him, her hands trembling slightly as she removed his outer garment. Before long, Wu Sheng lay bare on the blanket. Zhao Ruoshui's cheeks flushed, her heart racing as she bashfully began to shed her own clothing. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she waved her delicate hand, and a barrier formation rose, enveloping their bodies in a veil of white mist, obscuring them from view. In the haze, faint sounds of hurried breaths emerged. Golden light enveloped the two, and Zhao Ruoshui could not help but emit a pained moan. Wu Sheng, in a daze, found himself in a vivid dream, where he seemed to engage in indescribable acts with a woman, a sensation both euphoric and transcendent. He felt as though his body had reverted to his youthful days, leading to an intense exchange between them. 3 hours later, the mist dissipated, and the golden light infused their beings. Wu Sheng's hair became lustrous and dark, and the wrinkles on his face vanished. Zhao Ruoshui appeared fatigued, cradling Wu Sheng as she drifted into slumber. Wu Sheng slowly opened his eyes and discovered Zhao Ruoshui sleeping peacefully in his embrace, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. Soon, he sensed a transformation within himself. All his injuries had healed, and he no longer felt the weakness that had plagued him. With practiced ease, he accessed the system to review his personal information panel. Host, Wu Sheng Spiritual Root, Innate Chaos Spiritual Root, Superior Grade, Physique, Acquired Chaos Body, Perfected, Realm, Golden Core Stage 10th Layer, Great Perfection, Experience Points, 16, 000, 016. 000 Shop Credits, 490 Wisdom Value, 400 Cultivation Technique, Chaos Nascent Soul Art, Novice Realm, Body Refining Technique, Primordial Body Tempering Scripture Intermediate Chapter, Great Perfection, Martial Skills, 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique, Great Perfection, 9 Steps to Tread the Heavens, Great Perfection, Movement Technique, Kunping's Carefree Roam, Great Perfection, Sword Arts, Single Sword Opens Heaven's Gate, Great Perfection, Heaven Sundering Swordplay, Great Perfection, Miscellaneous Skills, Heaven and Earth Transformation Art, Great Perfection, Occupation, Nun Status, Son-in-law of the Great Li Dynasty, Southern Barren Continent. Soon, Wu Sheng observed that his cultivation remained at the Golden Core stage. Then what of this inexplicably extended lifespan? Wu Sheng couldn't help but gaze at the sleeping Zhao Ruoshui, noticing faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes that made his heart ache with tenderness. He gently pressed his lips against them in a feather-light kiss. Could this foolish woman have been the one who saved me? He even transferred his own lifespan to me? Wu Sheng couldn't help but glance at the system, already harboring an answer in his heart. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Ruoshui awoke, realizing that Wu Sheng had been gazing at her all along. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully exclaimed, "Do not stare at me." Wu Sheng teased playfully, having shared slumber twice already, why the coyness over a mere glance? Zhao Ruoshui's face was flushed with anger. Wu Sheng gently embraced her and whispered tenderly, "Darling, you are my woman. I shall protect you with all my being." Wu Sheng held Zhao Ruoshui in his arms, peacefully spending the night within the cavern. The following day, he swiftly carried her upon his sword, hastening toward the imperial capital. First, Wu Sheng escorted Zhao Ruoshui back to the Zhao residence, where he decisively suppressed those who had conspired against her with overwhelming force. Without delay, he then proceeded directly to the imperial palace. Within the princess's estate, a woman of unparalleled beauty sat cross-legged, her skin as smooth as jade, her figure exquisitely curvaceous, her countenance breathtakingly fair, yet her eyes betrayed a storm of complex emotions. This was none other than the Grand Princess of the Great Li Empire, Xian Yuan Minghua. Who dares trespass into the imperial palace? Suddenly, Xian Yuan Mingyue's countenance abruptly shifted as she unleashed the oppressive aura of a 7th-level golden core cultivator, bellowing in fury. Swiftly, she found herself restrained, rendered immobile. Wu Sheng leisurely stepped forth from behind her, a smirk playing upon his lips as he remarked, "Your Highness, what a prolonged absence it has been. How profoundly I've yearned for your presence." "What, Wu Sheng? Can it truly be you? You survived? And to have grown so formidable?" Xian Yuan Mingwei gazed at Wu Sheng with a complicated expression. "Your Highness, you seem rather disappointed to find me still alive?" Wu Sheng stepped forward and grasped Xian Yuan Mingyue's chin, locking his gaze onto her eyes. "What brings you here? This is the Imperial Palace, not a place for your insolence. Withdraw at once, and I shall grant you mercy." Xian Yuan Mingwei spoke with a frigid tone. "Your Highness, having been accustomed to your lofty position, do you fail to perceive the current circumstances?" Wu Sheng smiled, and with a casual wave of his hand, he set up the 4-symbol mystic spirit array. Wu Sheng cast a fiery gaze towards Xian Yuan Mingwei. "What are you doing?" Xian Yuan Mingwei stammered, panic evident in her voice. "I am your royal consort." "Of course I am to perform the duties of a consort," Wu Sheng replied with a dark smile. "Please, don't do this." Xian Yuan Mingyue's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, a tearing sound echoed as Wu Sheng forcefully ripped apart her garments, leaving her clad only in her undergarments. The alluring contours of her figure ignited a fervor within Wu Sheng. Xian Yuan Mingwei begged for mercy, tears streaming down her cheeks. Observing this scene, Wu Sheng scornfully remarked, "What are you pretending for? Weren't you quite proactive when you seized my spiritual roots and crippled my cultivation?" "No, don't come near," Xian Yuan Mingwei protested, but Wu Sheng paid no heed, captivated by her enticing form, and lunged towards her. Soon, her anguished cries pierced the air. Wu Sheng showed no sign of compassion, releasing his pent-up frustration. He remained oblivious to the tears of grievance in Xian Yuan Mingyue's eyes. After the act, Wu Sheng glared at the still weeping Xian Yuan Mingyue, exclaiming, "Why are you still crying?" Suddenly, he noticed a streak of crimson and froze in disbelief. How could this be? She isn't supposed to. In a moment of desperation, Xian Yuan Mingyue struck her own head. Wu Sheng quickly intervened, fearing she might contemplate suicide. He sealed her spiritual power and provided her with fresh attire, placing her within the confines of the human emperor's banner, under the watchful eyes of Li Qixiao and Su Wanqing. Wu Sheng felt deceived, suspecting the conniving emperor was behind this. Recalling the events, he directly confronted Emperor Xian Yuanzhu, engaging in a fierce battle without uttering a word. In no time, Xian Yuanzhu was rendered powerless. After thorough interrogation, Wu Sheng uncovered the truth. The emperor had merely orchestrated a dreamlike illusion to siphon Wu Sheng's spiritual roots for his own use. Xian Yuan Mingwei, as the princess, was helpless against Xian Yuanzhu's machinations and had been confined until Wu Sheng's demise. Chapter 79. Rescuing Lu Ruyan. The plump Taoist acknowledges his brother. "What have I done?" Wu Sheng lamented. "Oh well, I shall make amends in the future." Without hesitation, he struck down Xian Yuanzhu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the 6th-tier out-of-body realm expert, Xian Yuanzhu. Reward, 200,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a critical reward, a puppet of perfect completion in the out-of-body realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 2nd tier of the nascent soul realm. Wu Sheng suddenly remembered that he had yet to open the breakthrough gift package. He promptly opened the gift packages for both the Golden Core and Nascent Soul realms, delight blooming in his heart. The Golden Core gift package contained only 3 items, a mid-level teleportation talisman and 10 mid-level breakthrough pills. The Nascent Soul gift package yielded a teleportation artifact, the Void Vessel, 10 Nascent Soul mirror-breaking pills, and an avatar technique. Wu Sheng couldn't help but exclaim joyfully, "This time, you're truly generous, you damn system." Wu Sheng gazed at the golden retriever in the depths of the system space, a flicker of surprise flashing through his eyes. Ding. This system has always been generous. I'll have you know. Ha ha ha. I must still express my deepest gratitude to you, Black Emperor. After Wu Sheng broke through to the nascent soul realm, he finally uncovered the origins of the massive hound. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a wisp of divine consciousness from the once mighty emperor-level powerhouse, the Black Emperor. A fleeting expression of bewilderment flashed through the golden retriever's eyes. The Black Emperor? Damn, he's discovered me. The golden-hued canine hastily scurried toward its radiant, shimmering kennel, never to emerge again. Wu Sheng couldn't help but laugh as he swallowed the 10 nascent soul realm breakthrough pills. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Sheng's aura surged continuously, ultimately breaking through to the great perfection stage of the nascent soul realm. He felt overwhelmingly powerful now, perhaps even capable of contending against a Soul Division realm expert. After a brief contemplation, Wu Sheng released Xian Yuan Mingwei, threatening her to ascend the throne or face the massacre of her entire family. He even provided her with a soul projection realm puppet as a bodyguard. Though Xian Yuan Mingwei still glared at him with fury, a subtle shift flickered in her gaze. Meeting her eyes, Wu Sheng spoke with sincerity, "I apologize. I still have matters to attend to. Once finished, you may do with me as you please." With those words, Wu Sheng's figure vanished instantly, disappearing into the distance. "Wu Sheng, where is my imperial father?" Xian Yuan Ming, you couldn't help but ask. "Dead. Shen Yuanju never regarded you as his children. Once you break through to the nascent soul stage, he will extract your bloodline's spiritual roots for cultivation." Wu Sheng's words echoed in Xian Yuan Mingyu's ears. No wonder. Among the numerous imperial princes and princesses, not a single one dared to ascend to the nascent soul realm. The truth was revealed. Those who attempted this transcendent breakthrough all perished. Xian Yuan Mingwei murmured to herself, her gaze lingering in the direction Wu Sheng had departed, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Within the imperial mausoleum of the Great Li dynasty, a crimson, pulsating heart was swiftly claimed by Wu Sheng. No sooner had Wu Sheng left than a rotund Taoist priest emerged from an earthen pit, grumbling curses under his breath. "Blast it all. Someone actually beat me to it." The corpulent Taoist body shimmered with mystical runes before vanishing instantly. At the border between the western and southern wastelands, within the Great Kuan dynasty, Wu Sheng engaged in a fierce battle with the imperial ruler, ultimately securing the earth essence. The portly priest reappeared, carefully sensing his surroundings before cursing under his breath and disappearing once more. Throughout his journey, Wu Sheng relied on his void-shattering boat and persuasive reasoning to successfully obtain all 5 treasures. He then arrived at Peach Blossom Village, intending to set up an array to resurrect Xiaoshui. Unexpectedly, he encountered a voluptuous woman clad in white, her entire being exuding an intoxicating allure. At this moment, her face was deathly pale, her expression one of utter despair as she stared at the man before her. "Lu Ruyan, surrender yourself. You are destined to be my cauldron. Tang Xiaosan, I shall never allow you to succeed, even if it costs me my life." Lu Ruyan's face was etched with resolute determination. "Have you met your demise?" Shadow flying needles. Whoosh. Countless translucent embroidery needles instantly immobilized Lu Ruyan, rendering her utterly helpless. A look of utter despair washed over her face. Alas, Wu Sheng let out a soft sigh and spoke with quiet resolve. "Depart swiftly, for this place is my home." Wu Sheng revealed his figure and gazed at the black-clad man named Tang Xiaosan. Surprisingly, Tang Xiaosan's features bore a resemblance to Tang Xiaolu, which irked Wu Sheng immensely. "Where did this insolent brat come from? Scram, unless you wish for me to send you to meet the king of hell." Tang Xiaosan sneered with disdain. "Since you seek death, then perish." Wu Sheng casually swung his palm towards Tang Xiaosan. Initially indifferent, Tang Xiaosan suddenly realized the swift approach of the strike and mustered every ounce of his skill to barely parry it. Wu Sheng was enraged to discover that Tang Xiaosan possessed the same martial arts techniques as Tang Xiaolu. "Perish!" he roared. Wu Sheng drew forth the frostblade, its gleaming edge flashing through the air. With a single stroke, winter's chill descended upon 14 provinces. Tang Xiaosan barely had time to plead for mercy before being obliterated by a single sword strike, leaving not even ashes behind. Wu Sheng cast a glance at Tang Xiaolu trapped within the human emperor banner, now reduced to a barely breathing wreck after prolonged torment. With a mere clench of his fist, Wu Sheng utterly annihilated Tang Xiaolu. "We are eternally indebted to you, venerable senior, for this life-saving grace." Lu Ruyan bowed gracefully in gratitude. Wu Sheng turned his gaze upon her, a warm smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Immortal Maiden Ruyan, what a rare pleasure to encounter you after all this time. Young Master Zhang, your countenance. Could it be that you still draw breath?" Lu Ruyan widened her eyes, her entire body trembling. "Enough, leave. I shall not take your life." Wu Sheng casually dispelled the shadow needles and strode toward Xiaoshui's chamber. Lu Ruyan stood transfixed, gazing at his retreating figure and the overwhelming aura he emanated, her eyes clouded with complex emotions, compelled by an inexplicable force. She found herself following in his wake. As Wu Sheng prepared to refine the 5 elements creation pill to revive Xiaoshui, he noticed Lu Ruyan had entered uninvited. With a frown, he questioned, "What brings you here?" "This humble maiden wishes to follow young Master Wu Sheng, even if it means serving as a lowly maid or servant." Lu Ruyan suddenly knelt down, respectfully speaking. Wu Xing couldn't help but glance over in astonishment, only to find Lu Ruyan's partially exposed, snow-white form, which left him feeling parched. Sensing something amiss, Lu Ruyan raised her head and caught sight of the changing expression on Wu Sheng's face. Her cheeks flushing with shyness as she said, "I would be willing to serve as a warm bedmate. No, you should still leave. I fear you may stab me with a dagger in the dead of night." Wu Sheng quickly waved his hand in refusal. Lu Ruyan, however, remained obstinately unwilling to depart. Wu Sheng found it difficult to directly expel her. Once all preparations were complete, he intended to ignite the furnace for alchemy. "Hey, I have finally located you. It is you who has taken away all the treasures." A corpulent Taoist abruptly materialized before Wu Sheng, seizing his hand. Wu Sheng, with a flicker of his spiritual awareness, discerned that the stranger's cultivation was unfathomably profound, potentially a formidable being at the divided spirit realm. "Esteemed elder, have you perhaps mistaken me for someone else? I do not recognize you." Wu Sheng inquired with a hint of confusion. "I haven't made a mistake, have I? Are the heart of fire essence and the essence of earth not both in your possession?" The portly Taoist gazed anxiously at Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng's expression shifted slightly as he was about to deny it. The stout Taoist scrutinized Wu Sheng for a moment before suddenly clinging to his arm and bursting into tears, lamenting, "Brother, I have finally found you." "What? I am not your brother." Wu Sheng hastily denied, attempting to withdraw his arm. However, the stout Taoist possessed formidable skills, and Wu Sheng found himself unable to escape. Ultimately, the stout Taoist rambled on incessantly, and out of curiosity, Wu Sheng learned of his origins. The stout Taoist was none other than the grave digger Duan Tianda, and his elder brother was actually Yi He. Remarkably, Wu Sheng bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi He. The stout Taoist's mental state appeared somewhat unstable, and given his immense power, Wu Sheng dared not provoke him. Thus, he feigned acceptance of the role of elder brother to placate him. "Brother, I implore you, please save my little rabbit." Suddenly, the stout Taoist fell to his knees, producing an ancient blood jade coffin, within which lay a charming rabbit. The moonlit jade rabbit? The system unexpectedly leapt from Wu Sheng, and a phantom golden dog fixated on the little rabbit, casting lingering glances at the stout Taoist as well. Heavenly monarch? Dastardly Taoist? Wu Sheng felt exasperated, but under the pleading gazes of the dog system and the stout Taoist, he ultimately consented to rescue the rabbit. The creature appeared to be asleep yet was irresistibly adorable, evoking Wu Sheng's compassion to revive it. In no time, with the aid of the system, Wu Sheng cast 5 treasures into the alchemical furnace and utilized his chaotic spiritual power to concoct a medicinal pill. Chaotic body? When did my brother cultivate into a chaotic body? Wasn't he the ancestral saint body? After enduring 3 days and nights, Wu Sheng's eyes became bloodshot. Finally, a wave of transformative energy surged forth, and heavy thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Tribulation of the pill? As the medicinal pill was completed, the thunderous tribulation struck down. Wu Sheng ascended into the air, bracing himself against the onslaught. Unexpectedly, upon the tribulation entering his body, he felt no pain. Instead, he experienced a profound sense of exhilaration. After enduring 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, the medicinal pill was entirely refined. Wu Sheng opened the alchemical furnace, and 3 beams of golden light shot skyward. Having prepared in advance, he swiftly suppressed them. He tossed a medicinal pill to the patiently waiting stout Taoist, and another to the dog system. "Thank you. From now on, you shall be my true elder brother." The stout Taoist exclaimed as he received the pill, immediately infusing it into the jade rabbit's body. "Huh? I have one too?" The heavenly monarch looked astonished, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Wu Sheng retrieved the physical form of Xiao Shui and fed the medicinal pill into her mouth. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Sheng anxiously observed as Xiao Shui's complexion returned to normal, while the stout Taoist gazed with concern at the rabbit in the coffin. Why hasn't it awakened yet? Wu Sheng turned to the dog system. At that moment, the dog system was actually consuming a medicinal pill, restoring its physical form. Its fur gleamed brilliantly, and its eyes sparkled with divine light, exuding the pressure of a transcendent being. "Do not rush. She has been in a coma for quite some time and needs time to acclimate." An hour later, Wu Sheng's impatience grew, and at last, Xiao Shui opened her eyes. "Big brother, am I not dead?" Wu Sheng, overwhelmed with joy, embraced Xiao Shui tightly, and exclaimed, "Xiao Shui, you have awakened. This is truly wonderful." The portly Taoist, observing the revived Xiao Shui, glanced at the still unconscious little rabbit and could not help but inquire, "Hey Huang, it must be your misdeeds that have caused the little rabbit to remain unresponsive, ha ha ha." Hey Huang chuckled in response. "Ah, could it truly be my fault?" The portly Taoist wore a look of guilt. Hearing this, Wu Xing scolded, "Hey Huang, what nonsense are you spouting? The little rabbit will surely awaken any moment now." As if on cue, the little rabbit slowly began to open her lovely eyes. Suddenly, the blood jade coffin transformed into a crimson light that entered the little rabbit's body. And she morphed into an adorable little girl clad in red, complete with 2 rabbit ears. "Little Taoist, where is this? Am I not awake? This is a small village. And your big brother saved you." The portly Taoist pointed towards Wu Shang. "Big brother? I thought you had left." The little rabbit turned to Wu Shang, her eyes widening in surprise. "Big brother, you have returned. How wonderful. No one will dare bully us anymore." He chuckled in response. Wu Xing noticed Xiao Shui's puzzled expression and promptly communicated with her telepathically to explain the situation. In the following days, Wu Shang, Xiao Shui, the portly Taoist, the little rabbit, He Huang, and the maid Lu Ruyan settled in Taoyuan village. Initially, Wu Shang intended to send Lu Ruyan away, but she lamented her homelessness. And Xiao Shui, possessing a kind heart, insisted that she stay. 3 days later, Zhao Ruoxue arrived at Taoyuan village, accompanied by the bewildered Hualinger. It turned out that Hualinger and Zhao Ruoxue had become good sisters. Wu Xing, witnessing the awkward scene, could only escape helplessly. Ultimately, the group of women decided to remain together. A month later, Wu Xing held his wedding, with the brides being Xiao Shui, Degu Shui, Zhao Ruoxue, Hualinger, and Lu Ruyan. As for Xianyuan Mingwei, she did not attend but sent gifts to congratulate them. 9 months later, Xianyuan Mingwei arrived at Tiyuan village, accompanied by a puppet at the peak of the out-of-body realm, holding a baby boy. Immediately, Wu Xing found himself being pinched by several women, leaving him bruised and purple. Xianyuan Mingwei was joyously welcomed into the village by the women, who quickly reached a consensus and happily played with the baby, their laughter echoing through the air. Meanwhile, Wu Xing stood off to the side, silently shedding tears. Unbeknownst to me, this book has been written for over a month. I had not intended for it to conclude so swiftly. However, the data has been unsatisfactory. I acknowledge that my writing may not have been of the highest caliber, but I have poured my heart into it, and I hope to improve in my next endeavor. I am immensely grateful to all the readers for their support and hope to write even better in the next book. Wishing everyone joy, happiness, and prosperity.